My name is Xia Cici. I woke up suddenly, panicked, and threw whatever was nearby. My mind was filled with the terror of being drained of blood, but when I looked around, I was stunned. It was my bathroom from before the apocalypse. It had been 10 years since the world ended, and I'd left H-City a long time ago. How was I back here? Then I noticed my old pink phone on the sink, still playing a song. The phone shouldn't even work anymore. I remembered being bled dry just moments ago. Fear gripped me as the memory of a knife cutting my skin flashed in my mind. And Lin Yi, that scumbag. Just thinking about him made me sick. I picked up the phone with trembling hands. The date read January 26, 5023, 3 months before the apocalypse. I had been reborn. Looking in the mirror, I saw my younger self. Long black hair, clear skin, and no scars except for one from childhood. In the apocalypse, I had shaved my head and scarred my face to avoid attention from crazy men. It was painful, but necessary for survival. Suddenly, I remembered something important. I found a ring on my dresser, an old family heirloom that Lin Yi had given me, even though it belonged to my family in the first place. I cut my finger and dripped blood onto the ring. The jade turned red, and a space appeared in my mind. It was a small, magical storage area. I tested it with a cup, and it worked. I had discovered this space in my last life, but Lin Yi had used it for himself and betrayed me in the end. When my phone rang with Lin Yi's name, I immediately blocked him. I didn't want anything to do with that jerk in this life. Then I took the ring to a jewelry shop and had it turned into a necklace that wouldn't fall off, even during intense activity. The jeweler did a great job, making it sturdy and secure. While waiting, I visited an antique store I knew about. I found the hidden room full of weapons I'd heard of in my past life. After some negotiation, I bought everything, a treasure trove of knives and swords. Among them was a special knife with a ruby, one I'd used often before. Its blade was sharp and beautiful, with unique green patterns. With this knife and my space storage, I felt a step closer to surviving the coming apocalypse. I wandered through the market again, this time focusing on books. Knowing there'd be no electricity or water in the apocalypse, I bought everything I thought could be useful: comics, novels, cookbooks, repair manuals, farming guides, maps, anything that might help me survive. By the time I was done, my car was so packed that not even one more book could fit. After 5 hours, I went back to the jewelry shop to pick up my newly customized necklace. Once it was done, I quietly stored the books and weapons in my space and returned to the market for another round of shopping. I didn't want to leave without being fully prepared. As I was about to leave, something unexpected happened. Passing a stall, the gemstone on my necklace started vibrating. My instincts, sharpened by years of surviving the apocalypse, kicked in. I stopped and approached the stall cautiously. The items looked like cheap fake antiques, but a small raw stone in the corner caught my attention. When I touched it, the vibration grew stronger. I knew it was something special. After some negotiation, I bought the raw stone for a low price and placed it in my space. To my shock, the stone exploded, releasing blue sparks that disappeared into the space. Suddenly, the entire space transformed. Thick white fog and wind swirled around before revealing a new patch of fertile black soil. This discovery was thrilling, but I decided to pause exploring this space upgrading process until I was better prepared. Exhausted but determined, I went home and started listing what to do next. Improving my physical strength was a top priority, and I circled it in my notebook. Then an important thought hit me. I needed a dog. Not just any dog, a strong, intelligent one that could help me survive the apocalypse. In my last life, I hesitated when military dogs were auctioned. This time, I wouldn't make that mistake. I found out the local base was selling retired military dogs, so I contacted them immediately. The next morning, I visited the base. A friendly officer, Lieutenant Ren, greeted me. He mentioned they had 2 dogs unsuitable for auction, and I eagerly agreed to see them. Auction prices could reach millions, and I knew I couldn't afford that. At the training base, I saw 12 dogs, including 8 German Shepherds, 3 Labradors, and a stunning Doberman. The moment I saw the Doberman, I knew it was the one. Its sleek black coat and muscular build radiated strength. Even unmutated, it would scare off any intruders. Curious, I asked why this Doberman was retired. As we walked closer, the dog turned its massive head and fixed me with an intense gaze. Its sharp, almond-shaped eyes glinted with a dangerous energy, making my heart race, but not with fear. I knew this dog was perfect for me. The officer, Lieutenant Run, led me closer to the Doberman. He assured me it looked fierce but was actually gentle, just a bit stubborn. Its name was Dahei, and I was shocked to learn it was only 6 months old but already so big. Run explained that Dahei was special, being the only pup born in its litter, and had started military missions at just 5 months. Unfortunately, it had been severely injured while saving a team from danger, leaving a scar on its back and forcing its early retirement. Despite the injury, I decided to take Dahei. The scar might cause trouble for its front leg in bad weather, but I knew that once it mutated in the apocalypse, it would heal completely. Ren seemed fond of Dahei, so he spent a long time explaining how to care for it, including its diet, recovery, and checkups. He even asked about my situation and seemed skeptical when I said I was a student, but I reassured him I could handle it. The final test was whether Dahei would accept me. As I approached, holding its favorite treat, I felt nervous. Dahei just stared at me, ignoring the food for what felt like forever. Finally, it gently took the treat from my hand. I was so excited. Ren said Dahei had already rejected 4 people, so this was a good sign. After finishing the paperwork, I took Dahei home, along with toys, treats, and supplies the soldiers had gifted me. At the pet store, I even let Dahei pick its own bed, a deep blue one. It placed its paw on it and gave me a look that said, "This one." I couldn't believe how smart this dog was. I had 3 months to bond with Dahei before the apocalypse. Dogs are simple creatures. Treat them well, and they'll give you loyalty. I was determined to make this work. When I got home, though, there was an unwelcome surprise. Lin Yi, standing by my door. He looked like the typical pretty boy, acting anxious and asking why I blocked his number. I knew he was here to discuss engagement plans, something our families had arranged years ago. In my past life, I'd trusted Lin Yi too much. I'd given him half of my parents' inheritance, believing his promises that it was all for our future. Later, I found out he had been cheating on me with my best friend, Haro. And when the apocalypse came, he betrayed me in the worst way possible. Now, seeing him in front of me, all my anger boiled up. I wanted to unleash Dahei on him right there. But I held back for now. The apocalypse hadn't arrived yet, and I had to be smart. I forced myself to shed a couple of tears and told Lin Yi I needed some time alone because I missed my parents. He tried to get closer, but Dahei, my Doberman, immediately stood up, baring its teeth and blocking him. I was thrilled. What a smart dog. Even it could sense how much I disliked Lin Yi. Lin Yi, startled, asked about Dahei, and I casually mentioned I got him for protection since I live alone. He then had the audacity to suggest I move in with him. I nearly rolled my eyes. How shameless. In my past life, he pretended to care during the apocalypse, bringing supplies to share. But after spending one night with me, he took everything, including my family's heirloom ring, and left. Later, he cruelly admitted he only stayed to satisfy himself. I clenched my fists to hold back my anger. Instead of lashing out, I calmly reminded him this house was my parents' legacy, and I wasn't leaving. I also brought up the stocks and funds my parents left me, asking him to return them since I'd been dreaming of my parents scolding me for giving them away. His expression immediately changed. He stammered excuses, promising everything would be ours once we married, and quickly left, clearly shaken. Good riddance. I wasn't worried. Once the apocalypse began, the rules would change. Revenge would come in due time. After settling Dahei, I realized I was hungry. I ordered all my favorite foods, ribs, dumplings, spicy hot pot, northeastern dishes, and spent the afternoon receiving deliveries. I stored almost everything in my magical space, saving just one meal for myself. Dahei sat beside me, his big eyes locked on my plate. I caved and gave him a giant rib, which he happily devoured in one bite. His appetite was no joke. While eating, I reviewed my plans. First would come acid rain, then floods, extreme cold, and deadly snowstorms. After that, scorching heat, earthquakes, and eventually a terrifying virus that turned dead creatures into zombie-like monsters. These horrors would unfold over months, but I knew the real chaos would start when mutated creatures and the zombie king appeared. Meanwhile, Lin Yi was sulking. After leaving my house, he called Hao, his secret lover and my so-called best friend, complaining that I'd changed and brought up the funds and stocks. Hao reassured him, saying I was too naive to figure anything out. They laughed at how easily they'd manipulated me in the past. But I knew better now, and their betrayal wouldn't go unpunished. For now, I'd focus on preparing. Dahei and I would be ready when the apocalypse came, and those two snakes wouldn't know what hit them. I spent hours planning and writing down my priorities. First, I needed to build my physical strength. Even though I had Dahei to protect me, I couldn't rely on him completely. In my past life, I had become skilled with a knife and developed survival instincts, but my current body was weak. I needed to get stronger. Next was stocking up on supplies. Food, clothing, medicine, dog food, and even equipment for extreme weather like sleds, boats, and off-road vehicles. I also needed camping gear, tents, solar panels, generators, and water purifiers. My parents' house was large and well-located, but it was too low for the upcoming floods and acid rain. I decided I needed to secure a higher floor, ideally a penthouse, for added safety. I remembered the building from my past life, a mid-rise that became a treasure trove of supplies during the apocalypse. Though the lower floors had been destroyed by acid rain and flooding, the upper floors had stored live streaming products like clothes and electronics. I found the location online, Shintai Tower. Excited, I decided to scope out a nearby tall building to rent before the apocalypse hit. Driving around, I found a 66-story mixed-use building with spacious penthouses. Perfect for me and Dahei. I contacted a real estate agent who was thrilled to tell me about a newly available 200-square-meter top-floor apartment. I met the agent, quickly negotiated a 5-year lease, and even agreed to a high deposit. I knew by the time the apocalypse arrived, no one would care about collecting rent. The apartment had everything I needed, a great view of the surrounding area for monitoring conditions and plenty of space for Dahei. As I finalized the lease, I thought about the renovations I'd make to survive the first 6 months of disasters. It was the perfect base to prepare for the chaos ahead. After signing the contract, after a period of communication, Xia felt that the agent was not bad, so she had the idea of asking him to help her sell her house. The price is 1 million cheaper than the market price. There is only one requirement, that is, fast, Xia said to the agent seriously. The agent's eyes lit up instantly. Girl, you know that the house in your community is definitely a hot item. Usually when it is posted online, a group of buyers come to ask if you are still so much cheaper. The agent said, rubbing his hands. His eyes were full of desire. Wait a minute. I will go back and discuss it with our company boss. During the time when the agent was on the phone, Xia went downstairs quickly. Dahei was still in the car. It has been 2 hours, and I don't know how it is. Unexpectedly, when Xia just got downstairs, she saw a group of people surrounding the car and taking pictures of the car window glass. Xia was instantly scared and sweating and hurried over. There was a young man in the group, pointing his mobile phone at Dahei and doing a live broadcast. Moreover, he kept shooting at the car window, trying to attract Dahei's attention. From Xia's perspective, she could see Dahei baring his teeth and looking out the window, with all his muscles tensed. He was very angry, but he was trying to control himself. Xia was furious. What are you doing? He rushed over and snatched his phone away. The young man had dyed yellow hair, and his eyebrows stood up when he saw what Xia was doing. You are raising a band dog. Did you know that? What's wrong? Are you scared? You don't want to take pictures? He snatched the phone away and started to raise his voice, constantly telling the people around him that Dahei was a banned breed of dog and that they should call the police and find someone to catch Dahei. Many people came over and looked into Xia Cici's car window and saw Dahei standing on the seat, almost filling up the entire back compartment. "Oh, this dog is really big. How can you raise such a dog in the city? What if it bites someone?" The yellow-haired man showed a smug look on his face and said something dirty. "It's none of your business to take care of my dog. You're doing live streaming to attract traffic? Are you confusing right and wrong?" When Xia Cici went forward to argue, he actually reached out and pushed her. Xia Cici didn't stand firmly and was pushed to the ground in an instant. She was very angry. She thought that Dahei was in the car and didn't want to cause any more trouble. Who could have known that this man would go too far? Xia Cici was about to get up from the ground and argue with him when she heard a click. Xia Cici's car has automatic unlocking. When she is about 1 meter away from the car with the car key, the car lock will automatically contact. Xia Cici was a little confused. Before she could react, she saw a black shadow jumping down from the back seat of the car and directly knocking the yellow-haired man in front of him to the ground. The yellow-haired man shouted loudly, but it was no use. After the black shadow knocked the yellow-haired man to the ground, it jumped left and right on him to prevent him from getting up. For a moment, the people watching the excitement nearby were all confused and retreated 3 or 4 meters. Xia Cici stood up from the ground, looking at the fierce black man with yellow hair jumping left and right, baring his teeth, and she felt an indescribable feeling in her heart. Is it protecting her? What's wrong? What's wrong here? Suddenly, a majestic voice came from behind the crowd. A young man in police uniform came over. The yellow-haired man was lying on the ground, his face pale, his buttocks trembling. A layer of unknown liquid appeared on the ground, and there was a burst of smell in the air. The yellow-haired man was so scared that he peed. Police brother. Come and save me. This dog is going to eat me. This person has an illegal dog. Come and save me." Xia Cici didn't expect Dahei to do this, and she didn't expect it to open the car door. It was a bit embarrassing at the moment. Xia Cici walked up and pulled Dahei's chain. "Dahei, come here." Dahei was very obedient. He walked to Xia Cici and sat down close to her, but his huge eyes were still staring at the tattooed man, and he showed him his sharp white teeth, as if threatening. "Are you a police dog, retired?" The police brother looked at Xia Cici and asked. Xia Cici nodded immediately and took out the relevant documents from the car. Xia Cici knew that it would be very eye-catching to bring Dahei out, so she carried Dahei's ID card wherever she went. "Just now I saw it jumping left and right after it knocked someone down. I knew that this is the way dogs in the army deal with criminals. Criminals can't get up by jumping back and forth like this. We can wait for the soldiers and police to deal with criminals." The police brother took Xia Cici's ID and said with a smile, "There is a police dog in our bureau, and it is very smart." The police brother checked Dahei's ID and quickly returned it to her. Then he looked at the yellow-haired man next to him with a hawk-like gaze. So, what did he do to make a police dog so alert? At this moment, the people watching the excitement next to him began to speak for Xia Cici like fence-sitters. They said that the yellow-haired man said indiscriminately that Xia Cici's dog was a banned dog and pushed her down. The dog came out to loyally protect its master after seeing Xia Cici being pushed down. The yellow-haired man didn't expect this result, but he felt uncomfortable and insisted that even if it was a retired dog, it couldn't come to the downtown area at such a big age. Many of these military dogs have stress-related psychological disorders. If they bite someone, can they just be dismissed as retired military dogs? I'm doing a good deed to make you understand the truth. Huang Mao was still trying to be stubborn. The policeman's brows were getting tighter and tighter. Dahei was staring at Huang Mao as if he would rush up to teach Huang Mao a lesson as long as Xia Cici gave an order. "Is this military dog, Dahei?" Suddenly, a timid voice came from the crowd. Xia Cici looked over and saw a young girl in her 20s, so she nodded at her. "Do you know Dahei?" The girl's eyes lit up at once. She walked out of the crowd and slowly approached Dahei. Dahei seemed to be able to sense the girl's kindness and did not move, just looking at her quietly. Slowly, the girl's hand reached out to Dahei's head. Although Dahei was not very willing, he did not dodge. He let her touch him for a while, and then stood up and hid behind Xia Sisi. It was like a child who didn't want to interact with people. Even though she just touched at that time, the little girl was still very happy. I actually touched a meritorious dog. It's Dahei, the meritorious dog who fought with criminals in S City a while ago and saved a whole team of people. Didn't you watch the news? The little girl stood up and said to everyone. Xia Sisi squatted down, gently touched Dahei's head, and pointed to the long scar on its back. The injury is too serious. It is no longer suitable for excessive physical activities and can only retire. Xia Sisi looked at the many people in the crowd who were moved, stood up and raised her voice. If such meritorious dogs cannot integrate into ordinary life after retirement and cannot enjoy the happiness of an ordinary family, then where is our conscience? Is the fate of these military dogs to serve the people and then be thrown away? They are also a life. They even save more people than we ordinary people save in our lifetime. When I adopted Dahei, the officer who handed it over to me kept telling me to treat it well. Dahei is their comrade in arms. Like those soldiers, he has undergone rigorous training and stood on the dangerous front. Dahei deserves respect and deserves a good life, instead of being slandered by some villains. Huang Mao was still broadcasting live and wanted to continue making trouble. Now that everyone's attitude is one-sided, Xia Sisi has said such a long string of words here, and he is hurriedly turning off the live broadcast. After Xia Sisi finished speaking, the crowd burst into applause. Among them, the girl and the police brother applauded the most. In the end, Huang Mao left in disgrace, but until he left, many people still scolded him. The girl and the police brother gave Xia Sisi, or rather, Dahei, a thumbs up. Dahei quietly stuck out his tongue beside Xia Sisi, without any pride, and was not surprised by praise or criticism. It makes people feel that he is even more lovely. When there was no one left, Xia Sisi squatted down and gave Dahei a big hug. Dahei, were you protecting me just now? You are really great. Dahei used his claws to pull Xia Sisi away with some disgust, and there was a bit of contempt in his huge eyes. But after such a commotion, Dahei refused to go back to the car no matter what. There was no way. Xia Sisi could only lead it upstairs together. At this time, the intermediary had already discussed with their boss and just let Xia Sisi go over. Xia Sisi thought about taking Dahei upstairs to let it see if it was satisfied with the large flat. After all, it would be one of the owners of that room in the future. Since the price of Xia Sisi's house was much lower than the market price, their intermediary boss decided to buy it first and then sell it at the right time. We signed the contract that afternoon. This house has a good location and a large area. It has always been a hot item in the city. According to the market price, it would be sold for about 4.6 million. Xia Sisi got a discount of 1 million and finally got 3.6 million. After signing the contract, the intermediary boss paid Xia Sisi a deposit on the same day and said that the transfer would be handled the next day. Xia Sisi took the 50,000 yuan deposit and saw that there was still enough time, so she decided to take Dahei out for a bit of fun. First, they went to the nearest pet store nearby. After Xia Sisi went in, she asked Dahei to look at the snacks and toys he liked and try to pick them. Dahei was not polite. Xia Sisi just waved her hand slightly, and Dahei started to shop. He picked up a bunch of freeze-dried, canned, and air-dried chicken jerky. For each one he liked, Xia Sisi would ask the pet store how many there were and pack them all up to take away. He would also choose dog food by himself, standing in front of the various loose dog food boxes, sniffing left and right, and picking out a few that he liked. Xia Sisi kept asking the pet shop to take away as many as they had. However, most pet stores don't have much stock. After visiting 2 or 3 pet stores, I only collected a trunk full of dog supplies. Then Xia Sisi discovered that Dahei was actually a picky eater. I prefer things that taste like chicken or beef. I don't like cod or salmon at all. I could only reluctantly choose 2 canned foods with salmon. Xia Sisi looked at the things in the trunk, then tapped Dahei's head and said, Dahei, it's not good to be picky about food. At the next store, can we choose some snacks of different flavors? Dahei seemed not to hear and simply turned his head away. It can be seen that it is still very stubborn when it comes to eating. So, after entering the next store, Xia Sisi helped it choose some canned foods and snacks containing fish. The purpose is to add some spice to boring days. What if you get tired of eating only chicken, beef, and venison? People's tastes are not static, and dogs' tastes may also be unpredictable. Dahei was a little unhappy, with his face drooping and his eyes slightly rolled up, as if to say, I hate you. Xia Sisi was very helpless about this, but there was nothing she could do. Balanced nutrition is very important. Children who are picky about food are not good children. Can we just buy a little bit? After Xia Sisi's repeated persuasion, Dahei was a little happy. As for toys, Xia Sisi found that Dahei preferred plush toys. He liked all kinds of plush toys. Even the colorful puppies that Xia Sisi felt were so ugly that it was hard to look at them directly. He took them off the shelf like treasures. Moreover, some plush toys were only the size of a palm, and they were just a tiny bit in Dahei's mouth. But if he likes it, let's buy it. Xia Sisi bought more than 20 dog beds in several pet stores, thinking that Dahei could sleep more comfortably at that time. Because of the large number of purchases, each pet store also gave him some extra teething sticks and other things. Xia Sisi then remembered that dogs also need to brush their teeth. In addition, when the end of the world comes, Dahei's bathing will also be a problem. He can't go to the pet store to wash, so he bought enough pet shower gel and pet toothpaste for Dahei to use for a lifetime. After all, after the end of the world, Dahei will be larger than it is now after mutation. When it is extremely cold, if his fur gets wet and cannot be dried, he will easily get sick. Then there are some other miscellaneous things. After visiting more than a dozen pet stores, Xia Sisi was finally satisfied. Once the trunk was full, Xia Sisi put the things into the space. After 7 or 8 times of going back and forth, Dahei had enough supplies and food in the end of the world. At this time, Xia Sisi suddenly thought of Dahei going to the toilet. In fact, it is not only Dahei who needs to go to the toilet, but Xia Sisi will also need to go to the toilet at that time. After the end of the world, you can't go out, and there will be problems with water and electricity, and you can't use it. Flush toilets are naturally unusable, and you need to find a way to go to the toilet. In just a moment, Xia Sisi had a plan in her mind. After asking the price of the pet store and comparing the prices of the dazzling array of cat litter on the internet, Xia Sisi chose to buy it online. This time, they placed an order for several thousand bags of various types, and the average price of one bag was more than 8 yuan. In the next period of time, I'm afraid that I will be exhausted just by collecting these cat litters. It seems that time is almost up, and Xia Sisi is already very hungry. Just as she was about to leave, she suddenly felt a little hot in her chest. Xia Sisi was shocked. The last time she touched the stone that could upgrade the chest space, she had such a feeling. She hurriedly looked around. On the service counter of this pet shop, there is a stone with Taishan Stone Gondang written on it. The stone looks the size of a palm, gray and black, and has no special features. But Xia Sisi knows that there must be something in it. She circled around the stone a few times as if she was interested, and then asked the boss next to her, "Boss, did you get this stone from Mount Tai?" The boss glanced at it casually and said with a smile, I bought it at the foot of Mount Tai when I was traveling. There are many people selling this there, and I bought it because I thought it was interesting. After all, the reputation of Mount Tai stone is very big." Xia Sisi smiled and looked at the boss. "Boss, can you sell it to me? My house is being renovated recently. I have always wanted to go to Mount Tai to get a stone to protect my house, but I don't have time." The boss chuckled. "This thing may be useless. I didn't spend much money when I bought it. If you really like it, I will give it to you, because you bought so many things. But let's make a deal first. If this house-protecting stone is useless at that time, you can't blame me." Xia Sisi was amused by the boss and hurriedly said that it was not the case. She was also renovating and bought it back, for good luck. No matter what Xia Sisi said, the boss refused to take her money, so she had no choice but to buy a bunch of things in his store again. Because Xia Sisi had bought all the snacks with chicken and beef flavors, including venison and duck flavors. In order to buy more, Xia Sisi could only buy some sardines, cod, and salmon. This made Dahei a little unhappy, and he kept glancing at Xia Sisi from the side. It was as if he was scolding her for spending money. After leaving the pet store, Xia Sisi hurriedly comforted Dahei. Just think of it as stockpiling for your future wife. Okay? What if you fall in love with a girl in the future, and she happens to like canned food with these flavors? I don't know if Dahei understood it anyway. Xia Sisi saw that he still seemed unhappy. Without caring about what Dahei thought, Xia Sisi hurried back to the car and took out the stone. Seeing that there was no one around, Xia Sisi thought, and the stone entered the space. Like the gold mine before, this stone had entered the space and immediately turned into powder. There was a blue substance flying out of it, and it seemed that it was longer than the blue substance contained in the gold mine. After these substances were scattered into the space instantly vibrated. Xia Sisi looked at the space in shock. Suddenly, a small house appeared in the space, and she suddenly stood in the space. This space was upgraded again, and Xia Sisi could hide in it. Xia Sisi looked at everything in the space curiously, reaching out to touch here and there. It felt like there was no wind in the whole space, but the climate made people feel refreshed and comfortable. After pushing open the door of the hut, it was empty inside with nothing inside. It was about 40 square meters. Outside the cottage was a small field. The soil in the field is black and looks very fertile. Not far from this small house were Xia Sisi's messy things, scattered around. Looking at these things, Xia Sisi thought that he had to buy some shelves, otherwise the space utilization would be low. After turning around twice curiously, Xia Sisi was very excited. Countless ideas already came to her mind, and she slowly arranged the space. If there is any danger in the future, you can hide here temporarily. I just don't know if Dahei can come in. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi hurriedly left the space. Xia Sisi saw Dahei pacing around in the car anxiously, humming softly, and knew that it must be very worried. But the moment he saw Xia Sisi, Dahei immediately quieted down. Apart from a moment of surprise at the beginning, he was almost the same as usual, looking cold and sullen again. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth. You keep pretending. You keep pretending. You are obviously worried about me, but you still have to pretend that you don't care. Let's see how long you can keep pretending. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes, wondering if Dahei would be scared silly if he suddenly entered the space. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi grabbed Dahei's claws and had an idea to enter the space. But soon, Xia Sisi discovered that she was the only one who entered the space, and Dahei did not come in. It seems that only she can enter this space. I don't know if this is temporary, or it will be like this in the future. I still need to shop around more, just in case I can find something to upgrade my space. This time, Xia Sisi's disappearance did not make Dahei panic. It simply lay on the seat, and just raised its eyelids at Xia Sisi's sudden appearance and disappearance. After all this trouble, Xia Sisi felt even hungrier. At this moment, she missed a restaurant called Ming's Dim Sum in a shopping mall near her home. His shop sells a variety of exquisite dim sum, including crab roe buns, black gold lava buns, black truffle rice rolls, crystal shrimp dumplings, and so on. Each one of them is mouth-watering. But it was inconvenient for Dahei to go to the mall, and Xia Sisi was a little worried about leaving it in the car, so she had to go home first. But Xia Sisi has already made up her mind that she must go to that store tomorrow and order a bunch of snacks. When the end of the world comes and you feel bad or stressed out, take out a plate of snacks and eat them. The sweet and soft taste, coupled with the fragrant and delicious lava entering the mouth, will definitely make people feel extremely happy. When she got home, Xia Sisi suddenly realized how useful running errands was. Xia Sisi hurriedly placed the order, ordering as many dim sum as possible, and asked the runner to deliver them to her. In addition, I bought all my favorite foods near my home and ordered takeout for those that could be delivered, and ran errands for those that could not be delivered. So from the time Xia Cici came home until she went to bed, her doorbell kept ringing. Hello, the 60 buns you ordered are here. Hello, the 30 fried chickens you ordered are here. Xia Cici saw Dahei next to her and was annoyed by the noise, but there was nothing she could do. She could only gently touch his little head to calm him down. By the way, Xia Cici took a fried chicken leg, tore off the outer meat and skin piece by piece, and slowly fed it. Don't eat too much. You should still eat boiled meat and pet food, otherwise it will be easy to lose hair if you eat too much salt. Dahei didn't even raise his head when he ate. He raised his head after he finished eating and looked at Xia Cici with drooping eyelids. That expression was saying, I want more. Well, this guy didn't listen to what Xia Cici just said. Before going to bed at night, Xia Cici took out the Tibetan knife and performed a set of boxing and kicking that she learned before the end of the world. She felt her arms and legs were so sore. Her body is really too bad now. Tomorrow morning, she will start running, she will exercise, and she will practice martial arts. Before going to bed at night, Xia Cici received a text message from Lin Yi. It was affectionate and affectionate. Most of them talked about what they had experienced in the past few years. He also said that he was looking forward to getting engaged soon. In order not to make Lin Yi suspicious, she pulled Lin Yi out of the blacklist. Now, seeing this text message, she almost vomited. I don't know what dirty things you are doing in Hao's arms now. In Xia Cici's previous life, she finally understood how she was calculated. Hao is the dog-headed military advisor behind Lin Yi. Although Lin Yi has bad intentions, he doesn't have much brains. It is basically Hao who gives advice behind his back. So if she hates Lin Yi, she actually hates the snake scorpion heart plus green tea and white lotus Hao more. Xia Cici didn't want to get entangled, so she simply replied, I know, let's talk about it another day. I'm a little tired today. Lin Yi sent another gentle good night. Xia Cici rolled her eyes. She was really good at pretending. On the other side, Lin Yi was lying in Hao's arms, frowning at the message Xia Cici sent back. Xiao, what do you think Xia Cici means? Why do I feel that she is indifferent to me? Hao on the side was also a little unsure after looking at the message. She said something to Lin Yi to reassure him, then got up and picked up her phone to call Xia Cici. When Xia Cici saw Hao's call, she was first furious, and then a basin of cold water was poured on her head. Or rather, she still had the cruelty of her previous life. She wanted to chop these two people to pieces. So, she showed some impatience. Thinking about it now, this is completely irrational. She took 2 deep breaths, sniffed lightly, and then answered Hao's call. Cici, I heard from Lin Yi that you two had a fight? What happened? Hao's caring words came from the other end of the phone. Xia Cici sneered in her heart, but acted very calmly and continued to pretend her little grievance. Hao, you are my best friend, and you also know Lin Yi. Tell me, does Lin Yi dislike me? Xia Cici clearly felt the silence for a second, and then there was a scolding voice. Cici, what are you talking about? You, an orphan, are blessed to be favored by the Lin family. If Lin Yi didn't like you, how could he accept the marriage proposal? What kind of family do you think the Lin family is? Look, he starts to pua Xia Cici again. Xia Cici sniffed deliberately again. But I heard someone say today that if you like someone, you can't help but have physical contact. Why doesn't Lin Yi like physical contact with me? Lin Yi naturally wanted to have physical contact with Xia Cici, but Hao didn't want to. Xia Cici said this deliberately, just to stab Hao with a knife. Hao was silent for a moment. When she spoke again, her voice was trembling. Cici, Lin Yi respects you, so that you can have a perfect bridal chamber after you get married. Where can you find such a good man now? How can you become so dissolute? You actually think about such things? Look, pua again. Yes, it's my fault. I think too much. I just thought sometimes I want to hold hands with Lin Yi, kiss or something. After all, the couples around me are like this. But Lin Yi always avoids me as much as possible. In fact, Xia Cici lied. Lin Yi really kissed her. And more than once, which makes her feel sick when she thinks about it now. But kissing, in Hao Rou's opinion, is absolutely not allowed. Xia Cici said this on purpose, so that Hao Rou would think that Lin Yi was under control, and so was she. Sure enough, Hao Rou's voice became much happier. After persuading Xia Cici a few more times, Xia Cici hung up the phone pretending to sob. After hanging up the phone, Xia Cici snorted coldly. It's best that you think I'm a fool, and always think I'm still that fool. In this way, when I kill you, I can be clean and neat. After hanging up the phone, Xia Cici found that Dahei beside her had been looking at her, tilting his head with a look of surprise on his face. Maybe it was Xia Cici's pretending to cry just now that confused it. Xia Cici suddenly felt a little funny. Human emotions, a simple little dog like you can't understand. Xia Cici reached out and gently touched Dahei's head. This day was generally satisfactory. In the evening, Xia Cici wiped Dahei's body and let it go to bed and sleep with her. At first, Dahei was not used to it, like he was not used to such a soft bed, but he was not used to the feeling of being hugged by Xia Cici. In the middle, Xia Cici fell asleep, but he suddenly got out of bed and ran to his doghouse. Xia Cici didn't want to force it, thinking that feelings should be cultivated slowly, so she continued to sleep. But who would have thought that when she woke up the next morning, Xia Cici found that this dog was sleeping soundly beside her. But the moment Xia Cici opened her eyes, it also opened its eyes alertly. A pair of big eyes stared at her tightly. "Morning, Dahei." Dahei's eyebrows frowned slightly, and his face drooped again, like a cold and arrogant scumbag. But it doesn't matter, Xia Cici has a good mentality and can ignore Dahei's face. Get up and wash up, take Dahei for a run, and walk the dog by the way. After doing all this, Xia Cici took Dahei to a nearby breakfast shop to stroll and order. As long as Xia Cici likes something, she will buy it all. And she will buy more than 20 copies at a time, saying that she is ordering for the company. An old man who sells breakfast gave Xia Cici a thumbs up after hearing what she said. "Girl, you young people, it's good to be educated. You have found a company and you have such good benefits. My son doesn't study hard, and in the end, he can only sell breakfast here with us." The young man who was being educated looked at his father helplessly. Xia Cici scratched his head a little embarrassedly. "Uncle, don't say that. In fact, no matter how good or bad your studies are, there is always a way that suits you. Students who study well may not necessarily do well." Speaking of which, Xia Cici herself is a poor student. Although she barely got into college in the end, it was actually all due to luck. If she hadn't predicted the English composition correctly before the exam, I'm afraid Xia Cici would have had to take 20 minutes less in the English exam. In addition to a lot of other things, Xia Cici felt that she was blessed by the goddess of luck in the college entrance examination that year, and finally she barely got into a second-tier university. Otherwise, I don't know where to repeat my studies now. Xia Cici went to several stores and visited several snack stalls. Of course, she was suspected of being an adult again. Xia Cici didn't say much nonsense and just scanned the code to pay. Seeing that Xia Cici was so decisive, the bosses were all happy and prepared food for her. Xia Cici also said that she would come to the stall to get 20 breakfasts in the next half-month, and their eyes lit up. Of course, the car was nearby. Every time she took the meal, she would put it on the car and then put it into the space. In particular, there was a big bun seller near her house. The dough was a little sweet, and the skin was thin, and the filling was large. Xia Cici liked it very much. Xia Cici calculated that she could eat 3 in one meal, so she came here every morning to order 200 buns of various flavors. This time she ordered it directly for a month. Big buns, Dahei also liked it. Xia Cici also decided to go to the night market again tonight. During the day, after finishing the things at the house, she went to buy dozens of large shelves, plus some daily necessities. It was just that Xia Cici had just bought all kinds of breakfast in the morning and took Dahei home when she received a call. On the other end of the phone was a college classmate named Xiaoing, who didn't have a very good relationship with Xia Cici. As soon as Xia Cece answered the phone, the other end began to sneer and say that Xia Cece was showing off at school all day long how good her boyfriend was and that she would be engaged soon, etc. But in fact, Xia Cece's boyfriend was cheating on her outside. Xia Cece suddenly remembered that there was such a thing in her previous life. Xia Cece and this classmate didn't have a good relationship to begin with, and she was so obsessed with her boyfriend Lin Yi at that time that she was not clear-headed. So she scolded this classmate at the time, and then complained to Lin Yi that her classmate was jealous of her. Now think about it, I am really stupid. Zhao Ying, do you have time to meet today? It is summer vacation now, and everyone has nothing to do. Zhao Ying is very surprised that Xia Cece will meet her so calmly. I'll treat you to your favorite Sichuan cuisine. Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. Although we didn't have a very good relationship in school, if I remember correctly, you were also cheated on by your ex-boyfriend. Just think of it as helping me to take revenge on that scumbag. Perhaps it was Xia Cece's words that convinced Zhao Ying, and Zhao Ying agreed to our meeting. At the same time, Xia Cece asked her how she knew Lin Yi was cheating on her, and she said that her family ran a hotel, and she went to help out at the front desk this morning, and happened to see Lin Yi checking out with another woman. Of course, she was not absolutely sure that the man was Lin Yi. After all, she had only seen the photo, and she only said that because she wanted to disgust Xia Cece. In her previous life, Xia Cece did not ask Zhao Ying clearly, but she did not expect that it would be such a solid fact. And this Zhao Ying can definitely be Xia Cece's great assist. Xia Cece was thinking about how to get rid of Lin Yi, the scumbag, and she came. Please don't tell this for the time being, please. I beg you. Zhao Ying was silent for a long time. Perhaps she had never heard Xia Cece being so humble before, so she agreed. During the day, in one day, Xia Cece and the agency handled the house matter properly. The agency seemed to be afraid that Xia Cece would regret it, and the efficiency was really fast. The bank can release the loan in about half a month. It just so happened that Xia Cece didn't have much money. Xia Cece's parents left a large sum of property to Xia Cece before they died, but Xia Cece had to go to school and live in the past few years, and she had spent half of it because of her recent crazy hoarding. In another half a month, Xia Cece was very sure that she could spend all the money. Xia Cece hadn't touched the other half of the stocks and funds in her hands yet. She had another plan. She could use these stocks and funds to cheat the Lin family again. As for the fund stocks that were given to Lin Yi's family, it should be difficult for Xia Cece to get all of them back. She can only take some back depending on the situation. But if she adds the stocks and funds in her hands to the Lin family, she will definitely make a profit. At that time, the loan from the sale of the house can help her stock up more supplies. Before the time agreed with Zhao Ying in the afternoon, Xia Cece went to the nearby market and ordered more than 80 shelves that were 5 meters high, 3 meters long, and more than 1 meter wide. The intervals between these shelves were large and small, just enough for Xia Cece to store various supplies. After Xia Cece paid a deposit, the boss asked her to pick up the goods in half a month. When Xia Cece was about to leave, she saw that there were plastic water storage barrels in the boss's factory. Each of these barrels can store 50 tons of water. It is said that they are used in some factories to store liquid food and for the transfer of some liquid food before canning. Xia Cece immediately ordered another 100 water storage barrels, thinking that water resources would be a very precious resource when the end of the world comes. She wants to find an opportunity to fill all these water storage barrels. There is no need to rush to use water then. After all, it would be a bit wasteful to use bottled purified water for things like washing clothes and washing dogs. These buckets will also be picked up in half a month. After all this busy work, Xia Cece saw that it was almost time to meet Zhao Ying, so she drove to the mall to meet. Zhao Ying's hometown is Sichuan, and she has a hot-tempered personality and likes Sichuan cuisine. They compromised and chose to meet in a Sichuan restaurant in a mall. After meeting, Zhao Ying rolled her eyes at Xia Cece and then took out the information she found in the internal system. The information clearly showed that the person who moved in was Lin Yi. In this new life, these two people are still together. After confirming with Zhaoying, Lin Yi and Hao Rou have booked a room for 4 days, and tonight is only the second day. Xia Cixi's mind was filled with scenes and methods of catching an adulterer seen in novels. But these are not very practical for Xia Cixi. The Lin family is also a well-known family. If Xia Cixi really makes this matter known to everyone, I am afraid that the Lin family will not only not cancel our marriage, but also not give Xia Cixi the fund shares left by her parents. They will also tear their faces with her, even throw dirty water on her. In order to preserve the reputation of their Lin family, they will do something desperate. When the order collapses, Xia Cixi will do whatever she wants to this couple. This is all I can help you with. I just don't like you. I just come to eat with you, because I think we are in the same fate. Zhaoying rolled her eyes at Xia Cixi. Xia Cixi thought that the conflict between her and Zhaoying was just that she was usually cold-tempered and didn't like to stick together with others, and she didn't give Zhaoying face on several occasions. At this moment, an idea suddenly popped up in Xia Cixi's mind, but this idea must have Zhaoying's help. Xia Cixi took a deep breath and looked at Zhaoying in front of her. Zhaoying, I need your help. What happened before was because Xia Cixi was too stubborn. I promise not to go against you in the future. Zhaoying was stunned for a moment, as if she didn't expect Xia Cixi to say that. But after a moment, she nodded. Xia Cixi smiled secretly in her heart. That's great. Lin Yi, this time, Xia Cixi, must break off relations with you. Break off relations with your Lin family. After separating from Zhaoying, Xia Cixi contacted the old lady of the Lin family. The old lady of the Lin family is over 80 years old and has always been in good health. She was a very powerful woman when she was young, and now she has the final say at home. Xia Cixi felt that she was not completely unaware of what Lin Yi did, but it was absolutely impossible for her to know everything. At least she definitely didn't know about the matter between Lin Yi and Hao Rou. Because of what she had experienced when she was young, what she hated most was cheating and unfaithful people. Back then, Lin Yi's father had kept a mistress outside, and this old lady almost broke his legs. And there was one more thing. When she was young, she liked Grandpa Xia Cixi. She was obsessed with him. So by then, she might be able to completely cut off her relationship with the Lin family by taking advantage of this. Xia Cixi told Old Lady Lin that she would take her out for a ride and pick her up tomorrow night. Old Lady Lin was very happy to hear that, and she also said that she wanted to wear her favorite silk scarf. Xia Cixi took a deep breath and hung up the phone, hoping that Old Lady Lin would not tear her scarf out of anger. After running around outside all day, Xia Cixi was a little tired when she returned home. When she opened the door, Xia Cixi saw Dahei sitting at the door with his head down, his eyes rolled up, looking at her with a rather resentful look. It was as if he was saying, "Where the Hades have you been?" The face drooped down, making people want to laugh. Xia Cixi hurriedly took out the roast chicken she had bought outside and tore off 2 pieces to feed Dahei. "Dahei, look what delicious food I brought you. Come, I'll feed you." When Dahei saw the food, his expression improved a little. He picked up the roast chicken from Xia Cixi's hand with his mouth and ran to the side to eat it. "I went out for a walk with the dog in the evening and bought a bunch of fresh vegetables at a nearby supermarket." Xia Cixi was thinking about cooking some food and putting it away after finishing her physical training tonight. After all, Xia Cixi is quite good at cooking. And the 5,000 disposable lunch boxes she had bought online had also arrived. In the following period of time, whenever Xia Cixi had time, she would cook all kinds of delicious food at home. We will try to fill these 5,000 disposable lunch boxes in less than 3 months. At this time, Xia Cixi and Dahei passed by a milk tea shop. When Xia Cixi saw those beautifully packaged milk teas with sweet aromas, she couldn't help but slap her thigh. "I stocked up so much food these days. How come I forgot about milk tea?" Milk tea, what a thing that increases happiness. Give Xia Cixi a cup, and she will be full of energy for the whole day. Immediately, in the middle of the road, Xia Cixi, holding the dog, began to search for nearby milk tea shops. "As long as you like any of them, I'll order 30 cups from each one. What about lemon green tea melado, pineapple milk, cheeseberry, rose taro, emerald ice, and so on and so forth. The milk tea shop in front of Xia Cici must not be missed. I directly selected 40 cups of various types, paid, and walked away with a pile of milk tea. Go to a deserted place and collect the space directly. Thinking that these milk teas would be added to the shopping list starting tomorrow, Xia Cici felt much better. Dahei was not very interested in such sweet things, and Xia Cici did not dare to feed him anything else. So wait until you get home from walking the dog. Xia Cici was holding an extra large cup of milk tea in one hand and holding Dahei's hand in the other, feeling extremely happy. In the evening, I practiced swinging the sword again and also trained my punches and kicks to increase my physical strength. At the same time, Xia Cici was also packing up things in the house. The house has been sold, and we have agreed with the agent to give her 5 days to move out. As for the new house, Xia Cici took some time today to find a reliable decoration company. They plan to reinforce the glass and floor according to Xia Cici's requirements based on the current simple decoration, use insulation materials on the walls, and build 2 stoves at home. It's the kind of stove that needs coal and wood to burn. When the stove is lit, the whole house will be warm. Xia Cici's bed was placed next to the stove. In fact, I had been thinking about making a Kong like the one used in Northeast China, but then I felt that if I did that, I would only be able to move around on the Kong, which would be a bit impractical. If there is time at the end, you can make one at the same time. In addition, the most important thing is the doors and windows. When the end of the world comes, responding to various extreme climates is one aspect. What is more important is to deal with those who have their own ulterior motives. Therefore, the firmness of doors and windows is very important. As for glass, Xia Cici directly chose bulletproof glass. All windows are reinforced with 2-finger-wide railings. The door was the strongest double-layer one. As for the inner door, Xia Cici had not yet decided on one, so she planned to go check it out when she had time in the next 2 days. I packed up a little bit of my stuff in the evening. Xia Cici sat among a pile of junk, looking at the old house she was about to leave, feeling quite reluctant. This is the small space left for Xia Cici by her parents. If it wasn't really unsuitable for doomsday survival, Xia Cici would never leave here. Among the things Xia Cici packed, there were many small gadgets that were a burden in the end times. It looks like Xia Cici's diary from elementary school. Large bow hairpin. The photo album that Xia Cici's parents left for her. A yearbook written by classmates when they graduated. These things cannot be eaten or drunk. But for Xia Cici, it is her life and memories. In my previous life, I didn't have time to take these little things with me, so I ended up having to abandon this house. What Xia Cici stuffed into her pocket was just a family photo of our family. Now that she has time to sort these things out, she feels very happy. Taking a deep breath, Xia Cici put all the packed things into the small room in the space. Although the room was small, Xia Cici still tried her best to arrange everything neatly and even deliberately arrange them according to the layout of the room. If she has the chance in the future, she will restore the house in her memory. Just as Xia Cici was staring at the family portrait that had accompanied her for several years in her previous life, Dahei suddenly moved its big head closer, scaring Xia Cici. Its dark eyes stared at Xia Cici closely, with a hint of worry in them. It was then that Xia Cici realized that tears were streaming down her face. "Are you worried about me?"
I'm fine.
With a hoarse voice, Xia Cici gently touched Dahei's big head. This big dog is so cute. Moreover, this was the first time in recent days that it buried its head in Xia Cici's arms. Does this mean that Dahei is gradually liking her more and more? This idea made Xia Cici very happy, and she reached out to hug Dahei tighter. But when Dahei saw that Xia Cici was fine, he quickly jumped out of Xia Cici's arms. Only a ace was left.
Xia Cici sighed helplessly.
This child is a little bit arrogant. Before going to bed, Xia Cici didn't expect that she received another text message from Lin Yi. This time, Lin Yi was still very disgusting, just some corny words about imagining the future and reminiscing about the past. Thinking that Lin Yi must be with Hao Ro at this moment, Xia Cici felt sick to her stomach. What kind of evil taste is this that would harass me again and again at this time? The more Xia Cece thought about it, the angrier she became. She felt that she couldn't let this couple off so easily. Thinking of this, she looked at the words on her phone that recalled the past and imagined the future and curled her lips slightly. Brother Lin Yi, what I said to you that day, I think back, and it is indeed a bit heavy. I haven't been eating well or sleeping well these days. Can you come to sleep with me? Let's have a good chat. After this message was sent, there was no response from the other side for a long time. Xia Cece's mouth corners slightly raised, thinking to herself, who doesn't want to be a green tea witch? I'm afraid that Lin Yi and Hao Ro are quarreling now. Or Hao Ro is pretending to be generous and pitiful and is taking advantage of Lin Yi. But Xia Cece knows Lin Yi's character. Even if he likes Hao Ro, even if he has no feelings for Xia, I'm afraid that Lin Yi and Hao Ro are quarreling now. Or Hao Ro is pretending to be generous and pitiful and is taking advantage of Lin Yi. But Xia Cece knows Lin Yi's character. Even if he likes Hao Ro, even if he has no feelings for Xia Cece, he definitely cannot let go of this piece of fat meat. Now that Xia Cece has said this and extended such an olive branch, Lin Yi will grab it no matter what. Brother Lin Yi, I know it's a bit abrupt for me to bring this up, but we've been in love for so long, it's time for us to get to that point. I'll push myself tonight and wait for you at the hotel on road. Go to the front desk and tell them you want to go to room 1203. After saying this, Xia Cece turned off her phone and went to sleep.
It was a really good night's sleep.
Xia Cece wasn't just talking nonsense about room 1203 at the hotel on road. In her previous life, Xia Cece met a rich second generation who wanted to kill people with money. It was said that this rich second generation had a private room in room 1203 of this hotel all year round. Tonight, she wanted Lin Yi to try his luck. If he failed, she would probably wake up laughing in her dreams. The next morning, Xia Cece turned on her phone. She found that there were dozens of missed call reminders and more than a dozen text messages on her phone. What's interesting is that there were some from Lin Yi and Hao Ro. Xia Cece clicked on the mobile phone message with great interest. The first message I opened was Lin Yi's. First, there was a series of "Where are you? I'm at the hotel. Why can't I get through on the phone?" Followed by several similar messages. Then there were some "I'm at room 1203. Why don't you open the door?" Looking at the time of the message, the next one was 20 minutes later.
Xia Cece, what do you mean?
Why is there a man inside? Where are you?
Speak.
I've been beaten. After that, there were probably some words scolding me. It can be seen that Lin Yi was really anxious. It can also be seen that Lin Yi was really beaten. At this, I raised my eyebrows and felt very good. Exiting Lin Yi's chat history, Xia Cece opened Hao Ro's chat history. The chat history here is a different scene. Hao Ro first pretended to be very concerned, saying that Lin Yi sent her a message, saying that Xia Cece wanted to give her first time to Lin Yi, and asked Xia Cece if she had thought it through. Cece, a woman's first time is the most important. You must think it through. I heard Lin Yi say that you asked him to go to the hotel. Cece, you are not such a girl. What's wrong with you? Did something happen? Xia Cece almost vomited after reading this.
Bah.
It's really a false sympathy. Later, Hao Ro pretended to care about Xia Cece, but actually wanted her to take back her thoughts and not have anything to do with Lin Yi. Later, from the text messages sent by Hao Ro, it can be seen that she actually went to the hotel over there. But she didn't get anything good, and she followed Lin Yi to scold Hao Ro, asking Hao Ro what she was thinking and defending Lin Yi. It's a pity that I didn't see this scene with my own eyes. She started to walk the dog, run, and buy breakfast again. By the way, go to the supermarket to see if there is anything she missed before. Xia Cece found that Dahei had an amazing appetite and especially liked to eat meat. Lieutenant Ren had told Xia Cece before that this breed of dog was more expensive to raise. After all, the muscles all over the body need a lot of protein. On weekdays, it is best to boil some meat for it. But it ate very quickly, like a starving ghost reincarnated. After feeding it for 2 days, Xia Cece found that it was actually a little thinner. There was no choice but to call Lieutenant Ren to ask, but it turned out to be Xia Cece did not feed it enough. So this morning after a walk, Xia Sisi looked at Dahei, who buried his whole head in the pot and was eating and drinking, thinking that this meat seemed to be bought more than expected. Moreover, in the end of the world, meat is a scarce commodity. Many people can even fight for a bite of meat or a sausage. After solving the matter with Lin Yi today, I will arrange for the workers to decorate tomorrow and take Dahei to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs to have a look. Xia Sisi remembered that there are several large slaughterhouses in our suburbs with cattle, sheep, and pigs. Today's task is also very heavy. During the day, I will watch the workers who are found to work. The doors and windows of the house are easy to install, but the walls need to be renovated and coated with anti-corrosion materials, both inside and outside the walls, including the roof of Xia Sisi's top floor, and Xia Sisi is also going to use some other materials to wrap the floor. Xia Sisi went to the property management to report in the morning, and the property management did not ask too much, just said not to affect the beauty of the entire building. At 10 o'clock, Xia Sisi received a call from Lin Yi, and she was furious. But Lin Yi just said a few words. Xia Sisi immediately adjusted her mood and said in a crying voice, "Brother Lin Yi, I sent the wrong room number yesterday. I turned off my phone because I was too nervous. I was afraid of receiving your rejection message. Later, I saw that you didn't come. I thought you didn't agree, so I fell asleep. I only saw the message from you and Rura this morning." Lin Yi on the other end of the phone was silent. Xia Sisi has always been strong and forbearing and rarely cries. This feeling of wanting to cry, but forcing it back made Lin Yi a little panicked. He had a lot to say to Xia Sisi, but he was speechless for a moment. Xia Sisi sneered in her heart, knowing that she had stunned Lin Yi, and then she continued, "And I saw the message that Rura sent me, and I also think that my previous idea was a bit ill-considered. Since God made me send the wrong room number, it means that God does not allow me to make such a hasty decision. I think I should wait until I get engaged." Lin Yi was a little anxious when he heard this. But no matter what Lin Yi said, Xia Sisi seized on Rura persuaded me, and this is God's arrangement, and refused to let go and mention the matter of their relationship again. In the end, Lin Yi had no choice but to hang up the phone. After the call was hung up, Xia Sisi could hardly hold back her laughter. Dahei on the side tilted his head, looking at Xia Sisi, who was curled up on the ground and had a stomachache from holding back laughter, and seemed a little puzzled. It took Xia Sisi a long time to recover her mood. When she raised her head, she was facing a dog face. "Dahei, you won't understand how happy I am right now." After listening to Xia Sisi's words, although it is impossible for Lin Yi to turn against Hao Rou, he will definitely hold a grudge against Hao Rou. And in order to calm Lin Yi down, Hao Rou will definitely serve Lin Yi well tonight. Then, it will be a good time to implement the plan. In addition, Xia Sisi felt very happy when she saw such things that made the scumbag men and women feel uncomfortable. After calming down here, I still have to continue working. In the afternoon, Xia Sisi went to the building materials market to choose a door. The door was made of pure copper and was very heavy, so it could not be cut by ordinary knives. Xia Sisi asked the store to reinforce the door lock, and only then was she satisfied. After a busy day, the doors and windows are finally finished. I will look at the anti-corrosion materials tomorrow. At 7 o'clock in the afternoon, Xia Sisi saw that it was almost time, so she went to the Lin family to pick up old Mrs. Lin. Old Mrs. Lin originally wanted to invite Xia Sisi to have dinner at her home, but Xia Sisi said that she recently knew a very good restaurant, and since she was going to take old Mrs. Lin for a ride, she decided to go there with Xia Sisi. The Lin family's nanny and Lin Yi's sister Lin Xinran wanted to go with them, and Xia Sisi did not stop them. Xia Sisi really knew a good restaurant that served Cantonese cuisine. The head chef was specially recruited, and I heard that he was an old chef who had been passing down the tradition for several generations. As soon as Mrs. Lin walked into the Cantonese restaurant, there was a hint of emotion on her face. Xia Sisi's mouth corners raised slightly. Grandpa Xia Sisi was a great cook when he was young, and his specialty was Cantonese cuisine. I heard that when Mrs. Lin was young, she was fascinated by Grandpa Xia Sisi's cooking skills. The decoration of this place also has a sense of age, with a 50s and 60s theme. Looking at the expression of old Mrs. Lin, Xia Cici knew that she was thinking of Grandpa Xia Cici. The meal with Mrs. Lin was quite pleasant. During the meal, Xia Cici also told many interesting stories about her grandfather when he was old, which made Mrs. Lin laugh out loud. Lin Xinran on the side pouted and looked like she really disliked Xia Cici. When Xia Cici went to the bathroom, Lin Xinran followed her. Xia Cici, what do you mean? Why does Xia Cici feel that you have something to ask of Xia Cici's grandmother today? You even played the emotional card and brought up your grandfather. Lin Xinran is not stupid, but Xia Cici didn't want to say much to her, so she just smiled at her, which made her so angry that she stomped her feet. While waiting for Lin Xinran to answer the phone and go out, Mrs. Lin picked up a white and tender shrimp dumpling in her mouth and looked at Xia Cici with a pair of sharp eyes. Cici, if you have anything to say, just speak frankly. I am tired and have to go back soon. Xia Cici looked at Mrs. Lin, sighed and said, Grandma Lin, are you happy in this life? Mrs. Lin was stunned for a moment, and after a while she replied, I have a lot of children and grandchildren. What is there to be unhappy about? But if, back then, you and my grandfather were together? Or if Grandpa Lin was not outside? Xia Cici did not say the rest of the words. It is well known that Mr. Lin cheated on a girl who is more than 20 years younger than him. Back then, Mrs. Lin acted vigorously and directly sent the mistress abroad, but she also heard that the mistress was pregnant, which has always been a hidden danger. Mr. Lin's health has been getting worse and worse recently, so Mrs. Lin has been very worried about this matter. Xia Cici, I see that your grandfather is an old acquaintance of our Lin family. You and Lin Yi were also engaged since birth, so I'm talking to you so much. What's the point of bringing up all these things? What's the matter with calling me out today? Mrs. Lin's face suddenly darkened. But for Xia Cici, it didn't matter. The angrier she was, the more she cared. Grandma Lin, I don't want to marry Lin Yi, and Lin Yi probably doesn't want to marry me either. After Xia Cici finished speaking, Grandma Lin's face became even darker. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Yi has been looking forward to getting engaged to you for a long time, and we have already sent out the invitations for our two families' engagement. Now you say you want to break off the engagement. Where will our Lin family put their face? Xia Cici gritted her teeth and looked at Grandma Lin. I have evidence. I will take you to see it now. Lin Yan originally wanted to refuse, but Xia Cici didn't wait for her to speak, and added, Grandma Lin, you also know that my parents died early, and later it was my grandfather who brought me up. His last wish before he died was that I would be happy, and he even told me that if there was anything, I could go to you. I don't want to live a life like yours. Otherwise, my grandfather will definitely be sad. Grandma Lin looked at the shrimp dumplings in her hand and didn't speak for a long time. After a while, she put the shrimp dumplings in her mouth and said to Xia Cici, Then take out the evidence you said and show it to me. Half an hour later, Xia Cici, Lin Xinran, and Grandma Lin arrived at Zhao Ying's hotel together. As soon as she saw the hotel, Lin Xinran took out her cell phone. Along the way, Lin Xinran took out her cell phone many times, trying to tip off Lin Yi, but was stopped by Xia Cici and Grandma Lin. At this time, she knew that something was wrong, so she took her cell phone and ran away. However, Xia Cici had been exercising a lot these days, so how could she give this idiot daughter a chance? He held her down and broke her cell phone. Xia Cici, what are you doing? Lin Xinran was so angry that she jumped up and down. Xia Cici pointed to the cell phone debris on the ground. I will compensate you tomorrow, but don't do bad things now otherwise. I will tell the world about the other things your brother has done, and let everyone in the city laugh at him. Now, we have solved the problem quietly, and we can save some face for your Lin family. Grandma Lin on the side also looked cold. Xinran, since you are here, you must abide by the rules. Lin Xinran stopped talking and could only stare at Xia Cici fiercely. Zhao Ying, who had already greeted her, sighed and gave Xia Cici Lin's room card. She sighed, Don't tell anyone about this. I have to take responsibility. This room card is not something that can be given to anyone casually. Zhao Ying is indeed taking responsibility for doing this. This is also what Xia Cece wanted Zhaoing to help her with. Xia Cece nodded to her to express her gratitude. Without saying much, she took Mrs. Lin and Lin Xinran upstairs. As soon as she reached the door of the room, she heard laughter from inside. "Brother Lin, do you think Xia Cece looks good like this?" It was Hao Rou's voice. "Our Xiao Rou looks good no matter what." Lin Yi's voice was full of vulgarity. "Compared with your fiancé? Last night. You even left me and went to find her." Hao Rou's voice became even more coquettish. "Hey, what's so good about her? If it weren't for her dowry, Xia Cece wouldn't be with such a boring woman. I went to find her to coax her and not to have a quarrel with her. After all, she's been in a bad mood recently." Lin Yi's voice was not as gentle as usual, but rather had a bit of evil in it. "So, Brother Lin, who do you think is better, me or her?" When Hao Rou said this, her voice was so soft that it almost melted the water. "Of course it's you. Come and let brother kiss you." "No, you can call me Dad today." She really had no ears to hear it. Xia Cece saw that the old lady Lin next to her had a dark face. But at this time, Lin Xinran, who had been very honest, suddenly started shouting, "Brother, brother, we are outside the door. This stinky woman is up to no good." Xia Cece quickly reached out and swiped the room card. There was a commotion in the room, the sound of things being pushed over and clothes rubbing against each other. But Xia Cece pushed the door open too quickly, and Lin Yi and Hao Rou had no time to put on their clothes, so they both had to hide under the quilt. There was a piece of black whip thrown on the ground. "These two guys are playing." Quite wildly. Old Mrs. Lin walked in with a dark face, pointed at Lin Yi and asked tremblingly, "What are you doing?" Lin Yi's face turned pale. He looked at Xia Cece and then at his grandmother. Finally, he said tremblingly, "We are filming. We recently participated in an event." Xia Cece burst out laughing. Lin Yi was really stupid to be able to come up with such a despicable excuse. Lin Xinran quickly chimed in, "Grandma, I don't think it's a big deal. They're just friends. It's okay to chat in the hotel. Let's not disturb them." Xia Cece glared at Lin Xinran, walked up, and directly lifted the quilt of Lin Yi and the other person. Hao Rou was more interesting. She was wearing a maid outfit, a fake foxtail, and a pair of fox ears. When she saw the quilt was lifted, she rushed directly to Lin Yi. "Brother Lin." Xia Cece rolled her eyes. "Didn't you just call me Dad?" But at this time, Mrs. Lin also reacted and gave Lin Xinran a look. Lin Xinran immediately turned around and closed the door. Mrs. Lin smiled and looked at Xia Cece. "Cece, this matter can be big or small." Although Mrs. Lin said that she wanted to come with Xia Cece saw that she meant to protect Lin Yi. That's right, after all, this is the grandson of the Lin family. Then why did Mrs. Lin act so hypocritically before? It turns out that she wanted to see how much evidence Xia Cece could get. The Lin family, as expected, is not a good one. Xia Cece looked at Mrs. Lin. "Grandma Lin, what do you mean? We didn't seem to say that just now." Mrs. Lin sighed. "After all, Lin Yi hasn't married you yet. After marriage, our Lin family promises you, and I, Mrs. Lin, promise you that he will never do such a thing again." Xia Cece finally understood. The Lin family thinks that without marriage there is no legal constraint, so both parties are still single, and it's okay to play around. As long as they are sincere after marriage, it will be fine. I didn't expect that the Lin family actually has such qualities. It turns out that loyalty and disloyalty before and after marriage can be mutually transformed. She took out a hidden camera hanging on her chest, fiddled with it for a few times, and played out all the sounds she had just recorded. This time, even Mrs. Lin's face turned pale. "Xia Cece, what are you doing? You actually secretly recorded a video." Lin Xinran turned around and was about to grab it. However, Xia Cece kicked her on the leg, causing her to fall flat on her face in the house. "You little rascal, don't show off in front of me. Just stand aside." Lin Xinran looked at Xia Cece viciously, gritting her teeth. Xia Cece didn't bother to pay attention to her, but looked at old lady Lin. "I want the fund shares my parents left me." Otherwise, this thing in my hand can ruin your Lin family's reputation. Old Lady Lin was just one part of the plan. First courtesy and then force is Xia Cici's method. You actually want fund shares? That's our Lin family stuff. Lin Yi suddenly shouted, and regardless of the shameful scene at the moment, he rushed up to try to grab the camera in Xia Cici's hand. But Xia Cici's training during this period was not in vain, and Lin Yi, a weak and pretty boy, was no problem at all. She dodged and kicked Lin Yi's knee, making him kneel down to Mrs. Lin. However, Lin Yi was not wearing anything now, and he was standing straight facing Mrs. Lin and Lin Xinran next to him. The scene was really funny. Lin Xinran screamed, covered her face, and ran away. Xia Cici rolled her eyes. It was really strange. If she sees them, she will scream. Will she be exhausted? Mrs. Lin's hands trembled with anger. She pointed at Xia Cici. Xia Cici, what do you want? Xia Cici pouted, thinking that the old lady was not very smart. She just said what she wanted. Didn't the old lady hear it? Xia Cici repeated it again. Mrs. Lin looked at her with anger on her face. But Xia Cici knew that she was thinking, Grandma Lin, today's matter cannot be resolved peacefully. You can see that your grandson's heart is not with me at all. A forced melon is not sweet. And I have evidence that concerns the reputation of your Lin family. Do you really want to fight to the death? This thing is connected to the internet. I have just uploaded it to my cloud space. Now you take it away and damage it. It is meaningless and will offend me. Xia Cici didn't want to say more and turned over the trump card directly. Lin Yi stood up from the ground and hurried to the side to put on his clothes. His embarrassed look was self-evident. Old Lady Lin looked at Xia Cici. I'm afraid I can't give you all the fund shares. After all, our Lin family has spent a lot of effort to manage it for so many years. I know. Give me 5 million and this matter will be settled. Those stocks and funds are worth at least 10 million. Xia Cici said 5 million, which is considered to be a bargain for their Lin family. However, it takes time to sell those stocks and funds now. They won't give them all to Xia Cici so easily. It's better to get the 5 million and stock up on supplies. Sure enough, both Mrs. Lin and Lin Yi showed joy on their faces. Now, immediately, transfer it to me. Don't let me regret it. Not to mention your Lin family, you can't even take out 5 million. Xia Cici looked at the person in front of her and said word by word. Mrs. Lin looked at Xia Cici with cold eyes. I gave you the money. What if you still send the video out? We can sign a document, and I can even take a video and give it to you as evidence. If I send it out, you can hold me responsible for anything, and even put me in jail. Just like that, Xia Cici's marriage with the Lin family was completely dissolved. Old Mrs. Lin made a few phone calls, and soon 5 million yuan arrived in Xia Cici's account. Xia Cici also signed a document with them, destroyed the video equipment in front of Lin Yi and Lin Xinran, and deleted the video in the cloud. Everyone was very happy. From now on, goodbye forever. Don't mess with me. Xia Cici looked at the people in the room, said something coldly, and turned away. Before leaving, Xia Cici looked at these people with a happy expression on her face. They thought they had gotten a great deal. After all, those stocks and funds belonged to them completely. But they didn't know that 3 months later, all the money would become waste paper. As for the token of love they gave to Xia Cici, no one wanted to ask for it back. After all, that thing belongs to our Xia family. They also thought it was worthless. It doesn't matter. I have finally cleared up my connection with the Lin family. Before leaving, Xia Cici saw Zhao Yingying peeking outside, so she walked over and told her that everything had been resolved. Zhao Yingying rolled her eyes at Xia Cici. You owe me a favor. Xia Cici nodded, thinking that when the end of the world was approaching, she would definitely remind Zhao Yingying as a way of repaying the favor. She didn't want to delay any longer and hurried home. After all, Dahei was still waiting for her at home. Who would have thought that when Xia Cici returned home, the air conditioner was on? The air conditioning was so strong that Xia Cici, who had just returned from the hot and humid outside, shivered. But Xia Cici clearly turned off the air conditioner before she went out. Besides, Why didn't Dahei come to greet her today? Xia Sisi walked into the house and saw Dahei lying under the air conditioner, quietly and happily enjoying the breeze. Seeing Xia Sisi coming back, he looked at her with great resentment. It's still the same look. Why did you come back just now? So, it was Dahei who turned on the air conditioner? At this moment, Xia Sisi simply wanted to bow down to Hey Yi. You are so awesome. This night's sleep was even better than Xia Sisi had imagined. Perhaps it was because he had solved the biggest threat to Lin Yi, that he severed his ties with the couple Lin Yi and Hao Ro before the end of the world, which made up for his mistakes in his previous life. However, we still have to wait and see. After the end of the world, there are plenty of opportunities for revenge. Early the next morning, Xia Sisi found that the air conditioner at home was turned on again. It goes without saying who turned it on. Xia Sisi walked to Dahei and looked at it helplessly. It looked indifferent, just raised its eyelids and looked at Xia Sisi. Dahei, it's okay for us to turn on the air conditioner, but can we not set the temperature so low? Achoo! Xia Sisi sneezed helplessly and then received a contemptuous look from Dahei. It was as if to say, why are you so weak? Forget it. There are still a lot of things to do today. In the morning, I went to inspect the decoration of anti-corrosion materials, and then I had to find someone to install a heater in the house. Tomorrow is almost the same, and we will move out, and the agent will come to collect the house. In the morning, I exercised with Dahei as usual, bought breakfast, and then took Dahei to inspect the house. Who would have thought that just when I got upstairs, before I even reached the door, I heard a few workers chatting at the corner. She's just a little girl. How can she tell that we changed her decoration materials? Yeah, I don't know what's wrong with her. She actually used such expensive anti-corrosion materials on the wall. It's a waste of resources. Xia Sisi took out her mobile phone and recorded the conversation between the two people. She didn't go to the house anymore. She called the decoration company directly. You have 2 days to use the materials I bought for the house. Otherwise, I will post this conversation on the internet. You will suffer the consequences. The boss of the decoration company immediately told Xia Sisi that this matter had nothing to do with their company. It was all done privately by the workers. He would definitely give Xia Sisi a satisfactory answer. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and didn't want to get too entangled with them. She took Dahei to pick the stove. Dahei was extremely obedient when he was outside. He basically stuck to Xia Sisi. He would move when Xia Sisi walked and stop when Xia Sisi stopped. So after visiting several building materials markets, there was no big commotion. Xia Sisi also bought some more practical folding chairs, folding tables, and some camping equipment. Although these things will not be used for a while. But when the bad weather is over and Xia Sisi is ready to leave the house, she may be able to use them. When she went to the decoration site in the afternoon, she was relieved to see that the walls were indeed being repainted. The workers looked at Xia Sisi differently, no longer with contempt, and worked more seriously. In the afternoon, Xia Sisi took Dahei to the slaughterhouse in the suburbs. As she remembered, there were slaughterhouses for pigs, cattle, sheep, and poultry here. What surprised her even more was that she found an egg-laying factory. There are not only eggs here but also quail eggs, goose eggs, and duck eggs. Xia Sisi told the factory manager that she was going to open a chain supermarket, and she would need 3 baskets of eggs, 2 baskets of quail eggs, and 1 basket of duck eggs every day. Even salted duck eggs and stewed eggs, which are byproducts, should be given to Xia Sisi, and a month's supply should be reserved first. These eggs can be used to make egg drop soup, egg custard, scrambled eggs, pudding, and so on. They are all delicious. Xia Sisi was also straightforward and paid the deposit directly by swiping her card. Xia Sisi gave them an ambiguous address, which was near her newly rented house. After all, it was the largest commercial district in the city, and there were many businesses nearby, so it would not arouse their suspicion. At that time, Xia Sisi would push a small cart to pick up the goods every day and then find an opportunity to put them in the space. Then there were the slaughterhouses. Xia Sisi also ordered 50 kilograms of pork, 50 kilograms of beef, 50 kilograms of mutton, and 50 kilograms of chicken every day in the name of opening a supermarket. The period was also 1 month. Anyway, Xia Cece had plenty of money now, so she could stock up as much as she wanted. Before going home in the evening, Xia Cece went to a nearby supermarket to buy a batch of vegetables and daily necessities. It should be enough for most of the daily food and use. But it would take some time to live a good life. The generators and solar panels that Xia Cece ordered online were also shipped. There were also some cold-proof and sun-proof clothes on the way. In the evening, Xia Cece took out her computer and started reading various online novels, movies, and TV series. Dahei was watching next to Xia Cece. Xia Cece found it interesting and even filmed a lot of documentaries about animals. I thought that when I have nothing to do, I could watch it with Dahei, which would be quite interesting. Not only that, Xia Cece discovered that Dahei also liked cartoons. When the characters in the cartoons make exaggerated movements, it will widen its eyes with excitement, as if it cannot understand why such an action takes place. Similarly, Xia Cece started downloading cartoons crazily again. By the next day, the anti-corrosion decoration of the house had been completed. Xia Cece went to inspect it and also tested it with the acidic substance prepared in advance. There was no problem, so she paid the balance. Among this group of decoration workers, there was a burly man who glared at Xia Cece before leaving. Xia Cece looked at him and frowned slightly, remembering that he was one of the people who told people at the corner that Xia Cece was just a little girl. Xia Cece always felt that this worker had bad intentions and thought she would have to be careful about him in the future. In the end times, there were too many people like this, so Xia Cece had to be on guard. Xia Cece was thinking about the renovation she had been doing over the past few days and had given the keys to this group of workers. Xia Cece is going to move in today, so she bought a good lock and changed the door key. The furnace was installed during the day. Originally, she was thinking of installing just one furnace, but in the end, she bought 4. There are 3 in the living room alone and another one in the bedroom. The living room of this house is extremely large, and Xia Cece plans to put the bed next to the floor-to-ceiling window. This makes it easier to observe what's happening outside. As for the reason why there was another one in the bedroom, Xia Cece was thinking that Dahei's activities would not be limited to the living room, so another room could be used. With these 4 stoves, there should be no problem dealing with the extremely cold weather at that time. I simply moved some things out of the house over there and moved into this house. Xia Cece bought the best materials for all the decoration, which are said to be formaldehyde-free, so it is okay to move in directly. After a tiring day, Xia Cece fell asleep quickly at night. At some point, Xia Cece was suddenly awakened by a wet nose. When I opened my eyes, I saw Dahei's eyes shining brightly in the moonlight outside the window, and even had some sharp light. Under Dahei's gaze, Xia Cece woke up suddenly. At this time, Xia Cece also heard a faint sound coming from the direction of the door. Someone was tampering with the door lock of her house. Xia Cece put on a piece of clothing and tiptoed towards the door. Dahei followed closely behind and also raised his paw gently without making any noise. The man outside the door fiddled with the door lock for a long time, then cursed and started complaining. It seems like something like, "Why can't it be opened?" The evil face of the decorator from the daytime suddenly popped up in Xia Cece's mind, and she knew that she was being targeted. After the person outside failed to open the door with the key, he actually started trying to pick the lock. Dahei was next to her, baring his teeth and making an attacking gesture. It was as if, as soon as that person broke into the room, it would immediately knock him to the ground. Xia Cece made a hushed gesture to Dahei, then quietly walked to the next room to call the police. This surprised Xia Cece. She originally thought that the lock was powerful enough, but who would have thought that a random person could actually pry it open? But the moment this person came in, Dahei suddenly jumped up and knocked the person to the ground. Xia Cece walked over and turned on the light with a click. Sure enough, the person outside was the worker with a ferocious face during the day. Dahei used his special skills again, causing the big man to fall to the ground and be unable to get up. When the police arrived, they arrested the man, and after comparison, they found that he was actually a wanted criminal. The prize money is 200,000. Little girl, I don't know whether to say you are lucky or unlucky. The policeman who came to arrest people shook his head and smiled at Xia Cece. The big man looked at Xia Sisi with hatred. I didn't expect your dog to be so powerful. I admit defeat today, but you'd better hope that I can get out. Xia Sisi looked at the big man and frowned slightly. She didn't know why he was so angry with her. Later, I heard from the police that he had been hunted for murder and had been on the run for many years. If Xia Sisi caught him, he would probably be shot when he returned. Hearing this, Xia Sisi couldn't help but wipe her sweat. If Dahei wasn't here today, Xia Sisi really didn't know if she would have died at home. Gently touch Dahei's dog head. This is her lifesaver. After the police left, Xia Sisi couldn't sleep a little. Reaching out and hugged Dahei into her arms, gently stroking its hair. Thanks to you today, otherwise I don't know what would happen. Dahei didn't care at all, and even moved his big head to the side. Humph, this arrogant dog. Taking advantage of the night, Xia Sisi was sleepless again, so she went to the kitchen to study cooking. First, scrambled eggs with peppers. Beat in 15 eggs, add 7 or 8 chili peppers and a little soy sauce, and make a big pot full. Take out the lunch boxes prepared before and put a small portion in each lunchbox. Then start to make the next dish. Braised pork. Cut the pork belly into pieces, blanch it in water, add rock sugar, aniseed, cooking wine and other ingredients to start frying, and finally put water in it to simmer for a while, and wait for the meat to change color and absorb the juice. As soon as Xia Sisi's braised pork came out of the pot, she saw a big head behind her, looking at Xia Sisi with a sharp gaze, and her eyes were full of desire. There was no choice but to give it 2 pieces. Then stir-fry some small green vegetables. Stir-fry them and more, and finally divide them into 5 portions. After waiting for the 3 dishes to be fried, Xia Sisi's 5 lunchboxes were also ready. The rice was also just right, so she put them in one by one, packed them in boxes, and put them away. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi started to stir-fry shredded pork with green peppers in another pot. After being busy for most of the night, Xia Sisi had prepared more than 30 box lunches the next morning. They were all ordinary home-cooked dishes, but they were large in quantity and meat, and they were all Xia Sisi's favorites. There was still a pot of chestnut stewed chicken in the pressure cooker. Xia Sisi planned to keep it stewed for a few more hours and then take a nap in bed. When Xia Sisi woke up, there would be a few more servings of chestnut stewed chicken rice. Just thinking about it, it was wonderful. Dahei still looked energetic. I don't know how much delicious food and drink he had eaten at Xia Sisi's place all night. Xia Sisi walked over and gently touched Dahei's big dog head. I'm going to sleep for a while. Remember to call Xia Sisi if you need anything. By the way, Xia Sisi turned on the air conditioner and adjusted it to 26 degrees. Otherwise, that guy Dahei might turn up the temperature to 18 degrees and freeze her to death. When Xia Sisi woke up, it was 3 hours later. Dahei was sleeping next to her, with a little saliva flowing from his mouth, and he didn't look like the domineering president he was when he was awake at all. Xia Sisi reached out her hand and wanted to pinch Dahei's ears, but he woke up instantly and looked at her alertly. No fun. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes, stretched, and got up to start her morning exercise. When Xia Sisi came back from a walk outside, she found that she had 3 missed calls on her phone. The calling number was exactly that of the decoration company. The main purpose was to apologize to Xia Sisi and hope that Xia Sisi would not spread the matter. After all, if a company uses murderers as workers, if it gets out that their company is doomed. Xia Sisi took a deep breath and said, "You'd better check the identities of your workers and don't let this happen again. I'm lucky to have a dog at home today. Otherwise, I might have been the one to die." The decoration company kept apologizing. Xia Sisi was too lazy to argue with them too much. After all, the end of the world was approaching, and these were all just empty talk. The workers' incident made Xia Sisi realize that there are still some safety hazards at home that should not be underestimated. Xia Sisi went to buy 2 more locks today. These 2 locks are more advanced than the previous ones. By the way, she also bought a lock the size of a palm, ready to lock it directly from the inside when the time comes. As long as the lock cannot be cut completely, it will be impossible to pry it open. In addition, Xia Sisi originally thought that the bulletproof glass was enough, but now it seems that it is not enough. She also asked someone to reinforce the protective nets and anti-theft railings outside the windows. After waiting for everything to be done, she took a look at the decoration of her house. I feel that if it weren't for Superman, I wouldn't be able to get in. What Xia Cici didn't expect was that Hao Ro actually had the nerve to come to her. About 10 days after she had a falling out with Lin Yi, Hao Ro suddenly called Xia Cici from an unfamiliar number. The reason why it was an unfamiliar number was because Xia Cici had long blocked the phone numbers of Hao Ro and Lin Yi, the couple. Besides, Xia Cici had moved, so Hao Ro and Lin Yi couldn't find her at all. Cici, this is Hao Ro. You, don't hang up the phone. Hao Ro came up and said, pitifully. Xia Cici felt creepy when she heard that pitiful tone, and she kept cursing herself in her previous life. How could she be deceived by such a green tea witch? You tell me I'm busy, Xia Cici said coldly. In fact, she was just combing Dahei's hair. After this period of getting along, Dahei has completely trusted Xia Cici, and he especially likes Xia Cici to comb his hair. Every time Xia Cici combed his hair, he would comfortably show his belly, lie on his back with his eyes closed. When Xia Cici's phone rang, Dahei tilted his body alertly. Xia Cici used her hands to put his body back to lying down, and then continued to comb his hair. I've always owed you an apology. Cici, I really treat you as a good friend. I just feel that Brother Lin Yi is too good, and I couldn't help it. I hope you can forgive me, Hao Ro said in a crying voice, and she really started crying. However, Xia Cici didn't buy it, and instead snorted coldly. If you want to talk, just talk nicely. I'll hang up if there's nothing else. Okay, I really have something important to do. I know you don't like me, but don't hang up on me, okay? I'm really sorry for you, and I want to make it up to you. Xia Cici almost vomited, but tried her best to hold it in. It was only when she put her hand into Dahei's soft and smooth fur, feeling Dahei's warmth and cuteness, that she suppressed the nausea in her heart. Do you still remember He Peng from the School of International Studies? The one who played basketball. Xia Cici certainly remembered. After the end of the world, she even had an intersection with He Peng. I heard that he returned to China. I remember that you had a good impression of him before, and he also had a good impression of you. As a way of compensating you, can I help you make a connection? Hao Ro's voice became more and more sincere as she spoke. I know you must think this matter is a bit unbelievable, but I really don't have any ill intentions. I just want to compensate you.
Xia Cici smiled.
This Hao Ro's train of thought is indeed different from that of ordinary people. But it's also true that He Peng, Hao Ro, and Lin Yi are birds of a feather. At the end of the world, Xia Cici picked up He Peng on a mission once, and was a little excited at first. But soon, she was tricked by He Peng. Later, I found out that He Peng and Hao Ro were actually childhood friends. And Hao Ro had had an affair with He Peng before. That time, Xia Cici was almost killed by He Peng. But it doesn't matter. Xia Cici really wants to know what Hao Ro wants to do by taking He Peng out at this time. Okay. To be honest, I have a deep impression of He Peng. I have been in a bad mood recently because of Lin Yi, so I want to find an acquaintance to catch up. Xia Cici quickly agreed with Hao Ro on the time and place to meet. Of course, Hao Ro would not go. Xia Cici said that she never wanted to see Hao Ro again in this life. In fact, Hao Ro could use other ways to let Xia Cici and He Peng meet again. But Xia Cici knew Hao Ro's psychology. Hao Ro always looked down on Xia Cici and thought that Xia Cici was stupid. She deliberately came to the door to stimulate Xia Cici. One was to gain a good reputation for herself, fearing that Xia Cici would hold a grudge and go back and say that Hao Ro was a mistress. In this way, she repaired her relationship with the stupid Xia Cici so that she could control Xia Cici and prevent her from talking nonsense outside. In addition, even if Xia Cici did not agree this time, it would not be too late to use other means. In any case, Hao Ro did not lose. Xia Cici met He Peng soon. Seeing this smiling but dagger-hiding man again, Xia Cici tried hard to control her fist and not to punch him. The whole process of the dinner date was pretty good. He Peng is indeed good at pleasing women. If it was just an ordinary girl, she would probably be captured by him during the meal. But Xia Cixi knew that the more handsome this man looked, the more vicious his heart was. In her previous life, she was thrown directly into a pile of zombies by this man, and he laughed at her for being ugly with scars on her face. Later, Xia Cixi was rescued by others and barely survived. Cixi, when you were in school, everyone rumored that you were a rich girl. Hao Rou also said that you had some stock funds and a lot of money. Well, to be honest, I don't dare to chase a girl like this. I'm afraid I'm not worthy of you. When walking back after dinner, Heepeng suddenly said in distress. Xia Cixi breathed a sigh of relief. She finally knew what Hao Rou was planning. It turned out that Heepeng was asked to come here to defraud her of the other half of the fund shares. And the 5 million yuan that the Lin family paid. I'm afraid, Lin, you will feel the pain when he looks back. Now that we know what they are up to, the next step will be easy. Xia Cixi thought silently in her heart, and at the same time a plan came to her mind. You were the ones who provoked me, so don't blame me. After the first date, Xia Cixi would find some empty and crowded places for the following dates and bring Dahei with her. Because Xia Cixi discovered that Heepeng had dirty hands. The first time we had dinner together, I wanted to hug her waist. Later, when they were talking on the phone, Heepeng even suggested getting a room. Xia Cixi was so angry that she wanted to slap him twice, but for the sake of her own plan, she had to endure it. So there was no other way. Xia Cixi could only bring Dahei with her every time, using the excuse that the dog is too clingy and has separation anxiety. Dahei is also very good at reading people's faces. Every time Heepeng got closer, he started to grimace. This made Heepeng 1 meter away from Xia Cixi. After meeting a few more times, Xia Cixi also saw that Heepeng was about to lose patience, so she said helplessly, "Actually, I really have some fund shares in my hands. I want to sell them at a low price recently, but I don't know how to do it." When Heepeng heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. "I went abroad for 2 years before and learned a lot. Maybe I can help you." Xia Cixi suppressed the smile at the corner of her mouth and showed a grateful expression. "That's great. In fact, I just want to get rid of it quickly. The price is half of the market price. Mainly, I want to find a reliable buyer." In this way, the other half of Xia Cixi's shares were sold to the Lin family at a price of 5 million. As for whether it was the Lin family themselves or Heepeng's part, Xia Cixi was too lazy to go into it. Anyway, it won't be long before all this money will become waste paper. Let them be happy for a few days. As for Heepeng, he also asked Xia Cixi why she was in a hurry to sell it. Xia Cixi said that she wanted to buy a house and go abroad. Anyway, she made up a lot of things, just like a silly and sweet girl who was stimulated and had no plans for the future. After buying this part of the fund shares, Xia Cixi cut off contact with Heepeng on the grounds that I want to plan my future well. Heepeng did not pester her anymore. After all, his goal had been achieved. And Hao Rou hypocritically persuaded Xia Cixi a few words. But they all wanted to see the joke of Xia Cixi, who was in a trance and had a messy life. Later, Xia Cixi directly blocked Hao Rou's new mobile phone number, and it was all over. The rest of the accounts will be settled with these people when the end of the world comes. In this way, morning exercises, shopping, cooking, and stockpiling supplies every day, the whole summer vacation has passed. School is about to start. Xia Cixi looked at the muscles on her arms, which have begun to take shape. And her body movements in her previous life have also returned a little. Looking at Dahei again, Xia Cixi had also raised him to be a bigger dog, with his wounds healed a lot, beautiful fur, and firm chest muscles. The whole dog was full of energy and occasionally a little naughty. Most of the things Xia Cixi bought online have also arrived. Only the food she ordered is left, which will arrive in a few days. But she didn't spend all her money. She had already spent all her own savings. She spent 3 million of the 5 million she got back from the Lin family. However, Xia Cixi now has more than 3 million from selling the house. In this way, she actually has more than 5 million. And the fund shares she sold later have added another 5 million. Xia Cece has to spend this more than 10 million as soon as possible. After all, the end of the world is coming soon. Xia Cece doesn't want to hoard all the money. After all, she will have to collect the second wave of supplies at the beginning of the end of the world. Maybe she can get more than now. What Xia Cece didn't expect was that the end of the world seemed to be ahead of schedule. Xia Cece remembered it very clearly. At the beginning of the apocalypse, it rained for about 10 days all over the world. The rain at this time was not acid rain and it was not heavy, so everyone could still go out normally. But after 10 days of rain, the rain suddenly became heavier and acidic substances appeared. Some people went out without an umbrella, and when they returned home, red spots appeared on their faces. There were also people with more serious reactions, and ulcers appeared directly on their hands. The news began to release information that due to environmental pollution, rainwater is toxic and the general public must hold an umbrella or wear a raincoat when going out and never expose their skin. But what people didn't expect was that after about 5 days of acid rain, the acidity of the acid rain suddenly increased. Even an umbrella will have holes when you look down at it after 10 minutes in the rain. After that, the vehicles outside at houses began to be corroded by acid rain. People were completely unable to go out, and the order of the entire society began to collapse. The apocalypse really came. Xia Cece asked for leave from school, saying that she was sick and couldn't go to class. At the same time, Xia Cece sorted out her money and supplies again. In the past month, Xia Cece has stored enough food and daily necessities. It can be said that Xia Cece will never be able to finish the things in her space in her lifetime. With the addition of 2S, Xia Cece can feed them all. However, the shelves and water storage barrels that Xia Cece originally ordered have all been shipped out, which means that she can only get the goods tomorrow. After getting the water storage barrels, Xia Cece needs to store a large amount of clean water. Otherwise, when acid rain comes, most of the water sources in the world will be polluted, and clean water will become one of the main supplies that people compete for. Then there are transportation equipment. However, the car will be picked up this Friday, which is still 3 days away. Now time is tight, and she doesn't know when the end of the world will come. Xia Cece simply can't wait for a day. Xia Cece hurriedly called the 4S store, but what she didn't expect was that the store said that the car had just arrived and asked her to pick it up. Xia Cece hurried to pick up the car, and then went to the gas station to fill up the gas directly. Of course, she filled up the tank herself, and when she filled up the tank, she would store the tank in her own space. Xia Cece started doing this more than a month ago, going to several gas stations every day and filling up several large boxes of gas. Now the gas in Xia Cece's space is enough for her to use for a few years. She also stored a mountain of wood and coal for the stove in the past month. At least it would allow her to get through the extreme cold period safely. The next day, Xia Cece hurriedly got the buckets and shelves she ordered. The boss was very embarrassed, saying that it took so long and that Xia Cece had to come in the rain. Before leaving, he gave Xia Cece some small buckets, saying that these buckets were made of anti-corrosion materials and might be useful to her in her factory. When Xia Cece saw these small buckets, her eyes lit up and she had an idea. The boss gave Xia Cece about 20 buckets and Xia Cece bought another 50. I don't know if these buckets can hold acid rain. Xia Cece knows a secret about the end of the world. In the early days of the apocalypse, most people were hiding from acid rain. However, after the natural disaster ended, many people mutated and gained special powers. These people are undoubtedly those who have been exposed to acid rain. People who have never been exposed to acid rain do not show any signs of mutation, although the reason was not found out until Xia Cece died in the previous life. But if she could leave some acid rain, then later on, it could allow some people who would otherwise not have superpowers to have superpowers. After getting the bucket, Xia Cece immediately looked for a nearby reservoir. It was already getting dark now, and seeing that there was no one around, Xia Cece jumped directly into the reservoir. While swimming, Xia Cece was thinking about filling all the buckets in the space with water. Sure enough, she felt a vortex appearing around her. The center of the vortex is Xia Cece herself. The water continued to flow into the pendant on her chest. However, after soaking for more than half an hour, the vortex was still there, and it was not full at all. Xia Sisi was a little tired and couldn't swim anymore. You can only go to where the water is shallower and continue. Finally, she fell asleep directly in the water. When I opened my eyes again, it was already late at night. I don't know if it was Xia Sisi's illusion, but she found that the entire reservoir had dropped by half. Xia Sisi was a little confused. The place she was in was very remote, and there were no cameras around. Taking advantage of the fact that there was no one around, she hurried back to the shore, changed into dry clothes, and drove home. When she got in the car, Xia Sisi realized that she had been in the reservoir for more than 5 hours. Xia Sisi curled her lips helplessly. Why is it so slow to collect water in this space? While waiting for the traffic light, Xia Sisi looked inside her own space to see if the buckets were full. But what Xia Sisi didn't expect was, why are these buckets all empty? There was not even a drop of water in any of the buckets. The red light came on and Xia Sisi couldn't check it for too long, so she could only go home first. After returning home, Dahei still had a droopy face and looked at her with some dissatisfaction. Xia Sisi hurriedly pulled it to solve her urgent problem in the afternoon. While watching it frolicking on the lawn, Xia Sisi quickly entered the space to see where her water had gone. After all, water resources are very important and precious. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that there was a river in her space. It stretches from the side of the cottage, across the fields, all the way to the distance, with no end in sight, rushing straight into the thick black fog.
I
will go. Xia Sisi was stunned. After solving the problem, Dahei returned to Xia Sisi, sat beside her, looking at her, tilting his big head, as if asking, "What are you thinking about?" Xia Sisi saw that Dahei was almost done, and she was in no mood to continue taking him for a walk, so she hurried back home. In the space, as she saw, there was a river, or a stream. It is about 1 meter wide, and not deep, only about half a meter. The water is very clear. Under the light in the space, you can see a faint blue light flashing in the river water.
It was just like
the blue spots of light that flew out from the 2 stones that upgraded the space. Xia Sisi scooped up the water and looked at it in front of her eyes. She felt that the water was icy cold, and the blue spots in it were very beautiful. Xia Sisi couldn't help but take a sip. Sweet and delicious, very tasty. Xia Sisi picked it up again and took a second sip. I don't know how much I drank in the end. I just felt that this water had some magical power that made me unable to stop and want to drink it. When she came to her senses, Xia Sisi found that her belly was round. Just when she wanted to laugh at herself, she suddenly felt a stomachache. It was a pain that spread from the stomach to every part of the body. It's all my fault. I was too greedy. Xia Sisi rolled on the ground in pain, sweat dripping from her forehead. Sweat flowed down her forehead and slowly reached Xia Sisi's eyes. She reached out and wiped it away. I found that the sweat was black and smelly, making it impossible to look at it directly. Not only her forehead, but also her arms, chest, and cheeks all began to produce this black and smelly sweat, which made her feel very sick. The heart-wrenching pain spread throughout Xia Sisi's limbs, becoming more and more severe, until she finally fainted from the pain. When she woke up again, Xia Sisi found herself lying in a small pool of black water, feeling completely exhausted. He raised his hand and gently wiped the sweat off his body. I unexpectedly discovered that my hands were crystal clear, white and smooth. He looked at his face in the stream. Xia Sisi couldn't help but sigh. What a beautiful girl. Xia Sisi herself has a good appearance and has inherited the best qualities from her parents. The whole person seems to have become much more refined. Xia Sisi looked at the stream in front of her and knew that she had found a treasure again. In other words, her space has been upgraded again. Although I don't know why the space has undergone such changes, it is a good thing after all. Xia Sisi walked towards the source of the stream and went to the back of the house. Behind the house, Xia Sisi saw a clear spring. The spring water is clear, and there seem to be more blue spots at the source than in the stream. Xia Sisi hurriedly took 2 buckets, collected 2 buckets of water from the source of the clear spring, and brought them out of the space. Outside the space, Dahei was lying quietly in front of the place where Xia Sisi had just disappeared. He stood up and was about to leave after seeing her. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes in her heart. He obviously cares about me, but he has to pretend that he doesn't care about me. This Dahei, what a fool. Xia Sisi walked forward and put the bucket next to Dahei. Dahei, shall we go take a bath? Dahei didn't quite understand, but after looking at the bucket next to him, he jumped back. This guy actually doesn't like taking a bath. But it has no choice. In order to prepare for the end of the world, Xia Sisi had already bought an extra large bucket, thinking that it would be used by Dahei when he took a bath in the future. Now is the perfect time to take it out. Xia Sisi went back and forth in the space several times, took out more spring water, poured it into the bathtub, added a lot of hot water into it, and touched the temperature to feel that it was about the right temperature. In fact, Dahei can also drink it. But thinking about the pain I had just experienced, I didn't really want to let Dahei try it again, so I decided to let it take a bath and see. Dahei was almost dragged into the bathroom by Xia Sisi unwillingly. When Xia Sisi took great pains to lift it into the bathtub, she felt herself soaked. Dahei, it's just a bath. What are you afraid of? The face turned and pointed his ace towards her, looking sad and angry. Xia Sisi could only take out a pet bath towel and rub it on Dahei's body while washing the water. When the scar on Dahei's body was touched, Dahei's whole body trembled. A soft humming sound actually came from his mouth. Dahei's wound had been touched by water before, and Xia Sisi had also touched it gently. It had healed long ago and was fine. But now it hurts when the water touches it? An idea came to Xia Sisi's mind. She reached out her hand, turned Dahei's big dog head around, and said to Dahei seriously, Dahei, this water is not ordinary water. It will be very good for your body. You need to soak your whole body in the bucket now. It may be a little painful. Can you do it? Dahei still stood, looking at Xia Sisi quietly. Xia Sisi reached out her hand and began to press its ace hard. Dahei, lie down, lie in the bucket. Dahei struggled twice, but still lay down in the bucket under Xia Sisi's command. The water in the bucket overflowed, soaking Xia Sisi's clothes. But Xia Sisi didn't care. Looking at Dahei, who was aggrieved and unhappy in the bucket, she smiled and rubbed it. Its body trembled a little, probably because the spring water touched the scar and caused pain. Xia Sisi gently touched its big head, carefully comforted it, picked up the snacks prepared before, and patiently soothed its emotions. Sure enough, after eating half a bag of snacks, Dahei got much better and his attention was diverted. During this short period of time, Xia Sisi discovered that black hair had grown on the scar on Dahei's body. Before, there was no hair on the scar, as if he had been injured too badly and could not recover completely, but now, a layer of fine hair has slowly emerged from the scar. Dahei, your wound is slowly getting better. You must persevere. Dahei seemed to have adapted to the spring water at this time, eating snacks quietly and no longer resisting. Xia Sisi took out another toy ball and teased Dahei. After running like this for about an hour, Dahei suddenly stopped moving. At this time, there was no trace of the scar on his body, and some dark, thick and smelly liquid appeared on his body, exactly the same as what Xia Sisi had discharged from the body in the space before. Dahei looked at the water in the bucket, as if he was lost in thought, and raised his head after a while. Although it was still the same Dahei, Xia Sisi always felt that its eyes had changed, become more human. It's as if his IQ is higher than before. Xia Sisi saw that it was almost done, and happily took Dahei out of the bucket. She washed off the black and smelly liquid on Dahei's body with clean water, and used a hairdryer to dry its fur. Xia Sisi tried to lift its legs, and then let it to jump and roll. It no longer had the sluggish reaction from the previous injury. Dahei has become a completely healthy and lively big dog. Lieutenant Rin said before that the wound on its body was a fundamental injury, and it was impossible to heal completely, so it retired. Xia Sisi originally thought that after the end of the world came, Dahei would mutate and the wound on his body would heal. But she also observed Dahei. Although the scar on its body is healed, it occasionally licks the wound, which should be uncomfortable. Although it doesn't seem to have too many problems with running and jumping, it runs slower than ordinary dogs, and its movements are also sluggish when jumping. At this moment, Xia Sisi hugged Dahei's neck. "That's great, Dahei. You're completely fine." It was rare that Dahei actually stretched out his tongue and gently licked Xia Sisi's ear. Xia Sisi giggled because of the itch. That night, Dahei slept next to Xia Sisi and didn't leave all night. When she woke up in the middle of the night, Xia Sisi found that she was actually hugging Dahei gently, and Dahei didn't resist like before. Xia Sisi was very happy, thinking that Dahei was finally getting closer to Xia Sisi, which was really great. When she woke up the next morning, the rain still didn't stop. Xia Sisi checked the weather, and sure enough, it would rain for the next 7 days. Not only that, it was raining all over the country. Even abroad, it was rainy and cloudy. This was indeed a sign of the end of the world. After buying the car, Xia Sisi still had more than 6 million on hand. Xia Sisi planned to spend all this money as soon as possible in the next few days. Today, all the food that had been ordered has arrived. Xia Sisi said she wanted to open a supermarket, so she ordered coarse grains, flour, rice, millet, corn, and other grains, which added up to about 20 tons. These were the largest part of Xia Sisi's stockpiled grains. After all, in the end of the world, these grains can save lives. Xia Sisi asked people to deliver the grains to the factory that had been rented in the remote suburbs. She took Dahei and put all the grains into the space when no one was around. At the same time, Xia Sisi also ordered a batch of seeds for vegetables and fruit trees. Xia Sisi thought of a piece of farmland in the space. Although the seeds were planted and strange things grew out, they couldn't be wasted. When the end of the world comes, she will have plenty of time to farm. Study the space. After a whole day, after storing these things, Xia Sisi went to major markets to buy a batch of fresh vegetables and fruits to store. She also bought thousands of food boxes to prepare to continue cooking and storing them in the early stage of the end of the world. After all, after the end of the world, there will be power outages and water shortages, and each family will have less food to store. If someone starts a fire, it will cause jealousy. Xia Sisi also bought 2 big pots, planning to put corn in to cook before going to bed at night so that she could eat sweet and sticky corn at the end of the world. The whole day passed in this busy way. Who would have thought that in the evening, she suddenly received a call from Lieutenant Ren, who said that he would bring his comrades to see Dahei the next day. Upon hearing this, Xia Sisi was a little nervous. How should she explain that the scars on Dahei's body had disappeared? But what is coming will always come, and Lieutenant Ren came early the next morning. Another soldier from the army also came with them. Xia Sisi had seen him before. When she adopted Dahei, this soldier had been watching from the side, and it could be seen that he had different feelings for Dahei. The two of them brought in some snacks that Dahei liked. When he saw Lieutenant Ren and the soldier, Dahei wagged his tail vigorously, showing rare kindness. Second Lieutenant Ren was flattered. "Huh? I didn't expect Dahei to be so close to me during this period. He has grown up a bit too." Yes, Dahei has grown up again. After learning that Dahei needed to eat more, Xia Sisi increased Dahei's nutrition. Dahei has grown very fast in these few days. Now sitting there, it's almost reaching Xia Sisi's chin. Moreover, Xia Sisi had a hunch that after Dahei took a bath yesterday, he would grow faster in the next period of time. All of these will become guarantees for Dahei to become stronger when he mutates. By then, Dahei will definitely be the most powerful among all mutant dogs. Hey, why is the scar on Dahei's back gone? After the soldier who followed was introduced, Xia Sisi knew that his last name was Zhao, so Lieutenant Ren told Xia Sisi to just call him Xiao Zhao. Xiao Zhao's surprised voice came from the side, pointing at Dahei's back. Dahei was also very funny. He actually sat up straight and showed his back to Lieutenant Ren and Xiao Zhao. Lieutenant Ren's eyes suddenly lit up. He squatted on the ground and stroked Dahei's back, as if he wanted to find the previous wound on it. Gone? Really gone? Xia Sisi touched her nose and said what she had prepared before. After I received Dahei, I always wanted to cure this scar on his body, and then I found many folk remedies, but I don't know which one worked. It's also because dogs have stronger recovery than people. I didn't expect it to really work. Lieutenant Ren looked at me as if he had seen some rare treasure. Mess. Xia, do you still remember the folk remedies you used? I have many friends and soldiers here, and they're all injured. Xia Sisi heard this, and her eyes widened. Oh, I just wanted to use this excuse to get away with it. Where did I look up any folk remedies? However, when Xia Sisi heard that it was those friends and soldiers, she knew that they were injured because they were defending their country. Instantly, she had an idea in her mind. Wait for me a moment, Xia Sisi said, and went back to the bedroom and closed the door. After locking the door, she entered the space. In the space, she used a bottle to take 2 large bottles of water. But soon, she thought that the power of this spring water was too strong. What if the bones grew flesh and skin directly? Would it scare people? She found a larger bucket of pure water from the space and poured the 2 bottles of water into it. After that, she found a few bottles of mineral water and poured them into the bucket. In this way, the concentration of the spring water was diluted, and the concentration of the spring water in the bottle was only about 10%. When she walked out of the bedroom with a super large bucket, Lieutenant Ren was a little surprised. Is this the folk remedy you mentioned? Xia Sisi nodded, with a hint of embarrassment on her face. Oh, folk remedies, there are all kinds of things. I just got them occasionally. You can take it away and divide it into bottles. I don't have other bottles here. Lieutenant Ren said that he didn't need so much. Xia Sisi insisted on giving it to him and said very seriously, this folk remedy is said to be very effective for new injuries. You can try it. If it is really useful, you can take a little bit each time you go on a mission in the future. Lieutenant Ren's face was very embarrassed, and he didn't believe it at first glance. After talking about Dahei for a while, Lieutenant Ren and Xiao Zhao said they were leaving. Before leaving, Xiao Zhao hugged Dahei's neck and told him his true identity. It turned out that Dahei saved his life. Xiao Zhao was on a mission with Dahei at the time. Due to his lack of experience, he almost lost his life, thanks to Dahei's rush. Miss Xia, I am really relieved and completely relieved to see that Dahei is so close to you, and its injuries have been cured by you. I hope you can take good care of Dahei. You can come to me if you have any difficulties. As he said, Xiao Zhao also saluted Xia Sisi and Dahei. Xia Sisi was a little embarrassed and could only give them some snacks that she made herself. These days at home, Xia Sisi has been tinkering with food a lot, so she thought about learning it first so that she would not be locked up at home with nothing to do when the doomsday comes. Lieutenant Ren took a bite of the snack and praised Xia Sisi for her ingenuity, which made Xia Sisi a little embarrassed. When sending the 2 to the door, Xia Sisi hesitated for a moment and finally said to Lieutenant Ren seriously, Lieutenant Ren, this recipe of mine is really effective after personal testing. If you don't believe me, you can go back and find someone to test it immediately. It will definitely be useful for you. Lieutenant Ren looked at the bucket of pure water in his hand, and his expression was obviously still a little unconvinced. But Xia Sisi also thought about it. The reason why he was given so much spring water in the space. It is because this spring water really has the effect of healing. Even the wounds on Dahei can be cured, which is definitely not ordinary. She can't tell Lieutenant Ren about this matter in the end of the world. Otherwise, at that time, there will be 100 mouths that can't explain it clearly. However, at that time, these lovely soldiers are the ones who rush to the front line, and they will inevitably be injured. These springs may be life-saving. In this way, Xia Sisi, can be more at ease. Just like this, Lieutenant Ren and Xiao Zhao were sent away. Xia Sisi looked at the rain still falling outside the window, and she felt a little troubled when she saw that it was getting heavier. She called a few people she knew and told them that she had learned from a friend that there might be bad weather in the future and asked them to stock up. In fact, many people on the internet have already talked about this. Xia Sisi has not changed much in the north, but I heard that the climate in the south is more abnormal. So many people are saying that they should stock up more food. Looking at the posts on the internet today, this is the most popular one. So it is not surprising that Xia Cixi said so. After making the phone call and giving instructions, she began to feel troubled. She still has so much money in her hands. What should she do? To be honest, there are still many things that have not been bought, but when the end of the world comes, Xia Cixi has other plans, and she does not need to spend all of it to buy supplies for the time being. When everyone is afraid of acid rain and dare not go out, it will be Xia Cixi's main battlefield. And by then, Dahei should be able to mutate. In comparison, the upgrade of the space is more important. Xia Cixi has seen the space, and there is still a large area behind the white fog in the space. I don't know what is behind it. There are spiritual springs, so are other heaven-defying functions far away? It should be a few days before the end of the world, and she must spend the money. After thinking for a long time, Xia Cixi came up with a great plan. That is, to stock up on stones and continue to upgrade the space. She now knows that the space can be upgraded with some special stones. The first two upgrades were a strange jade stone and a Taishan stone. So next, she decided to go to the largest jade market in the country, which is the jade trading market located in City D. It is relatively close to Myanmar and has a lot of raw jade. Thinking of this, Xia Cixi glanced at Dahei next to her. What should I do? The fastest way to get there is definitely to take a plane, but if I take a plane, I can't take Dahei with me. Seeing Xia Cixi looking at him, Dahei also looked at Xia Cixi, with his huge dog head tilted and a little human in his eyes. That's right. Xia Cixi suddenly had an idea, but she didn't know if it could be realized. Xia Cixi thought that the appearance of a spring in the space this time could be considered an upgrade to a certain extent. Perhaps it is because there are stones full of energy at the bottom of the river in the reservoir, or perhaps the water in the reservoir contains the energy that the space needs. During the last upgrade, Xia Cixi was able to enter the space. So with this upgrade, can Dahei also enter? Thinking of this, Xia Cixi raised her eyebrows at Dahei. Dahei looked at Xia Cixi, and a hint of doubt appeared in his eyes. Then, Dahei suddenly disappeared from home. Xia Cixi hurriedly checked the space, and sure enough, Dahei appeared in the space with a confused look on his face and was very alert in the unfamiliar environment. Xia Cixi thought about sending himself into the space as well, but found that it was impossible. In other words, although the space has been upgraded and people other than Xia Cixi can enter the space, there can only be one person in the space. Xia Cixi was looking forward to it. If the space was upgraded in the future, would more people be able to enter it? Let's not worry about that for now. Xia Cixi quickly released Dahei, who was already becoming restless. He found himself back home in the blink of an eye, and the woman in front of him was smiling slyly. Dahei only reacted for a moment, and then he realized he had just been fooled by the woman in front of him. Then, Dahei hung his face and pointed his ace towards Xia Cixi. I'm angry. Xia Cixi looked at Dahei and slapped her thigh with joy. This dog became more interesting after soaking in the spring water. This solved Dahei's problem. Xia Cixi quickly booked a flight for the nearest time and prepared to rush to City D. After booking the plane ticket, Xia Cixi simply packed her things, getting ready to go to the airport. Her home is about an hour's drive from the airport. The plane takes off in 2 hours, and the flight time is about 3.5 hours. In other words, she will be able to arrive in City D at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Then she took a taxi to the jade trading market, where she could do some shopping today. Then in the evening, she planned to go shopping for food in City D. There are many foods there that she likes. Various pastries, desserts, rice rolls, clay pot rice, etc. She planned to buy as much as she could. The next morning, I went to the jade market again to do some shopping and continued buying food in the afternoon. I will return to the city on the evening flight. Spending the remaining several million yuan in just 2 days can be said to be a huge investment. After packing her things and making plans, she went into the space. She placed dog food, snacks, and meat that Dahei liked in the space, and the water you need for the next 2 days. In addition, Dahei's toys, doghouse, and cat litter were also placed. During these 2 days, Xia Cixi was not sure if she would have the opportunity to take Dahei out for a walk, so she could only let him suffer. After doing all this, she came out of the space, squatted in front of Dahei and said, "Dahei, I'm going to put you in the space. Can you live in it for 2 days? Don't worry, I won't leave you. I will always be with you, and occasionally when I have time, I will let you out and play for a while. Okay?" Dahei looked at Xia Sisi, and after a long time, he actually nodded humanely. Xia Sisi was so happy that she almost jumped up. Dahei, after using the spring water, really became smarter. After settling Dahei down, Xia Sisi looked inside the space and found that Dahei was obviously not as panicked as the last time he came in. He sniffed everywhere, then picked up his favorite toy and lay down in his doghouse to play. Seeing this scene, Xia Sisi finally breathed a sigh of relief. She put on a school bag and a suitcase and rushed to the airport. When the plane landed in D-City, it was also raining in D-City. The rain here was heavier than in the city where Xia Sisi was. When Xia Sisi got off the plane, her umbrella was almost blown away. She felt a thump in her heart and prayed that this trip must be smooth. What if the end of the world suddenly came and all flights were cancelled? It would be inconvenient for her to go back. Although she thought so, according to her experience in her previous life, the rain would last at least a few days, so she was not so panicked. She called a taxi and rushed to the jade trading market and found that it was much more lively than she had imagined. The market was full of bargaining sounds, and many people were holding their mobile phones to do live broadcasts. Xia Sisi walked into the market wearing a raincoat, gently covering the space jade on her chest with her hands, always paying attention to the reaction on it. What made Xia Sisi happy was that she felt the vibration of the jade space in her chest not long after she walked out. And the vibration was stronger than any time before. From this vibration, Xia Sisi could feel the excitement of the jade space. Xia Sisi tried several times and soon locked onto one of the stalls that were close to each other. The stall owner was broadcasting live to the camera, and there were several people boasting about the good jade in the stall owner's hand. Xia Sisi knew a little about these things, and she knew at a glance that the stall owner didn't have any good stuff here. She squatted down, flipped it twice, and soon found one of the jades. It was a purple pendant made in the shape of a teardrop, wrapped in 14K gold ornaments and decorated with dozens of broken diamonds. It looked pretty good. Xia Sisi played with it in her hand for a while and always felt that this thing was a little unusual. Before she asked the price, the stall owner, who was broadcasting live next to her, suddenly rushed over and took the pendant from Xia Sisi's hand with a smile. "Girl, you have a good eye. This pendant is the treasure of our store." Xia Sisi's mouth twitched, thinking about what this person said to the live audience just now, and she knew that he was playing tricks. Xia Sisi didn't want to say more. After all, this was just the beginning, and the jade market in the future was still very big. "How much?" The stall owner put the pendant on the live broadcast space and introduced the water quality and color of the pendant, and ignored Xia Sisi's intention to ask for the price. "Oh, our sister Wang also likes this pendant? That's easy. I will definitely give it to our sister Wang first." Xia Sisi frowned, knowing that the stall owner was trying to raise the price. Looking at the group of people acting as supports nearby, all with shifty looks on their faces, you can tell that it is not so easy to take away the jade pendant today. However, Xia Sisi is someone who has experienced the end of the world after all, so she is naturally not afraid of the stall owner's tricks. Without saying a word, Xia Sisi ignored him and turned away.
"I think the pendant is nice.
I'll buy it if you want it."
Xia Sisi sneered. "Then buy it. The market is so big. I just came in, and I have to go shopping again."
When the stall owner saw that Xia Sisi was serious, he turned his head seriously and put down his phone. "Girl, let's talk it over." In the end, Xia Sisi took the jade pendant for 5,000 yuan. The pendant was about the size of a thumb. It was a piece of junk, and there was no heavy water. Originally, the stall owner wanted to use 14K gold inlay and broken diamond decoration to trick Xia Sisi into asking for 20,000 yuan. Xia Sisi directly said that she just wanted a bare stone, and these things could be removed, which made the stall owner give up the idea. After getting the pendant, Xia Sisi did not throw it into the space immediately. She had an idea. She found an empty corner and pierced her finger with the brooch in her bag. The blood flowed on the purple pendant. Instantly, it was absorbed. Sure enough, Xia Sisi was immediately overjoyed. She felt the purple pendant as if she was entering the jade space in her chest, and soon a space of about 20 square meters appeared in her mind. This is a space pendant. Sure enough, Xia Sisi felt that the space gem in her chest was so excited, so this thing must not be an ordinary jade. At this time, Xia Sisi hesitated. If she let the space gem in her chest eat it, it would definitely upgrade the space gem to a greater extent. However, the space ability contained in this jade may have other uses. In Xia Sisi's previous life, she had also seen other people's space magic weapons. Once these magic weapons appeared, they would be scrambled for and even exchanged for unimaginable resources and connections. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi decided to put this gem away for the time being and decide whether to upgrade her space in the future. After walking for a long time, Xia Sisi did not encounter anything that could make the gem in her chest vibrate. After walking around the entire trading market, the gem in her chest did not react. This made Xia Sisi a little anxious, and she even began to doubt was it because she didn't give the gem to the space, so the space was angry? Just when Xia Sisi was doubting her life, suddenly, the space gem vibrated again. At this time, Xia Sisi found that she had walked to the gambling stone trading area. And the object of the space vibration this time was the big stone next to Xia Sisi, which was almost half a person's height. Xia Sisi's mouth twitched a little. How should she take this thing away? Are you interested in our stone king? Seeing Xia Sisi staring at the stone motionlessly, a middle-aged man walked over. The middle-aged man made a move to hit the young man, and his face was also exasperated. Don't delay my business. It's been here for 3 years, and no one wants it. Many people have come to see it, and they all say there's nothing inside. Why are you still showing off? The young man is not afraid of the middle-aged man at all. He said chatteringly and turned back to look at Xia Sisi. Girl, if you want to buy a rough stone, come to me. He is not a good person. His stone, although it's so big, is worthless. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and walked to the side of the young man in confusion, like a completely ignorant person. Brother, I'm just here to play. Look at the size of that stone, it feels quite interesting. Do you really have someone who can carve out jade here? I want to carve out a bracelet myself. The middle-aged man and the young man didn't get along well at first sight, and he stomped his feet and cursed. Lu Lauer, don't think I don't dare to beat you up, you're stealing my business all day long. After cursing the man called Lu Lauer, the middle-aged man looked at Xia Sisi with a smile. Let me tell you, girl, this one you like is the treasure of our store. Hearing the words treasure of the store, Xia Sisi wanted to roll her eyes. Why is this the same routine in every store? Do you really think people nowadays are leaks? Xia Sisi ignored the boss, thinking that this thing has been here for so many days without anyone paying attention to it, so she is not afraid of this moment. She really wants this stone, but she doesn't want to be slaughtered like a fat sheep. She followed the Lu Lauer around the store and, finally, declined Lu Lauer's trickery. Then she returned to the store owner and said, Boss, I like this stone very much. I like it very much. Please sell it to me. In the end, Xia Sisi bought this super large jadeite rough stone for 1.2 million yuan. This rough stone was polished in several places, but no green appeared. There was only a little bit of glutinous, white jade. So the price was not high. Many people even felt that this thing was good-looking but not useful, and there should be no jade in it. Rejecting a request to open the stone on the spot, Xia Sisi asked them to help move the stone to her hotel. She also followed the car back. After everyone left, it was already past 7 o'clock in the evening. Xia Sisi looked at the purple jade pendant space in her hand, and then looked at the extremely large jadeite rough stone in front of her, and was still very satisfied. Good harvest today. Xia Sisi happily let Dahei out first. Dahei was a little confused when he came to the new environment, but he soon calmed down and looked at Xia Sisi and the strange stone next to him quietly. Xia Sisi walked over and gently touched Dahei's head. When you go back to the space, you will know how good this stone is. Dahei already knew that the strange place he entered was called space, But although he had improved his IQ, he still couldn't understand what the relationship between this big broken stone and space was. He just wandered around the hotel out of boredom. He wanted to go to the toilet. Although there was cat litter in the space, he thought that his owner would take him out for a walk, so he didn't solve it in there. Xia Sisi looked at Dahei and knew that he couldn't stay and wanted to go out. So he quickly put the stone into the space. This time, Xia Sisi also entered the space. She watched as the huge stone turned into small stones in the space. Then these small stones turned into powder. Some blue starlight points flew out of the stone and flew into the space. The space, like absorbing nutrients, swallowed all these starlight points. At the same time, Xia Sisi saw that the sparkling springs became more sparkling than before. The house with more space is also twice as big as before. And those black soil farmlands have also been expanded to a size of 5 acres. This time, Xia Sisi still took a bag of bread and put it on, wanting to see what changes would occur next. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that this time the bread was absorbed by the black soil. Although we don't know what will grow in the future, it at least means that the black soil can accept processed foods like bread. All these changes made Xia Sisi very excited. Sure enough, this trip was worth it. At the same time, she looked at the purple pendant in her hand and felt a little excited. She wondered what changes would occur if this pendant was given to the space. But soon, she gave up the idea. When the end of the world comes, there will be countless unimaginable and unpredictable risks, so it is better to keep the pendant for now. After all, the current upgrade of the space is already quite surprising. After the upgrade of the space stabilized, she tried to summon Dahei into the space. To her delight, she succeeded. In other words, this space can now accommodate both her and Dahei at the same time. This provides an extra layer of protection against future risks. In the evening, Xia Sisi took Dahei for a stroll around the neighborhood and bought a bunch of local specialties. People here love to eat sausages, and almost every supermarket sells them. In addition to sausages, there are also cured ribs, cured fish, and other pickled products. Xia Sisi swept through several nearby supermarkets and sold out all their stocks. After that, Xia Sisi also found the largest local tea and snack wholesaler. The person had already gone off work, but she still called him over. After being called, she immediately used a rented car to take away 2 large trucks of various frozen semi-finished snacks. I went to the snack street and bought all kinds of snacks to fill my own and Dahei's stomachs. Only then did I go back to the hotel and sleep contentedly. No matter what, this trip was worth it. But before going to bed at night, Xia Sisi looked at her account and found that she actually still had a huge sum of more than 2 million. Tomorrow morning, she must spend them. Dahei curled up next to Xia Sisi and slept with her. It was about to fall asleep with its eyelids drooping when it suddenly heard Xia Sisi's surprised voice. Xia Sisi saw her account balance. It suddenly opened its eyes. After finding out that there was no danger nearby and Xia Sisi was lying well in the quilt, she breathed a sigh of relief. However, even though its IQ is higher than before, it still cannot understand Xia Sisi's emotional fluctuations. Just like now, after a moment of surprise, Xia Sisi suddenly began to grit her teeth and face death with indifference. The next day, it was still raining. It's bigger than before. Xia Sisi got up at around 5 in the morning. She didn't have anything to pack, so she took Dahei for a walk outside for a while, then put him into the space, packed her own school bag, put it on her back, and continued on her way to another jade market. The market here sells more ready-made ornaments and some high-end goods. These just meet Xia Sisi's requirement spending money. Different from the previous market, the cargo owners here are not so anxious to buy and sell goods, and there are very few live broadcasts. Most of them sat in the stalls, looking at their phones or drinking tea. The stalls here are also more upscale. There were no jade stones placed on the ground. All were placed in beautiful shelves and neatly arranged on the counter. Xia Sisi walked over to each family one by one, but did not receive any response from the jade space. When she was about to give up, she suddenly felt that tremor again. It was even stronger than before when I encountered the purple pendant. Xia Sisi's heart suddenly began to tighten. But there were so many different kinds of merchandise nearby that Xia Cece was currently standing in front of a shelf full of bracelets. Xia Cece tried her best to make her expression look natural. She stretched out her hand and slowly moved it over the bracelets. Finally, Xia Cece found the bracelet in an area close to the owner, which was at the innermost part. It is half mountain and half water. The quality of the jade is at least ice grade, and the green color is also the spicy green that Xia Cece likes. But just when Xia Cece was about to reach out to touch the bracelet, the stall owner caught her hand and pushed her hand away. "Sorry, we won't let you look at this bracelet casually. Little girl, do you want to take a look at the others?" The stall owner was a woman in her 50s. She had a very beautiful smile and exuded a noble air. Xia Cece smiled, knowing that the stall owner thought she couldn't afford it. After feeling it again, Xia Cece was very sure that it was this bracelet. She looked up at the stall owner and said, "Annie, how much is this bracelet? I want it." What Xia Cece didn't expect was that this bracelet was 400,000 more expensive than all the money she had on her. Xia Cece talked about the price for a long time, but in the end, she was still 100,000 short. There was no way Xia Cece could only use all the online loans and credit cards she could. Anyway, after the end of the world, money will become a piece of waste paper. These online loans will no longer be able to be queried as the power system and the network are paralyzed, and people will completely enter the era of bartering. According to Xia Cece's memory, it will be many years before money appears again. By then, it will no longer be linked to the previous assets, and it will be a new currency. After Xia Cece spent all the money, she went to buy a bunch of local snacks with satisfaction and then took a plane home. She also deliberately grew up and used her credit card to swipe out 10,000 yuan in cash, ready for emergency use. When she arrived at the airport, the rain was even heavier. Due to weather reasons, the plane was delayed. In this way, Xia Cece stayed at the airport for an hour. Xia Cece was checking the weather forecast, and she had a bad feeling in her heart. She had even begun to calculate that if the plane could not take off by tomorrow, she would have to find someone to hire a car to go back. Unexpectedly, more than an hour later, the airport finally said that the plane could take off, and Xia Cece was relieved. During the more than an hour at the airport, many people were discussing the recent bad weather. Some people even said that their homes in low-lying areas had been flooded. Some old houses in the old house had problems such as leaks. Xia Cece listened to the side, her brows slightly furrowed, thinking about the time point in her previous life. If the previous heavy rain made her feel that the end of the world was coming, then the messages she received today are reminding her that the end of the world may be tomorrow. The plane returned to the city where Xia Cece was, and due to bad weather, it circled for a long time before landing. After getting off the plane, Xia Cece quickly took a taxi and returned to her apartment. As it was raining heavily, Xia Cece put a raincoat on Dahei after returning home. Dahei obviously doesn't like this clothes. But Xia Cece thought that it would be difficult to have fun outdoors in the days ahead, so tonight, before the acid rain started, he would take Dahei out for a few rounds of play. But unexpectedly, as soon as they went out, Dahei and Xia Cece were almost blown away by the wind. In just a short while, the situation outside changed drastically. Xia Cece watched as a small tree at the door was blown down. A pedestrian who happened to be passing under the tree was almost hit. It's already autumn, and many leaves have turned yellow. In this violent storm, the leaves fell down rustlingly. In the wind, it flew around like a sharp blade. If the sharp surface of the leaf happens to scratch your face, it will probably leave a bloody mark. Suddenly, a huge monster flew over. Before Xia Cece could react, she felt the thing coming straight at her face. Just as he was about to raise his arm to block it, he felt a figure rushing over from beside him and knocking the thing away. A muffled groan came from beside Xia Cece. Xia Cece looked down and found that the billboard that just flew over was the billboard of the shop next door. The big words Slim Yoga were clearly visible. This thing is made of cloth on the outside, but it has a solid iron frame on the inside. Xia Cece couldn't imagine what would happen if this thing hit her body. The one who rushed over to save Xia Cece was Dahei. Although Dahei was still standing after the collision, Xia Sisi clearly saw that one of its legs was lifted up. Its claws were drooping, and it was obvious that it was injured. Xia Sisi felt her eyes getting hot. She has seen countless calculations in the apocalypse for so many years. Especially since they were attacked by Haoro and Lin Yi before, they both lost their lives in the end. But there has never been anyone who treats and protects myself like this. When Xia Sixian thought of this, she didn't know where she got the strength from, but she picked up Dahei. Dahei's weight now is over 100 pounds, and it's all tendon meat. Dahei was a little confused and was not used to being held like this. But Xia Sisi didn't let it move. "Don't move, Mom will carry you home." Xia Sisi was still not used to saying the word mother, but at this moment, Xia Sisi was like a dog captive and wanted to call herself that. Dahei seemed to understand what Xia Sisi meant and actually did not move. In this way, Xia Sisi returned to the door of the unit holding Dahei in the midst of the storm. The moment they entered the unit door, the wind and rain were blocked outside, and Xia Sisi put Dahei down. Even she herself felt like she had survived a disaster. "Turn around and look out from the glass door. I found that the world outside has changed." The strong wind blew the trees all over the place, and many branches were blown down. An electric bike was hit by a tree branch. But from Xia Sisi's perspective, the man was fine and had already stood up, so everything was fine. There are also billboards placed at the door, which are now flying in the air and are very dangerous. Next, the wind and rain will become more and more severe. Until acid rain came. The end of the world is really coming. After Xia Sisi returned home, she checked Dahei's paws. Having encountered many bruises and sprains during the apocalypse, she is already half a doctor in this regard. Just by touching it, you can basically tell whether there is any dislocation or fracture. Fortunately, Dahei did not have any dislocation or fractures, but his claw was slightly sprained. It should be that when it hit the billboard, its claws just happened to touch the billboard and the point of force was not right. After the inspection, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. She took out the radio and wanted to listen to the local news. I applied medicine to Dahei while listening to the news. Dahei was very obedient and let Xia Sisi do whatever she wanted. On the radio, the announcer came to remind everyone of the recent bad weather. There are also reports that many companies have already switched to working from home. Some factories even decided to take a few days off. Some experts also say that the wind and rain will stop soon. But there is also a channel that shows programs for young people. A host brought up the doomsday theory that is talked about online. Xia Sisi applied medicine to Dahei, fed him some spiritual spring water, and wrapped his paws with a layer of gauze. Only when she looked at the paws as big as steamed buns did she feel satisfied. At this moment, the broadcaster was talking about a doomsday theory that was being spread the most. This user named Hey Xia actually accurately predicted the development of this heavy rain. He said that it would be a heavy rain across the country, which would last for about a week, and then there would be strong winds. I didn't believe it at the time, but when the strong winds swept across the country today, I was silent. Said an anchor. Another anchor immediately followed up. The most terrifying thing is that this user named Hey Xia actually said that after the strong winds, there would be acid rain, and hoped that everyone could stock up some supplies. This makes people have to worry. Now it seems that this post has more than 200,000 likes. It is still growing now. Anyway, I have decided to stock up some food. Who knows when this weather will get better. I will go to the supermarket to buy some after work. Hearing this, I turned on my phone and found that I had received tens of thousands of likes and comments in just one day without opening the page to check. Yes, Xia Sisi is that Hey Xia. She posted this post online the day before yesterday. As a reborn person, I can say that I give people the greatest kindness. However, she just opened her mobile phone to check, and within 2 minutes, she received the news that the post she sent out was reported and removed from the shelves. The reason for the report was creating anxiety and spreading rumors. Xia Sisi could only shake her head and sigh, and put her mobile phone aside. There is no way, I just hope that more people can believe it and buy more things. That night, the wind blew all night. Xia Sisi hugged Dahei and entered the dream, and slept not very soundly. Dahei seemed to feel my emotions and stayed by Xia Cici's side without moving. The next morning, it was still gray outside the window. She glanced at the time. It was already more than 7 o'clock in the morning. Logically, it should be bright at this time. Even if it was cloudy, it shouldn't be like this. Xia Cici walked to the French window in the living room and looked out. I saw that the wind had stopped outside and the rain was much lighter, but it was covered with dark clouds. It seemed to be more than 5 o'clock in the sky. Xia Cici tried to take a piece of paper, open the window, and put the paper out. When she looked back after breakfast, Xia Cici found that there were slight signs of corrosion on the paper. Sure enough, it was acid raining. The end of the world has come. On this day, Xia Cici saw a lot of posts on the internet. Some people said that they felt there was something wrong with the rain. Some people said that the vegetables grown in their yards suddenly wilted after one night. Some people also said that their dogs outside looked sick. The words acid rain and apocalypse were frequently searched. Even though the internet continues to block these keywords, there are still people who continue to write these words, post them in the comment section, and write on various social software. Soon, the official statement came out, warning the general public that due to urban pollution and other reasons, the rain outside now does contain a small amount of acid. Please reduce going out, and the authorities are looking for a solution. The wording of a small amount is quite ambiguous and has sparked a lot of discussion online. Is there really a problem with acid rain? So many people who sang a different tune appeared online. Although acid rain is corrosive, it is not very corrosive and is far from the end of the world. There is no need to worry. Just remember to bring an umbrella when you go out. There are also some so-called experts who have come out to say that although the rainwater is slightly acidic, it is not harmful to the human body. They hope that everyone will not be so anxious and just live their normal lives. After all, the country has been experiencing heavy rain for more than a week, and it is a good thing that the rain is now getting lighter. Some people also said that maybe the rain would stop in a few days. In this regard, Xia Cici could only shake her head and sigh. Acid rain will not stop and will become more and more corrosive as time goes by. Although this acid rain is good for people's later awakening of superpowers. But after some time, everyone was short of food and clothing, and there was no water or electricity and no medicine. It will also take many lives. In the morning, Dahei looked at Xia Cici and reminded her with his eyes to go out for a walk. Xia Cici checked Dahei's claws last night and found that they were completely healed. It should be the effect of the spiritual spring water. I finally breathed a sigh of relief. Xia Cici touched its big head, picked up the rope, and without an umbrella, took it out directly. Outside, I found that everyone was covered tightly, as if they were afraid to expose even a little bit of skin. It seems that the term acid rain has spread. Xia Cici and Dahei, who didn't take any protective measures, seemed like outliers. But looking at the entire city, there are many people like Xia Cici. After all, many people do not believe in the theory of acid rain apocalypse. Some people even get caught in the rain on purpose to test whether the rain is acidic. I dare not sneak away for too long. After all, I don't want skin ulcers to occur so early. All I can say is to take a walk every day and accumulate the power of acid rain. There will be many opportunities to be exposed to acid rain in the later stages. By then, no one can avoid acid rain, and many people will develop corroded ulcers on their bodies. It would not be surprising if Xia Cici and Dahei had more injuries. Xia Cici came back from walking the dog and glanced at the school group. Someone posted a video of the school and saw many people flocking to the school supermarket and stocking up on various snacks. Some people also said that the steamed buns in the school cafeteria were selling like hotcakes, and many people bought some and said they would keep them for emergencies. The school's express delivery point is piled high with all kinds of food. It seems that the students who have read a lot of apocalyptic novels still have a sense of crisis. When she opened the Moments, Xia Cici discovered that Zhaoing, who usually seldom posted on Moments, had actually posted a 9-grid Moments post. The picture shows various kinds of food and cold-proof clothes piled up like mountains. Xia Cici smiled gently and felt relieved to see that Zhaoing had received the supplies. Zhaoing had helped her before, So Xia Sisi bought a batch of supplies and sent them to Zhaoying at school as a way of repaying Zhaoying's kindness. But after seeing the circle of friends, she quickly sent a message to Zhaoying. You'd better delete the circle of friends, hide the supplies, and don't let anyone know that you have these things. Doomsday is very popular now, and no one knows what will happen next. Zhaoying replied immediately. Did you buy it? Xia Sisi did not reply, but looking at Zhao Ying's circle of friends, she really deleted the message. A few minutes later, Zhaoying called Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi answered the phone. Zhaoying on the other side went straight to the point. I returned all the things today. I can't accept so many things from you. Xia Sisi sighed, thinking that the children in school are still innocent. In her previous life, she had been walking in the apocalypse for so many years and had seen countless intrigues, but few were so innocent. Xia Sisi could only pretend to be surprised and said, "Ah, I didn't say I bought the things. I just saw you posting on WeChat Moments and thought of the recent Doomsday comments, so I told you." Was the thing bought by a boy who likes you? After a long conversation, Zhaoying still failed to pry Xia Sisi's mouth open, so she could only hang up the phone in a rage. But after a while, Zhaoying still sent a message. I have hidden the things in different places. Whether there is an apocalypse or not, you should pay attention to it.
And thank you.
Seeing this, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. To be honest, she really likes Zhao Ying's personality. She is straightforward and not verbose. I hope she can survive the apocalypse. On this day, Xia Sisi kept cooking at home. She made 1,000 dumplings first, with all kinds of flavors. Tomato and egg flavor, shepherd's purse and pork flavor, shrimp and 3 fresh flavors flavor, cabbage and pork flavor. All cooked, according to Xia Sisi's appetite. 26 dumplings were placed in a plastic storage box. Then there were all kinds of stir-fried dishes. Xia Sisi made the dishes that were heavy in oil and ingredients first. For example, sweet and sour pork tenderloin, 3 fresh vegetables, boiled pork slices, and mao su wang. She had a lot of these dishes in her space, but she was idle at home, so she followed the recipes and made a batch of them herself, and also put them in a fresh keeping box. The steamed white and tender rice was directly placed on these dishes, with a combination of meat and vegetables. 1 fresh keeping box was just enough for Xia Sisi's meal. In addition to cooking, Xia Sisi played and exercised with Dahei in the rest of the time. Xia Sisi found that Dahei could fight with her after soaking in the spring water in the space. She took a wooden knife and simulated a battle with Dahei. After several rounds, she was defeated step by step. In the end, she could only sit on the ground, panting, looking at the dog in front of her wagging its tail and rolling her eyes. Can't you be more merciful? The dog understood, but pretended not to understand, still staring at Xia Sisi without blinking, with a drooping face and an expression of "it's obviously you who are too weak," which made Xia Sisi so angry that she grabbed the dog's face to vent her anger. The next night, Xia Sisi saw someone on the internet saying that this acid rain is harmful. It turned out that some people who didn't believe in superstition went out normally without dressing up, and after 2 consecutive days, red spots appeared on their faces. Someone went to the hospital to see a dermatologist, and the doctor said that the skin on his face showed obvious signs of corrosion. The picture and text were posted online and immediately set off an uproar. Those experts who originally said that acid rain had no harm to the human body dared not speak anymore. More doomsday theories are emerging. Xia Sisi looked down through the glass in the living room and saw a large shopping mall not far away. It was full of cars, and many people were pushing shopping carts carrying large and small bags of shopping to take home. Online sales of raincoats have skyrocketed, and many stores are even out of stock. Many people also scolded those bloggers online who had previously said that acid rain would soon end and was harmless. Xia Sisi sighed and followed Dahei out for another walk. This time, it took more than an hour. When she came back, she found red spots on her face. This made her frown. It's only the second day. Has the concentration of acid rain increased so much? Sure enough, not all processes are exactly the same as in the previous life. The concentration of acid rain in the previous life was indeed ambiguous at the beginning, and it increased after it rained for half a month, and some areas were flooded.
It was only the second day,
and the acid rain concentration had already reached a point where it could cause skin rashes within an hour. At this moment, countless messages popped up on the phone. I opened my phone and found that all the major groups were posting a video. It turned out that someone had stayed in the acid rain for a while and had ulcers on his face. This man was a vegetable farmer. Seeing that his vegetables were being severely damaged by acid rain, he wanted to build a shed for the vegetable garden with his wife. But unexpectedly, during the short time he was setting up the shed, his face became rotten. In the video, the vegetable farmer pointed to the withered vegetables behind him with tears in his eyes. These vegetables are all dead. We originally had a shed above our vegetable garden, but it rained for 2 days, and it was all corroded. I didn't pay attention to it one night, and the shed was full of holes. My wife and I thought that while the rain was light, we would wear raincoats and build a thicker shed. Unexpectedly, the wind blew the raincoat hood off, and I didn't care. As he spoke, he showed everyone the ulcers on his face. He leaned close to the screen and leaned his whole face over. Under the rotten skin there was blood and flesh, and some places even had black water. This is indeed what it looks like after being corroded by acid rain. Xia Sisi looked at the not-so-heavy rain outside and sighed softly in her heart. The world is about to be in chaos. Sure enough, by the afternoon, there were many news reports of scrambling for food in various places. In some remote areas, there were even reports of robbery in closed supermarkets. These people were arrested and publicized and criticized online. Officials began to speak out, asking everyone not to panic, to go out as little as possible, and to tell everyone that the authorities were trying to find a solution and not to believe in rumors. Xia Sisi's family members all died, and there was no family group. The owner group was very lively every day, and everyone was talking about how much they had stockpiled. There were also many people who showed off their stockpiles. On the screen, all kinds of food piled up like mountains, which looked tempting. Many people below made envious sounds, and some said 666. This flattery immediately prompted someone to show off their stockpiles. There was laughter and joy in the property group. Everyone even encouraged each other and compared with each other. Xia Sisi looked at those people whose names were written as building unit household and sweated for them. 5 days later, the acid rain still showed no sign of stopping. On the contrary, the concentration of acid rain increased again. Now it has reached the point where it is useless to go out with an umbrella. Those who go out to buy things have begun to rely on their own abilities. Some go out with pot lids on their heads, and some go out with tables on their heads. But more people choose not to go out. Most supermarkets are closed, and many companies are temporarily on vacation. Factories have also stopped working. The whole city has entered a state of stillness. But it is not the whole city that has really entered a state of stillness, but the whole world. To date, the water and electricity in Xia Sisi's apartment are still normal, and the network is still normal. But many places have said that their communities have begun to lose water, electricity, and the internet. After all, acid rain corrodes wires, water pipes, and gas pipelines. It is only a matter of time before the whole city stops. The authorities have also carried out a series of emergency repairs. But this is just a drop in the bucket. Xia Sisi even saw with her own eyes that a circuit repair worker, whose hands were corroded by acid rain and had blood holes, was still working at high altitude. In the end, he did not hold the ladder firmly and fell from the air. Fortunately, the ambulance arrived early and took him away. But according to someone on the internet, there are not many beds in the hospital now. Xia Sisi looked at the school group and found that everyone had stopped classes and fell into panic. For safety reasons, the school did not give a holiday, but let the students isolate in the dormitory. Zhaoing said that the school also prepared a large number of supplies, and the cafeteria still has meals every day. Hearing this, Xia Sisi felt relieved. After all, those were classmates and teachers who she spent every day with. But what she didn't expect was that she found a familiar name in the property group that day.
How Ro.
How Ro greeted the property group, saying that she had just moved in, and then posted a photo of herself wearing a bikini while traveling in the Maldives. For a while, many young men in the property group showed up. Wan Wei, 6th floor, building A. What a beautiful young lady. Which floor do you live on? I can't go out recently, let's get to know each other and chat. Huang Chun, 15th floor, building B. Does the young lady have a boyfriend? I'm single and rich. Let's get to know each other. In response, Hao Ro did not reply one by one. But Xia Cici could imagine that there should be many men who smelled the fishy smell and had already started to add Hao Ro's WeChat. 2 minutes later, the property group prompted that Lin Yi was invited by Hao Ro to join the property group. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows. Lin Yi actually moved in too? Hao Ro quickly added Lin Yi, and then showed off their love in a high-profile manner. Hao Ro, hello everyone, this is my fiancé Lin Yi. We just moved here and live on the 5th floor of Building A. Please take care of me in the future. Soon, Hao Ro and Lin Yi changed their notes in the group to Hao Ro, 5th floor of Building A, and Lin Yi, 5th floor of Building A. Looking at the number 5 floors, the corners of her mouth couldn't help but curl up. This is interesting. How long did it take for the 5-story building to be completely submerged? She couldn't remember it very clearly, but it shouldn't be long. Moreover, the end of the world in this life is obviously more fierce than the previous one, and there will be something interesting to watch. On the afternoon of the second day after Hao Ro and her family moved in, the network in their apartment was also cut off. For a while, Xia Cici heard many people walk out of their homes and knock on their neighbors' doors to inquire about the news. People are used to the world with the internet and can exchange information with each other on the internet. Now that they can't go out, the acid rain outside is like a flood, and there is no way to get information from the internet, so they naturally start to panic. At this time, someone knocked on her door. Before anyone came to the door and knocked, Dahei had already stood up alertly and ran to the door to wait. The muscles of his whole body were tense, and he was ready to rush forward at any time. What's more interesting is that it took Dahei only a few seconds to walk from his kennel to the door, a distance of 5 or 6 meters, but his feet made almost no sound. The pair of ears that stood straight up showed his nervousness at the moment. Xia Cici walked to the door and gently touched Dahei's head as a reward and comfort for him. The knocking on the door continued, and it became more urgent. Xia Cici gently opened the inner door, but left the outer security door open. A young man was standing outside. He looked at the man with shifty eyes and said, "Hello, is the internet still working here? I just ran up here, and everyone said that the internet was not working." Although his tone was quite polite, his eyes kept looking inside. Perhaps sensing the man's thieving intentions, Dahei, who was standing next to him, made him sound as if threatening. The man was then attracted by Dahei. "Oh my God, you have such a big dog at home. How come I haven't seen it before?" Xia Cici thought that although he had moved here for a while, he had not seen everything in the whole building. He just smiled lightly and did not intend to talk to him more. "We don't have internet either. It should be that everyone is disconnected." "Oh. There are many rumors on the internet now that the end of the world is coming. Have you stocked up? If not, it's better to go out and stock up now." When he said this, the man's eyes were still turning to the house. It's just that Xia Cici put a super large screen at the entrance, so he couldn't see anything in the house. "When I bought this screen, it was to hide the stove in the living room. After all, most of the supplies were placed in her space. Do you have anything else to do?" Perhaps sensing the indifference in my tone, Dahei on the side began to growl threateningly. The man left under Dahei's angry glare. I frowned slightly, thinking that this man might cause trouble after the end of the world, so I should be more careful at that time. After the people left, I lowered my head and gently stroked Dahei's head. "Well done." Seeing such a big dog in the house, even if the man had evil intentions, I am afraid that even if there was chaos, he would not come to provoke her at the beginning because he was afraid of Dahei. That day, Xia Cici did not unfollow how chaotic it was outside, and while there was still gas, she cooked for another day. After these few days of hard work, the disposable plastic lunch boxes in Xia Cici's space were basically filled by her. The shelves piled up in the space were full of everything. When it was evening, Xia Cece decided to tinker with the black land in the space, trying to figure out more ways to use the space. There was also the jade bracelet she had collected from outside, but she had not yet put it into the space. She had not been in a hurry to put it in before, because the upgrade of the space had always been separated by a few days. If it had not been upgraded twice in 2 consecutive days, Xia Cece was afraid that something might go wrong. Now that she was counting the days, there was no problem. Xia Cece took out the jade bracelet and played with it in her hand for a while. To be honest, Xia Cece really liked this bracelet. It was so beautiful. But Sister Kong seemed to like it too. It was always vibrating, as if urging her, give it to me quickly. Xia Cece rolled her eyes and did not hesitate to throw the jade bracelet directly into the space. At the same time, she also entered the space. In the space, the jade bracelet quickly turned into dots of blue starlight in the air, which was extremely beautiful. This time, the starlight was more beautiful than any other time before. In the blue starlight, there were even some bright silver colors. Xia Cece also brought Dahei in. In this beautiful starlight, Xia Cece held Dahei and watched this magical scene. Dahei raised his dog head, his eyes wide open, his mouth slightly open, as if he was shocked by the scene in front of him. When the twinkling starlight fell near Dahei, he playfully wanted to bite something. Of course, he bit into nothing. This time, the scattering of starlight lasted about 10 minutes before it ended. For a moment, Xia Cece was a little confused. What happened? Xia Cece tried to get in again, but failed after 5 or 6 attempts. The space seemed to have intentionally blocked itself. Xia Cece anxiously turned around in the room for several times. So much so that Dahei, who was standing next to him, looked at Xia Cece and turned around, as if he was imitating Xia Cece. This made Xia Cece laugh. What do you know? And you're still following me. Dahei tilted his head and looked at Xia Cece without any expression, with a drooping dog face, as if to say, who copied you? That night, Xia Cece didn't sleep well. But she was not so fragile after living in the end of the world. She cheered up, made some food that could be stored, put it in the refrigerator temporarily, and completed the exercise with Dahei according to the daily task. When it was midnight, Xia Cece was awakened by the vibration of the space in her chest. She sat up from the bed with a start and hurriedly looked at the space in her chest. She found that the space in her chest had turned into color at this moment. In addition to the red jade part before, a touch of spicy green was added. This green was in the corner of the red jade, rendering the whole piece of jade more lively. Xia Cece took a deep breath, and she could feel that the jade in this space was different from before. Dahei was also awakened by Xia Cece's movement, sat up on the bed, and looked at Xia Cece with a drooping face. Xia Cece touched the big dog's neck and told it to be patient. Then she used her mind to try to enter the space again. This time, she succeeded. After entering the space, Xia Cece found that the space in front of her had really changed. First, the black soil expanded and was clearly divided into 2 areas. One area was in the same location as before, and the composition of the black soil was also darker, but when you held the black soil in your hand, you would see a layer of blue dots, as if it contained a strange power. The other area was about 10 acres. Although the whole land was black, it was not so exaggerated. It looked like ordinary soil, but the soil felt very soft and fertile. In addition to the black soil, the original small house was also upgraded to a 2-story villa. Xia Cece walked into the villa and found that in addition to the space of the previous small house remaining the same, the 2-story villa had about 300 square meters more space. In addition to the living room between the 2 floors, there were about 7 or 8 empty rooms in the villa, which looked very practical. However, the decoration was simple. At this moment, there was no other furniture except the furniture she had put in before. She looked at the villa in front of her, touched her chin, and always felt that this villa was not very ordinary. As a space, this villa was obviously useless. She and Dahei could not live in it all the time. But after walking around, she did not find anything special about the villa, so she went out temporarily. After bypassing the villa, The place where the spiritual spring was originally located actually rose into a small hill of about several dozen meters. The spring water flowed down from the top of the hill, giving people a sense of emptiness. Xia Sisi looked at the land on the top of the hill, which was also very fertile, similar to the fields over there, and knew that this land should also be usable. At the same time, in the backyard of the villa, she saw a huge black machine. There was a large opening at the rear end of the machine, as if things could be thrown in. However, there was no description of the entire machine, and no one knew what it was used for. As for the places where supplies were stored, they had now become rows of tiled houses. The supplies were actually classified and neatly placed. The place that was originally covered by layers of fog has expanded its area. Xia Sisi saw a piece of grass surrounded by a fence, like a large ranch. Seeing this, Xia Sisi was surprised and helpless. The surprise was that a ranch appeared in the space, which meant that I could engage in breeding, and there would be no problem eating meat in the future. The helpless thing was, she didn't prepare these live poultry at all. Just as she was stroking her chin and thinking whether she should go out and find a place to buy some live poultry and livestock while the rain outside was not too heavy. Suddenly, she heard a rustling sound behind her. This gave her a startle. The space was very quiet, and the only sound she could hear was her own footsteps. After all, the only living person here is Xia Sisi, and the only one is Dahei. When did other living things appear here? Xia Sisi thought about it, and the hidden knife instantly appeared in her hand. She lowered her body and walked forward, always alert to her surroundings. That thing didn't seem to be very smart. When she found it, it was hiding behind the villa. Half of his hairy ace was exposed, and he was shivering with his head tightly tucked in. Xia Sisi walked forward and picked up the thing. Then I saw an extremely fat rabbit. The rabbit's whole body is beige, which is different from the color of ordinary rabbits. The rabbit's mouth is a blueberry-like purple-blue color, which looks very tempting and a little weird. This rabbit is much fatter and bigger than ordinary rabbits. It is chubby and feels very heavy when held in the hand. Xia Sisi turned it over and took a closer look and found that it was still a female rabbit. Why is there a rabbit in the space? Xia Sisi couldn't help but mutter. Suddenly, Xia Sisi discovered that there was a moisture-proof bag on the rabbit's ace. She picked up the moisture-proof bag with some curiosity and saw the words "Do not eat" written on it. She felt like she had seen it somewhere. The rabbit was still trembling, looking like it had never seen the world before. After staring at it for more than 10 seconds, Xia Sisi finally remembered what the rabbit looked like. This rabbit looks especially like the bread I buried in the black soil before. Isn't this beige outfit the color of bread? And that bluish-purple nose and those bluish-purple little paws, that's blueberry filling. This. Xia Sisi felt that her 3 perspectives were about to shatter. Today's upgrade of the space really brought her too many surprises. Xia Sisi's head was about to explode, and she could only throw the rabbit into the pasture next to her. After entering the pasture, the rabbit began to eat grass happily. It seemed that it quickly adapted to the environment here. Xia Sisi hesitated for a long time, then took out another bag of bread and planted it in the black soil. She decided to name this black land shining with blue light the black-blue land. The black soil that looks more ordinary is named black soil for the sake of distinction. In addition to planting a loaf of bread, she also planted a piece of seeds, a bag of biscuits, and a box of chocolates in the dark blue soil. In addition, she tried to put a piece of clothing in it. She planned to observe it together in 2 days. She first sprinkled some spinach seeds on the other ordinary black soil to see the effect. Walking to the strange machine at the back of the house, Xia Sisi thought for a moment and threw a pillow in. After the machine sensed something, it started to work quickly. In just a moment, the pillow was eaten. And then, nothing happened. Xia Sisi angrily walked around the machine twice, only to find that nothing had happened. Give me back my pillow. Even though the pillow is of no use at the moment, it is still a piece of space material after all. Machine. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and left the space. Outside the space, Dahei, who had long been accustomed to Xia Sisi's disappearance and reappearance, just raised his eyelids and soon fell asleep again. When Xia Sisi saw that the space was still usable and had been upgraded, she fell asleep with a smile on her face. The man and the dog slept until noon. The next morning, she was still woken up by the noise outside. Xia Sisi quickly put on some clothes, picked up Dahei, who was standing at the door alertly, and took Dahei downstairs together. It turned out that someone was arguing in the corridor. It was none other than the triangular-eyed man who had come to Xia Sisi's door and knocked on it before, and another thin little girl. The little girl was just one floor below Xia Sisi's building. She was blocking the door, crying. A group of people nearby were pointing and talking. There was a young lady wearing a denim jacket. She had a great figure, looked to be over 170 centimeters tall, and had a very queenly look. She stood by and pointed at the triangular-eyed man and cursed. "Huang Chen, what do you mean? Do you really think no one cares now? Believe it or not, I will call the police now." Xia Sisi was holding Dahei, and it was difficult for her to get close, so she could only watch from a distance. Only then did I realize that the man with triangular eyes was Huang Chen, who had previously said in the group that Hao Ro was pretty, and he lived on the 15th floor. Huang Chen was a little timid when he heard the alarm, but he forced a smile and said, "Isn't this for everyone's good? There was a power outage today. It must be that the wires outside were corroded by acid rain. We don't know how long it will take for the power to come back. Isn't this just to get the generator over to benefit our entire building?" The apartment where Xia Sisi lives is a dual-purpose commercial and residential building. There are many yoga studios, restaurants, and even cat cafes and supermarkets here. So it makes sense that someone's store has a generator. Bah! What do you mean by benefiting the whole building? You just want to take Xiaofei's generator away. Don't think we don't know how you did business before. We are all old neighbors, who doesn't know who. Hearing what the young lady in jeans said, Huang Qin became anxious. Dinglei, what do you mean? Don't think I won't hit you just because you're a woman. You know, this is the end of the world. If you have the guts to call the police now, check if your phone still has a signal. After Huang Qin said this, Xia Sisi finally remembered. The internet was down yesterday, and the power was down this morning. There seems to be no cell phone signal. Huang Qin, who was trying to mediate, saw that there were so many people around and didn't say anything more. He just gave that girl named Xiao Fei a fierce look that was undoubtedly meaningful. Then he left angrily. The crowd also dispersed. While everyone was away, Xia Sisi hurried back to her floor and took Dahei downstairs for a walk. At the same time, I was thinking that the look in Huang Chen's eyes just now was not ordinary. I'm afraid he will cause trouble next. The source of the chaos in Building A is probably him. Xia Sisi didn't want to meddle in other people's business. After all, this was just the beginning, and things would get more and more brutal later on. Moreover, judging from what happened at the end of the last life, the more sober and self-controlled you are, and the less virginal you are, the longer you can live. The two girls named Xiaofei and Dinglei looked like neighbors, and they had a good relationship. I hope they can be more vigilant. The property management was pretty good. They took out a generator to temporarily power the elevators in the entire building. It is true that this building has more than 70 floors. If there were no elevator, Xia Sisi, who lives on the top floor, would not know how to go downstairs. But it also gave Xia Sisi a signal the opportunities to go downstairs would become fewer and fewer in the future. I don't know whether this property's generator can be preserved after the end of the world. I took Dahei for a walk outside twice, and then went to take a look at the nearby shops. I originally wanted to see if there was anything else I could buy, and I never feared having too much supplies. Unexpectedly, I found that the water on the street in front of the community was already above the knees. Xia Sisi looked at the rain in the sky, and it was indeed heavier than before. It had been raining for such a long time, but this area had not been flooded because it was located in a relatively high area of the city. In some low-lying areas, the water may have reached the first floor. Dahei is very well behaved. There is a bit of human wisdom in his eyes when he looks at the rain. Xia Sisi reached out and touched Dahei's head. She felt that this guy's head seemed to be bigger than before. She wondered if it was an illusion. There was no one on the street, but many residents could be seen standing by the windows, looking down. Maybe it's because I've stayed at home for too long, and there's no electricity or internet, so there's really nothing to do. Xia Sisi didn't know if this was the last time she would see this normal street, but at this moment she felt a sense of desolation on the silent street. After a while, she took Dahei for 2 more rounds and finally locked onto the express delivery point across the street. I found that there was no one at the express delivery point, and the rain had already reached the steps. I knew it was almost time to take action. Patting Dahei's head, she went home. The concentration of acid rain is indeed much stronger than before. This time, Xia Sisi and Dahei also strolled for more than an hour, and when they returned, some of their skin had ulcers. Some of Dahei's fur had fallen off, and he looked at me with his big face drooping. Seeing Xia Sisi looking at it, it used its claws to scratch the place where its hair was falling out. The resentment in its eyes almost became real, as if to say, "Shoot, shoveler. Look, I'm losing hair." Xia Sisi burst out laughing and took out some medicine to apply to Dahei. "It's okay. It will be fine in a few days." At this time, Xia Sisi had an idea. Would it be more effective to use the spring water in the space than these potions? Thinking of this, she took out the spring water from the space and poured some on her arm. This surprised her greatly. These are life-saving things during extreme cold times. In the next few days, she decided to make these soups and water to warm her body in the end of the world. But at exactly 7 o'clock, Xia Sisi found that the rain outside was getting heavier. In the sky, raindrops the size of soybeans were falling down in frames. Xia Sisi discovered that the sheds of nearby shops had been corroded. The rainwater that originally only reached the steps has now flooded the first floor of the express delivery building opposite. Xia Sisi raised her eyelids. She knew that she had to take action tonight. At night, I took Dahei to the house and used cat litter to solve the urgent problem. Dahei was a little unhappy, but Xia Sisi explained to it that it couldn't go out now because countless eyes of the neighbors were watching it. Although Dahei still had a droopy face, he did as he was told obediently. Dahei didn't quite understand what Xia Sisi was going to do and why she went to bed so early today. But the dog was a man of few words. He just followed Xia Sisi in doing whatever she did, and they slept together. At 12:30, Xia Sisi's alarm clock woke her up on time. She stood up, put on the black night outfit she had prepared long ago, pulled up her suit, and went downstairs. When I got downstairs, it was pitch black. The property security guard had not come to work for a long time, and the water had already flooded the first floor lobby, which was temporarily isolated by the property with waterproof sandbags. However, this is only temporary. Perhaps tomorrow, the whole place will be covered by water. Braving the wind and rain, Xia Sisi swam to the other side of the road with Dahei. There were a lot of floating objects in the water, and my body was completely soaked in the acid rain, and I could feel a little pain. Xia Sisi knew that this was the feeling of acid rain corroding the skin. But it doesn't matter. She knows the use of this acid rain. From Xia Sisi's perspective, Dahei looked quite handsome when swimming. The whole dog paddling seriously was quite interesting. The street lights had long been out of power, and there was a lot of floating garbage in the water, but the distance was not long, and Xia Sisi and Dahei quickly swam to the other side. At this time, you can see that the water has flooded the first floor of the small building here. Without saying a word, Xia Sisi took out the tools and pried open the door lock of the small building in front of her. Although it was already 1 o'clock in the morning, when the entire city was silent and stopped, Xia Sisi did not dare to take out the light to illuminate the city. She only took a dim yellow low-light flashlight that she had prepared earlier. In this way, the light coming out of the house will be difficult to be noticed by residents far away. I waded into the house, which turned out to be an open space for storing goods. There was a table at the door, on which were piled some documents, calculators, and other things, as well as a computer. It should be the place where express delivery points usually used to calculate express fees and check orders. The house was filled with express boxes, some in plastic bags, and some placed on shelves. It should be that before the express delivery point evacuated the people, they were also afraid that rain would flood in, so they raised the moisture-proof mats. At this moment, There was no rain soaking the express delivery, which made Xia Cece breathe a sigh of relief. Knowing that time was running out, Xia Cece didn't have time to open each package one by one. She just walked over and took whatever was available. Even the tables, chairs, electronic scales, moisture-proof mats, and computers were not spared. When the extreme cold comes, tables, chairs, and moisture-proof mats can be used as firewood. As Xia Cece placed more supplies and the space expanded, the shelves in Xia Cece's space were no longer sufficient. Those seemingly useless things like computers, who knows if they will be useful in the future? It would get soaked by the rain if left here, so it's better to let him take it away. She collected a room full of express deliveries and continued upstairs to collect supplies. If I remember correctly, the second floor is also a courier point. Xia Cece continued to collect everything, no matter what it was. She stuffed it into the space first. Wait until I get home to unpack and sort the express packages one by one. What surprised Xia Cece was that when she was on the second floor, she actually saw a small room full of couriers' cotton coats, military coats, shoes, and cotton waistcoats. Although these things are not good-looking, they are indeed cold-proof, durable, and windproof. They are good things to fight against the end of the world. It must be the changing of seasons. The courier service customized clothes for the employees, but hasn't had time to send them out yet. Xia Cece didn't have time to look. She just took a quick glance and found that most of them were men's, in all sizes. Xia Cece didn't hesitate and put them all into the space. After cleaning out the first and second floors, the next floors to go are the live streaming companies, WeChat business companies, food companies, etc. on the 3rd to 12th floors. Xia Cece knew that time was running out, so she took Dahei and went straight to the 3rd floor. Dahei was very well behaved next to her. He would hit wherever Xia Cece pointed at him, and he would not bark or run around. Xia Cece had been to the 3rd floor and knew that there were mainly several live broadcast companies here. Each company is a small room with all kinds of goods. What Xia Cece didn't expect was that as soon as she went upstairs, Dahei bit her trouser leg. Xia Cece was startled and turned to look at Dahei. I saw Dahei's eyes were wide open, looking straight ahead, and his body was in an attacking posture. Xia Cece understood instantly there was someone upstairs. She quickly turned off the flashlight, pulled Dahei back gently, and retreated into a small compartment to the side. This is the cleaning lady's room. There is nothing inside, and it is very narrow. But at the same time, it can be seen from the furnishings in the house that there are not many supplies here, so it will not be easily targeted by others. Xia Cece pulled Dahei closer inside and listened closely to the noise outside. Sure enough, within half a minute, she heard footsteps. In addition to the footsteps, there was also the sound of something being dragged and the light of a flashlight. Could it be that someone, like her, had sensed the coming of the end of the world and had already started collecting supplies? Xia Cece thought about it, and the hidden knife appeared in her hand. She tensed her body, ready to show no mercy if this person dared to do anything bad to her. But fortunately, the person who came seemed to have collected all the supplies and went straight downstairs when he reached the stairs. Xia Cece listened to the footsteps gradually fading away, and then looked at Dahei, who had relaxed beside her, and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But Xia Cece knew that when that person got to the 1st and 2nd floors, he would be very surprised to find that all the houses on the 1st and 2nd floors had been cleared out. I just hope that when that person sees that all the things are gone in such a short time, he will think that a group of people have come, so he will give up and evacuate quickly. After waiting for a while, Xia Cece quietly walked to the window of the next room and watched a figure carrying a large bag walking out of the door on the 1st floor. Only then did she breathe a sigh of relief. Judging from this man's figure, he is tall, at least 185 centimeters tall, possibly even 190 centimeters tall. He has a very strong body, and even wearing loose black clothes cannot hide his thick back and broad chest. Judging from the fact that he could move freely in the water while carrying a large bag of supplies, he must be quite capable. I can't see his face clearly, but his figure alone is very recognizable. If they meet again, Xia Cece will definitely recognize him. At the same time, her brows slightly frown. This person is not easy to mess with, and she must be careful, when she sees him next time. First of all, he is tall and strong. If they face each other, even if Xia Cixi adds Dahei, the opponent will still be a formidable rival. Second, this person can come and go freely in acid rain and dares to swim in acid rain, which shows that he has courage. Finally, the fact that he could come out to look for supplies at this time showed that he had foresight. He had realized the coming of the end of the world and the imminent collapse of order. What Xia Cixi didn't expect was that the man actually swam across the road and entered the building where Xia Cixi was. Then, he entered Building A, which was the apartment where Xia Cixi lived. Xia Cixi breathed a sigh of relief only after the man completely entered the building. After waiting for a while, she found that the man did not come out, but she was still a little nervous. She walked to Dahei and pointed to the window in front of her. Dahei, how about you keep watch here? If you see that man come out again, come find me. She has a space on her body. At worst, the person and the dog can hide in the space, and they will definitely not be exposed. What she was afraid of was that the man would suddenly appear behind her and kill her by surprise. Dahei sat down with a droopy face without saying a word, his round dog eyes staring out the window, like a little soldier standing guard seriously. Come to think of it, Dahei seems to have grown a little taller in the past few days. Now he can reach Xia Cixi's shoulders when sitting. Seeing Dahei like this, Xia Cixi breathed a sigh of relief. She glanced at the time, and it was almost 2:30. She planned to be back at 6:30 at the latest, which still left 4 hours, but there were still 10 full floors to go. She had to quicken her pace. What surprised Xia Cixi was that in a small room on the 3rd floor, she found a room full of gas tanks, about a dozen in total. This building does not have gas supply, so people still use gas cylinders to cook. There is a small kitchen on the 3rd floor, which provides lunch for the entire building on weekdays. Xia Cixi put all the dozen or so gas tanks into the space. When the end of the world comes and natural gas is no longer available, these gas tanks will be important supplies. Even the big refrigerator in the kitchen, the meat in the refrigerator, the boxes of potatoes stored in the corner, and the easy-to-store food such as sweet potatoes, pumpkins, steamed buns, rice, etc. were not spared by Xia Cixi and were all put into the space. Before leaving, Xia Cixi looked at the large iron tables, iron chairs, workbenches, and kitchen knives in the kitchen, leaving nothing behind and putting them all into the space. In her previous life, when Xia Cixi came here, the vegetables had already rotted and the rice and flour had been snatched away, so she did not get any benefits. Those gas tanks seemed to have been washed away by the nearby water flow. Fortunately, this life came early. After going to several nearby live broadcast studios, Xia Cixi found that many things inside had been moved away, especially those that sell food, like biscuits, instant noodles, snail noodles, and self-heating rice. It must have been taken by the man before. Judging from the battlefield the man left behind, this man was very picky about what he took. I particularly like spicy food, so I left none of the snail noodles and Sichuan-style self-heating rice, but I didn't touch the seafood-flavored instant noodles and black pepper beef pasta at all. As Xia Cixi scanned these live broadcast rooms, the corners of her mouth twitched. It's the end of the world. And this guy is still picky about food? Xia Cixi was not picky. Just like before, she collected everything on the shelves and chairs. When Xia Cixi came across a live broadcast room selling hoodies and down jackets, she discovered that all the clothes inside had been turned over. The largest sizes had obviously been taken away, and the row of clothes labeled 4XL was completely gone. Xia Cixi further confirmed her previous estimation of the other person's height over 185 centimeters. That's right. Xia Cixi found several live broadcast rooms selling skincare products and cosmetics. Many of the products here are high-end items that Xia Cixi had been reluctant to buy before. Like a mysterious set from someone, a gold mask from a certain brand, an extremely expensive beauty instrument from a certain beauty salon. Xia Cixi did not show any mercy and collected them all. Even if the end of the world is coming, we should still have a sense of ritual and take care of our skin. In a live broadcast room at the very top of the 3rd floor, Xia Cixi actually discovered a sheep. When Xia Cixi went in, The sheep was already dying of hunger. It had already eaten all the feed and grass nearby. It looked at Xia Sisi and called out weakly. Xia Sisi found the sheep very familiar. It had a round black face with almost no visible eyes. It was larger than the average sheep, and its body was covered with soft and comfortable curly hair. She remembered that this seemed to be a kind of internet-famous sheep, called the Valet Black-Nosed Sheep. Xia Sisi walked over and gently touched the sheep's head and found that the guy was quite docile. Xia Sisi took advantage of this opportunity and used her mind to send the sheep into the pasture in space. Hopefully the rabbits inside will be friendly to it. But the grass in that pasture should be enough for the sheep to come back to life. It seems like this live broadcast room is mainly about pets. Xia Sisi also found the body of a cat in a cage inside. I could only shake my head and sigh. In the end times, people can no longer survive, let alone these animals that are locked in cages with no one to take care of them. In the cupboard opposite the cage, there is a whole cupboard full of pet supplies. There is sheep feed, catkin food, and cat food. It's just that these animals in cages cannot open the cages to eat. Xia Sisi had no time to mourn the dead animals, so she put all the pet food into the cupboard. The third floor was basically cleaned up, and Xia Sisi headed to the fourth floor. The fourth floor is also a delivery company. Most of the things were similar. Xia Sisi found a room full of potato chips and spicy snacks, a room full of canned fruits, a room full of expired drinks, a room full of low-calorie foods such as dark chocolate. There were also some slate paintings, hand-knitted items, cross-stitch embroidery, and the like, which were not of much use, but she put them away too. She was in a room and saw all kinds of ornamental fish. Xia Sisi thought about it and put all the fish into the space. She hasn't got the spiritual spring water yet, but when she has time, she wants to try to open a small fish pond, put a few fish in the spiritual spring water, and see what kind of changes will occur. After the end of the world, it will be difficult to eat seafood. Just as she was thinking this, Xia Sisi didn't expect that when she was walking up, she would actually come across a fishery company. Yes, from the fourth floor upwards, it is no longer just a small live broadcast room for selling goods, but there are many commodity companies. There is a seafood company, just upstairs. There are more than 20 large freezers, filled with all kinds of seafood. There are squid, prawns, sea cucumbers, abalone, as well as ready-made grilled prawns, charcoal grilled squid shreds, spicy small cuttlefish with scallops, small yellow croaker with sauce, and crispy dried fish. There are all kinds of seafood. Xia Sisi waved her hand again and put all the freezers into her own space. She remembered that she had also come to this floor in her previous life. But the power had been out for a long time by then. The seafood in these freezers, without electricity, has already rotted. The whole floor was filled with a foul odor, making people think there were countless corpses on it. So, at that time, they did not enter the fourth floor and went directly to the fifth floor. She was lucky today. The electricity was out this morning, and there was still a lot of cold air in the freezer, so nothing was broken. Also next door, Xia Sisi found a company selling ice cream. There were more than a dozen freezers stocked with the most expensive ice cream, both imported and domestic, and Xia Sisi took them all away. These are the things that save lives and bring happiness during extremely hot periods. In the room at the corner of this floor should be the office of the president of this floor. When Xia Sisi came up, she saw that the entire floor belonged to the same enterprise, but was divided into several different companies. The CEO's office is equipped with a confidentiality level door lock. Xia Sisi fiddled with it for a long time before it finally opened. There were a few moments when Xia Sisi considered, should she just give up? After all, there are so many floors above, and we can't waste time here. In the president's office, a mahogany shelf and a wangwali shelf are filled with high-end goods. There are jade and ornaments, and even the shelves are made of wangwali wood and mahogany. Xia Sisi couldn't understand these things, but when she approached one of the stone pots, she felt her space vibrating again. She quickly put all these things into the space. There was no time to check the changes in the space, so she continued to sweep. In the president's desk, she found a lot of luxury items, such as watches, necklaces, and bags. There are 2 safes. The safe cannot be opened, so put it in the space first. She also found a cupboard full of high-end cigarettes, gift boxes of birds' nests, and gift boxes of tea. Looking at the varieties of tea, there really is everything you could want. There are pu'er tea, green tea, black tea, white tea. Even English black tea is arranged in a row. When seeing the tea leaves, Xia Cixi raised her eyebrows. She knew that many Chinese people had the habit of drinking tea. When the end of the world comes, these teas will become a hot commodity among the bigwigs in some organizations. Not to mention the cigarettes and gift boxes of birds' nests. They're all scarce goods. She had limited funds before and was reluctant to buy these things, but now that she has seen them, she will definitely not let them go. There is also a lounge in the president's room. Xia Cixi kicked the door open and saw a super large and super comfortable bed inside. Don't think too much and earn space. The high-end suits in the closet and various unopened duck-down quilts and wool blankets were also placed in the space. Then Xia Cixi did not let go of the table and the chairs that looked very expensive. All of them were placed in the big villa in the space. What is even more unexpected is that Xia Cixi also found a box with the words Nano New Technology Constant Temperature Suit written on it in the president's bedroom. The price tag on the box was actually 10 million yuan. I opened the box and found 5 thermal suits inside. Xia Cixi took a general look at the above instructions. It is said that the inspiration for this clothing comes from the movie Dune. It is a kind of high-tech clothing that can simulate people to isolate themselves from the hot air outside under extremely hot conditions and can recycle the water lost by the human body. This clothing not only keeps out heat, but also keeps out cold, but it is not windproof. If you wear this clothing in extremely cold conditions, you need to put on some windproof clothing on the outside to achieve a constant temperature. It is light in texture and extremely useful. It's just still in the research and development stage and has not yet been launched on the market. Xia Cixi raised her eyebrows. What a good thing. Even if it is still in the development stage, it is still a good thing. With a wave of the hand, it is collected into space. After clearing out the president's office, Xia Cixi continued to move upstairs. One level up is the research and development department. There are a lot of seeds, hydroponic plants, and hydroponic equipment here. Xia Cixi didn't think about it and put everything into the space. An entire floor was cleared out. In this way, Xia Cixi can grow hydroponic vegetables when she has time. She always felt that he was not very reliable. The 7th floor sells various export clothes and bed sheets and quilt covers. Here, Xia Cixi not only took away a lot of clothes but also hoarded a lot of fabrics. After the acid rain, many people's clothes were torn, and it was not easy to go out dressed decently. These fabrics will be of great use when the time comes. On the 8th floor, there is a small pet park. As soon as Xia Cixi walked upstairs, she heard the calls of various animals above. Many animals have starved to death. In this pet park, the survivors include 3 rabbits, 2 alpacas, a sheep, a pony, a dairy cow, 5 or 6 pheasants, 2 guinea fowls, 4 guinea pigs, and a gray parrot. The gray parrot was very smart. The eerie voice scared Xia Cixi so much that she immediately pulled out a knife. When Xia Cixi found out it was just a parrot, she was so scared that she broke out in a cold sweat. I don't know what this parrot has experienced before, and it actually said such strange things. She put all the animals into the space. She now has a farm, which is so big that she just needs animals. Moreover, rabbits can give birth to puppies, which can be used as meat reserves. Guinea pigs can also be eaten and are considered a delicacy on the table abroad. But Xia Cixi didn't really want to eat this thing because she had raised it when she was a child. But let's put it away for now, just in case it comes in handy in the future. Space farms can afford it. Cows can produce milk. Sheep can be eaten for meat, and goat milk can be drunk. Xia Cixi had looked at it and found that the sheep was female and of the same breed as the black-faced goat, so they made a perfect pair. The pony is of no use at the moment, but it may be used as a means of transportation in the future. Alpacas are mainly used for their wool, which is extremely warm and can be used in extremely cold weather. Rudina and guinea fowl are even better things. You can eat their eggs and chicken. Thinking about these makes me feel so happy. except for the parrot.
Just keep it to kill time.
After all, the gray parrot is the smartest parrot in the world. Of course, Xia Sisi also took away all the rations stored in the storage room of the small zoo. Xia Sisi took a look and thought that the various fodder and rations alone should be enough to feed the small animals for at least half a year. Continue to sweep towards the 9th floor. Starting from this floor, there are some small private restaurants, Western restaurants, yoga studios, and the like. Xia Sisi plucked all the feathers from the passing geese and basically plucked them all cleanly. On the 10th floor, Xia Sisi came across a gold jewelry store, which was filled with hundreds of kilograms of various gold jewelry and dozens of kilograms of gold bars, all of which she swept into the space. By the end of the world, money has become a piece of waste paper. These gold and silver became the new currency in circulation. By then, all this gold will be of great use. On the 11th floor is a large gym. Xia Sisi put all the equipment into the space, and also put the 2 large mirrors inside into the space. By the time they reached the 12th floor, Xia Sisi was too tired to climb anymore, but her eyes were still bright. Her harvest tonight was more exciting than all the goods she had stockpiled before. After all, her money is limited, but this 120%, the assets of dozens of companies, is like a bottomless pit, giving her endless surprises. But at this moment, Xia Sisi heard hurried footsteps. It's the sound of Dahei running. Xia Sisi immediately became alert. Sure enough, when Xia Sisi was on the stairs from the 11th floor to the 12th floor, she saw Dahei running up with a serious face. Xia Sisi and Dahei exchanged glances and immediately understood what Dahei meant someone was coming. Sure enough, Xia Sisi soon heard a pair of hurried and steady footsteps going straight up the stairs. The man came with a purpose and ran straight up without stopping at other floors. As you can imagine, that person has only one goal, Xia Sisi. You can't see the scene outside the space in the space, but you can hear the sound. About 10 seconds after Xia Sisi entered the space, Xia Sisi heard footsteps close to her ear. The speed of that person was so fast. And from the footsteps, it can be heard that the person walked very steadily, and it is very likely that he is a martial artist. Where is the person? The voice was very low, and it sounded like he was in his 20s.
Dahei squatted beside Xia Sisi.
Although it had entered the space at this moment, it was still very alert. The muscles of the whole body were tense, making a posture of attacking. Xia Sisi gently stroked Dahei's back to relax it. Xia Sisi turned her eyes and looked at Dahei next to her and said in its ear, "Remember this person's voice. If you meet this person next time, you must warn me in advance." Dahei blinked his 2 big eyes, and I don't know if he understood. The visitor stayed at the stairs for a while, as if he was distinguishing the sound. But he was going to be disappointed. He would definitely not be able to find Xia Sisi. Perhaps because he did not find any sound of Xia Sisi, he began to walk towards the corridor on the right. Xia Sisi held her breath and listened to the noise outside. The man walked back and forth on the 12th floor several times, kicking open every door, as if he was looking for the figure of someone coming from this floor. Xia Sisi couldn't help but wipe off the cold sweat for herself. Fortunately, she was quick-witted and hid in the space immediately. Otherwise, if she confronted this person now, she would definitely not get any good results. After a long time, the movement of looking for someone stopped, and then it became the sound of searching for supplies. Xia Sisi and Dahei hid in the space, and there was nothing to be afraid of, but they did not dare to take it lightly. They could only take out a portion of pork ribs and rice, plus a cup of hot soy milk, and pay attention to the movement outside while eating. Dahei was next to him, and also got a portion of pork ribs and rice without salt, and a portion of pork bone soup. These were all prepared by Xia Sisi at home before, specially prepared for it. One person and one dog ate very happily. After eating a portion of rice, Xia Sisi felt like she had returned to her soul. I was so focused on collecting supplies that I didn't notice that I was starving. After Dahei ate, he seemed to understand that he and the shoot shoveler were safe, so he also lay on the ground and took a nap. Xia Sisi listened to the noise outside. The man moved about 3 times in more than an hour, which was very fast. Judging from the noise of dragging things, he moved a lot every time. It was almost 7 o'clock, and the sky was completely bright, and the man didn't appear again. However, it was already bright, and Xia Sisi didn't dare to go home. When the man came before, the whole building was full of things, but now the whole building was basically emptied. And the man came up following the sound of Dahei's footsteps. If Xia Sisi exposed her identity, it would be extremely dangerous. So, she planned to take advantage of the fact that there were not many people now to clear out everything on this floor and then go back to the space to stay for a day, just in time to study the upgrades in the space. When night came, she would take a detour and climb over the wall to return to the community alone. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi walked out of the space with Dahei. The man was very efficient in rummaging through things and took away all the spicy things on the entire floor very accurately, especially the employee benefits to be distributed in a certain room. There were clearly various daily necessities and spicy gift boxes written on the table, but now they were all gone. Judging from the number of employees on this floor, Xia Sisi felt that the man took away at least dozens of boxes. Also, all the things that could satisfy hunger and were related to staple foods were gone. All the cupboards were open. In particular, there was a small private kitchen and all the food and oil inside had been looted. Even the general manager's office at the top was pried open by the man. None of the high-end cigarettes and alcohol inside were touched, but the cabinets on both sides of the general manager's legs were empty. Although Xia Sisi had no shortage of supplies, she still felt furious when she saw this tall man. Xia Sisi walked around the house twice and found a safe in the corner of the house. Without saying anything, put it into space. The 12th floor is more of an office space for the entire floor. Except for the small kitchen, there are not many supplies. Xia Sisi checked in a few rooms but only found some imported snacks, drinks, and meal powder for little girls to lose weight. However, those office desks and chairs are all made of wood, and they can be used as firewood in the future. She also collected a full set of projection equipment for the conference room. Judging from the brand and model, they were new models, and the price was not low. This set of things can be placed in her villa and used as a home theater. Regardless of whether you will need it in the future, just plan it this way first. What surprised Xia Sisi the most was that at the end of the floor, there was a feng shui stone that was more than 1 person tall. When Xia Sisi approached, the space vibrated slightly, which surprised her very much. Collect. After finishing all this, Xia Sisi ran back and forth upstairs twice and found that the entire building was indeed emptied. Only then did she feel satisfied. Xia Sisi had also thought about what to do if nearby residents wanted to collect supplies again. One is that the end of the world has come, and the rule of survival is first come, first served. If you are a little soft-hearted or slack, you will become the prey of others. The second is that with the coming of acid rain, the things here will be corroded quickly, so it's better to let her get away with it. After emptying the entire floor, Xia Sisi brought Dahei into the space again. Although she had been busy the whole night, she was not sleepy at all. The main reason was that the harvest that night was so huge that she emptied out an entire 12-story building. In particular, after she entered the space, she was shocked to see that the space had been upgraded again. The biggest change was that she saw a small screen floating in front of her with Spiritual Space 4.0 written on it. Xia Sisi was excited. Is this finally the instruction manual? It was so exciting. Xia Sisi quickly clicked on the screen. The screen changed and the following options appeared: Happy Farm, Love Farm, and Waste Disposal Machine. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and clicked on the Waste Disposal Machine option first, because this option was the one she couldn't understand the most. Waste Disposal Machine Level 1 function. After any unused items are put into the machine, useful materials can be randomly spit out the next day. Limitation: can be used once per day. Note: this is a face-reading machine. Xia Sisi was surprised. It turned out that the machine placed at the back of the house that swallowed one of her pillows was so useful. This is simply the golden finger that turns waste into treasure. Xia Sisi hurried to the back of the house and saw that the waste disposal machine had not changed at all. She tried to walk forward and studied the machine again, secretly cursing the space for being unethical and giving such an incomplete manual. When she saw the red button and the green button, she subconsciously clicked the green button. Suddenly, the machine vibrated. Xia Sisi took a step back in fright. However, Dahei, who had been following Xia Sisi, was very calm. He even walked forward and walked around the machine twice. After about 10 seconds, the vibration of the machine stopped and a cover suddenly opened at the front. Xia Sisi walked forward and saw a box of mineral water being spit out from the front of the machine. She smiled so much that her eyes curved. Not bad. This random material is very good. At this moment, her heart finally settled down. Although the space said that it would use waste to process random resources, she would not be relieved until she saw it with her own eyes. Water resources are very important resources. In the end times, pillows are useless waste that can be found everywhere. This deal is worth it. Just when Xia Sisi was happy to pick up the box of mineral water, Dahei, who had been wandering around, saw the flashing red button. The huge dog head shook twice at the position of the red button, as if observing something interesting. Then, it imitated Xia Sisi's way of pressing the green button, stretched out its dog paw, and pressed it. The machine vibrated again. Xia Sisi's hand had already reached into the machine, but she immediately retreated with the alertness of 10 years in the end times. It was also at the moment when she pushed it out that the lid on the top of the machine suddenly closed. Xia Sisi was sweating coldly. If she hadn't dodged quickly just now, would half of her body be clamped in it now? Meanwhile, Dahei, who had done something wrong, looked as if nothing had happened. He still drooped his face seriously, squatted beside the dog, looked at the sky, looked at the scenery, without any self-awareness. Xia Sisi gritted her teeth, walked over and grabbed Dahei's ears. "Did you do that?" Dahei's face immediately stretched out when he was told that, and he rolled his eyes at Xia Sisi, refusing to admit his fault. Xia Sisi was so angry that she couldn't do anything about this big guy. She could only consider reducing the dog food for him tonight by half. While Xia Sisi and Dahei were playing around, the machine had stopped. The end of the machine that threw in the pillow, which was also the end where the garbage was put, made a puff sound, and the pillow that Xia Sisi had thrown in yesterday was spit out intact. It hit Xia Sisi's face right away. Xia Sisi was stunned. After a long while, she finally understood. So, this green button is to start the machine. This red button. Xia Sisi looked at Dahei beside her and asked him angrily, "Did you press this red button just now?" Dahei turned his head away and ignored her. Xia Sisi emphasized, "Did you?" Dahei walked over with his face drooping, put his paw next to the red button, and made a gesture of pressing it. Xia Sisi understood. This red button is to return the item. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi put the pillow into the machine again and pressed the green button. But this time, the machine did not respond at all. Xia Sisi thought of the manual in the space, which seemed to say that it could be used once a day, and the waste put in would become supplies the next day. Although, after Dahei's blunder, today's chances are all gone. But Xia Sisi was still quite happy. With this thing, I will have an extra surprise every day in the boring days of the end of the world in the future. And more importantly, it also provides an extra layer of protection. There is always a loophole in a perfect plan. Although Xia Sisi has hoarded so many things, what if she forgets something? What she felt was just spit out by the machine. It was perfect. After studying the machine, Xia Sisi walked to the front of the room again. The display screen of the space is still floating in the air, with a sense of mystery. Xia Sisi reached out and directly clicked on the Happy Farm option. Soon, the system popped up the introduction of Happy Farm. Level 2 function. Farm number 1 can plant any items and plants except flesh and blood and randomly produce materials according to the attributes of the items. During the space upgrade stage, the planted items will mutate. Farm number 2 can only plant plants, which has the function of shortening time and increasing output. Limitation. Excessive use will cause it to enter hibernation. Note: Happy Farm, I guarantee you will be happy. Xia Sisi looked at the last note and sighed again in her heart. This system is really stupid. But she was indeed happy, even excited. Farm number 1 should be the area that she had previously named Black and Blue Land. This farm number 1 is indeed extraordinary. When the bread was being grown, the space happened to be upgraded, so a mutation occurred, and this strange-looking rabbit appeared. After sorting out all this, Xia Cixi breathed a sigh of relief and decided to start planting and utilizing these 2 plots of farmland on a large scale depending on the situation. However, the reminder that excessive use will cause the device to enter hibernation made Xia Cixi grit her teeth. The term overused is so ambiguous. There is no specific explanation at all, leaving Xia Cixi to figure it out on her own. Shoot, this space system is really shoot. Level 1 function. In the Love Farm, all animals can live in peace and will be automatically fed with space energy, fully automated management. Of course, the space owner can also feed them actively. Limitation. When the space energy is insufficient, it will absorb the energy of the spiritual spring, so remember to feed. Note, after all, they are all lives, so pay attention. After reading the introduction of the Love Farm, Xia Cixi was so angry that she wanted to punch the display screen of the space. What kind of fully automated management is this? It's a bluff. Thinking that there are not many animals in her space now, Xia Cixi can take care of them completely, so she was relieved. When she was collecting supplies before, she also took the supplies for these small animals, so she didn't have to worry about their food and drink for a while. But this still sounded a wake-up call to Xia Cixi. This space is easy to use and has many functions, but it is also a pitfall. Xia Cixi went to take a look at the farm. She found that there was an invisible barrier on the farm, which completely isolated the animals inside to prevent those with wings from flying out. Here, we are talking about the gray parrot. Xia Cixi was standing in front of the farm at this moment, looking at the irritable gray parrot, which kept trying to hit the barrier and fly out. Once, twice, 3 times. The gray parrot flickered its wings, and its black eyes stared at Xia Cixi, as if it couldn't understand why it couldn't rush over and peck the 2-legged beast. Xia Cixi was also looking at the gray parrot. She couldn't figure it out either. It was said that the gray parrot was the smartest parrot in the world, so why didn't this parrot look very smart? Where have you been? The barrier can block objects, but it can't block sounds. The gray parrot said something shocking. Xia Cixi was shocked. Oh my god, who taught this little thing? Xia Cixi didn't know that this gray parrot was named Gray Machine and was an internet celebrity parrot. Before, it broadcast live twice a week, and the audience often teased it so that it learned all kinds of weird words. Moreover, this parrot has a bad temper and is very clingy. Its owner went out of town before the end of the world and asked other friends in the indoor zoo to take care of it. Unexpectedly, the end of the world came. Gray Machine has never been away from people for such a long time, and was thrown into such a strange environment, staying with some stupid creatures, which made it very irritable. Xia Cixi looked at the parrot, and then looked at the other animals in the farm that were incompatible with the parrot, and thought that maybe this parrot could be kept by her side. At least, when it scolds people, its voice is quite rough, like a man. Can it scare people at least? Thinking of this, Xia Cixi let the parrot out. Unexpectedly, the parrot was not afraid of strangers, and stepped directly on Dahei's head, then folded its wings, raised its head, looked at Xia Cixi domineeringly, and shouted again, "Ghost, where have you been?" Dahei's face drooped again. Xia Cixi put feed for the animals on the farm. She found that this farm was very humane. There were various small barriers inside to separate the animals one by one to avoid conflicts or trampling. The first rabbit produced by the space that Xia Cixi put in had already fought with the other rabbits. When they saw Xia Cixi, the little rabbits shrank their necks in fear. Xia Cixi didn't care about these and brought feed and water for them. They didn't need to take care of them for about 3 or 4 days. Then, she went to check the places for the alpacas, cows, and ponies and put the feed one by one. The black-faced goat inside was quite clingy and rubbed against Xia Cixi when he saw her. Xia Cixi touched the guy's little head and rewarded it with an extra carrot. Then came the guinea fowl, the egret chickens, and the guinea pigs, all of which were taken care of properly. In fact, Xia Cixi regretted bringing the guinea pigs in. This thing, in China, especially in the north, is not very edible and most people keep them as pets. She doesn't know how to cook, However, in the south, it's a good thing. It's much more expensive than rabbit meat. Don't think about it for now. I can afford it for now, so I'll keep it for now. Unexpectedly, when Xia Sisi had packed up and was about to leave the farm without taking care of these animals for 3 or 4 days, an LCD screen popped up on the farm. There were a few big words written on the LCD screen. Do you want to collect farm byproducts now? Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and clicked yes. Then, Xia Sisi was pushed to the egret chickens by a great force. For some reason, there was a basket in his hand. When Xia Sisi saw that there were already a few eggs in the hen's nest, she picked one up with a twitching mouth. After she had picked up all the eggs, she was pushed in front of the cow by a huge force. And there was an extra bucket in her hand. This is asking her to milk the cow? But she can't? Thinking that the current system level was probably not high enough, Xia Sisi had no choice but to accept it even though she was cursing. I tried to squeeze the cow for a long time just like I saw on TV, and almost squeezed it to death, but I finally managed to squeeze out half a bucket of milk. After harvesting these byproducts, Xia Sisi walked out of the farm with a dark face, holding eggs and milk, and decided to use the fresh ingredients she had worked so hard to get to make a delicious meal. In the villa in the space, Xia Sisi took out the stored gas tank, stove, and pots and made a simple omelet. Beat the eggs and mix them with a small amount of flour. Brush a layer of oil on the bottom of the pan and carefully fry until both sides are golden brown. Sprinkle with a little chopped green onion and a small amount of salt. Considering that Dahei also wanted to eat it, she also made a small egg pancake without salt. At the same time, Xia Sisi also found a small milk pot and put the milk in it to heat it up. The aroma of milk and eggs quickly spread throughout the space, giving the entire space a bit of a worldly feel. After doing all this, Xia Sisi took the food to her small room which she had decorated in a 1-to-1 ratio, looked at the photos of her parents when they were alive, and smiled as she petted the dog and ate. The only discordant thing here is the gray parrot. Where is this? Stinky. It actually said that hot milk stinks. Xia Sisi decided to ignore it and find an opportunity to educate it later. But this guy hovered over Xia Sisi's head and tried to grab Xia Sisi's hair. Xia Sisi, who had just taken a bite of the egg pancake, could no longer bear it and pulled the parrot down. If you don't obey me, I'll throw you back to the farm. The bird next to him also stood up and looked at the gray parrot threateningly. At this moment, the gray parrot's high intelligence was revealed, and it immediately shrank its neck and remained silent. After eating and drinking, Xia Sisi looked at the time. It was already 12 o'clock in the afternoon. She worked in the space for a while, mainly planting small amounts of crops in the 2 farmlands. She planted a small amount mainly because she was worried that the energy in the space was not enough. She needed to continue to upgrade the space and slowly understand it before she dared to plant and raise on a large scale. He also dug a small fish pond in the space, led some spiritual spring water into it, and put a few ornamental fish he had collected in it, wanting to see what changes would happen next. After all this busy work, it was already 6 o'clock in the afternoon, and it was getting a little dark. At this time, Xia Sisi finally felt tired. She pulled Dahei and the black parrot, which had been looking listless due to being scolded, to the small bed in the house and fell asleep. When she woke up, Xia Sisi looked at the time. It was exactly 2 o'clock in the middle of the night, perfect. She can go home. She felt the movement outside the space and found no sound, so she took Dahei out. As for the gray parrot, he's too noisy and I haven't trained him yet, so I'll throw him back to the farm for now and talk about it when I get home. The surrounding communities were all without power, and the world returned to peace and darkness. When Xia Sisi went downstairs, she found that the first floor had been completely flooded. The water even reached the second floor. Xia Sisi's heart skipped a beat. According to the water level, the first floor of her community should have been flooded. Xia Sisi hurriedly swam across the street with Dahei and then climbed in through the back door of the community. Before entering the building, Xia Sisi found a secret place and put Dahei into the space first to prevent him from being too big a target. In case anyone is still awake, it's a good time to look outside. The neighbors nearby might not be able to recognize who the person is because of the distance, but a dog as big as Dahei would be easily exposed. To be safe, she first went to other floors and waited for a while before using diving equipment to approach her own apartment building from the lower floor. Just as Xiaoxi thought, the rain had already flooded a layer of the ground. Even the second floor is in danger. But the acid rain is still falling. It was even bigger than before. Xiaoxi jumped in from the stairwell window on the second floor. The elevator is definitely out of service now, and the generator must have broken down. And even if there was, she wouldn't dare sit there now. The flooding of the first floor also gave most people a signal that the situation was serious. She went into the space, changed her clothes, and found a pair of light and soft-soled shoes. Then she took a deep breath and climbed up one floor at a time. It was quiet all around, with only the sound of Xiaoxi's breathing. But she still tiptoed, afraid of attracting other people's attention. When the end of the world comes, those gentle and moral residents may turn into ferocious beasts with fangs. After climbing 7 or 8 floors in one breath, Xiaoxi felt that her physical strength was still good. It was the result of her persistent exercise these days. But her house has more than 60 floors, and there is still a long way to go. However, taking this opportunity, Xiaoxi was also observing the situation of the neighbors below. After the first floor was flooded, Xiaoxi did not find those people in the corridors of the upper floors. I think the families whose houses were flooded have either found a way to move away. This is unlikely. After all, there is so much acid rain outside that it is difficult to find tools for transportation. Xiaoxi recalled her previous life, thinking that the authorities were not yet able to intervene in the transfer. Then there is only the second possibility. These people found some empty houses upstairs, pried open the doors, and moved in. Thinking of this, Xiaoxi tried to slow down her steps and ran upstairs at a faster speed. When passing by a certain floor, Xiaoxi heard 2 men talking in the corridor. Man A, it seems that the end of the world has really come. The first floor is flooded. Didn't you see that the family on the first floor was crying today? But the man on that floor is really cruel. He slapped the woman silly with 2 slaps, and she followed him to move things obediently. Man B, humph, I think that man is a coward. What's the point of beating a woman? In the end, most of the things were moved by women, and he just smoked next to them. But if it is really the end of the world now, this man must be careful. We should take turns to find someone to guard this floor in the future. Man A, okay, we have been brothers for so many years. There are not many people on this floor. We have to take good care of it. Man B, well, do you have much food? My family didn't store food well before, and now.
Hey.
Man A, my family has children and dogs. I don't know what to do now. Maybe the dog will have to be slaughtered in 2 days. Hearing this, Xiaoxi snorted in her heart and stopped listening. She looked at the floor, which was the 23rd floor. Xiaoxi remembered this, thinking that if she ran into them in the future, she would have to be careful with these 2 people. From their conversation, she could tell that they were both wary of the end of the world. However, they probably didn't have much food, and they were already panicking at the beginning. In this case, these 2 people are likely to rob food and do inhuman things in the later stage. Xiaoxi continued to walk up and was calm all the way. She found that some floors had already blocked the corridors with some debris, and they must have realized what was going to happen next. In the middle, Xiaoxi took a break and couldn't help but sigh in her heart. Climbing stairs is really not an easy task. When she reached the 58th floor, she suddenly heard someone crying softly in the corridor. It was a woman's voice. Xiaoxi walked even more lightly, fearing that the woman would hear her voice. Fortunately, the woman was just crying and didn't think that someone would climb the stairs at this time. Xiaoxi quietly peeked in from the stairs and saw that there were a pile of things of all sizes in front of the woman, and she was crying while sorting them out. Seeing that many of those things had been soaked in water, Xiaoxi thought that this must be the resident on the first floor who was mentioned. This is a thin woman who looks no more than 1.5 meters tall. She is not bad-looking, but now she looks a little sloppy with her hair disheveled. Xia Sisi frowned slightly. Looking at the many things in front of the woman, who had to clean them all by herself, she looked down on the men in this family even more. Just as Xia Sisi was thinking about this, she heard a man's roar from the 58th floor. Cry, cry, cry. You only know how to cry. It's so noisy. Do you want to get beaten? The woman quickly covered her mouth and dared not make a sound. However, the man seemed to be still angry. He rushed out of the house and started punching and kicking the woman. The woman lay on the ground, holding her head, crying softly and wailing continuously. The man was drunk, and it seemed like he had no sense of severity when he attacked. After a few minutes, it stopped. Before entering the house, the man kicked the woman hard. Useless thing. The woman lay on the ground and didn't get up for a long time, just squirming on the ground. But in the end times, Xia Sisi has seen many more tragic things than this. Some people dismembered their bodies in the streets, sold their own children, and let their women go out to do business. Violence is only the lowest form of means. Xia Sisi could only shake her head. She couldn't manage other people's family affairs, nor did she want to. Moreover, she couldn't reveal her identity as someone who is carrying supplies across the street, so she could only walk upstairs quickly. However, she remembered that the couple was on the 58th floor. Be careful with this couple too. The man has a tendency to violence, and the woman is a coward, but a cowardly woman might become an accomplice to the tiger under high pressure. Of course, if you think positively, you might fight back. These can only be seen in the future. Xia Sisi continued to climb the stairs while the woman was still not up. When passing by her downstairs, Xia Sisi found that an old anti-theft door was installed downstairs, which tightly blocked the exit. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. It seems that the two girls are still a bit smart. However, when Xia Sisi came to her floor, she was shocked. There was actually someone living next door to her. The originally empty corridor was now filled with all kinds of items that had not been cleaned up. Xia Sisi took a quick look and found a lot of fitness equipment, as well as some boxes of different sizes that were indistinguishable. They were placed in the corridor, so there was no fear of being stolen. On Xia Sisi's door, there was a note with the words "Neighbor's Notice." Xia Sisi looked around again, and after confirming that the new neighbor was not looking at her, she frowned and carefully entered the house. Back inside, Xia Sisi opened the note and saw a simple sentence written inside. Visit tomorrow. Xia Sisi suddenly became interested in her new neighbor. What does this mean? A challenge? Because someone lived across the street, Xia Sisi was extra careful and checked everything again before releasing Dahei and the gray parrot. The gray parrot and Dahei didn't know what happened in the space. Xia Sisi always felt that the gray parrot, which had been arrogant before, was now drooping and looked at Dahei with a timid look. After flying out, it stood on Xia Sisi's shoulder, drooping its head and not making any noise. And Dahei, with a drooping black face, looked in a bad mood. Before Xia Sisi could figure out what was going on, Dahei turned around and rushed his big, fat dog ace towards Xia Sisi. Then Xia Sisi saw a pile of birds shoot on Dahei's ace. Xia Sisi couldn't help laughing. Ha ha ha.
Dahei.
You were hit by bird shoot.
Ha ha ha.
Birds, including parrots, are straightforward creatures and cannot control their peeing. She didn't want to have to clean up the bird shoot everywhere in her home after the end of the world. It would be too devastating. Suddenly, she remembered that when she collected these pet supplies, she seemed to have collected a box with shoot bag written on it in oil pen. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi had an idea, and immediately a small box appeared in front of her. She used scissors to open the box and saw colorful and very beautiful parrot diapers inside. In addition to small clothes, there are also many diapers for parrots. Xia Sisi did not hesitate to take out a blue one and put it on the gray parrot with the diaper. The parrot did not resist at all, as if it had already gotten used to this thing, but it still hung its head and looked a little unhappy. Xia Sisi reached out and gently teased the parrot's head. Hey, what's your name? The parrot raised its head, and its pair of black grape-like eyes turned twice, and it was quite interesting with its head tilted back and forth. When Xia Sisi thought that the little thing would not answer her, the parrot spoke.
Gray plane, gray plane. Xia Sisi thought that she did not understand at first, and then repeated, gray plane? Then, the gray parrot excitedly flapped its wings and jumped up. It kept nodding, gray plane, gray plane. Xia Sisi was speechless. The owner of this parrot was really interesting and actually gave the little parrot such a name. But if you think about it carefully, this name is also suitable. Gray parrots, airplanes, and parrots can fly. Okay, gray plane, this will be your home from now on. I am Xia Sisi, and this is Dahei. Xia Sisi pointed at herself and then pointed at Dahei next to her. Gray plane was still very excited when Xia Sisi introduced herself. When Xia Sisi pointed at Dahei, it suddenly wilted. The wings were folded up, the head was lowered, and the neck was shrunk with a scared look. Xia Sisi looked at the gray plane like this and just thought it was very funny. Because both the person and the dog had swam in the acid rain, Xia Sisi and Dahei both had varying degrees of ulcers on their bodies. She directly took out the spiritual spring water from the space and mixed it with hot water. It could both cleanse and heal wounds. After taking a shower, Xia Sisi looked at her skin, which was festering and bleeding just now. Now it was as smooth as before, and her whole face looked more tender than before. She couldn't help but sigh. The product of the space is really awesome. The man and the dog took a hot bath. By the time they lay down, it was already 6 o'clock in the morning, and the sky was just getting light. Xia Sisi took out the cage of the airplane, but did not close it. She just hung it in the living room and then hugged Dahei and fell asleep comfortably. To be honest, she was really tired these 2 days. That day, even in her dream, Xia Sisi was climbing stairs. The endless staircase seemed to kill her. Later, Xia Sisi was awakened by a loud noise. As soon as she opened her eyes, she saw Dahei standing at the bedroom door, looking out. My whole body is tense. Outside, a crisp voice was speaking. No one's home. Then a deep male voice came out, with a hint of impatience in it. I'm not a bad person. I'm a neighbor. No one at home. I left a note yesterday. I have something to discuss. No one at home. Xia Sisi walked to the door before she realized what was going on. It's already 12 o'clock noon. The neighbor who left a note yesterday saying he would come to visit is knocking on the door. The person who was talking to the neighbor was none other than the airplane. When the airplane saw Xia Sisi wake up, it flapped its wings excitedly. No one is home. Xia Sisi, who was originally sleepy, burst out laughing. After temporarily bringing the disruptive airplane back to the bedroom, Xia Sisi walked to the door to answer it. She first looked out through the peephole and saw a tall man standing outside. She has short, messy hair, a black top, broad shoulders, slender eyes, and dark skin. She looks pretty good. When Xia Sisi saw the man's height and figure, her right eyelid couldn't help but raise. Could it be such a coincidence? She had been holding the doorknob, ready to open the door, but her hand dropped again. Hello, my family just messed with us.
I'm sorry.
Xia Sisi didn't want to say it was a parrot and explain a lot, so she just used her family as an excuse. Through the peephole, the man standing outside the door did not seem too dissatisfied with Xia Sisi's decision not to open the door. He stood upright, his chin slightly raised, and said to the peephole, Hello, my name is Lin Yi. I want to talk to you about the defense of the 66th floor and the fight against external crises. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. Is it so straightforward? There are only 2 households on the 66th floor now, and both are on the east side of the floor. We can completely remove the doors of the unoccupied households and block all the main entrances and exits of the 66th floor. Do you agree? Xia Sisi was a little interested when she heard this. The best defense method is to seal the corridors of the floor with anti-theft doors. She had thought about it before. However, she did not have so many doors and she did it alone, which was more like telling others I, Xia Sisi, have supplies, so I am so strict. But now it is different. There is another neighbor on this floor. The 2 of them joined forces to do this, but there is an extra reason. However, Xia Sisi looked at this man. No matter how she looked at him, she felt that he was the man who carried supplies from the opposite building and almost blocked her. Xia Sisi observed the man carefully and saw the festering on his neck. Some parts were red and swollen, and some parts had rotted and peeled. But the man didn't care about it at all, and there was no trace of medicine on it. This made her more convinced that the man in front of her was the one who moved the supplies across the street last night. For a moment, she frowned. Why did this man move next to her? Just a coincidence? Or did he see Dahei yesterday and confirm his identity? During the time when Xia Sisi didn't reply, the man outside was very patient and kept waiting. After hesitating for only a dozen seconds, Xia Sisi decided no matter what the man's purpose was, since he came, he couldn't be afraid of him. Wait a minute, I'll change my clothes, I'll go out and talk in detail. After Xia Sisi finished speaking, she went back to the house to change clothes. Jeans, sweatshirts, and sneakers are all convenient for action. Then Xia Sisi took out a small knife from the space, gently stuffed it into her lower back, and stuffed a small electric bat in the size of a palm into her sleeve. She took a last look at the man through the cat's eye. If you dare to play tricks, I will shock you first, and then stab you to death with a knife, and never have trouble again. Standing outside, Lin Yi, who was visiting his neighbor for the first time, didn't know at this moment that a fierce character lived in the floor he accidentally chose. He used to live on the 6th floor. The continuous heavy rain made him feel stressed, so he began to stockpile supplies and move floors. He is 28 years old this year. He has been abroad for the past few years and recently came to China for business. Unexpectedly, acid rain and heavy rain made him unable to go back. It was also because he realized that the acid rain was unusual that he began to stockpile houses and move floors. At the same time, he also realized that this building was the best residence nearby to fight against the end of the world. The floors are strong and high enough, and there are enough businesses in the building, but not many people actually live here. When they run out of ammunition and food, they can pry open the doors of these businesses and search for life-saving resources inside. Xia Sisi opened the door and looked more closely at the man outside. Tall and burly with a resolute look, he looks like a martial artist. You just said that you want to remove the doors of other residents on this floor to protect our floor? As soon as Xia Sisi opened her mouth, the man opposite nodded. Yes, I think you can see that the weather has been unusual recently. I used to live on the 6th floor. Yesterday, I saw the 1st floor being flooded with my own eyes. Everyone on the floor had their own plans. Residents on several floors have been complaining about the lack of food and are preparing to pry open the doors of those unoccupied buildings. But how can I trust you? When the time comes, it can be said to be protection to the outside world. But for the inside, it will be like catching a turtle in a jar. Xia Sisi sneered and got straight to the point. Lin Yi on the opposite side looked at Xia Sisi with great appreciation. This. You can call me Miss Xia. Miss Xia, I admire your frankness and courage. Then, in order to gain your trust, I can introduce myself first. Lin Yi looked at Xia Sisi, rummaged through his pocket, and quickly found an ID. Xia Sisi naturally took the ID and saw that it was a military green book. It said Conscript Discharge Certificate. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect him to be a retired soldier. I'm Lin Yi, and I used to be a soldier. I have my honor and principles, and I can swear to you that I will never attack you unless necessary.
Xia Sisi chuklet, unnecessary?
Lin Yi nodded lightly, with a faint smile on his lips. Yes, non-necessary. If you do something extremely evil, or if you must die for the survival of the majority of people, then I will do it immediately. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yi and saw the word serious in Lin Yi's dark brown eyes. She knew that every word Lin Yi said at this moment was not a joke. Xia Sisi handed the certificate in her hand back to Lin Yi. Okay, I believe you. At the same time, I promise you that I will not do anything extremely evil. It will not be related to the survival of the majority of people. We can cooperate temporarily. Lin Yi on the opposite side also repeated the same question as Xia Sisi had grasped the key point in his words just now. For the time being, Xia Sisi imitated Lin Yi's behavior just now, crossed her arms and smiled, like, I, Xia Sisi, also have my own principles. If you do something extremely evil, or threaten me and my family, I will kill you with my own hands." The two smiled at each other and didn't say anything more. At this time, Dahei opened the door and came out of the house. The moment Dahei came out, Lin Yuan's eyes twitched slightly. But it was just a very slight twitch, and no one else could see it. Xia Sisi touched Dahei's head. "If you want to pry the door or install it again, do you have any tools?" "I don't have anything at home." Xia Sisi didn't want to expose her supplies.
I have.
Lin Yuan answered neatly. Xia Sisi nodded. "Okay, then let's see which one to start prying. I know there is a store selling imported snacks on this floor, and it has also installed an extra-wide anti-theft door. We can try that one first." Neither of them was a talkative person, and then it was time for the two people and the dog to start the action. They first found the door of the house that Xia Sisi had always liked to sell imported snacks, and Lin Yuan took down the door neatly. Xia Sisi helped beside her, while Dahei was on guard at the staircase. In the end times, people are in a panic. If there is any movement on each floor, people from other floors want to come and take a look. Dahei stood at the staircase and bared his teeth when someone came. In a few hours, he had scared away 7 or 8 people. On this side, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan had already removed the door panel. Lin Yuan said that he had tools, and he really had them. Electric welding, screwdrivers, punching machines. Even generators, he had them. Xia Sisi stood by and helped Lin Yuan pass the tools, and also helped him do some small jobs under Lin Yuan's instructions. Looking at Lin Yuan's skillful movements and the large iron doors weighing dozens of kilograms, Lin Yuan could carry 2 or 3 by himself, and he felt very strong in his heart. If this person cannot be a friend, he must be killed first, otherwise there will be a time bomb behind him. Xia Sisi calculated the fighting power of this person in his mind and came to the following conclusion. She was very sure that even if she, Dahei, and the dog were added together, they would definitely not be the opponent of this man. The two of them worked for a whole day, installing 2 layers of large iron doors at the staircase, and installed the largest and most solid large iron door at the east entrance. 2 layers of large iron locks were tied on the iron door. The iron chain was found in another house. It looks much safer this way. Xia Sisi stood at the door, touching her chin, and was very satisfied with the work of this afternoon. At the same time, Xia Sisi heard her stomach groaning. Then, there was a groaning behind her. It was even bigger than Xia Sisi's. Xia Sisi looked back and saw that it was Dahei. Dahei was drooping his face, his eyeballs turned outward, revealing the whites of his eyes like crescents, and looked at Xia Sisi very aggrieved. At this time, Xia Sisi thought, "Oh my god, not only did she not eat, but she even forgot to feed Dahei. What a sin. Miss Xia, if it's convenient, you can come to my house for a meal." Lin Yuan, who was standing by, suddenly stood at the door of his house and sent an invitation to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and said, "Mr. Lin, you should know that this is the end of the world, right? Inviting people to your home is a very dangerous thing." Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan smiled confidently. "I have paid attention to everyone in this building, and I am confident that no one can hurt me." To be honest, during the afternoon spent with Lin Yuan, Xia Sisi felt that this Lin Yuan was not ordinary. At least, he was not an ordinary retired conscript. He was very strong and had strong explosive power. He did so much physical work in the afternoon and was not tired at all. Moreover, he could use all kinds of tools, and he used them very skillfully. Once in an empty room, Xia Sisi saw an electric saw. Lin Yuan picked it up, just glanced at the brand of the electric saw, and turned it on and operated it freely. Think about the conscript written on Lin Yuan's retirement certificate. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan's age and thought he should be 25 years old or older. You know, the age of conscripts recruited by the country is between 18 and 22 years old. The service period is 2 years. So Lin Yuan can't be a conscript who retired in terms of age. But it is clearly written on his certificate. And Xia Sisi just took a look and found that the time of retirement was actually June this year. Which soldier retires in June? Xia Sisi temporarily remembered all these in her heart. thinking that she would slowly understand them later, and she also had more concerns about this Lin Yuan. At this moment, she refused to go to Lin Yuan's house for dinner. Sorry, I don't have the habit of eating with strangers. Let's talk about it when we get familiar with each other. Lin Yuan admired Xia Cixi's straightforward personality and nodded without saying much. Then see you after dinner. Well, see you after dinner. Now that the door has been installed, it's time to move the supplies of the residence behind the door. After returning home, Xia Cixi closed the door, took out a portion of sweet and sour pork tenderloin, a portion of seaweed egg drop soup, and a bowl of rice, and took a portion of dog food for Dahei and a can of dog food. The space has a fresh keeping function. Xia Cixi put all these dishes into the space at the first time, and now they're still hot. Even the white sesame seeds on the sweet and sour pork tenderloin are emitting a crispy fragrance. Xia Cixi took a deep breath and felt that she had come back to her soul instantly. Eating at other people's homes is not as delicious as eating at home. In particular, Xia Cixi also thought of Lin Yuan's habit when collecting supplies. He loves spicy food. Although Xia Cixi, also likes spicy food, she is not so addicted, so she should not challenge her stomach. Starting today, acid rain is still falling. Xia Cixi and Dahei stood in front of the French window, Xia Cixi holding the lunchbox and eating. Dahei lay on the ground eating canned food. The airplane was also released, flying around, and finally took a pine cone given by Xia Cixi and ate it next to it. At this moment, Xia Cixi actually felt that the years were peaceful in this end of the world. It was like there was a warm little house on a deserted island, which made her feel full of security. She sat on the ground and hugged Dahei next to her. Dahei, who was eating canned food, looked up with some disdain and glanced at Xia Cixi, as if to say, "Shoot, shoveler. What are you doing?" Xia Cixi picked up a piece of sweet and sour pork with chopsticks and threw it into the dog bowl. Dahei wagged his tail instantly. Xia Cixi couldn't help but knock on Dahei's head. "You guy, you are really snobbish." Dahei didn't care at all. After eating a piece, he raised his head again, biting his tail, and looked at Xia Cixi with bright eyes. "Xia Cixi, and you and I ate the meal of the day." When the plane finished the pine cone in its mouth, it flew down to show its presence in front of the man and the dog. The acid rain was heavier than before. Xia Cixi looked at the building opposite and found that it had flooded to the second floor. Looking down from a high place, the whole city was submerged in a vast ocean. The trees were basically gone, with only a few tall trees occasionally showing their tiny crowns. From Xia Cixi's perspective, she could see that many buildings had been corroded by acid rain, and problems such as wall decay had begun to appear. But again, this is just the beginning. After finishing her meal, Xia Cixi rubbed her stomach comfortably. She looked at the time and saw that half an hour had passed. She turned off the gray machine again and went out with Dahei. After leaving the house, she found that Lin Yuan was already busy outside the door. She thought that he ate quickly and came out to work directly. "I didn't expect this person to be so hardworking," Xia Cixi complained in her heart. "These are the supplies from 6612 that I just cleared out." Lin Yuan pointed to the things in front of him. Xia Cixi walked over and took a look and found that there were not many supplies in this household, most of which were some snacks, noodles, and the like, and a few quilts. Xia Cixi had never seen the family of 6612 since she came here. They should be on a business trip, or they just stayed in this house occasionally. "Can I have these?" "You can take the other supplies." Xia Cixi tried hard to hold back her laughter. Speaking of which, Xia Cixi was lucky to get such a distribution. But Xia Cixi didn't want to get so much credit, so she threw 2 bags of noodles to Lin Yuan. Since it is a cooperative relationship, the distribution should be fair. "I am not interested in things that are too spicy." Lin Yuan was very satisfied and nodded gently, and the expression on his face was a little happier than before. Because of Xia Cixi's action, Lin Yuan seemed to feel closer to Xia Cixi. He helped Xia Cixi move things several times. If the occasional helping hand before was a gentleman's habit, now it was taking care of Xia Cixi. This made Xia Cixi a little uncomfortable, but she didn't know that Lin Yuan had a cold personality, but
he was an extremely clear-headed person. Under such circumstances, Xia Sisi was able to distribute the supplies so fairly and agreed to his request, which made him have a better impression of Xia Sisi. The two continued to sweep. The one with the biggest harvest was the imported snack shop. There were all kinds of snacks in it, and many of them were already in express boxes ready for shipment. Perhaps because the end of the world came suddenly, the express delivery was not sent out. The owner of this store was originally a lovely little sister, but now no one knows where she is and whether she is alive and well. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan divided the store equally, and each took 5 or 6 boxes of snacks. Lin Yuan didn't seem to be very interested in these snacks. His brows were always frowning, and he was a little disgusted. He was very casual when choosing. Xia Sisi rolled her eyes in her heart. You don't know how precious these things are when the end of the world comes. Especially the high-end candies and chocolates inside, which can quickly replenish physical strength and are easy to carry, and will become rare and popular goods. Xia Sisi moved the goods to her doorstep and didn't let Lin Yuan help, but carried them in by herself. When Lin Yuan couldn't see, she put them all into the space. After moving the things of the 3 families, Xia Sisi looked at the time, and it was already past 8 o'clock in the evening. Xia Sisi took the initiative to say, "Let's continue tomorrow. Let's seal this floor, and no one will come up for the time being." She was indeed a little tired. There were a lot of supplies in her space, and it was not worth moving things so hard. Lin Yuan nodded gently and didn't say much. Unexpectedly, the who was lying on the ground next to him suddenly stood up, arched his back, pretended to attack, and made a mmm sound from his mouth. That look is a warning when encountering danger. And the direction it faces is exactly the location of the 66th floor staircase that they blocked. "Uncle, are you up there?" A familiar voice appeared here at an inopportune time. Xia Sisi took 2 steps forward and saw that it was Lin Yi behind the iron gate. No wonder Dahei's reaction was so huge just now. Dahei had seen Lin Yi and knew that Lin Yi was not a good guy. But who did Lin Yi call uncle just now? "What are you doing here?" Lin Yuan, who was standing next to him, suddenly replied with a very cold voice. At this moment, Xia Sisi suddenly took a step back from Lin Yuan. Before Xia Sisi could say anything, she heard an extremely pretentious and particularly sharp voice coming from the stairs. "Ah, I was wondering why Sisi suddenly said she wanted to break up with Brother Yi. It turned out that she had been living with another man." Xia Sisi threw a knife at him, and Hao Ro took 2 steps back in fear. "Sisi, you actually got together with my uncle?" Lin Yi, who was standing next to him, said in disbelief. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yi like this, and she wanted to go back to her previous life, run to her, and slap herself twice. "How did you fall in love with such a stupid man? Are you the child of the Lin family, who is abroad?" Xia Sisi suddenly thought of the sensational love debt of the old man of the Lin family. Grandpa Lin found a mistress outside, and Grandma Lin tore the mistress apart. Later, the mistress went abroad with the illegitimate child. "Are you the orphan of the Xia family?" Lin Yuan did not answer, but asked Xia Sisi instead. When Xia Sisi heard the 4 words Xia family orphan, her heart seemed to be stabbed, knowing that Lin Yuan said so deliberately. It was a return gift to Xia Sisi's question just now. The child of the Lin family, who is abroad. For a moment, there was silence between Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan. But Hao Ro refused to give up. She looked at Xia Sisi, and she looked even more beautiful than before. The moment Lin Yi looked over, his eyes were straight. She and Lin Yi moved to this building in a hurry, or just wanted to stay temporarily, and did not bring much things at all. At first, the two thought that the Lin family was rich and powerful, and Lin Yi was the eldest grandson of the Lin family. Even if the world was coming to an end, they would not abandon them. But they did not expect that the power would be cut off in a few days. They failed to contact the Lin family, and the food at home was eaten up. Now, they saw the rain rising, and they had no way to go out. Now they could only come up to Lin Yuan to see if Lin Yuan had anything to eat, or to ask Lin Yuan if there was any way to contact the Lin family. But unexpectedly,
they saw Xia Sisi, who was refreshing and more resolute than before, and looked unaffected by the end of the world. Hao Rou looked at the quarrel between the few people, which had attracted the neighbors in the building. Her eyes turned and a string of tears flowed down. Sisi, you abandoned Brother Yi, and designed to let Grandma Lin think that there was something between Brother Yi and me, just because you had already hooked up with Brother Yi's uncle? Xia Sisi instantly got goosebumps all over her body. What a nonsense green tea witch. And many neighbors who were watching the excitement gathered not far behind the door. Many people came to see the door being installed on the 66th floor yesterday and wanted to come over to check the news, but were blocked by Dahei. Now that the 66th floor is busy, they also join in and gossip. In particular, there was an old lady who snorted, "Hey, you look like a lively girl. Why are you doing this kind of bed climbing? How shameless." Xia Sisi didn't want to explain more. It was the end of the world. If she had the time to play house fighting, she might as well lie in bed and save some energy. After all, steamed buns and rice are not easy to find. If you can't eat them, you will starve. Hao Rou, who was outside the door, knew that Xia Sisi was not a person who was good at arguing. She thought that she was intimidated by her move and acted even harder. Sisi, this marriage between you and Brother Yi was arranged by your grandfather before his death. How can you ignore the wishes of your relatives for your own selfish interests? That's right. She installed a security door yesterday and let the dog bite people. I think that girl is not a good person. It turns out that she is not decent.
Bah.
Everyone lives in the same building, just like they are guarding against thieves. I don't know how much supplies they have stored, so they are knocking on the door so loudly. I think these supplies are probably stored with open legs. These different voices, chirping, have brought out all the anxiety of these people in the past few days, and they are extremely angry. They used to have decent jobs and smile to do business, but now they have become gossips and evil-mouthed women. Hao Rou lowered her head to hide the smile in the corner of her eyes, thinking to herself, Xia Sisi, I will make you unable to raise your head and let you be trampled in the mud. Sisi, we are best friends. Hao Rou didn't finish her words, and she felt that the door that had been blocking her suddenly opened. She didn't react, raised her head, and felt a burst of white light passing in front of her. Then she felt a chill on her neck. Lin Yi next to him shouted loudly and sat on the ground. There were screams all around, and those who were cursing just now took a few steps back. Xia Sisi held a fruit knife in her hand, and a piece of black and shiny hair floated in front of her and slowly fell to the ground. Hao Rou, whose hair was cut off, reacted at this time, screamed loudly in fear, and covered her head with force. My hair, my hair. Xia Sisi sneered, thinking that she was so brave. It seems that she was better in her previous life. At least later, when she was so hungry that she could hardly walk, she dared to cross her legs and take out a chicken leg to chew it. He also put the chicken leg that was only left with bones in front of Xia Sisi and kicked Xia Sisi. Sisi, for the sake of our best friend, if you learn to bark like a dog and lick my feet, I may give you a bite of food. Now, Xia Sisi took a fruit knife in her hand, took another step forward, and directly blocked Hao Rou against the wall. The fruit knife made a flower and was placed next to Hao Rou's neck. Hao Rou, for the sake of our best friend, I'll spare you this time. Next time I'll cut off your head. Murder, murder. Go call the police. Call the police. The old lady who had her pants stood up and pointed at Xia Sisi and shouted. Xia Sisi threw a knife at him, with the cruelty of killing people and slashing mutant monsters in her eyes in her previous life. If you have the ability, you can swim out now and go to the police station to call the police. I'll wait here. This sentence suppressed all the voices around. At this time, these people remembered yes, now the electricity and the internet are not connected and people can't go out. How to call the police.
Puff.
At this time, Xia Sisi heard a discordant sound, followed by a smell. Looking in the direction of the sound and the smell, it turned out to be Hao Rou. Scared. Hao Rou also realized that she was embarrassed and tightly clamped her legs and covered her buttocks. But the smell had already spread around. You deserve it, Xia Sisi said coldly, turned around and went back to the floor, locked the door, and locked out all the noises outside. She completely ignored Haoruo's vicious and resentful eyes. Haoruo, this is just the beginning. We'll continue to play later. What made her laugh even more was that when she returned to the house, she found that the water was cut off. Look at Haoruo. How is she going to wash her ace and clothes? When Xia Sisi was finding it funny, she heard someone knocking on the door. Xia Sisi thought that Lin Yuan would come to the door, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. She opened the door and found that Lin Yuan was holding 2 bottles of beer in his hand. Come to my room and have a drink? Xia Sisi frowned, then looked at Lin Yuan with a smile. Mr. Lin, I don't think we are that familiar yet. Besides, if we go by seniority, I should be your nephew's ex-girlfriend? Lin Yuan smiled. This was the first time she saw Lin Yuan really smile in the past 2 days. MS. Xia, I didn't expect that we would have such a deep fate. I have heard some things about you and Lin Yi, but that has nothing to do with us, right? Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. This is interesting. Is Lin Yuan trying to draw a line between himself and the Lin family? You're right. I came back to China this time to sever all ties with the Lin family. I didn't expect to encounter acid rain and doomsday. Xia Sisi was somewhat interested in this. On Lin Yi's side, including because of the relationship between the Xia family and the Lin family, Xia Sisi had heard some things about Lin Yuan a long time ago. Xia Sisi was surprised that Lin Yuan severed ties with the Lin family when he returned to China this time. After all, in the legal sense, even if Lin Yuan was an illegitimate child, he could still get a huge inheritance. It is even said that when Mr. Lin died, he left a lot of shares of the Lin family to Lin Yuan. Those alone are enough for Lin Yuan to live a rich life. Okay, then let's go and have a chat so that we can fight against foreign enemies together later. After all, there are only 2 of them on this floor now. Xia Sisi waved to Dahei, who had just gone to drink water and now stood beside Xia Sisi like a guard. But I have 2 requests when I go to your house for dinner. 1, I don't drink. 2, I want to bring Dahei with me. Lin Yuan nodded gently. Miss Xia, your request is completely reasonable. In this way, Xia Sisi took Lin Yuan and entered Lin Yuan's house for the first time. On the other hand, Xia Sisi did know something. Lin Yi and Haoruo climbed from the 5th floor to the 66th floor without getting any benefits. Now they have to climb down from the top floor again, which is already very infuriating. Now she blushed and felt something sticky and wet in the middle of her buttocks with every step she took. It was rubbing against her, and the smell was slowly spreading, making her hate Xia Sisi even more. Lin Yi also had a dark face, completely unlike his usual considerateness. He kept walking in front and didn't care whether Haoruo behind him could keep up. Suddenly, Haoruo screamed, and Lin Yi turned around and asked impatiently, "What's wrong?" "Don't worry, I have no ill intentions. I just want to discuss cooperation with you." A strange voice appeared at the corner of the stairs. Haoruo was just frightened by this sudden appearance. Huang Chun, with a sharp face and monkey cheeks, walked over slowly. He didn't dislike Haoruo, who is now a human stink bomb. "Then we can be partners." Haoruo's eyes lit up when she heard what Huang Chun said. How to cooperate? I'm sure that witch has a lot of supplies at home. Otherwise, she couldn't have installed a door at the entrance of her own corridor. And she usually likes to hoard things, and her home is like a small warehouse. Hee, we can share the supplies equally when the time comes. But that stinky girl, you have to give it to me. Huang Chun licked the corner of his mouth. What do you mean?
Lin Yi frowned.
Seeing how beautiful Xia Sisi was today, he was moved. He even thought on the way downstairs just now if he asked Xia Sisi to get back together, would it still be possible?
Brother Yi.
Haoruo was a little reluctant, but she quickly reacted and squeezed out 2 tears from the corners of her eyes. Brother Yi, can't you see that Xia Sisi is different from before?
She
must be deliberately taking revenge on you. The last sentence frightened Lin Yi. Huang Chun laughed twice. Don't worry, cooperate with me. You will definitely get more rewards than you think. Back to Xia Sisi, she took Dahei to the next door and found that the house was tidy. The room next door is of the same type as her room, with a very large area. In the living room, you can see the fitness equipment that was previously placed outside. Then there were some simple tables and chairs. but no supplies collected by Lin Yuan could be seen. Xia Cici didn't ask any more questions. After all, at this time, all supplies were secret. In order not to take advantage, Xia Cici brought a chicken. But unexpectedly, Lin Yuan directly brought out lamb rolls, beef rolls, fried tofu skin, vegetables, and hot pot base. It turns out that he is eating hot pot in a domineering way. Xia Cici didn't expect that Lin Yuan was not on guard against her, and directly told Xia Cici, "I have plenty of food at home, and I can even afford hot pot." Xia Cici didn't waste any time and handed the chicken she brought to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan nodded slightly and carried it into the kitchen. Judging from the noise, it should have been put in the refrigerator. This made Xia Cici even more surprised at this time. She didn't expect that Lin Yuan's home also had a generator. The refrigerator can be carried. After lighting the fire, Lin Yuan prepared 2 dipping sauces, one of which was red and contained a lot of chili peppers. There was a generous amount of sesame paste on one serving, topped with fermented bean curd and chives. Lin Yuan placed the non-spicy portion in front of Xia Cici and then brought over 2 bowls with chives, coriander, and chili oil. You can add other things according to your taste. At that moment, Xia Cici was really shocked. Is this still the end of the world? Does this Lin Yuan also have a space? At the beginning, the two of them ate awkwardly and didn't talk much. Later, Xia Cici took the initiative to speak. Didn't you go abroad when you were young? Why did you retire as a conscripted soldier in China? Lin Yuan glanced at Xia Cici as if he didn't expect her to ask this question first. Next, Lin Yuan briefly told Xia Cici about his experience. It turned out that the illegitimate child and the mistress who were sent abroad by the Lin family were all false stories told to the outside world. The truth is that Lin Yuan's mother is also a lady from a wealthy family. She was confused and got together with Mr. Lin for a while. The two were even more than 20 years apart. Later, Lin Yuan's mother returned to her family and gave birth to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan joined the army when he was a teenager and later stayed abroad for some reasons. Lin Yuan did not explain the details in the middle, and Xia Cici did not ask specifically. She herself had no interest in gossip. It was enough to know that Lin Yuan did not have a close relationship with the Lin family and even somewhat disliked the Lin family style. As for Lin Yuan's surname, Lin, it was his mother's surname, not because of Mr.
Lin.
Xia Cici nodded after hearing this. My side of things is what you know. I have nothing to do with Lin Yi anymore. After saying this, Xia Cici was stunned for a moment, and the meat on the chopsticks stopped. Why did it feel like the way they talked was like a blind date? The corners of her mouth twitched, and Xia Cici shook off this strange feeling. I hope we can trust each other in the future. Lin Yuan stretched out his hand. Xia Cici hesitated and still shook his hand. The meal was generally quite pleasant. Both of them were not talkative, and they showed off after a day of physical work. They finished 4 boxes of mutton, 2 boxes of beef, a pot of green vegetables, and a box of luncheon meat. Lin Yuan kept eating the spicy hot pot with red oil and at a very fast speed, which made Xia Cici stunned. It was the first time she saw someone who could eat spicy food so well. And her clear soup pot also gave Dahei a lot of meat. When she came out of Lin Yuan's house, Xia Cici was a little full and burped. She thought that this chicken was a good deal, and she had eaten all the food in one meal. Because of this meal, Xia Cici had a better impression of Lin Yuan. However, the doomsday she experienced in her previous life made her unable to really trust anyone. She would still be on guard against Lin Yuan, but now the fragile cooperative relationship could be considered to continue. When she got home, Dahei was a little sleepy and lying next to her. Huiji was clinging to her and shouted angrily, "You still know how to come back." Xia Cici teased the little parrot and couldn't wait to enter the space. Xia Cici entered the space and first ran to the number 1 farmland. To her surprise, she found that the place where she planted yesterday had sprouted today. However, this also made her feel incomprehensible. Isn't farmland number 1 a place where all kinds of strange materials can grow? I've never seen it sprout here before. But she knew she couldn't be impatient as long as there was a reaction. And the sprouting plants in farmland number 1 were obviously special. They were not ordinary green sprouts, but colorful. They looked like they were poisonous. Xia Cici couldn't figure out this pitfall farmland, so she had to give up first. Thinking of waiting for a few more days, she looked at farmland number 2 again, and the seeds sown there also sprouted. But unlike farmland number 1, the sprouts here were very normal. They were just ordinary small sprouts, and they looked gratifying. She squatted on the ground and watched for a while, and then happily went to see the waste disposal machine behind the house. Sure enough, the cover in front of the waste disposal machine was opened again. She looked inside and found that it was actually a down jacket. It was very thick, the fabric was also waterproof, and the weight was very heavy, so it should be able to cope with temperatures of dozens of degrees below zero. Xia Cici already has quite a few down jackets and also many mink coats and the like. This thing is of no use to her. She rolled her eyes, took out the down jacket, and put it back into the back entrance. She wanted to see if the things produced by the space could be treated as waste for secondary treatment. The waste disposal machine swallowed the down jacket again. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows, thinking about what would be vomited out tomorrow. She knows very little about the research on space now. And judging from the instructions, her space is still at a very low level. She still has to find ways to upgrade the space as much as possible in the future. Thinking of this, Xia Cici couldn't help but roll her eyes. Who would have thought that this space is useful, but it is a bottomless pit. You have to keep looking for energy to supply the space. Of course, the benefits brought by the space are also considerable. She went to see the small animals in the farm again and found that everyone was living well. The rabbits were lively and cute, the black-faced goats and alpacas had become good friends, bleating at Xia Cici, and the guinea pigs were also jumping around happily and turning in circles. In this way, she felt relieved to leave the space. After she went out, Huiji ran towards Xia Cici, rubbing against her. Dahei just raised his eyelids and watched Huiji's every move without much reaction. But from Dahei's behavior, it was very disgusted with Huiji's flattering and clinging methods. After all, it was Dahei who made a living by its strength. Seeing this, Xia Cici suddenly thought of a question: can Huiji mutate and upgrade? One is the spiritual spring water in her space. After Dahei washed with the spiritual spring water, his physical fitness was obviously improved, and his IQ was much higher. There is also acid rain, which plays a very important role in the upgrade of animals. Huiji had been indoors before and had not been exposed to acid rain, so he might miss the opportunity for this collective animal upgrade. Touching her stomach that was still a little bloated after eating, Xia Cici decided to go downstairs to exercise.
Dahei.
Xia Cici called. Dahei stood up from the ground, came to Xia Cici, sat down upright, tilted his head and looked at her, as if to say, "Shoot, shoveler. What's the matter? Don't disturb my sleep if nothing happens." After all, dogs need more than 10 hours of sleep a day. Xia Cici touched Dahei's head and said, "I'm going to take Huiji downstairs with me. You stay at home. If someone comes to make trouble, even if it's the man next door, I will bite him to death." When Dahei heard this, his face suddenly drooped and he glanced at the gray parrot on Xia Cici's shoulder with ill intent. Xia Cici immediately understood Dahei. He is jealous. I thought Xia Cici took the airplane downstairs, but didn't take Dahei with her. I took it to soak in the acid rain, and I'll wash it with spiritual spring water when I come back. Xia Cici hurriedly explained. When Dahei heard the words soaking in acid rain and washing in spiritual spring water, he looked at the gray parrot meaningfully again. But there's no awkward feeling anymore. It's already past 11 o'clock at night. In the end times when there is no water or electricity, everyone goes to bed early. By now, most people were asleep.
Xia Cici did what she said.
In order to keep her actions secret, she first put the noisy airplane into the space, then put on her soft-soled shoes, put on a hat, left the 66th floor, and headed down. This time, it's not just about giving the plane an acid rain bath. There's still one thing to do: collecting acid rain. She calculated the time. The acid rain had reached its highest concentration by now. In the next few days, acid rain will continue to fall at the current concentration. By then, most people's houses will leak. In fact, When Xia Sisi hired someone to paint her own walls, she also asked the workers to paint the walls of other residents in the building. Especially on the roof, Xia Sisi hired someone to build an anti-corrosion barrier. This is because they're afraid that damage to other residents' walls will also affect their own walls. So, this building benefited from Xia Sisi's help. However, the walls of Xia Sisi's house are coated with anti-corrosion materials both inside and outside, providing a double layer of protection. This is to prevent the concentration of acid rain from increasing in this life. Now, there is no news about any house in this building leaking due to corrosion from acid rain. The concentration of acid rain should be similar to that in the previous life. But when Xia Sisi looked out from her floor-to-ceiling window, she could see corruption in many places in other buildings. She was going to go down now and fill the buckets that she had prepared with water so that in the future some people who had not been exposed to acid rain, or who had not been exposed to enough acid rain to have mutated, would have a chance to reshape their bodies. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi walked all the way down and finally arrived downstairs. Seeing that there was no one around, she dived into the acid rain and swam to a remote place. Then she called the plane out with her mind. After coming out of the plane, he was obviously confused. It flapped its wings and circled Xia Sisi twice. Go home, go home. Xia Sisi patted her shoulder and let the plane land first. The plane was a little reluctant, but it still landed on Xia Sisi's shoulder obediently. Xia Sisi no longer cared about the plane and began to use her mind to fill the buckets with acid rain. This went on for more than half an hour. The plane was impatient many times, but was coaxed by Xia Sisi's sugar-coated bullets. The pine nuts that the plane liked to eat were put into its mouth one by one, and finally blocked its mouth completely. When Xia Sisi was done, she breathed a sigh of relief and wanted to leave, but suddenly saw two red spots of light in the distance. The light spot was about the size of a ping-pong ball and was staring at this place closely. Xia Sisi became alert all of a sudden. The power had been cut off for a long time and there was nothing in that direction. It was clearly a piece of water, so how could there be two bright spots like light bulbs? The airplane on her shoulder waved its wings uneasily. Bad thing, bad thing. And that thing seemed to be moving. When it got closer, Xia Sisi's pupils shrank instantly. It was a snake. A huge golden python. But this thing was unusually large, almost as thick as a tree. Xia Sisi had seen many mutant animals in her previous life. Ants as big as forearms, with front teeth as big as the palm of a hand, would break a person's calf with one bite. There were also palm-sized cockroaches, which covered the sky and the sun when they flew in groups. Dogs as big as foals, and butterflies with wings as hard as metal. However, it should take several months for mutant animals to appear. The moment Xia Sisi saw the mutant golden python, all the hairs on her body stood up. Could it be that the insect disaster of the end of the world came early? The mutant animals arrived earlier than expected? But Dahei, although he had a tendency to mutate, the degree of mutation was not fast. Xia Sisi's eyelids twitched because she saw the golden python swimming closer. Gray Plane was wandering around, shouting bad thing. Xia Sisi had an idea and put Gray Plane into the space first. The reason why the golden python came here was mainly because it smelled Gray Plane and wanted to prey on this lively bird. Sure enough, after Gray Plane disappeared, the golden python stopped in the middle of the water and looked at Xia Sisi steadily, as if thinking whether it could swallow Xia Sisi in one bite. Xia Sisi took out the hidden knife and confronted the golden python in front of her. It's not that she can't go back to the space, but snakes are extremely patient animals. Xia Sisi didn't dare to guarantee where the golden python would swim to after she entered the space. What if it would wait for an ambush nearby? Then she would lose the trace of the golden python after she left the space, and it would be easier for the golden python to lock on her when swimming underwater. The golden python looked at the long knife in Xia Sisi's hand, and the red tongue appeared and disappeared under Xia Sisi's weak light, as if thinking and hesitating. After watching for a long time, the golden python seemed to have determined that this creature was not easy to mess with, and turned around and swam away. Only then did Xia Sisi breathe a sigh of relief. She hurriedly swam towards the unit building, then quickly entered the unit, locked the unit door, and then swam to the submerged second floor. When she finally stepped on the stairs with her feet firmly on the ground, she looked back at the stairs that were still extending upwards, and her whole body felt creepy. There were unknown how many mutant creatures there were in the water. Xia Sisi did not go out in the early days of the apocalypse in her previous life, and did not know when the animals outside began to mutate. She only knew that after a few months, there were basically no normal animals. Especially after the rain receded, the land was full of hideous creatures, which were more terrifying than natural disasters. These things are omnipresent and can kill people invisibly. But before that, there were not many mutant creatures that posed a threat to humans. There were more acid rain, floods, extreme cold, and extreme heat. Moreover, some owners' cats and dogs have mutated, which has brought great convenience to their owners' lives. Xia Sisi thought of the golden python. When they looked at each other in the dark, she found that there was no sign of decay on the golden python's body, and it had grown so much. Its two eyes emitted a strong red light in the dark. This meant that the golden python had evolved completely. This made her realize a problem. The fact that such a mutated creature could be produced nowadays meant that the effect of acid rain on animal mutation was not gradual. Instead, it required drastic measures. The golden python had been soaked in acid rain in the wild, so it could adapt so quickly and mutate so quickly. Although Dahei had also been mutating these days, it was not enough. Xia Sisi took a deep breath and decided to go back and think about it carefully. She didn't want to hurt Dahei's body, nor did she want to make Dahei suffer. But if the mutation could be accelerated, it would inevitably become a guarantee for the end of the world. As for other creatures, they should have completed the mutation by now. Why did they only appear after several months? Xia Sisi still didn't understand. She even began to wonder if the insect plague would come earlier. After coming back to her senses, Xia Sisi changed her clothes in the space, calmed Huiji down, and then immediately went upstairs and returned home. As soon as I entered the room, I saw Dahei squatting at the door, looking at Xia Sisi with bright eyes. Xia Sisi squatted down and hugged Dahei's neck. "Dahei, I'm back. Thank you for looking after the house by yourself." Because she was too tired, Xia Sisi tidied herself up a little after returning home, and then fell asleep while holding Dahei. She didn't wake up until noon the next day, when Lin Yi knocked on the door again. She sighed helplessly. She had clearly stockpiled so many supplies and just wanted to lie down and relax in the apocalypse. So why did she have to have a human-shaped alarm clock to wake her up every day? After talking to Lin Yi through the door, Xia Sisi got up, washed up, took out a portion of hot dumplings and soy milk and started eating them happily. After yesterday's shock, the plane was obviously in better spirits. After the plane had been showered by acid rain, Xia Sisi gave it a spiritual spring bath. Today, it looked more energetic and there was more wisdom in its eyes. Especially when looking at Dahei, his black eyeballs were rolling in circles, and no one knew what he was thinking about. Xia Sisi gave some instructions and asked Huiji to stay at home to look after the house, and still asked Dahei to guard the stairs. Then she met up with Lin Yi and continued to move things. Lin Yi saw that there was still a hint of oil on Xia Sisi's lips and a smile flashed in his eyes, but he didn't say much. Lin Yi pointed at a house in front of him and said, "I just wanted to discuss with you. In addition to the doors of the houses that were removed yesterday, should we also pry open the doors of the other houses?" Xia Sisi glanced at Lin Yi next to her, thinking that this person is really addicted. "Okay, especially in some people's refrigerators. See if there is anything we can take out. It might go bad in a while." Lin Yi agreed with Xia Sisi's statement. In this way, the two decided on their main tasks for today. The two first cleared out the few houses that they had not finished moving yesterday. The most surprising thing for Xia Sisi in this wave was that she found a bracelet that made her space tremble. Looking at the bracelet, it should be made of pink crystal stone, with 108 crystal clear beads. It is not expensive. Xia Sisi exchanged this thing with Lin Yi for a box of instant noodles. Originally, Lin Yi did not want instant noodles, but Xia Sisi insisted on giving it to him. "Since we have decided to cooperate, we still have to distribute it fairly. Supplies do not necessarily mean food. In the future, we may also encounter warm items such as quilts and clothes. I like this bracelet. To me, it is a supply. Don't refuse it. The reason why Xia Cici said this was so that when she encountered something needed in the space in the future, she would not have to explain it. Lin Yuan no longer refused and reluctantly accepted the old pickled cabbage beef noodles. After they had cleared out these few houses, the two of them decided to continue prying open the doors of other houses. Xia Cici knew this pet supplies wholesale company. Before the end of the world came, she had seen this company ship goods. In fact, there were more samples here and the real goods were stored in warehouses elsewhere. But even so, Xia Cici had seen several rows of shelves filled with various pet supplies. Thinking that she now had a whole farm to raise, she had long been eyeing this company. Lin Yuan glanced at Xia Cici and nodded. I don't have a pet. If you need most of the things in it, you can take them away. Xia Cici didn't expect Lin Yuan to be so generous. She didn't refuse much, but she had already thought about it. If she found other things later, she would return the same amount of supplies to Lin Yuan. After prying the door open, the first thing that caught Xia Cici's eyes was a row of dog food, cat food, rabbit food, and guinea pig food of various brands. Then there was a whole wall of Timothy grass and alfalfa. Oh my god! Xia Cici was even happier than finding supplies that she could use. Lin Yuan didn't say much, and directly moved these things to the door of Xia Cici's house. After a burst of excitement, Xia Cici calmed down. She looked at the cat food and dog food in front of her and looked up at Lin Yuan. These, do you want some? Especially the cat food. Lin Yuan shook his head. It's not that bad yet. The meaning is very clear. I have other food. There is no need to eat these. Xia Cici looked at Lin Yuan's expression, thinking of deliberately teasing him, and said seriously, dog food and cat food are like compressed biscuits, especially cat food, which contains a lot of meat. It's very filling and rich in protein. In the end times, this thing is more precious than rice and flour. Are you really not going to keep 2 bags? Lin Yuan looked up at Xia Cici, and his handsome eyebrows frowned even more, as if to say to Xia Cici, are you kidding? Seeing him like this, Xia Cici laughed in her heart. Who would have thought that Lin Yuan actually came over and took away half of the cat and dog food? Okay, then divide it equally. This made Xia Cici a little dumbfounded. Hey, that's her Daheis. When she found that Lin Yuan was looking at her with a pair of smiling eyes, Xia Cici realized that she had just been fooled by Lin Yuan. This guy saw that she would feel pain, and did it on purpose. After moving the things here, Xia Cici saw that it was just noon, so she said she would continue in the afternoon, and then went home to have lunch with Dahei. For lunch, Xia Cici had spicy hot pot. The spicy hot pot that was packed for takeout before, with a layer of red oil floating on it, was covered with thick spicy sauce. Paired with a glass of cold and delicious sour plum juice, it was simply delicious. In the afternoon, Xia Cici and Lin Yuan emptied the remaining edible things from the few families. In order to get back the dog and cat food that Lin Yuan gave up, Xia Cici basically didn't take any supplies in the afternoon. In this regard, Lin Yuan was not polite. When they entered the last room, Xia Cici felt a rotten smell coming from the house. Instantly, she took a step back. Lin Yuan, who was following behind, immediately realized that something was wrong. What's wrong? There's something. As soon as Xia Cici finished speaking, a black behemoth rushed into the house. Because it moved too fast, Xia Cici didn't see the shape of the thing at all. She didn't expect that there would be something in the empty house, so she didn't take any weapons at all. She could only rely on her body skills to retreat to the side. But that thing was very strange. It actually turned directly in the air and headed straight towards Xia Cici's face. In an instant, Xia Cici raised her arm and tried to block it. It was when the thing approached that she finally saw its face clearly. It's a mouse like a rabbit. The hair on its body is more than 10 centimeters long, black and hard, like thorns. His eyes were as red as blood, and his 2 big front teeth were flashing coldly. It's a mutant mouse. Xia Cici gritted her teeth, and with a thought, her hidden knife appeared in her other hand. But before she could move, she saw a dark shadow flash by at an extremely fast speed. The rat that was about to rush towards Xia Cici's face was kicked away by the black shadow. The mouse flew several meters away and crashed directly into the wall, making a miserable squeak sound. "Are you okay?" Lin Yuan stood in front of Xia Cici, and his broad back blocked all of Xia Cici's view. She was stunned for a moment before she replied, "It's okay. Don't stand there stupidly next time, call me." Lin Yuan's tone was a little anxious. The mutant rat was very strong. It had already jumped up from the ground and rushed over again. Lin Yuan didn't have time to talk to Xia Cici. He rushed over and took out a steel knife. Xia Cici took advantage of Lin Yuan's inattention and put away the hidden knife in her hand. She took a deep breath and wanted to say that she was not standing there stupidly. If Lin Yuan was 1 second later, the hidden knife in her hand would have stabbed out. However, she was still a little moved when she thought of Lin Yuan standing in front of her. In the 10 years of the apocalypse, she never dared to turn her back to anyone. But today, a man turned his back to her. After waiting to get rid of the mutant rat, Xia Cici and Lin Yuan stood in front of the rat's corpse and fell silent at the same time. Xia Cici was thinking the 66th floor, how did this thing get up? She looked at the room carefully and found that the windows here were not closed tightly. Maybe the rat climbed up along the pipe and finally came in through the window. But this is the 66th floor. It's too weird. After a moment of silence, Lin Yuan spoke up. "Is your dog also mutated?" Xia Cici's hand, which was closing the window, paused. She was silent and decided to tell the truth. Yes, Dahei has grown a lot recently. Since she has decided to cooperate with Lin Yuan and Lin Yuan just saved her, she can be considered a teammate with Lin Yuan for the time being.
I have seen many dogs.
There were many military dogs with excellent genes in the army before, but I have never seen a Doberman that big, especially its head, which is much larger in proportion. Xia Cici couldn't help but give a thumbs up to Lin Yuan's observation. It seems that we have to guard against more than just people next. Lin Yuan's eyes were a little firm. Let's seal all the pipe openings in the house first. Cement was found in a certain family's house before. If you agree, I suggest that you use cement to cover all the pipe openings. After listening to Lin Yi's words, Xia Cici nodded. I agree. The two looked at each other and saw worry in each other's eyes. When Xia Cici walked over, she saw Dahei arching his body in an attacking posture. His whole face was very ferocious, and he was making a sound from his mouth. At the same time, Xia Cici also heard another sound, also from a dog. As she got closer, Xia Cici discovered that outside their door, there was actually a big wolf dog growling with Dahei. And judging from the body shape of the big wolf dog, it was also a mutant dog. Xia Cici's pupils contracted for a moment, and then she looked at the person who was leading the big wolf dog. Unexpectedly, it was an acquaintance, Huang Chen. Hey, hello, I didn't introduce myself properly when we met last time. My name is Huang Chen, I live on the 15th floor, and I am now the building manager of this building. Huang Chen said with a smile. Building manager? Who elected him? Xia Cici looked at the man in front of her and said with some disdain. Huang Chen seemed to have not noticed Xia Cici's reaction at all. He reached out and touched the big wolf dog's head. It must be elected by our neighbors together. He lied, he is a scumbag. Woo woo woo. Suddenly, a weak voice of crying came from downstairs. Xia Cici looked down through the railing. She saw that it was Xiaofei, the beautiful girl who ran a private kitchen on the 65th floor. Xiaofei looked a little embarrassed at the moment. Her clothes were disheveled, a button of her skirt was torn, and there was blood on her arm. She held a kitchen knife in her hand and stood at the corner of the stairs, pointing the kitchen knife at Huang Chen. You rascal, I will fight you today. Looking at Xiaofei's appearance, Xia Cici basically knew what she had just experienced. But Huang Chen didn't care at all, and rushed the big wolf dog toward Xiaofei. Beauty, what are you doing? Everyone elected me to be the building manager, and we will unite to face difficulties together. Don't make trouble. The big wolf dog bared its teeth at Xiaofei, as if it was going to rush up and tear Xiaofei apart. Xiaofei sat on the ground, burst into tears, and kept cursing Huang Chen. But Huang Chen didn't care. Instead, his eyes swept up and down Xiao Fei several times, as if he was recalling something. Until the girl named Ding Lei appeared, helped Xiao Fei up, and persuaded her while pulling her downstairs. Before leaving, Ding Lei spitted at Huang Chen. "You will go to Hades." Huang Chen looked at Ding Lei's proud figure with a greedy look in his eyes. "Okay, if you have the ability, pull me down, hee. At this point, it can be basically confirmed that the two girls downstairs are in trouble. Xia Cici looked at Huang Chen, who looked like a villain in front of her, and her face became gloomy. "What you do has nothing to do with me, but don't provoke me otherwise." As if sensing the anger of the shoot shoveler, Dahei suddenly jumped up. Through the door, it suddenly roared at the big wolf dog. The momentum was completely different from just now. It must be that Xia Cici's previous order to Dahei was to be on guard and squat at the door, and did not let it attack. But at this moment, Dahei felt the change in Xia Cici's mood and didn't want to endure it anymore. The big wolf dog, which could still bare its teeth and growl at Dahei, suddenly wilted. The big wolf dog drooped its ears, tucked its tail and backed away, and Huang Chen was pulled back a few steps. General, sit down." Huang Chen hurriedly pulled the dog leash. Dahei saw that the big wolf dog was scared, so he barked even more fiercely and even began to stretch his claws out towards the iron railings. The big wolf dog called General was so scared that he began to run downstairs. Directly, he pulled Huang Chen in a dog-bitten style, and his face was broken.
Puff.
Xia Cici laughed out loud. Huang Chen let go of the dog chain, and the dog ran straight down and disappeared in a flash. Xia Cici laughed louder and louder. When she had laughed enough, she patted Dahei's head and told him to stop yelling. Okay, I know you are good. We are almost there. Those outside are all defeated. It's not worth wasting experience." Huang Chen stood up, touched the blood on his face, and looked at the few people watching the excitement downstairs. He felt a surge of anger and shouted at the onlookers, "What are you looking at? Be careful, or the dog will bite you." Xia Cici watched from the side and snorted in her heart, "He is really a coward. In fact, he is a coward." Huang Chen no longer had the mood to tease Xia Cici. He walked up to Xia Cici with a cold face, with hostility in his eyes. "I'm telling you, I am the building manager of this building now. Even if you have a big dog, what can you do? You still have to listen to me. Otherwise, be careful that my brothers will be rude to you." Xia Cici just noticed that in addition to the few onlookers, there were also a few men with tattoos on their bodies, holding some weapons in their hands and standing not far away, looking around with ill intentions. Those should be the brothers Huang Chen mentioned, and they should all be his friends. I heard that they did business with him before, and several of them should live here. Xia Cici snorted coldly, turned around, and went back to the house without saying a word. Huang Chen, who was outside the door, was proud. Huang Chen thought that Xia Cici was scared, so he shouted from behind, "From now on, everyone has to pay protection fees, 2 kilograms of rice per person per month, or food of equivalent value. Otherwise, don't blame me for being rude. Of course, hey, you beautiful girls can also pay protection fees in other ways, and we brothers are still willing to." Huang Chen's words stopped before he finished. Because he saw Xia Cici, who had originally scared to go back to the house, came out of the house again. At this time, she was holding a machete in her hand. It was the kind of machete used to kill pigs, 1/2 meter long and 5 fingers wide. Xia Cici's slender body was in an unharmonious contrast with the machete. With a sneer on her face, she walked to the door and opened it directly. Huang Chen was intimidated by her momentum and took a step back. What are you going to do?" At the same time, Huang Chen waved his hand and asked the other men to come up. Xia Cici said nothing and kicked Huang Chen in the chest before he could react. Huang Chen took a step back after being kicked. He couldn't imagine how a little girl could have such explosive power. This was not the end. Xia Cici raised her knife and chopped Huang Chen's shoulder. She didn't even blink. Blood splashed on Xia Cici's face. Several men wanted to rush over, but were stopped by Dahei and Lin Yi, who came out of the door.
Witch.
Huang Chen screamed like a pig being slaughtered. Xia Cici walked over and stepped on Huang Chen's injured shoulder. Huang Chen swallowed the curse words that followed in pain. At this moment, Xia Sisi was like a killer who walked out of Hades.
Your name is Huang Chen, right?
My name is Xia Sisi. I hope you can call me Daddy next time you see me. In this way, maybe I can spare your life. Don't mess with me in the future. Don't let me see you. Otherwise, I will kill you next time. Huang Chen and his minions were scared away by Xia Sisi. When he left, Huang Chen's eyes were filled with fear and disbelief, but his face was full of hatred. Xia Sisi didn't care at all, and swung the machete in her hand, splashing blood, and directly frightened the minions who were supporting Huang Chen next to her. From then on, Xia Sisi's notoriety spread. The whole building knew that there was a crazy woman on the 66th floor who would look at people with a knife when she didn't agree with him. She looked pretty, but when she was cruel, she looked like a female demon from Hades. Xia Sisi didn't care about these remarks at all, and even enjoyed them. After all, the more notorious she was, the less people dared to provoke her. Lin Yi, who saw all this from behind Xia Sisi, looked at Xia Sisi's somewhat thin background and said nothing, but his eyes were full of admiration and thoughtfulness. Huang Chen looked like that, and he would not come out to make trouble for a while. The reason why Xia Sisi spared his life was that she thought that the end of the world had just begun, and she didn't want to kill people so soon. The acid rain would stop in a few days, and the authorities would come to rescue them. Killing people might cause some unnecessary trouble. But when people thought that the acid rain was over and everything was back to normal, a blizzard would sweep the entire land. At that time, the authorities would be truly powerless. The rescue that people expected would become nonsense. At that time, people like Huang Chen would be the first person she had to deal with. After clearing all the houses, Xia Sisi and Lin Yi sealed all the pipes on the entire floor with cement. This was to prevent other mutant creatures from climbing up from the pipes to ensure the safety of the entire floor. After 2 days of getting along, Xia Sisi found that Lin Yi was a trustworthy person, and he did things in a very methodical way. So far, she is quite satisfied with this neighbor. But what will happen next still needs to be observed. After another busy day, Xia Sisi decided to spend tonight and the whole day tomorrow for leisure, not caring about anything and doing nothing. Starting the day after tomorrow, Snail House will unpack the express and several safes that were put into the space from the opposite building a few days ago. As for today's space, Xia Sisi found that the string of pink crystal beads did not bring the next upgrade to the space. It should be that the energy is not enough, and it can only supplement the energy of the space to a certain extent. Xia Sisi is not in a hurry. What is unexpected is that the material spit out by the waste disposal machine today is a bulletproof vest. Xia Sisi was simply stunned. She couldn't help but think that it should be the pink beads put into the space that brought blessings to the garbage disposal machine, so there was a surprise in the output of this day. Xia Sisi excitedly put away the bulletproof vest and threw an unused broom into it, preparing to come back for inspection tomorrow. She also went around the farm and the breeding farm. The seedlings have grown a lot. A big bulge has appeared in the field of Farm No. 1. It should be the change brought by the pink beads. But Xia Sisi went over and touched it twice and found that it was not mature yet. She needed to wait for 2 more days. The animals in the breeding farm were also fine, and there was enough food. And the earth-colored rabbit produced by the farm was pregnant. Xia Sisi couldn't help but be amazed. It was really magical. After coming out of the space, she collapsed on the sofa like Guyu and took out a large table of dishes from the space. They were all prepared before and divided into small portions. It can be said to be quite luxurious. Then she took out a portion of fragrant rice. The bowl of rice in Xia Sisi's hand was the best quality Northeast rice she had specially selected before and steamed it herself in an imported rice cooker. The grains were distinct, sweet, and delicious. She also sprinkled a pinch of black sesame seeds on it, which was nutritious, healthy, and fragrant. Just like that, she held the tablet, half collapsed on the sofa, eating and watching TV. The drama is not a very interesting palace drama, but it is very addictive as soon as you watch it. Dahei didn't have any feelings about this kind of drama.
He bit the little doll that Xia Sisi gave him hard and fell asleep after a while. Instead, Huiji was very interested in the palace fighting drama on Xia Sisi's tablet. He kept resting on Xia Sisi's shoulder and watched it intently. Occasionally, when it sees the vicious female supporting role abusing the heroine, it will flap its wings and curse loudly, as if it really understands it. Xia Sisi discovered that after the airplane had been soaked in acid rain and spiritual spring water, its urination and defecation were actually under control. At least, its chute bag was clean all day. Xia Sisi even praised Huiji and touched its little head. Huiji is awesome. You should be the only bird that can learn to go to the toilet. You are such a good baby. The airplane flapped its wings happily and kept looking at Dahei with a little pride in its eyes, as if to say, see? After watching TV series all night and eating 2 bags of potato chips, Xia Sisi didn't even know when she fell asleep on the sofa. In the middle of the night, she was awakened by screams from downstairs.
Ah!
I'll kill you, I'll kill you. You rascal. Dahei and Huiji were both blocking the door, looking outside nervously. Xia Sisi frowned, not wanting to meddle in other people's business, so she turned over and prepared to continue sleeping. Unexpectedly, the noise below became louder and louder. In addition to the shouting, there was also the sound of things hitting the ground. The clanging sound was so loud that it was impossible to fall asleep. Xia Sisi was a little grumpy when she woke up. She put on a piece of clothing, took out a dagger from the space, put on thick-soled marten boots, and rushed out with Dahei. When I walked outside, Lin Yi was already standing in front of the door at the stairs, looking down. Xia Sisi asked impatiently, "What's going on? Can't people sleep at night?" Something happened downstairs. As soon as Lin Yi finished speaking, Xia Sisi saw someone rushing over from downstairs. It was none other than Ding Lei from before. Ding Lei was only wearing simple underwear, her body was covered with wounds, and her hair was disheveled. The biggest wound was on the thigh. It was obvious that he had been stabbed. It was bloody and dripping. But Ding Lei seemed to be unconcerned. She held a knife in her hand and moved her body vigorously towards the downstairs, as if she was guarding against some ferocious beast. Soon another group of people came up from downstairs. Among them is Xiaofei, who used to have a good relationship with Ding Lei. Xiaofei came up surrounded by several of Huang Chen's minions. She was wearing a transparent lace pajamas and lipstick. Among this group of people, there were 2 men who were in dishevel, had small wounds on their bodies, and were mumbling. One look and you can imagine what just happened to them down there. Xiaofei looked at Ding Lei like this, tears in her eyes, biting her lips hesitantly, begging, "Xiao Lei.
Let us surrender.
I know you have no water and no food. You will die. Should I learn from you? Open your legs to those people, and then I can get food? I would rather die. Lu Xiaofei, I feel sick for you. And you actually framed me. I trusted you so much. I saved you so many times. You actually framed me." Ding Lei screamed heartbreakingly, and Xiaofei's face became paler and paler. Xia Sisi was no longer sleepy beside her, just frowning and watching this big show. She thought to herself this Ding Lei is not simple, and Lu Xiaofei had also been wrong before. Dead woman, don't refuse a toast and drink a penalty. The injured man inside looked at Ding Lei fiercely and said angrily. Ding Lei held a knife in her hand and said to the man, "If you dare to come over, I will kill you." Kill me? I will kill you right here. See if you dare to talk big again." A trace of greed flashed in the man's eyes. To be honest, Ding Lei has a really good figure and looks good. Even in this environment, Ding Lei is in a mess, but she still can't hide her charm. After all, Ding Lei runs a yoga studio and has a really good figure. Xia Sisi has seen her in yoga clothes, and she can be said to be a goddess level. "Xiao Lei, I beg you, please know the situation. I don't want to see you die." Lu Xiaofei knelt on the ground all of a sudden, with tears in her eyes, delicate and weak, looking at people with pity, but the words she said made people want to go up and call her to death. At least Xia Sisi hates such women the most. In her previous life, she had seen many women who used their bodies to exchange for supplies in the end times.
These women were still doing well at the beginning of the end times, and some of them even bullied others like Lu Xiaofei. But in the late end of the end times, when some people awaken their superpowers, these women without superpowers were just vases that would break with a pinch. Beauty is worthless in front of strength. What an ungrateful woman. The injured man saw that his patience had run out. He angrily took a stick from another companion and walked towards Ding Lei with a fierce look. I wonder how long you can be so arrogant. Which, I'll knock you out first and then deal with you. Ding Lei held a dagger in her hand, with a resolute look on her face. Suddenly, she looked at Lu Xiaofei with resentment again, and then rushed the dagger to her neck. I will never let you go even if I become a ghost. The injured man saw that Ding Lei had thoughts of suicide and rushed over. However, his speed was not as fast as Ding Lei's. At the critical moment, a black shadow threw on Ding Lei's neck and opened the dagger in her hand. However, her dagger still cut a piece on her face. The pretty face was instantly cut by the sharp blade, leaving a long scar. Blood gushed out. Lu Xiaofei, who was not far away, howled loudly and stopped after being slapped by the man next to her. Xia Sisi walked out from behind the door, holding a knife in her hand, coldly looking at the injured man who walked to the middle of the stairs and pulled Ding Lei up from the ground. The injured man was a little scared when he saw Xia Sisi and staggered back a step. He still remembered the knife that Huang Chun was stabbed with during the day. Because of the lack of medicine now, Huang Chun has been lying in bed all night, and he has a high fever. No one knows whether he can survive. Go away. Xia Sisi spat out 2 words lightly. A man looked at Xia Sisi and said angrily, "Stinky woman, who told you to meddle in other people's business?" Xia Sisi looked over coldly, and the man suddenly fell silent. She pointed to her security door, which was splattered with Ding Lei's blood. You dirty my security door, I don't call it meddling. If you keep talking, I will let you know what meddling is. At this time, Dahei also walked out from behind the security door. It made a mumbling sound in its mouth, looking at the injured man, with a dog-like face drooping, as if it was going to rush over and tear the man to pieces. A group of people were stunned by Dahei's momentum. The injured man hurriedly took 2 steps back, gritted his teeth, looked at the disfigured Ding Lei, and snorted coldly. After several people retreated to the corner of the stairs, they dared to turn around and shout at Xia Sisi. Little girl, don't think that you can fight with us brothers just because you have a dog and are so fierce. If you really push us to the limit, we will kill your dog and you too. Woof. Dahei rushed down in an instant. He bit the leg of the man in front. The man wailed loudly. Dahei shook the prey in his mouth twice before letting go. The others were so scared that they ran downstairs. The injured man took a long time to climb down the stairs, and it looked like he had broken bones. When Dahei came back, Xia Sisi touched Dahei's head and wiped the blood off his fur with her sleeve. Good boy, Dahei. You know how to protect your master. Dahei shook his tail with a hint of disdain in his eyes. Those guys are not enough to fill my teeth. Thank you. Ding Lei looked depressed, and the spirit that had just been holding on collapsed instantly. Let's go up first. Xia Sisi sighed and took Ding Lei to the 66th floor. Lin Yi, who was on the side, followed by her without saying a word. Xia Sisi saw it just now. If she hadn't taken action in advance, Lin Yi would have taken action too, and Ding Lei would never have been in trouble. It's just that Xia Sisi was closer, so she was 1 step faster. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Lin Yi actually waited until the last moment before preparing to take action. This is not the style of a retired soldier at all. But thinking that it is the end of the world now, Lin Yi did not casually act as a good guy, which made her very relieved. After all, from the outside, they're on the 66th floor, united as one. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was still to come. The next night, the injured man was killed at home. He was killed with 1 knife, his eyes wide open, as if he saw something terrible before he died. However, even Lu Xiaofei, the woman sleeping next to him, didn't know how the man died that night. There was no sign of anyone entering the house. It was as if the Grim Reaper took a sickle and harvested the man. But when Xia Sisi learned the news, she had an idea this might be Lin Yuan's doing. This is all later. Back to the present, Xia Sisi helped Ding Lei to an uninhabited room. After crying at the beginning, Ding Lei had stabilized her emotions and just used the handkerchief Xia Sisi gave her to cover the wound on her face. To be honest, the knife was from the jawbone on the right side of Ding Lei's face, all the way to the center of Ding Lei's eyebrows, fortunately avoiding Ding Lei's right eye. But her beautiful face was completely ruined. What are your plans for the future? Xia Sisi asked Ding Lei. Ding Lei came back to her senses after a while. Her eyes went from confusion to determination. If possible, I want to live on this floor. Xia Sisi saw that she did not cry, but quickly cheered up and was very satisfied. Xia Sisi did not agree immediately, but sneered at Ding Lei. Just now, I saved your life. You already owe me. Now, you still want our protection. Then what can you bring to us? Ding Lei looked at Lin Yuan next to her with some fear. It seemed that she was afraid that Lin Yuan would be like those people, coveting beauty. Seeing that Lin Yuan looked at ease, she closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths, as if thinking. After a while, she looked up and looked at Xia Sisi with tears in her eyes. I can go out to find supplies. No matter how much supplies I find, I will give you half of them, just like paying protection fees. I was a swimming champion in middle school, and I am not afraid of the acid rain outside. After saying this, Ding Lei sneered self-deprecatingly. I have died once. As long as I can continue to live in a miserable way, what is there to cherish about this skin now? She tightened her hand, covering the wound on her face. Xia Sisi was very satisfied with Ding Lei's answer. She looked at Lin Yuan next to her. After all, she and Lin Yuan lived on this floor. Lin Yuan nodded. But what Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Lin Yuan suddenly squatted in front of Ding Lei. But you forgot one thing. Ding Lei was stunned for a moment, looking at this tall and dangerous man. Revenge. Those who deceived you should pay back double. Lin Yuan said word by word, with a chill in his tone. From Xia Sisi's perspective, she saw a flash of malice in the man's eyes. Xia Sisi took out the medicine for Ding Lei to use, and also bandaged her wound simply. Ding Lei kept thanking her. She knew how precious the medicine was in the current situation. In response, Xia Sisi raised her eyelids and looked at Ding Lei. When you get better, just give it back to me. Ding Lei was temporarily arranged in an unoccupied house, also on the east side of the building, which was opposite Lin Yuan. Xia Sisi yawned, thinking that she was really destined to work hard. Just when she wanted to have a good rest for the night, this happened again. After a simple wash, Xia Sisi went to bed. This time, no one disturbed her again. When she woke up the next day, it was already noon. Dahei was sleeping next to her, and Huiji was fiddling with something in the living room, occasionally making a little rustling sound. Xia Sisi touched Dahei's big dog head. Good morning, Dahei. Dahei rarely gave face and rubbed it on Xia Sisi's palm. It didn't matter that it was rubbed. Xia Sisi found that Dahei's head seemed to be bigger than before. She suddenly thought of the mutant snake she found a few days ago. She began to think seriously, should she let Dahei and Huiji evolve as soon as possible? However, if she did that, would they feel different degrees of pain? After all, acid rain is still quite painful. But she has Lin Quan. If Lin Quan and acid rain are combined, will there be any wonderful results? Thinking that she should have a good rest today, not collecting supplies or caring about the pile of express deliveries in the space, Xia Sisi decided to wait until she had enough fun, and then study whether there can be a wonderful chemical reaction between Lin Quan water and acid rain. She stretched and got up. After a simple wash, she stuffed some delicious food for Huiji, who came to stick to her, and then took out a bowl of tofu pudding and a crab roe bun from the space, and started eating while watching TV series. Huiji seemed to really like watching TV series. As soon as Xia Sisi opened the tablet, Huiji would stand on Xia Sisi's shoulder motionlessly. Xia Sisi bought the crab roe buns in City D. They were filled with crab roe, and the sweet oily juice made people feel dizzy. Xia Sisi ate 2 baskets without realizing it, and her stomach was full. Dahei also got 2 buns. He ate until his mouth was full of oil. He lay lazily on the side, struggling with the little crocodile toy in his arms, occasionally taking a bite or two, looking a little silly. After waiting to finish eating and watching the drama, Xia Sisi suddenly thought of a serious problem. There was a lot of blood sprayed on the stairs yesterday. If they were left alone for a long time, they would stink. Xia Sisi reluctantly took out 2 packs of wet wipes from the space and decided to clean it up. But what Xia Sisi didn't expect was that when she came to the stairs, she found Ding Lei squatting on the ground, wiping the ground with something like a bed sheet. The bloodstains on the ground, walls, and doors were basically cleaned up. Ding Lei saw Xia Sisi coming over and smiled at her. "I thought it might stink in a few days, so I came to clean it up." Xia Sisi looked at Ding Lei's hand and found that it was already festering. She knew that she used rags such as bed sheets and soaked them in acid rain to make rags. Xia Sisi couldn't help but have a deeper liking for Ding Lei. She didn't say much and turned back to the house. For the next day, Xia Sisi basically spent the whole day lying down, except for the necessary training and playing with Dahei. She ate and slept and watched TV, and watched TV and ate again. It can be said that she was very corrupt. At night, she finally had enough of lying down, so she took out some of the spiritual spring water and acid rain, poured them together, and put them in a large bucket. After leaving it alone for a while, Xia Sisi found that the wooden barrel was not corroded, and she was delighted. She waved at Dahei and asked him to come over. When Dahei saw Mutu, he knew he had to take another bath. His face drooped all of a sudden, and every muscle in his body seemed to be resisting this baby hates taking a bath the most. Xia Sisi could only coax Dahei into entering the wooden barrel by taking out the snacks that Dahei liked. The plane next to them was flying in the air, watching the fun and gossiping non-stop. Hey, it's time to take a bath, a nasty bath." When the gray plane flew over Dahei's head, Dahei suddenly stood up and slapped the plane into the bucket with one claw. Xia Sisi was stunned. Oh my god, is anything going to happen? Only after seeing Huiji turning into a drowned parrot, swimming pitifully in the wooden barrel, did Xia Sisi breathe a sigh of relief indeed. Dahei was not to be provoked. But it's just right, this way Huiji and Dahei can take a bath together. Huiji tried several times to climb out along the edge of the barrel, but was slapped back in by Dahei's claws every time. Even someone like Huiji, who was afraid of Dahei, started swearing at Dahei in the end. Bad guy. You yuan %. In response to this, Dahei's expression did not change at all. He just slapped the plane with his paw every time it was about to climb out. Xia Sisi was standing nearby. She also prepared a wooden barrel for herself, poured a bucket of spiritual spring water and acid rain into it, and sat in it. She touched Dahei's big head and Huiji's little head. "Come on, let's take a bath together." She had heated the spiritual spring water in advance, and the wooden barrel also had a certain warmth-keeping function. If you continue like this, it will really be both relieving and effective. Xia Sisi simply took the tablet over and found a plate of fruit and nuts from the space. Watching TV series while taking a bath with Dahei and Huiji. The plane finally became as quiet as a chicken after Xia Sisi started playing the drama. Floating in the water, leaning on Dahei, and occasionally eating the nuts that Xia Sisi brought over. In this way, one person and 2 pets soaked for more than 2 hours. By the end of the run, Xia Sisi was exhausted. Looking at the time, it was almost time to go to bed, so Xia Sisi took out Dahei and Huiji, cleaned them, and cleaned herself. I have to say, this bubble bath is quite comfortable. And looking at the slightly turbid water in the wooden barrel, Xia Sisi could be sure that this water had greatly improved her physical fitness. Dahei and Huiji looked a little tired while soaking in the water. Xia Sisi quickly blew them dry and put them on the bed. This water must not be poured down the toilet or sewer. Otherwise, if everyone has no water, but you still have water to flush the toilet at home, it will cause jealousy from people on other floors. She thought about it and entered the space. This time, she went to the waste disposal machine. I found out that what I vomited out today was a bag of compressed biscuits, which is pretty standard. Then he walked to the back of the machine and poured all the bath water used today into it. She wanted to see what the machine would spit out tomorrow. The man who slept with Lu Xiaofei downstairs died. Huang Chen and his gang were beating Lu Xiaofei, saying that Lu Xiaofei had killed someone. After all, there was no sign of a fight in the whole house, and the man's death was very strange. The whole building was filled with Lu Xiaofei's miserable screams and pleas for mercy. She even wailed, "Please don't beat me. I really don't know anything. I didn't kill the person. You can do whatever you want to me, please don't beat me." That voice was very disgusting to hear. After Xia Cici found out the reason for the farce, she was very surprised on the one hand, but she also felt that it was all deserved. She was too lazy to care about this matter. No matter who killed the man, he deserved to die. No matter whether Lu Xiaofei was innocent or not, she deserved it. When she turned around and prepared to go back to the house, she saw Ding Lei standing behind her. Xia Cici looked at Ding Lei. "How is it?"
How do you feel now?
Hearing Xia Cici's question, Ding Lei sneered, feeling very good. The wound on Ding Lei's face was a little hideous. Although she had used medicine, it seemed difficult to heal. At this moment, it looked as if half of her face was a beautiful woman, and the other half was a hideous monster. Xia Cici didn't say anything and gently patted Ding Lei's shoulder. She had spiritual spring water, which could heal the wound on Ding Lei's face immediately, but she didn't want to do it. One reason was that she didn't want to reveal that she had a special medicine, and the other was that although she let Ding Lei live upstairs, she still had to see Ding Lei's character. She had seen a lot of things in her previous life where people were grateful for a little and then resented a big rice. She was not a big enemy, so she didn't want to cause trouble for herself. But unexpectedly, trouble still came up. The noise downstairs subsided after about an hour. When Xia Cici was looking out the scenery from the upstairs, she saw the man's body thrown down from the upstairs. The body disappeared in the rain. The acid rain today was lighter than usual. If Xia Cici guessed correctly, the acid rain was about to stop. She heard many people reveling, saying that the disaster might end soon. When she was playing with Dahei in the house, she suddenly heard a knock on the door outside. The sound was loud and aggressive, not very polite. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows. She didn't expect that after establishing her authority yesterday, someone would come to cause trouble today. Xia Cici took out a machete, took Dahei with her, and went out directly. As soon as she went out, she saw Lin Yuan and Ding Lei from next door coming out, also disturbed by the noise. Several people walked to the stairs together. Originally thought that Huang Chen's group came to cause trouble again, but unexpectedly, it was the auntie she had seen before. The auntie was wearing a large flowered jacket and led a child who looked 5 or 6 years old. The child was kicking the door with his feet.
No wonder the sound was so loud just now.
"What are you doing?" Xia Cici walked up and asked viciously. The little boy was obviously a naughty kid. When Xia Cici asked him questions, he was stunned for a moment. Then he looked at the old man next to him and found that the old man's eyes were very encouraging, so he kicked the door even harder. Xia Cici was amused and patted Dahei on the shoulder. Dahei had grown a lot bigger after being baptized by the spiritual spring water and acid rain last night. Dahei rushed up instantly, through the fence of the security door, and began to roar to the outside. Woof, woof, woof. The little boy saw a bloody mouth rushing over, almost biting his leg, and then there was a deafening howl. He stepped back in fear, squatted on the ground, and cried loudly, "Grandma, Grandma." Woo, woo, woo. The old man next to him was also startled, patted his chest, and picked up the little boy from the ground. Then he pointed at Xia Cici and started to curse. "You actually bullied the elderly and children. The acid rain is about to stop now, and the higher-ups will send rescuers soon. When that happens, I will call the police and have them arrest you. They will accuse you of hacking people, causing trouble, and occupying a public area." Xia Cici suddenly understood how dare this old lady bring her child to the 66th floor to make trouble. It turned out that because the rain was getting lighter, I thought rescue would come soon, and that everything would be over. Xia Cici smiled in her heart, but her face remained expressionless. She even reached out and pulled Dahei over from the door. "Oh, then, I'm quite scared. After all, if the police arrest me, the rest of my life may be over." I will have to go to jail, right? The old lady chuckled and hugged her grandson. I am not an unreasonable person. You see, there are old and young people in my family, and now we are out of food and water. If you give me some food and save our family through the difficulties in the past few days, I can say a few good words for you when someone comes to rescue. You should know that there is a big difference between self-defense and actively hacking people. Did you reveal your thoughts so quickly? Xia Sisi looked up and down at the old man and the child. The child was chubby, and it was obvious that he had not suffered much. The old lady also looked energetic and did not look like she had suffered in the past few days. Speaking of the two, they are both living relatively well in this end times. Especially the old lady, who is in her 50s. She looks very strong and speaks with full energy. Dinglei walked up to Xia Sisi and whispered in her ear, "This old woman lives downstairs from me and is very difficult. She usually makes things difficult for her daughter-in-law, and the whole family doesn't treat her as a human being. In the past few days, she has starved her daughter-in-law to the point of being pale and thin, and she even wants to sell her daughter-in-law to Huang Chen's group and give her some food and water." Xia Sisi heard this and looked at the smug old lady and felt sick. "Hurry up, give us all the things, or I'll let my grandma beat you to death," the little boy said with a face full of hostility. He looked like an unreasonable person who was completely led astray by the old woman. Xia Sisi winked at Lin Yi and Dinglei and then opened the door at the staircase. "Auntie, I think your suggestion is good. After all, I am still young and don't want to cause trouble. Come to my house and take whatever you want." The aunt was a little unconvinced at first and looked at Dahei next to her with fear. "Don't think of playing tricks on me. Dahei, go to your brother Lin Yuan's house." Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows, as if he didn't understand what Xia Sisi meant, but still led Dahei away. In this way, the aunt held her grandson and went into the entrance of Xia Sisi's house with Xia Sisi. As soon as she entered the door, she smelled the aroma of the braised pork ribs that Xia Sisi had just eaten. The little boy immediately twisted his body and was unwilling to eat. "Ah, it's the smell of meat. I want to eat meat." The aunt also rolled her eyes. "I want meat too. Give us all your meat." Xia Sisi smiled coldly and closed the door directly. "Aren't you going to give me a lecture? Then I will tell you something too. You are in my house now. I can say that you are a burglar, and I can do whatever I want to you." As she said, Xia Sisi kicked the aunt on the knee. "The old rogue still wants to reason with her? Then she, Xia Sisi, will talk to her nicely." The aunt was beaten up by Xia Sisi and fled with her grandson in her arms. The little boy was ignorant and kept scolding Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi pointed a knife at the aunt. "Try your grandson to cry again. Be careful, or I will kill her." The aunt immediately covered her grandson's mouth with all her might. But the spoiled kid was not willing to listen. He bit his grandmother's hand hard and bit off a piece of meat. After the old lady came out from the 66th floor, she cried and screamed at the stairs, saying that she didn't want to live anymore. At this moment, there was a sudden commotion downstairs. "Rescue? I saw the rescue." Xia Sisi looked down through the glass at the stairs and saw two small boats coming. The people standing on them were all in uniform. But what the old lady didn't expect was that when she went down from the 66th floor, the rescuers had already left. The rescuers only came to count how many households survived upstairs and inform everyone that the government was building a safe base and hoped that everyone would wait patiently. The acid rain had subsided and the government would distribute supplies soon. Of course, the residents who hadn't seen the official for so long definitely didn't want to see the boat leave immediately, so they all rushed to ask questions. There was also someone who pulled the arm of the young man who came to deliver the message and asked him to give them some food. But there were only 4 people on the boat. After all the journey, even if there were supplies, they had already been distributed, so how could they end up here? Finally, the people on the boat shook off the man who was pulling their sleeves tightly, and then they left. The residents standing on the stairs were so anxious that they couldn't catch anyone. At this time, the old lady ran down and shouted at the boat that had already gone far away, "Someone has killed someone in this building. Send someone to catch her quickly. Don't you care about the lives of ordinary people like us? but the boat had gone far away. In addition, many residents upstairs saw the boat, and they shouted all kinds of things at this moment, which had long drowned out the old lady's voice. The old lady stood at the stairs with a pale face and stamped her feet in anger. Xia Cici didn't know about this. She had returned to her room a long time ago, and the door at the stairs was locked well. She stood in front of the French window, watching the boat come and go, thinking that it was almost the same as in the previous life. Now the whole country and even the whole world is in a stage of water, electricity, and internet outages, and both the police and the army are not enough. The authorities must have rescued emergency granaries and other important supplies at the first time, but there must still be many places that have been affected, resulting in a situation where there are more people than porridge. Xia Cici and the ant had a fight for a while, and when she came back, she couldn't tell whether she was in a good or bad mood, so she took a cup of fragrant and delicious lemon tea to drink. When Xia Cici bought the milk tea, she deliberately asked for more coconut fruit. Now she can absorb a few coconut fruits with every sip, and they can burst in her mouth. The sweetness of the coconut fruit burst in her mouth, making her mood instantly better. Regardless of how excited those people outside who cursed the rescue team were, Xia Cici closed the door, hugged the dog, and decided to start unpacking the express delivery after drinking the milk tea. This is a physical job. It would be great if Dahei and Huiji could help me. Xia Cici went to an empty room and took out dozens of express packages from the space. Looking at the piles of boxes, she curled her lips helplessly. As if Dahei understood, he walked into the house and picked out a box from a pile of boxes. He walked to Xia Cici happily, wagging his tail vigorously and looking expectantly. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows, thinking that there must be clues in the express box. "Look at what you picked out, you clever little guy." Xia Cici took the express box from Dahei's mouth and squatted on the ground to open it. When the box was opened, Xia Cici laughed out loud. She was right. It was a box of canned dog food, and it was fed with venison, which Dahei liked to eat. In Dahei's expectant eyes, Xia Cici opened a can of canned food and gave Dahei a meal. Huiji also turned around twice in the pile of express boxes, but did not find what it wanted. It could only flutter its wings and go to the side in front of the tablet to watch the palace drama that Xia Cici had not finished watching. Xia Cici spread a small mat on the ground and started to open the express. It has to be said that the express delivery from this express delivery point really has everything. Not to mention all kinds of food and drinks. Before the express delivery point was closed, it happened to be the worst days of the doomsday. Many people bought various food and drinks online, and they were piled up at delivery points. Xia Cici opened several boxes of cola drinks alone, and also had quite a few spicy duck necks and duck tongues that she enjoyed very much while watching TV series. Of course, there are some miscellaneous items, such as paint for painting the house, children's toys that can be installed, hammocks for use at home, etc. These things seem useless, but with a waste disposal machine they can be turned into treasures. 3 walkie-talkies were also taken out. They were the latest models from a well-known brand. Xia Cici looked at the 3 walkie-talkies and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. She, Lin Yi, and Ding Lei, exactly 3 people, 1 for each. I won't use it for the time being, but sooner or later I'll have to go out. Xia Cici looked at the instruction manual and found that the walkie-talkie was newly developed. The signal was good within 3 kilometers. It was only half the size of a palm and came with a rope that could be hung around the neck. It could be said to be very light and convenient. Then we also dismantled a few rubber boats. It should be the continuous rainfall that made some people feel a sense of crisis and bought rubber boats. Xia Cici didn't have any rubber boats stored, so she only stockpiled speedboats. I feel that speedboats are much more useful than rubber boats. But no one would complain about having too many means of transportation. Even if you don't need it, you can still exchange it with others. After spending the whole afternoon opening packages, Xia Cici also found something very useful. That's part of a sidecar motorcycle. It does not include the motorcycle's engine or the front frame. Just the sidecar and 2 wheels at the back. When Xia Cici saw this thing, and then looked at Dahei next to her, a malicious smile appeared on her face. It is said that you can only use a dog for a moment after raising it for 1,000 days. Xia Cici plans to modify this sidecar when she has time and make it into a small cart that can be pulled by a dog. Dahei, who was standing by, was gnawing on the pet dog bones that Xia Cici had unpacked from the express delivery when he felt a cold gaze coming from the direction of his owner. In an instant, it became nervous and even forgot to chew the bone in its mouth. By 6 o'clock in the evening, Xia Cici could no longer dismantle the box. I felt like my whole body was falling apart and my neck was a little uncomfortable. But this is only 1/3 of all the express deliveries. 2/3 of the express deliveries are still lying in the space, waiting to be unpacked. She took a look around the space and found that what the garbage disposal machine spit out today was actually a foot bath. Just when she was frowning and wanted to curse the space for being inhumane, she found a piece of paper under the foot basin. Xia Cici took out the paper and saw a line of big words written on it. Does the cold and tense end of the world survival make you tired? Does the extreme cold make you feel collapsed?
Soak your feet.
You know, people can't live just by eating. They also need spiritual pursuits and comfortable spiritual enjoyment. So, soak your feet. Xia Cici felt the corner of her mouth twitching. Everything written on this piece of paper seems to make sense, yet also seems to make no sense. But she is not someone to be trifled with. Space used this kind of thing to fool her, so she just threw all the cardboard boxes that she had unpacked in the afternoon into the waste disposal machine. After finishing her work, Xia Cici had a delicious dinner. She ignored Huiji all afternoon and let Huiji watch TV dramas by himself. Unexpectedly, Huiji became obsessed with it. Your concubine wants to eat. When Huiji said this in a hoarse voice, Xia Cici had just heated a cup of milk for herself and almost spit out a mouthful of milk. What the Hades is this? Xia Cici didn't know whether to laugh or cry, and added dinner to Huiji, and then silently turned off the palace drama that she had been watching for several days. She decided to watch a different variety show tomorrow, so as not to damage the little parrot. Not long after dinner, she heard a knock on her door. Xia Cici went to answer the door and saw Ding Lei standing outside the door with an indescribable expression. What's wrong? Xia Cici asked through the door. She was not familiar with Ding Lei yet and didn't want to let her in.
Well,
the acid rain outside has stopped.
Xia Cici nodded gently.
She knew that the acid rain would stop soon, so she was not surprised. I heard that the rescue team came this morning, but left again, and said that they would distribute supplies to everyone later. Xia Cici nodded again. She looked at Ding Lei and found that when she talked about rescue and supplies, her face did not show much excitement, which made her feel very strange. You don't look very happy? I heard that everyone in the whole building was crazy with joy today. They all felt that hope had come. Ding Lei snorted coldly, and her face, which was already a little hideous because of the wound, looked even more scary at this moment. Cici, can I call you that? You saved my life, and I actually want to have more contact with you.
But
I can't protect myself now, and I have to rely on your protection. I don't have anything to give you, so I haven't dared to talk to you much these 2 days. Xia Cici looked at Ding Lei and didn't say much, just wanting to hear what she said later. I think it's not over yet. Ding Lei's eyes were firm. Before the internet was shut down, I climbed over the firewall to read foreign information and found that the whole world was suffering from the disaster. This is not an ordinary disaster. If the rescue can really pull people out of the dire situation immediately, at least it has been done now, instead of waiting for a few more days. Xia Cici appreciated Ding Lei's opinion. So, what do you want to tell me? Xia Cici looked at Ding Lei. Cici, I want to borrow Dahei. Dahei, who had been standing behind Xia Cici, tilted his head and looked at her when he heard his name. Xia Cici narrowed her eyes and looked at Ding Lei. Why should I lend it to you? I have no supplies, no water, and food. I want to go out to find supplies. But I am alone, and it is very likely that I will not come back. If I have Dahei, I can have an extra layer of protection. In return, I said that I would give you and Mr. Lin half of the things I brought back, and I will give Dahei half of the remaining part. Ding Lei's eyes were firm. From Xia Cici's perspective, she saw that the scar on Ding Lei's face had just healed. She knew that Ding Lei would go out to find supplies sooner or later, but she didn't expect it to be so soon. Aren't you afraid that the scar on your face will get inflamed and eventually rotten? It's all acid rain outside. Xia Cici asked. She wanted to see Ding Lei's determination. I've died once. Why should I care about my appearance? And I haven't eaten all day. I can feel my physical strength is declining. If I don't go out, I'm afraid I won't be able to get out. Besides, now everyone thinks that rescue is coming and the government is about to distribute supplies. Everyone is a little relaxed. Ding Lei meant that it was the most appropriate time to go out and look for supplies. Xia Cici thought for a while. She was worried about Dahei's safety. To her, Dahei was the most loyal teammate in this doomsday. Even though Dahei is smart, powerful, and has mutated, he is still just a dog after all. It doesn't understand the sinister nature of human beings in the end of the world. I'll go with you, and take Dahei with me. After a moment of hesitation, Xia Cici made up her mind. Ding Lei's lips trembled, and she looked at Xia Cici for a long time without saying anything, and finally bowed deeply. Don't think I'm doing this for you. I just remember that there is a sports store nearby that sells speedboats and rubber boats. As you said, everyone thinks that rescue is coming soon, and it's the most relaxed time.
I'm going to get a speedboat back.
Don't trust anyone in the end of the world. See you at 12 o'clock in the evening. After saying that, Xia Cici closed the door directly. She didn't care about Ding Lei's crying outside at all. She felt a little sympathetic to Ding Lei, but she admired her cruelty and sobriety more. And she couldn't let Dahei go out with Ding Lei alone. Time soon came to 12 o'clock in the middle of the night. The whole building was quiet. It must be said that after the rescue team came during the day, the whole building was tired after experiencing a carnival. Xia Cici took Dahei and went down with Ding Lei. No one made a sound at this moment. When she arrived downstairs, she didn't expect that Lin Yuan, wearing a black diving suit, was already waiting downstairs. I heard about your plan tonight. Do you mind going with me? Lin Yuan turned his head to look at the two of them. Xia Cici thought of Lin Yuan's mysterious identity and skills, as well as Lin Yuan's performance in the past few days, and nodded. It's a good opportunity to take a look at the abilities and character of these two people. Xia Cici thought to herself. Only when facing materials and interests can a person's humanity be truly reflected. Xia Cici patted the beside her and signaled Ding Lei, and several people went into the water together. Now the water has flooded to the 4th floor. Although the 5th floor where Lin Yi is located is not flooded, when the extreme cold arrives and the blizzard hits, the 1st floor covered overnight is the 5th floor where Lin Yi is located. Thinking of this, Xia Cici couldn't help but sneer at the corner of her mouth. Ding Lei is really, as she said, she is very good at swimming. Xia Cici and Lin Yuan both brought simple diving equipment, but Ding Lei was only in a swimsuit. She swam very fast, first went to the ventilation vent in the corridor on the 4th floor, opened the window, and then motioned for the two to follow her out. Xia Cici, Lin Yuan, and Dahei followed closely behind. After leaving the building, Lin Yuan took out a rubber boat like a magic trick, inflated the rubber boat with an electric inflator, and several people and the dog got on the rubber boat and began to glide away. The moment Xia Cici saw Lin Yuan take out the rubber boat, her eyes flashed twice. I really didn't expect this person to have this thing. Following Xia Cici's command, several people quickly arrived near the mall where there was an outdoor sports store. The mall was also flooded, but because the mall was high, it was only flooded to the 2nd floor. The sports store was on the 3rd floor and was spared. Several people quickly entered the store, and when they saw the 3 speedboats placed inside, Ding Lei and Lin Yuan showed surprise on their faces. Only Xia Cici was ecstatic about the huge ornament placed on the cash register in the store. The space was responding. This thing could be upgraded. When Ding Lei and Lin Yuan quickly took down the speedboat, Xia Cici seemed to be interested in the cabinet under the cash register, pretending to rummage through the cabinet. In fact, she took advantage of the two people's inattention and put the ornaments on the cash register into the space. At the same time, she felt the space gem on her chest vibrate, and then disappeared. A small bead of sweat appeared on Xia Cici's forehead instantly. When she calmed down and checked with her mind, she was relieved when she found that the space was still in her body. This space is really naughty. It became a hidden space without saying a word. It was done with a vibration. She was so scared that she almost thought that the space was playing tricks again, or that there was something wrong with the ornament just now, and it was gone after the space took it in. But the change in the space also conveyed a message to Xia Cici: it has been upgraded again. Xia Cici was very happy about this, but she didn't have time to continue to check to what extent the space has been upgraded. She took out some supplies from the cash register and the cupboard, including a bag of rice, a bag of millet, and a bag of mung beans that the owner had put in there before, but left the rotten tomatoes and vegetables untouched. At this time, Ding Lei and Lin Yuan had already taken down the speedboat. After a discussion, Lin Yuan put away the rubber boat they brought with them and decided that each of them would drive a speedboat back later. There were some other sports goods in the room, including skates, sports gloves, golf clubs, and jackets. Ding Lei took a golf club and said that she would use it for self-defense. She looked at the skates and said casually, if you skate well, this thing can be faster than running, and it is more flexible. I take one, and I don't know if it will be useful later. This sentence seemed unintentional, but it reminded Ding Lei and Lin Yuan to each take a pair of suitable skates. Xia Cici saw that they had taken action and was relieved this thing would be very useful when the extreme cold weather came later. When the things in the store at the back were almost moved, the few people walked out. While the two were not paying attention, Xia Cici put away the golf clubs, jackets, and skates that the store staff had sorted out and didn't need into the space. The mall is very large, but the supermarket has been searched by someone. It should have been searched by people nearby when they came in to look for supplies. Especially in the places where drinks and food are placed, there is basically nothing. But what surprised them was that these things on the shelves were gone, and the things in the warehouse had not been touched. After searching for a long time, they finally found a small door in the corner of the supermarket. After kicking it open, there were slowly moving goods inside. Ding Lei was so excited that she was incoherent. She rushed over, took a bottle of mineral water first, unscrewed it, and drank it. It can be seen that she was really thirsty. But thinking about the few people who came together just now, including these 2 days, Ding Lei never said a word to Xia Cici or Lin Yuan to eat or drink. Xia Cici's impression of Ding Lei as a person has become better, and Lin Yuan has already walked to the supermarket's inventory area, carrying some hard goods inside, and began to put them into the bag next to him. Xia Cici also got busy, holding a large cloth bag from the supermarket, picking and choosing, putting things into the bag, and into her own space. After waiting for more than half an hour, the few people had already filled more than 20 bags. And Xia Cici's space had even more. Basically, wherever she walked, she cleared out everything. But everyone was busy with their own things, and no one noticed that the shelves on Xia Cici's side were obviously emptier than those on others. Ding Lei was the most excited. Well, I'll go back later. I decided to come over again. She didn't have the nerve to ask everyone to come with her. She knew that Xia Cici and Lin Yuan should have a lot of stockpiled goods at home. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan spoke first. I'll come over again. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows, not expecting Lin Yuan to come again. But when she saw Lin Yuan's eyes, which had been fixed on a full shelf of plastic-sealed cold rabbit heads, spicy hand-shredded beef, Sichuan-style dried meat, etc., she understood. Lin Yuan was not too outrageous. This time he took some rice and noodles to satisfy his hunger. These spicy foods can only be put aside, so it is normal to have to come again. Then I will come again. Xia Cici could only risk her life to accompany the gentleman. Seeing Dahei standing guard at the side in boredom, Xia Cici took out a sausage, peeled it, and gave it to Dahei. Dahei immediately bit his tail and ate it sweetly. However, Dahei, who had eaten half of the sausage, suddenly stopped. It put down the sausage and arched its body towards a distance. Xia Cici noticed that direction was the direction of the supermarket entrance. Someone is coming. Xia Cici lowered her voice. Dahei is also smart. He knew someone was coming and did not bark at the first time, but just arched his body to warn. Xia Cici and the others did not hear the sound of people walking, which meant that the person coming was still quite far away. She thought for a moment and looked at Dahei. How many people? It was originally just a tentative question, But unexpectedly, Dahei just thought about it for a moment, twitched his nose vigorously a few times, then raised his right paw and tapped the ground lightly 4 times. Looking around, Xia Sisi breathed a sigh of relief. Among the 3 of them, Ding Lei doesn't have much fighting power now, but she can easily take on 2 alone. Lin Yuan's combat effectiveness is unknown, but she thinks that 1 person can definitely take on 3. As for Dahei, his fighting power is off the charts. He can take on 4 or 5 people by himself. Several people looked at each other. Except for Ding Lei, who was a little nervous, Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan were nonchalant as they moved things onto the speedboat first. They then took a few paper boxes and placed them under the speedboat, preparing to pull the speedboat away using the paper boxes as a cushion. Of course, the warehouse of this supermarket is relatively hidden, and they didn't want to be discovered by others. After loading the things, several people worked together to block the warehouse with a shelf. After they finished all these, they heard voices outside the supermarket. Without fear, Xia Sisi was the first to pull the things out. When I walked to the entrance of a supermarket, I bumped into those people. Oh my, I didn't expect that enemies would meet in a narrow road. These people are none other than Huang Chun and his gang. When Huang Chun saw Xia Sisi, he instinctively stepped back in fear. The wound on his shoulder was very deep, and he developed a high fever after Xia Sisi saw it. It was only this morning that I retreated. This was also thanks to the fact that their gang went to other people's homes and stole the antipyretic medicine from a household on the 12th floor that only had an elderly person. As for how the old man cried and wailed, they didn't care at all. Of course, in order to get the old man to open the door, they also took advantage of his sympathy. After entering the house, they not only stole all the medicines in the old man's home, but also ransacked all the rooms in their home. I heard that the old man from that family hanged himself this morning. This group of people didn't care about this at all. They recently pried open all the doors that could be pried open, so they were not that short of supplies. And I also saw the rescue workers in the morning, and I felt that maybe this day was coming to an end. It's just... You say, shouldn't we wait until the water recedes and life returns to normal so that we can't just eat, drink, and take things for free? Huang Chun's group raised doubts after meeting the rescuers. It was this sentence that awakened these people. That's why they come to the nearby shopping mall at night, hoping to eat, drink, and get something for free. Especially those with gold and jewelry are their primary targets. They have already started dreaming that they will make a fortune once this period of chaos is over. I just passed by the supermarket. But unexpectedly, Huang Chun met Xia Sisi and her gang here. The moment Huang Chun saw Xia Sisi, he was first afraid, and then angry. The scene of himself being stunned by Xia Sisi's knife still makes him feel ashamed. He looked at Xia Sisi twice more and found that Xia Sisi had become even more beautiful. Especially now that she was wearing a tight black diving suit, her hair was wet and tied behind her head, with a few strands of hair sticking to her fair cheeks and neck. Inexplicably, he felt a surge of anger. Old neighbor, we are destined to meet. Huang Chun narrowed his eyes and looked at Xia Sisi. He thought of a problem a beautiful woman like Xia Sisi. In normal social life, he couldn't even touch her. It was only in such a chaotic scene that he could have a taste of her. In other words, if rescue was coming soon and social order was about to be restored, he would never be able to touch Xia Sisi. Now, it was the last chance. Huang Chun took a step back, and a pair of twin strong men in their team took 2 steps forward while counting on their fingers. Are you the ones who injured my brother Huang? My brother and I just met up with Huang today, and I didn't expect him to suffer such a big loss. Today, I'll let you have a good time. The twins looked 2 meters tall. They had been living in the building next door before. Today, they met when they were collecting nearby supplies. Then they hit it off and decided to make a fortune together. The 2 brothers knew that Huang Chun had formed a small gang in that building and collected a lot of valuable things. They were doing well. They were ready to join the gang. Now was their chance to perform well. Xia Sisi pulled out the short knife she carried with her from her side pocket. Seeing his master threatened, Dahei also stepped forward and stood beside Xia Sisi. The appearance of Dahei made the 2 brothers somewhat fearful. The 2 looked at each other and quickly pulled out 2 baseball bats from their waists. At this time, Lin Yuan, who had been standing behind, walked to the front and stopped Xia Sisi behind him. "Let me do it." He said these 3 words lightly, and even the expression on his face did not change. Lin Yuan actually wanted to step forward just now, but Xia Sisi was 1 step faster than him. He stood behind and looked at this slender girl, who was neat and tidy in holding the knife and had no fear in the face of several big men. At that moment, he thought it was quite interesting. He had never seen such a girl before. Even the manly women he had seen when he was undergoing the most rigorous training before were not like Xia Sisi, without the slightest hesitation and fear. It was as if there was a string in her body, which reminded her at all times that if she hesitated for a second, her life might be in danger. This was like the cruelty that she had trained after countless tests and life and death races. So much so that Lin Yuan felt that he seemed a little useless in this team of 3. Xia Sisi hadn't even looked at him since the bad guy appeared. He was like a lone wolf. Lin Yuan couldn't help sighing in his heart. Did he look so unreliable? He had no choice but to speak up and recommend himself. "Humph. I wanted to deal with that woman first, and then deal with you and the other ugly rascal, but I didn't expect you to bump into me." One of the twins looked at Lin Yuan, who was slightly shorter than him but much thinner, and shook the baseball bat in his hand with power and rushed forward. Xia Sisi stood by and hugged the restless Dahei in her arms. Ding Lei also came up and stayed close to Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi could feel that Ding Lei was shaking all over, but she didn't say a word, just holding the golf club she had just got from the sports store tightly in her hand. When Xia Sisi was sighing in her heart that Ding Lei could adapt to the end of the world very quickly, on the other side, there was a wail coming from the front of her. Lin Yuan dodged over, without any weapon in his hand, and was as fast as a beast coming out of the jungle. He bent slightly and punched the 2 strong men in the ribs. The twin strong men didn't even have a chance to react. Then, Lin Yuan swept the 2 strong men to the ground.
"Ah, rascal.
I'm going to kill you." Lin Yuan's face flashed with contempt. He caught the baseball bat that the strong man hit with one hand and pinched the wrist of one of the strong men with the other hand.
Ah.
Lin Yuan completely ignored the strong man's wailing, raised the baseball bat, and hit the strong man's head hard. Just one hit, the strong man fainted. The other strong man saw that his brother fainted and angrily hugged Lin Yuan's waist from behind. Lin Yuan took a horse stance, kicked his feet, and jumped up from the ground, flying upwards, using the power of his legs and waist to flip the strong man over, then took away the baseball bat and hit the strong man's head hard. Everything happened in just a few seconds. Xia Sisi felt that she didn't see Lin Yuan's movements clearly. Everything was over. For a moment, her eyes were dark and she looked at Lin Yuan with great fear. This man was stronger than she thought. Even stronger than those she had seen in the apocalypse. If they were opponents in the previous life, Xia Sisi felt that she would not survive the 10 years of the apocalypse. Even after a few years, many people awaken their superpowers. Xia Sisi had seen many powerful people, but Xia Sisi felt that Lin Yuan's performance at this moment, even without superpowers, could defeat most of the superpowers. It's really too strong. Huang Chun and another of his lackeys were so scared after seeing this scene that they kept backing away. "You, don't come over here." Huang Chun regretted it very much at this moment. He regretted not taking the tall man seriously at all, and regretted provoking Xia Sisi again. We can give you everything we collected."
"Take it."
Huang Chun put the big bag he was carrying on the ground. The bundle was thrown hard to the ground, making a loud metallic impact sound. The zipper broke apart with the impact, revealing a pile of gold inside. I never provoked you, just let me go. I will never trouble you again." The short man who followed Huang Chun was so scared that his face turned pale, and he spoke incoherently. He also threw the backpack he was carrying on the ground. He gently opened the zipper of the school bag and said, "There's gold and jade in here. I'll give them all to you. Just let me go." The backpack was filled with gold and red jewelry boxes. Lin Yuan didn't say anything. He turned around and raised his eyebrows to look at Xia Sisi, as if he wanted to see what Xia Sisi would choose. Xia Sisi also found Lin Yuan's look at her very interesting. She curled the dagger in her hand into a flower shape. One for each person? Lin Yuan didn't answer, but his body had already moved. The short man wanted to run, but was kicked to the ground by Lin Yuan, who pounced on him from behind. Lin Yuan took out the dagger in his hand and directly cut the short man's neck. Huang Chun ran away without saying a word. Xia Sisi was a step slower, but she didn't look panicked. She threw the dagger over and stabbed it hard in Huang Chun's leg. Huang Chun stumbled and fell to the ground, struggling hard to get up. But Xia Sisi had already arrived, sticking close to Huang Chun, with a new dagger pressed tightly against Huang Chun's neck.
What?
What do you want to do? The rescuers are here today, and there might be police watching and patrolling right now. Everything will be restored soon, and you will be breaking the law if you kill someone. Huang Chun was sweating profusely and spoke tremblingly. Xia Sisi snorted coldly. I'm sorry, the end of the world has just begun. You can't wait for your police and rescue. Xia Sisi exerted force on her hand, and the dagger cut Huang Chun's neck, and blood gushed out. Xia Sisi hurriedly stepped back to avoid the blood spurted out by Huang Chun. In fact, when Xia Sisi saw Huang Chun again, she suddenly thought of something in her previous life. Or rather, she remembered it when she saw the pair of twin strong men. In her previous life, Xia Sisi did not live in this apartment, but her home was not far from here. After the extreme cold, order completely collapsed, and the number of human deaths reached an astonishing number. Most of the supplies were also consumed in the acid rain and extreme cold. At this time, many organizations were formed. Some of these organizations were serious people before the end of the world, and even had legitimate jobs. But after the end of the world, they chose the law of the jungle and began to lose their moral values and humanity for their own efforts. Some of them were not good people before the end of the world, but their evil was suppressed in a stable and orderly society. But the end of the world is different. They completely exposed their nature, doing all kinds of evil, and even killing and playing with others for fun. There is an organization here. This organization is not large, about a dozen people, and the best fighters are a pair of twin strong men. And the leader is a man with triangular eyes who looks a bit wretched. Now it seems that the man is Huang Chun. At that time, this team surrounded the two little girls who were traveling with them. The two little girls looked only 15 or 16 years old, and they were still middle school students under the normal social order. But this group of rascals laughed and ruined them. Xia Sisi was hiding in a garbage truck not far away at the time, curled up in fear. She was afraid that she would be discovered and taken out. Especially when she saw that after this group of rascals had played with the two girls, the leading man actually said that he would take the two very tender girls to barbecue. She was so scared that she almost cried. At that time, the apocalypse had just begun for only a year, and it had not yet reached the point of cannibalism. However, this group of people had completely degenerated into beasts in order to eat a little tender meat. Therefore, when Xia Sisi saw the two twins, she did not want these people to leave them all. Even if it was to avenge the two little girls in the previous life. Even if it was to avenge the fear she had in the previous life. Even if it was to avenge all the people who might be threatened and persecuted by these people in the future. Even if it was for the sake of her own safety in the future. These people must die. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi swung the dagger that had just killed Huang Chun hard, walked to the twin strong men who had fainted next to him, raised her knife and fell, one by one, giving them a quick death. You are really lucky. Xia Sisi kicked the two-bedroom apartment hard and spit on it. Lin Yuan, who was standing by, came over and looked at the woman who had killed 3 people without changing her expression. Ms. Xia, can you tell me why you killed them all? Although Lin Yuan was questioning, his expression was full of admiration. Because they deserve to die. Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan and then asked jokingly, Mr. Lin, when you pointed the knife at ordinary people without hesitation, I found that you didn't hesitate at all. Can you explain it? She emphasized the words ordinary people in particular, in order to let Lin Yuan understand that she had begun to doubt Lin Yuan's identity as a retired soldier. A smile appeared in Lin Yuan's eyes, and his pupils shrank slightly, but his expression was normal. I have seen them bully women. I thought some small punishments would make them restrain themselves, but when I went out to look for supplies last night, I heard them say that they had forced an old man to death again. Keeping such rascals is an insult to the identity of retired soldiers. Xia Sisi didn't expect Lin Yuan to explain it to her so clearly. Moreover, Lin Yuan easily said that he went downstairs to look for supplies last night. She looked at Lin Yuan with a little trust in her eyes. This was because Lin Yuan's words were an olive branch to her, treating her as one of his own. At the same time, Xia Sisi's mind turned, and she caught the words "a small punishment" in Lin Yuan's sentence. She just opened her mouth to ask, but she didn't expect Lin Yuan to answer himself. Yes, I killed the rascal who died downstairs. Before Xia Sisi could answer, Lin Yuan spoke himself.
Xia Sisi nodded gently.
She had also thought about it before, who could enter the bedroom without anyone noticing, kill a sleeping person, and not let Lu Xiaofei, who was sleeping next to him, notice it at all. She also thought about whether it was Lin Yuan, but she didn't know Lin Yuan well enough at the time and didn't dare to draw a conclusion. Mr. Lin, I appreciate your approach. Xia Sisi stretched out her hand to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan shook it readily. Ding Lei, who was standing aside, had long been frightened by the series of actions of the two. But she quickly came to her senses, especially when she heard that it was Lin Yuan who killed the man who bullied her and punished Lu Xiaofei at the same time. She felt a sense of pleasure in her heart. She clenched her fists tightly and hammered her still trembling thighs twice. She made up her mind. I must become stronger and cannot hold these two people back. I must adapt to the current environment as soon as possible. Next, several people transported the supplies back home. As Ding Lei had said before, she only took a small portion of the supplies and gave the rest to Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan, even taking out Dahei's share. After dividing it this way, all Ding Lei left behind was a bag of flour, some canned food, a few bottles of water, and a speedboat. Ding Lei accepted the speedboat only after Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan said that they could just split one equally between them. However, Ding Lei had no complaints and was very happy instead. Xia Sisi didn't have the kindness to offer to give away the supplies this time. Although she had no shortage of supplies and was very satisfied with Ding Lei, she had to carry out what she had agreed upon. After moving their things, several people drove a speedboat and went to the mall again. This time, they still took food and water. But when passing by a store selling mink coats, Xia Sisi rolled her eyes and pointed at a few people and said, "Let's take a few too. There will definitely be no heating next time, and the air conditioner can't be turned on. This thing keeps you warm." Xia Sisi didn't lack warm things, but she wanted to remind Lin Yuan and Ding Lei. The two felt that it made sense, so they each took 2 sets. They were all long mink coats that reached the ankles. In the past, this thing must have been worth tens of thousands. Now, no one in the mall is interested. When she came to the mall this time, Xia Sisi saw several bags of gems and gold that Huang Chen and his group had just collected. Lin Yuan and Ding Lei had no interest in these things before, and she couldn't express her interest. Now that the few people were leaving, they would end the collection tonight. Xia Sisi took advantage of the two people's inattention and put all these things into the space. Anyway, it would be a waste not to take them. Especially gold. When the country restores order in the future and establishes bases all over the world, gold will replace the current paper currency in circulation. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that as soon as these packages of things entered the space, Xia Sisi felt the space tremble violently. But there was no time to check. She hurried to catch up with the two, and they returned to the apartment together. This time, Xia Sisi didn't ask Ding Lei for more. Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi always believed that the supplies Ding Lei gave before were enough. From now on, they were considered a team, and the supplies they found should be divided equally. Ding Lei was so excited that she was incoherent and kept saying thank you. Tears flowed down her face. Xia Sisi didn't say much, just patted Ding Lei's shoulder gently. Speaking of which, Ding Lei was recognized by her and Lin Yuan for her character and hard work. Even Dahei liked Ding Lei very much. Just now, Dahei even helped Ding Lei, who was not as strong as her, and Lin Yuan, to pick up the things that fell on the ground. After the few people divided the supplies, they decided to take a rest and go together the next night. While most people haven't reacted yet and are dreaming of rescue, they should first empty the supermarket and the restaurants above, and then go find some diesel. After all, diesel is needed to start the speedboat. Xia Sisi flashed into the space. As soon as she entered, she felt that the whole space was different from before. Before, she felt that there was no difference between entering the space and being outside. But now entering the space can give her a very comfortable feeling. It seems that just standing in the space can nourish her. The first thing she saw was the spiritual spring stream in front of her. The spiritual spring stream was now light blue and no longer transparent. Looking closer, Xia Sisi could see that there were many blue light spots floating on it, and it could be seen that the energy contained in it was more than doubled. Xia Sisi tried to reach out and hold a handful of spiritual spring water, put it close to her nose and smelled a fragrance on it, with a hint of sweetness. She couldn't help but drink a sip. After taking a sip of spiritual spring water, she felt that her previous fatigue was swept away and her whole spirit was back to full. Walking to the front of the villa, I found that the villa seemed to be more solid, but the floor had not changed much. In front of the villa, the display screen was still floating in the air. Xia Sisi walked forward and clicked it. On the screen, it was written in colorful fonts, Spiritual Space 5. The space was indeed upgraded. And below the space, there was an extra line of small words. Hint: the way to upgrade the space has changed. From difficult mode to simple apocalypse. It's almost like I'm a little older and can eat whole grains. Are you happy? Xia Sisi was not happy at all after seeing it. It was Xia Sisi who figured it out by herself. It should be a stone with some special energy. Now, the space has been upgraded, and Xia Sisi was not told what this whole grain was. Is there such a scam? Dog space. Then the farm, breeding farm, and waste treatment machine behind were upgraded. In addition, there is one more option, a movable base. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and quickly clicked on the mobile base option. Mobile base level 1 function, a mobile shelter in the end times, which can be moved outside the space to provide shelter for the space owner and other friends. Restrictions: the time to move outside varies with the level. Note: the base cannot be moved or moved out of the space at this level.
Surprise, surprise.
Xia Sisi's mood is like a roller coaster. She had the urge to punch the screen directly. However, she held back. After looking around, she finally decided that the villa should be the mobile base. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi was ecstatic this thing should be of great use in the future. After all, she knew that after the end of the world, no one could live in one place for a long time. Everyone would move from one place to another. Then this mobile base could become her place to stay. Moreover, this thing is a product of the space, and it can be continuously upgraded later. It is simply amazing. After the waste disposal machine is upgraded, 2 things can be put in it every day. And the paper boxes that Xia Sisi put in yesterday, with the blessing of the space upgrade, actually spit out a pistol. This black and heavy thing made Xia Sisi's heart beat faster. It was a good thing for scaring people and self-defense in the end times. After the end of the world, many people obtained guns and other equipment through some informal channels. Xia Sisi also used them for a period of time in her previous life. But it was a homemade gun and not very powerful. What Xia Sisi has in her hand now is the real thing. Xia Sisi took a look and saw that there were 3 bullets in it. Not many, but they would only be used in some emergency situations. It was enough for the time being. And inside Farm No. 1, the area that was bulging before finally grew something. It turned out to be a full box of firewood. This firewood looks no different from ordinary firewood, but Xia Sisi feels that it is something special. She thought that the extreme cold was about to come, and she could give it a try then. In farm number 2, the seeds planted by Xia Sisi all started to grow. The spinach is 1/2 meter tall, the cabbage is 1 person tall, the pepper is 1 foot long, and the trees are already full of bowl-sized apples. Xia Sisi couldn't believe it and put away the vegetables and fruits first. Then they each planted something on the farm. But what surprised Xia Sisi the most was the upgrade of the farm. The farms can actually produce food automatically. If the rabbit is fat, you can click canned rabbit meat, and if the alpaca's wool is long, you can click shearing wool. It's just that there is only one animal for each option now, but Xia Sisi is still very satisfied. At least she doesn't have to shear the wool and kill the rabbits herself. It's so convenient. She suddenly had a feeling that this space was terrible, but still very reliable. When she came out of the space, Xia Sisi was not sleepy because she had drunk the spiritual spring water. She took some new spiritual spring water, mixed it with acid rain, and decided to give the two little ones in the family and herself a bubble bath. Huiji hadn't seen Xia Sisi for a whole night and had been wanting to stick to her, but when he saw Xia Sisi mixing the bath water again, he suddenly disappeared. But when the bath water was ready, Dahei caught the plane from somewhere and threw it into the water, and then Dahei himself ran in. Xia Sisi rubbed his head and said, "Dahei is the smartest. He has discovered the benefits of this water, right?" Although Dahei still had a gloomy look on his face, his wagging tail showed that he was very satisfied with Xia Sisi's praise. The plane was soaked in the water, but it didn't struggle like last time. One person and two pets were taking a bath, playing and smiling. Before I knew it, an hour had passed. When the sun rose, Xia Sisi suddenly heard a commotion outside again. At this time, there was a knock on her door. Xia Sisi quickly put on her clothes and took Dahei to answer the door. At the door, there was Lin Yuan's serious face. "The government has distributed supplies, and they're on the roof of our building. Now, people downstairs are gathering at the entrance of our stairs, asking us to let them in to get the supplies." As expected, Xia Sisi heard a series of shouts from the direction of the stairs. 66th floor, they want to monopolize the government's relief food. Evil people, let the police arrest them. Take human life lightly. Look at the accusation. Xia Sisi looked at those neighbors with hideous faces, as if they were going to rush in and kill them. When Xia Sisi walked to the stairs with Dahei, she saw the aunt who had threatened Xia Sisi with her grandson before, shouting at the door. That voice, that momentum, it felt like a dog relying on the power of others. After all, now there are many people, and it is different from when she rushed up to Xia Sisi alone. From others, Xia Sisi heard that the aunt's surname was Jean, and everyone usually called her Auntie Jean. It's not because everyone respects her, but because no one can afford to offend her. Before the end of the world, if someone provokes her, she will curse at the door of the other person's house for 2 days and spit at the door. Some people have called the police, but it's useless because she will throw a tantrum and play the victim, making the police say that she is a rolling meat. After the end of the world, this old lady Jean relied on her old age and brought her grandson to make trouble in other people's homes, asking them to give her food. It's like others owe her. If they don't give it, she will say that others want to starve her children to death and want to bully the elderly. Especially recently, after the rescue came, this old lady Jean became more arrogant. Go to other people's homes to make trouble. If they don't give food or water, she will say that others are taking human lives lightly and say that they will wait for the government to come to rescue, and then tell the police. There are many young people in this building, and they really can't bother this unreasonable old lady. It's also that this old lady is lucky that she didn't meet a powerful person, and she can control the young people below. Now, she was standing in front of Xia Sisi with a group of people, arrogant and cursing the loudest. "You are breaking the law, you know? Wait for the rescue to come. We are all out. I will be the first to sue you and put you in jail." Xia Sisi looked at this person who was leading the rhythm and found it funny. She probably didn't know that it would be impossible for Xia Sisi to go to jail in this life. Because in prison, I'm afraid no one cares about it now. Lin Yuan and Ding Lei also came out at this moment. The wound on Ding Lei's face had scabbed over, and she looked hideous. Some people who knew her before were whispering, and their eyes drifted to Ding Lei from time to time. But Ding Lei stood there indifferently, with a cold face. "Who said we blocked you from going up to get the supplies?" Xia Sisi stepped forward and said to the people at the door, "I don't know when it started. This small group of 3 people has been led by Xia Cici. Xia Cici stood in front, and Lin Yuan and Ding Lei stood beside her. Let us take it? Then, what's the point of closing the door? The top floor originally belongs to all of us. If you lock it, it will occupy the public area. Aunt Jean raised her hand, pointed at Xia Cici, and said viciously. Several people nearby echoed her. Xia Cici took a step forward, and Aunt Jean took 2 steps back in fear. When they heard that the country had distributed supplies, people from the lower floors rushed up, and now the entire stairwell was blocked. Aunt Jean stepped back and stepped on someone else's foot. Then, the person whose foot was stepped on stepped back and stepped on the foot of the person behind him. For a while, many people began to complain. Someone was impatient and started shouting, "What are you still dawdling about? So many people are waiting. There are so many people that they can't all go up. Can't we just select a few people to go up and carry it down and divide it directly?" This person's proposal was approved by most people. The entrance to the rooftop is just opposite the staircase. There is a staircase with only 5 or 6 steps and a small door that can only be passed by one person. If so many people were allowed in, this small door would probably be squeezed and broken. Xia Cici snorted coldly and pointed at Aunt Jean. "Auntie, I see you are the loudest. Why don't you be one of the representatives to move things?" Having said that, Xia Cici made a move to open the door. When Aunt Jean looked at Xia Cici's face, she turned pale with fright and instantly stepped back. Many people complained again. "What's going on in front? Don't you say you need to step back? You stepped on someone, right?" "That's right, I don't want to give way in front. There are so many of us who want to get the supplies first." Aunt Jean was really afraid of Xia Cici. Especially in Xia Cici's half-smile. She always felt that Xia Cici deliberately opened the door to let her in, and wanted to beat her again. I must go in. But I can't go in by myself. Besides, how could Aunt Jean move things? Moving things must be done by others, and they must be distributed to her doorstep. So in the end, Aunt Jean, 3 young and strong men, and a young woman who most people knew were called in, and they went in together. Among the 3 young and strong men, there was Lin Yi. Lin Yi looked even more haggard at the moment, and he felt a little dehydrated. It's just that he was tall. Just when talking about moving supplies, Xia Cici saw how Ro pushed Lin Yi, and Lin Yi's tall stature made him be chosen. Otherwise, with his pale face, Xia Cici would never choose him. When the door opened, Xia Cici winked at Dahei, who quickly blocked the door of several people's homes, trying to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to steal things from the 3 people's homes. Lin Yuan nodded gently at Xia Cici, stood at the door, blocked the door, and prevented the people behind from coming in. After all, with too many people, their floor would be in chaos. And Ding Lei, together with Dahei, stood guard at the door of several people. The 3 people looked defensive, which made many people complain, but seeing Dahei, who was almost as big as a pony, they could only shut up. But with too many people, there are always more thoughts. Someone said that he was worried that Xia Cici and others would secretly withhold supplies. But Xia Cici threw a cold eye at him. "It was you who proposed to select a few people to move the supplies, and you chose the people who came up to move things. Now you are worried that someone will steal the supplies. Humph, I think you are just looking for trouble." Only then did they shut up. Xia Cici followed those people upstairs. When she opened the small door and prepared to go in, the crowd lined up and entered one by one. At this time, Lin Yi happened to be standing behind Xia Cici. This Lin Yi stinks. Stinkier than most people in the crowd. Xia Cici felt that the man with the stench stretched his face over and whispered in Xia Cici's ear, "Cici, for the sake of our good fortune, can you let Hao Ro and I move up to live?" Xia Cici tried hard to restrain herself, and didn't. "Do you want me to find you a suitable and safe room on the 66th floor, and find you and Hao Ro the most comfortable bed on the entire floor?" Xia Cici smiled lightly and looked at the man in front of her. Lin Yi was stunned for a moment, his eyes radiating brilliance, and he quickly explained, No, anywhere is fine. The floor below us has been flooded by acid rain, and our walls have begun to get damp and rotten. It's impossible to live here. Uninhabitable?
CSCC sneered.
If it's impossible to live here, you can just find another floor. Why come to the 66th floor? Do you want me to share some water and food with you? Xia Cici smiled more gently. Hearing about water and food, Lin Yi licked his dry lips. Cici, you won't just watch me die, will you? Ro and I are really out of water and food. Yesterday, Ro even wanted to drink the acid rain outside. We made a simple distillation device, and we can only get a little drinking water every day. We are really dying. Xia Cici looked at this stinking and cowardly man and felt that she was really blind in her previous life. She held her breath before walking in front of Lin Yi. She could see Lin Yi blushing. Yes, Xia Cici was originally good-looking, and she became even more beautiful after having the spiritual spring water. Being so close to a man would definitely make him blush. At this moment, she didn't know how much Lin Yi regretted being with Ro before. He wanted to slap himself twice. He even thought that if he knelt in front of Xia Cici and begged Xia Cici to reconcile with him, would Xia Cici forgive him?
Cici,
Lin Yi said nervously in his most gentle voice, and even slightly tilted his face, because he remembered that Xia Cici liked his side profile the most. You are really dreaming. Go back to your 5th floor. Xia Cici threw down a sentence coldly and turned to the top floor. Only Lin Yi was left, stunned there. What people didn't expect was that the two men on the top floor actually fought at this moment. The woman who was elected by everyone was trying to stop the fight, but was kicked to the ground. Aunt Jean, without saying a word, was sitting on the ground and stuffing food into her mouth. It was then that Xia Cici noticed that the two men who were chosen to move things were actually the two brothers who were doing business together on the 23rd floor. Xia Cici still remembered walking upstairs in the middle of the night when she emptied the 12 floors opposite. She heard the two men on the 23rd floor chatting and saying that they would face the crisis together. Who would have thought that the second time they met, the two of them would fight each other? The most hateful Aunt Jean didn't care that the supplies belonged to everyone at all and had eaten all the wrapping paper on the ground. Xia Cici saw that the pile of supplies was actually not much. At most 2 bottles of mineral water and a few packs of compressed biscuits were distributed to each person. Unexpectedly, Aunt Jean drank 3 bottles of mineral water by herself in a short while and was still stuffing compressed biscuits into her mouth. Xia Cici said nothing and retreated directly. Regardless of Lin Yi, he walked to the door and opened the door of the stairwell. All of you, go up and take a look. Be careful not to step on others. After saying that, Xia Cici took a step back, exchanged a look with Lin Yuan, and stood far away together. Those who were anxiously waiting outside had been craning their necks. At this moment, seeing Xia Cici just entered the door and then stepped out and asked them to go up and take a look, they knew that something must have happened. Rumble, the remaining 30 or so people in the building rushed up, pushing each other. Soon, the sound of fighting and cursing came from upstairs. Xia Cici looked at Lin Yuan next to her. Did you think of this scene? Lin Yuan snorted coldly. I have seen more terrible things than this. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows, not expecting Lin Yuan to answer like this. Amid the noise, Xia Cici and Lin Yuan stood side by side, like two idle people who stayed out of the busy city. Mr. Lin, I don't know if I should say something. Please go ahead, Miss Xia. Your reaction these days makes me feel that you don't look like a retired soldier at all. Even the righteous words you said when we first met, if you do something extremely evil, or if you must die for the survival of the majority, then I will immediately kill you. I feel that. You were just joking. Lin Yuan didn't expect Xia Cici to say this. His pupils darkened and he looked at the girl next to him without saying a word, as if waiting for Xia Cici's explanation. Xia Cici smiled. Now, there is chaos up there and there may be casualties soon. Why didn't I see Mr. Lin stop it? If you were a retired soldier with a sense of justice, you wouldn't be standing here now, making sarcastic remarks with me. Also, when you killed someone before, the method was amazing to me, and your character without any hesitation is not like that of an ordinary soldier. So, Mr. Lin, what are you? Lin Yuan smiled. This was the first time Xia Cici saw him laugh so hard. There was a smile in the corners of his eyes and eyebrows, and his whole face was full of vitality because of this smile. There was a trace of scrutiny in his slightly light brown pupils as he looked at Xia Cici in front of him. You know, some soldiers cannot reveal their true identities. Some soldiers cannot tell others about the missions they are carrying out.
And
Even the reasons why some soldiers retire are secret. Lin Yuan said word by word. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows and stopped asking. In fact, Lin Yuan had answered enough. At least he answered the questions in Xia Cici's mind. 1. Lin Yuan is indeed a retired soldier. 2. Lin Yuan is not an ordinary retired soldier. The unit he once served in is a secret. 3. Lin Yuan is not an ordinary retired soldier. It is very likely that he did something that the higher-ups could not agree with. It can be said that he violated the rules and regulations. So, even if he is in the army, he should be a troublemaker. Mr. Lin, thank you for your answer. Xia Cici and Lin Yuan nodded to each other, and then the two of them said nothing. Xia Cici heard that the noise above was louder than before. In it, there was Aunt Jin's wailing. Or rather, the loudest sound here was Aunt Jin's wailing. She kept cursing and shouting, "Murder, murder." Then there were some obscene words that were unbearable to hear. In fact, the top floor was in a mess now, but not that chaotic. The two brothers who were fighting had been pulled apart. But after everyone saw the things that Aunt Jean had eaten, they began to be unwilling. Several young people who had been angry with Aunt Jean rushed over and started to fight with Aunt Jean. Aunt Jean was soon pulled by the hair, and her clothes were torn. It was unknown who kicked her several times. Even the food that she had just eaten was now vomited out by being beaten. There was also the woman who followed up with her. Her name was Mo Yun, and she was the property management manager here. She was very nice to the residents of the entire building before, and everyone liked to look for her when they had anything to do. She and her husband were very loving. At this moment, it was her husband who saw her being kicked to the ground and holding her stomach. He knew that the two fighters had accidentally injured her. He was so angry that he trembled all over and rushed over to fight with the two brothers who were pulled apart. But there were still some rational people who stopped the government's materials and said that they would distribute the materials after everyone calmed down. Xia Cici was listening to the noise upstairs. Suddenly, she saw Hao Ro coming down. She looked much cleaner than Lin Yi, and her overall condition was better than Lin Yi. When Xia Cici saw Hao Ro, she sneered, wanting to see what tricks she would do. But who would have thought that after Hao Ro came over, she did not walk towards Xia Cici, but towards Lin Yuan next to her. Standing in front of Lin Yuan, she knelt down crying, "Uncle, I'm pregnant with Lin Yi's child. Please help me." Just for the descendants of the Lin family. Lin Yuan, who was standing aside, stared at Hao Ro coldly and did not speak for a while. Hao Ro trembled under Lin Yuan's eyes. She knew that Lin Yuan's uncle was not a normal person. She had a close relationship with Lin Yuan and had heard many rumors about Lin Yuan. These were unknown to outsiders. She knew that Lin Yuan's mother was actually a serious young lady. She was only 19 years old when she was pregnant with Lin Yuan. She was deceived by Lin Yuan's father, the old man of the Lin family. At that time, there was a big fuss. Everyone thought that it was the old lady Lin who was vigorous and resolute, and dealt with the mistress woman and Mr. Lin. But they didn't know that the Lin family suffered a great loss at that time. Lin Yuan's mother's family took their eldest daughter away. For the sake of her daughter's identity, they didn't make it public, but they had been suppressing the Lin family. Over the years, the Lin family has been struggling to survive, and it is no longer the same as it was in the past, because Lin Yuan's mother's family has been secretly making trouble. And Lin Yuan himself is very outstanding. He doesn't look down on the property of Lin Yi's family at all. A while ago, he took the initiative to give up all the inheritance rights and completely cut off the relationship with the Lin family. It seems that Lin Yuan's mother's family is going to start to kill Lin Yi. The reason why Lin Yi and Hao Ro moved here was to get closer to Lin Yuan and monitor his movements during this period. Unexpectedly, this kind of thing happened. There are rumors that Lin Yi is a soldier, and he has been on missions or close training abroad before, and he is not studying abroad at all. Hao Ro couldn't sleep that night, and saw Lin Yi go downstairs with her own eyes, and later brought back a lot of supplies. She just wanted to take a gamble, betting that Lin Yi is a retired soldier, and can have sympathy for her. Betting that Lin Yi will have sympathy for her as a pregnant woman for the sake of family ties and blood. But unexpectedly, she knelt on the ground for a long time, and Lin Yi didn't say a word. Xia Sisi next to her kept hugging her chest and sneering. This made Hao Ro feel uncomfortable all over. Hao Ro knelt and took 2 steps forward, trying to pull Lin Yuan's trouser legs. "Uncle."
Please.
Unexpectedly, Lin Yi took 2 steps back in disgust. Dahei, who was on the side, saw Hao Ro approaching, thinking of the previous order of the shoot shoveler not to let anyone approach their door, and rushed towards Hao Ro with bared teeth. Hao Ro was so scared that she took a step back and sat on the ground. Dahei seemed to be unsatisfied and continued to approach. Hao Ro could only retreat on the ground in embarrassment. Soon, a foul smell came. This Hao Ro. She wet her pants again. Xia Sisi laughed out loud. "Hao Ro, you'd better stop embarrassing yourself here. Go downstairs and take care of your baby. After all, I have never seen a pregnant woman who can move freely after climbing 60 floors. When Hao Ro heard this, her face turned pale. But she didn't give up and looked at Lin Yi hesitantly, with tears in the corners of her eyes. "Uncle, do you really not care about our lives? Even if you have a way, please help us contact the Lin family. Please, please don't watch us die without helping. Look at the power of this green tea witch." Originally, Lin Yi had nothing to do with her, but now she was smeared by him, saying that Lin Yi didn't help us. Lin Yi raised his eyelids. "What the Hades does it have to do with me?" Xia Sisi couldn't help it and laughed loudly. Hao Ro's face turned pale and red. She was jealous to the point of being unrecognizable when she first met Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi is really so calm and beautiful. In this end times, Xia Sisi is still able to dress neatly, her hair is neatly done, and her body is faintly scented with soap. Her skin is well maintained, and her eyebrows and eyes are delicate. Make her jealous to the point of going crazy. Especially when Xia Sisi and Lin Yi stood together, they looked like a perfect couple. It made her want to go forward and tear Xia Sisi to pieces. But she can't. She could only clench her fists in humiliation, grit her teeth, and think to herself, "Don't be so arrogant. Wait for me to climb over your head." The hatred in Hao Ro's eyes did not escape Xia Sisi's eyes. Xia Sisi sneered in her heart, "It will be soon. Your death will be soon." As far as she remembers, there will be big official moves in the next few days. After that, there will be complete collapse and the end of the world. By then, none of these rascals will be able to escape. "Everyone come up with me." Suddenly, the door of the skylight opened. Emoyun came out and called people up. Everyone went upstairs, leaving Dahei downstairs to look after the house. After going up, I found that the supplies on the rooftop had been separated. Everyone on the rooftop had a copy in their hands, but the 3 people on the 66th floor did not have that. Emoyun awkwardly took 3 packs of compressed biscuits and 3 bottles of water and walked in front of Xia Sisi and the others. Well, just now for some reasons. At this point, Emoyun glanced at Aunt Jean, who was disheveled and bruised. Due to some reasons, our originally limited supplies have suffered some losses. I see that you are the fattest people in the whole building, and I also know that you are all capable.
So.
Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows and sneered at the woman in front of her. Everything this woman said seemed reasonable, with a smile on her face, but in fact, she wanted Xia Sisi and the others to suffer in silence. Because Aunt Jean had just wasted a lot of supplies, the people on the 66th floor had to take less and give them away. Although Xia Sisi was not short of these supplies, she would not even eat these disgusting compressed biscuits. But why should she suffer this loss? Why should she bear the mistakes of others? Who would have thought that at this time, Aunt Jean, who had been beaten by a group of people, suddenly spoke in a yin-yang tone. "Hey, what's the matter? Don't you want it? Is it that we on the 66th floor don't even look down on this little thing? After all, you can afford such a big dog, so I don't know how much food and drink you have at home. Do you want it? This thing can be given to the rest of us. It's a life-saving thing for the rest of us. Xia Cici raised her head and laughed out of anger. If you didn't say anything, I would still want to settle the score with you later, but you said something, then I'll shoot you for being the first to come out. Thinking of this, Xia Cici strode to Aunt Jean. He grabbed the bag of supplies in her hand and threw it directly from the rooftop. Regardless of Aunt Jin's rush over to fight, Xia Cici stepped back and kicked Aunt Jin's knee again. Aunt Jean immediately fell to the ground. Whoever caused the trouble should bear the responsibility. I, Xia Cici, will not tolerate it. Let us, the 66th floor, suffer a loss? Let's see if you can afford it first. Xia Cici said, turning her eyes to Mo Yun, who had just talked to her, who came up with the idea of giving us 66% less supplies.
Huh.
Mo Yun was obviously pushed out by these people to take charge. Xia Cici looked at the position of Mo Yun's husband. She found that the bag in Mo Yun's husband's hand was obviously a little bigger than others. Although it was not much, it was enough for 2 bottles of water. It should be because just now, Mo Yun used some means in front of everyone to be recognized by everyone. But she was not a person who would suffer a loss. She must have said that she would give some benefits if she was allowed to take care of this mess. Xia Cici almost laughed when she thought of this. You get benefits and then send them, the 66th floor, away? What do you think of the people on the 66th floor? Ouch, murder. You little witch, you are going to kill our whole family. You actually threw away our supplies. I will fight you to the death. Aunt Jean stood up from the ground. Even if she was lame, she still wanted to pull Xia Cici's hair. To be honest, Aunt Jean rushed up to get the supplies alone, and her beloved son, daughter-in-law, and grandson did not come up. At that time, Aunt Jean thought that if she got the supplies, she would eat her fill first, and then give the rest to her son and daughter-in-law, and hide some for her beloved grandson. Who would have thought that she made a mistake? If she had known earlier, at least let her son come up to help her, she would not have suffered such a big loss in front of Xia Cici. Seeing Aunt Jean rushing over, Xia Cici was agile and directly grabbed the old woman's arm and twisted it hard. She was really annoyed that she had been looking for trouble with her again and again. Thinking of this, she reached to her waist and wanted to take out a knife. Who would have thought that Aunt Jean was pushed by Xia Cici to the side of the person next to her? Then Aunt Jean saw a pair of hands holding supplies in front of her. She didn't care whose hands were holding supplies. She just saw the bag of supplies. I have children and elderly people in my family. If you don't give it to me, you don't respect the elderly and love the young. Old woman, what nonsense are you talking about? You are asking for a fight. The person whose supplies were taken away did not show weakness. You want to starve an old woman like me to death. You are all black-hearted and rotten lung. You rascal. Aunt Jean held the bag tightly and howled loudly. Everyone watched from the side. No one wanted to stop the fight. They just held the supplies in their hands tightly. Even some people who didn't want to get involved had quietly slipped out of the door when no one was looking.
Aha!
A miserable wail came. The man whose supplies were robbed by Aunt Jean finally couldn't help it and started to beat Aunt Jean with red eyes. Unlike the young men who had just pulled and kicked Aunt Jean, this time they punched her in the head several times. The man was addicted to beating people, swearing and hitting her without knowing how hard he hit her. Xia Cici frowned at the man and finally recognized his identity from his accent, the domestic violence man who moved from the 1st floor to the 58th floor. Aunt Jean was really offended. Ding Lei approached Xia Cici in fear. Xia Cici gently held her hand and whispered in her ear, "Look carefully, there will be more such things in the future. Get used to it." After hearing this, Ding Lei was stunned, and then said in a trembling voice, "Don't worry, I will never hold you back." More people quietly slipped away from the rooftop, and Mo Yun also grabbed her husband beside her with a stern face. With a wail from Aunt Jean, she lay straight on the ground and never moved again.
Dead.
The man who beat the woman, after realizing that he had killed someone, took 2 steps back in fear. Looking at the few people left around him, he said in panic, "I didn't mean to do that. She was the one who stole my things. I didn't mean to do that. Then he ran away in panic. In the end, only Xia Sisi and a few others and Mo Yun and his wife were left. Xia Sisi looked at Mo Yun and his wife. Have you thought of all this? Mo Yun trembled when he was looked at by Xia Sisi. You, what do you mean? Xia Sisi snorted coldly and grabbed Mo Yun by the collar. Mo Yun was dragged forward by Xia Sisi, and it was no use shouting. Her husband wanted to come up and stop Xia Sisi, but was held tightly by Lin Yi and Ding Lei. Xia Sisi dragged Mo Yun to the dead Aunt Jean, ignoring Mo Yun's howling, and pressed Mo Yun's face down fiercely, almost pressing it against the dead Aunt Jin's face. Look, if you mess with me, someone will die, watch out. Don't mess with us anymore in the future. I won't dare to do it again, I won't dare to do it again. Mo Yun wailed loudly, and finally cried. Xia Sisi let go of Mo Yun. Just now, when she asked who came up with the idea to give them less supplies on the 66th floor, no one spoke. But Xia Sisi saw that many people looked at Mo Yun and his wife. The meaning was obvious. This idea was from Mo Yun. Xia Sisi had contact with this property manager before. A typical smiling tiger, he looked easy to talk to, but in fact he was very sinister behind the scenes. Now that Huang Chun is dead, the person the whole building should be most careful of should be this Mo Yun. Today, Xia Sisi wanted to establish her authority and then let everyone in the whole building not mess with them. Throw the body down and you can go. Xia Sisi gave a look to Lin Yuan and Ding Lei, and the two let go of Mo Yun's husband Wanzheng. Next, Xia Sisi and the others watched the two throw Aunt Jin's body off the roof, and then left in disgrace. Xia Sisi and the others went downstairs. The supplies, which were originally not much, were randomly divided among the people. After all this commotion, it was already noon. Xia Sisi was very hungry, but not so sleepy. It might be because she drank the spiritual spring water last night. She went home and took out a bowl of beef noodles and slurped it and paired it with a bottle of iced orange juice. It felt so good. Huiji was very angry and kept nagging in Xia Sisi's ear, complaining that Xia Sisi always didn't take it out. To be honest, Huiji has changed a lot in the past 2 days. First of all, he can go to the toilet by himself, which makes Xia Sisi very relieved. In addition, it has grown a lot bigger and is now about the size of a falcon. It feels heavy on Xia Sisi's shoulder. Its claws and beak have become sharper. Xia Sisi reached out and touched them and felt that these two things are very lethal weapons. And its voice is more like a human, no longer stuttering, and it can speak more complex words, and its tone is more mellow. Xia Sisi felt that if she didn't look at the parrot and only listen to its voice, she would think it was a strong man. Okay, I'll take you to meet friends later today. Xia Sisi took out a nut and gave it to Huiji. She found that Huiji's favorite food was nuts. Huiji flapped his wings happily. But before that, I have to tell you the rules. If you don't follow the rules, I dare not take you out. Xia Sisi looked at Huiji seriously, trying to see from its small eyes whether its IQ has reached the point where it can understand this. After all, it can enter and exit the space and know Xia Sisi's most secret secrets. And it keeps talking and likes to talk nonsense. If this is released, it will be a hidden danger. Brother Dahei told me that I must obey orders after I go out and not talk nonsense. Especially, I can't talk about our secret base. Huiji's eyes were bright, and he circled around Xia Sisi. Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. Dahei is not bad. He is indeed the dog I raised. And he also knows that the space is a secret base. But soon she realized a key point. What Huiji said just now was Brother Dahei told me. Can you and Dahei communicate? Xia Sisi pulled Huiji down, who was still flapping in the air, and looked at Huiji's round little eyes excitedly. Yes. Xia Sisi was excited. Since she brought Dahei home, she has never understood what this dog is thinking. Although now, the two are very close, Xia Sisi still feels that Dahei always gives her the cold shoulder. Does he not like her? It's just because she is its shoot shoveler that he has to follow her. What else did your brother say? Xia Sisi touched Huiji's head and asked with a smile. After that, she added, Today, I'll give you a nut buffet so that you can eat happily. For food, Huiji hesitated for only a second and sold. Brother said that he likes to eat canned venison and rabbit meat. Xia Cici knew this. Brother said that he would bite to death those who want to bully the shoot shoveler. Xia Cici's mouth slowly curled up. It really didn't take his love for him in vain. Brother also said that he likes to shovel the most. Huiji hadn't finished speaking when he saw a black shadow rushing over from the side, biting Huiji's wings and running away. Shoot shoveler, save me, said he would bite me to death. Huiji was dragged away with a crying voice. Xia Cici was immersed in happiness, actually said that he liked her the most. After making a fuss for a while and eating and drinking enough, Xia Cici went to the space to get a cup of fresh milk and fresh goat milk. Now in the farm, each animal can produce a byproduct. The cows and sheep produce fresh milk and fresh goat milk, and they are supplied daily. She drinks the fresh milk for herself and shares the fresh goat milk with Dahei and Huiji. She didn't expect Huiji to drink goat milk. In fact, she doesn't know much about parrots. She doesn't know whether this is the result of Huiji's mutation or whether parrots can drink it. Today, the waste disposal machine produced 2 pairs of goose-down cotton pants. Xia Cici looked at the size and found that it was just the size of a man and a woman, so she put it away first. Then she put 2 useless things in and planned to collect them tomorrow. Xia Cici felt that this space seemed to have the ability to predict the next movement of the end of the world. According to Xia Cici's experience, what we are going to experience next is extreme cold. And the things produced by the space recently are just for dealing with extreme cold. By the afternoon, the weather outside was completely clear, and those who took the government supplies began to be full of fantasies about the future, thinking that everything would be over soon. But some people are not satisfied with the government's assistance. A group of young people upstairs decided to go out to find supplies. Lin Yi and Hao Ro were among them, and the leader was Wan Wei, who had asked to meet Hao Ro after seeing her photos in the property management group. To be honest, Wan Wei lived upstairs from Hao Ro and Lin Yi. Hao Ro and Wan Wei had many private contacts these days. Every time, Wan Wei would give Hao Ro something to eat and drink, which prevented Hao Ro from looking as haggard as Lin Yi during these days in the apocalypse. It's just that although Wan Wei is simple-minded, he is very lustful. I also got a lot of benefits from Hao Ro. Lin Yi didn't know about this. When Hao Ro told him that Wan Wei was going out to look for supplies and asked him if he wanted to go with them, she was very moved. After all, Wan Wei looked like a trained man. I heard that he was a sports student with excellent physical fitness and could fight. It would definitely make you feel safe to go out with such a person. However, Wan Wei looked at Hao Ro and Lin Yi with some embarrassment. Do you have a basin or something like that at home? I only have a big bathtub here, and I can only take Ro and me. Lin Yi became unhappy when he heard this. After all, Hao Ro is his girlfriend no matter what. How can she be with someone else? But Hao Ro looked at Lin Yi lovingly. Brother Wan Wei asked me to sit with him, because I am petite. Don't think too much. But we don't have anything like a basin that can bear weight at home. Why don't you go first? Lin Yi has been hit hard these days. How could he not go? In the end, there was no other way. Lin Yi used all his strength to remove the door panel next door. I can just use this to follow you. But he was soon laughed at by others. Because of Lin Yi's small body, he looked good but was useless. As soon as he went out, he didn't keep his balance and fell into the water. Lin Yi's face was pale, and he clenched his fists tightly. He had never suffered such a loss since he was a child. At this time, Hao Ro's eyes turned and she whispered in Lin Yi's ear, "Your uncle has a boat. I saw him go downstairs to find supplies. Why don't you go and beg him? Ask us to borrow it?" Lin Yi's eyes lit up. Yes, after all, he is his uncle. Go and beg, maybe you can get the boat. Then, let's see if the person who just laughed at him can still laugh. Whoever he wants to get on the boat, he will let on the boat. Thinking of this, Lin Yi patted his chest and said that he was going to borrow the boat, without noticing that Hao Ro and Wan Wei exchanged glances. All this was an act for Lin Yi to see, just to trick Lin Yi, a silly boy, to ask for the boat. And Xia Sisi was not at peace either. Aunt Jin's son came up. Aunt Jin's son is called Jin Lei, 35 years old this year. He has nothing special, but he is filial to his mother Aunt Jin, to the point of foolish filial piety. All the good things in the house are given to Aunt Jin, and Aunt Jin says whatever she wants. In the morning, Aunt Jin said that no one else should go upstairs to get supplies, so Jin Lei didn't go. Originally, his wife objected, but was slapped by Jin Lei and dared not speak. But he didn't expect that when everyone came back happily with the supplies, his mother Aunt Jin didn't come back. When asked, it turned out that someone had beaten her to death. But when asked who beat her, no one could tell me. It was also said that Aunt Jin's body had been thrown down. Even the supplies they were supposed to take were thrown down by Xia Sisi on the 66th floor. So not only did they not get any supplies from the government, but even their mother lost her life because of it. After hearing this, Jin Lei burst into tears and then ran to the 66th floor with a kitchen knife, without listening to his wife's dissuasion. Looking at the closed door in front of him, Jin Lei chopped it with a kitchen knife. Xia Sisi, get out. I'm going to kill you today. After Ding Lei came out, she saw someone chopping the door with a kitchen knife and kicked the door without saying a word. Are you looking for trouble? Jin Lei didn't know who Xia Sisi was, he just knew she was a woman. Seeing Ding Lei's ferocious face, he thought it was Xia Sisi and chopped the door harder. After a few bangs, perhaps because he was extremely sad, the lock on the door was actually chopped open by him. Ding Lei was holding a knife in her hand and was ready to attack. But Jin Lei was like a mad horse, crashing into Ding Lei. Ding Lei was knocked to the ground. Which, I'm going to kill you. Jin Lei roared, raised the knife in his hand, and was about to chop Ding Lei. At this time, Lin Yi and Xia Sisi also rushed over. Lin Yi kicked Jin Lei out with a flying kick. Xia Sisi helped Ding Lei up with a cold face. Jin Lei fell to the wall and soon stood up from the ground, holding the knife and trying to chop forward again. Lin Yi did not give him any more chances, reached out and grabbed his wrist. Jin Lei could no longer hold the kitchen knife in his hand, and it fell directly to the ground.
Ah!
Jin Lei's screams echoed throughout the corridor. Lin Yi threw Jin Lei to the ground with a cold face. Jin Lei burst into tears. What's going on? Xia Sisi asked Ding Lei next to her. That's Aunt Jin's son. Xia Sisi understood instantly after hearing this. So that's how it is. Is he here to seek revenge on her? Xia Sisi found it interesting. She let Ding Lei go, walked to Jin Lei, looked at this cowardly man and kicked him hard. Do you know how Jin died? Jin Lei fell to the ground in despair and shook his head gently. Do you know why she died? Jin Lei shook his head again. Xia Sisi wanted to laugh. This man knew nothing and came to trouble her. But before Xia Sisi could say anything else, the man on the ground jumped up again, stiffened his neck, and cursed at several people. No matter how my mother died. They all said it was related to you, it was related to you. Xia Sisi grasped the key word they hear. Who are they? Those who went to collect supplies said it was related to you. Today, if you don't give me an explanation, I will not let you go. Especially that Xia Sisi. I want her to pay for my mother's life.
Jin Lei shouted loudly.
Xia Sisi thought that Jin Lei was a brainless person. But those neighbors who came up to get the supplies didn't expect that they would throw dirty water on the 66th floor like this in the end. They really thought that the 66th floor was easy to bully. Well, since these people are unkind, don't blame Xia Sisi for being unjust in the future. Xia Sisi didn't want to explain, and there was no point in explaining. Xia Sisi looked at the man in front of her, and the cruel eyes scared Jin Lei and made him shrink back. Fix the door and bring 3 bottles of water to apologize to Ding Lei, otherwise I will raid your house tonight. Xia Sisi didn't want to nag Jin Lei anymore, so she said coldly. Jin Lei didn't want to hear that, but Xia Sisi pressed him against the wall fiercely. A sharp dagger was placed on Jin Lei's neck. Be obedient or die. Will you choose? I know there is a naughty kid in your family. He has provoked me before. I let him go last time. Do you think I should kill him this time? Jin Lei was really scared at this time. He felt that he shouldn't provoke the 66th floor. The anger that was originally caused by the death of his mother has now turned into fear. But he didn't want to give up, so he could only temporarily bow his head and agree to what Xia Sisi said. He straightened the door he had chopped and gave Ding Lei the only 3 bottles of water left in the house, and then left in shame. All this happened to be seen by Lin Yi, who came up. Thinking about Xia Sisi's eyes and the tone of her words just now, he felt trembling all over. He felt that this was no longer the Xia Sisi he knew. But seeing Lin Yuan next to him, he gritted his teeth and rushed up. "Uncle, uncle." Lin Yuan frowned slightly, looking at Lin Yi outside the door. "Don't call me uncle in the future. I'm not a member of your Lin family." In order to have a boat to go out, Lin Yi became thick-skinned. "Uncle, I know you have a boat. Can you lend it to me? I'm really starving. Just consider it. Just consider it because we are blood relatives." Just after dealing with Jin Lei, Xia Sisi met Lin Yi again. Thinking about the mess that happened in the day, she felt very irritated. She crossed her arms and looked at Lin Yuan with a fake smile. "You should solve your own problems. After all, we can say that we are blood relatives this time, and we can say that we are blood relatives next time. In the future, just tie Lin Yi to your belt. They have no shortage of speedboats on the 66th floor, let alone rubber boats. It's okay to give this thing to Lin Yi. But if I give it to him this time, what about next time? Will Lin Yi always rely on this relative relationship to cause trouble in the future?" Xia Sisi had planned to kill Lin Yi and Haoro a long time ago, but she felt extremely cold at the thought. And the 5th floor is now also eroded by acid rain. The two of them are living a life worse than death. Xia Sisi just wanted them to live for 2 more days. But Lin Yi and Haoro came to her again and again, and she was tired of it. After Xia Sisi finished speaking, she turned around and went back to the house, not wanting to care about it anymore. Lin Yuan looked at Lin Yi and just said, "I don't have a boat." He ignored him and went back to the house. For a while, only Lin Yi was left wailing outside the door, but no one paid attention to him. It is conceivable that when Lin Yi gets downstairs, he will definitely be laughed at by everyone. Xia Sisi didn't care about these. After she returned home, she took Dahei to catch up on her sleep. When she woke up, it was already 9 o'clock in the afternoon, and she heard the sound of thunder and bang outside. When she walked out of the door, she found that Lin Yuan had actually installed a new large iron door in the place where the fence door at the entrance of the stairs was originally. In this way, the outsiders could not see what was happening inside their 66th floor at all. Xia Sisi put on a coat, watched Lin Yuan busy, walked up to him and asked, "What are you doing?" "People come to see me every day, it's annoying." "Out of sight, out of mind." Xia Sisi looked at Lin Yuan, who rolled up his sleeves and was busy, and suddenly felt that this person was quite interesting. She chuckled twice and turned to leave. Unexpectedly, Lin Yuan called her. "Tomorrow, Ding Lei will follow me to exercise and learn fighting skills. Are you coming?"
Xia Sisi pauset.
She had actually thought about it before. Lin Yuan was indeed good at fighting, but they were not close enough to ask for help. After hearing what Lin Yuan said, she nodded. Okay. Xia Sisi was very pleased that Ding Lei took the initiative to ask to train with Lin Yuan. Just like that, Xia Sisi and Ding Lei began to learn fighting skills from Lin Yi. Ding Lei was a sports student before, and she had been a yoga teacher, so she looked weak, but she had a good foundation. After studying for a few days, she could perform some difficult moves, and her dodging was also good, but her strength was still a little lacking. Xia Sisi only had some experience from her previous life, and she didn't have any rules. Under Lin Yuan's guidance, she made rapid progress. It must be said that Xia Sisi thought Lin Yuan was really amazing. She, Ding Lei, and Dahei had never gotten any benefits from Lin Yuan. Then that day, early in the morning, the whole building started cheering again. Not only this building, but even the nearby buildings were cheering. It turned out that someone from the government said that they had built a shelter and hoped that those who wanted to go to the shelter could pack up their things and wait until the next day for the government to send someone to pick them up. Xia Sisi stood in front of the French window, stirring her coffee in her hand, watching the government's boat go farther and farther away. Her eyes flickered. Lin Yi and Haoro must not go to the shelter. After the extreme cold comes, she will have to see how these two people suffer. That night, Ro and Lin Yi were knocked unconscious from behind while they were lingering. They had no interest in this, but when they thought about going to the shelter, they could contact the Lin family. There would be good days in the future, and the two were very happy. Ro, who had been a little distracted these days, thought of the power of the Lin family and tried to please Lin Yi even more. But they didn't expect that after they fainted the next day, they missed the government's boat to pick them up the next day. The government's boat only took away some residents, and some people who wanted to go to the shelter did not go. The government ship said that they would send someone to pick them up in a few days. But even so, there were not many people in the building where Xia Cici lived, and more than half of them left. Now there are only a dozen people left. This includes the 3 people on the 66th floor where Xia Cici lived, Ro and Lin Yi, Wan Wei, the domestic violence man and his wife on the 58th floor, the Mo Yun couple, a thin and tall young man on the 43rd floor, 2 young couples in their 20s, and the daughter-in-law of Aunt Jean. Basically, those who have elderly people and children at home can apply to leave first, and the few residents who were originally few left. The most interesting one is Lu Xiaofei. After Huang Qin and his group died and were injured, Lu Xiaofei relied on her youth and beauty to hook up with an old man in his 50s. This old man is short and ugly, but he likes to hoard things and eats a lot at home. Moreover, the old man used to be a locksmith and could pry open doors. He also opened several doors on the upper floors that were difficult to pry open, and there was plenty of food. Lu Xiaofei has been following this boss for a few days and has gained a little weight. When the government came to pick him up, the old man got so excited that he had high blood pressure, so the government took him away. Xiaofei, as a family member, also left. When she left, she looked at the building, especially the direction of the 66th floor, and felt quite proud. She still remembered the way Ding Lei looked at her at that time, and said that she didn't know how to respect herself, and that she had no dignity. But what was the point of resisting Ding Lei? Not only was her face ruined, but she had to stay with those people and suffer. Thinking of those people on the 66th floor, Lu Xiaofei found it funny. They really thought they were supermen, and the government came to pick them up, but they didn't care at all. With this proud and superior mood, Lu Xiaofei lucky boarded the government's rescue ship. She had no idea that what was waiting for her ahead was a room with dozens of people, a dirty and chaotic environment, and more disputes and fights than before. The government built the shelter too hastily, and it was just a few rows of villas on the top of the mountain, which couldn't accommodate so many people. Some people here have experienced things that Lu Xiaofei couldn't imagine, and many people even had blood on their hands. A pretty girl like her who has become a little fatter in the past few days will only be humiliated when she goes there. The old man in his 50s who always has high blood pressure can't be her protector at all. In fact, since she decided to hang out with Huang Chen's group, she couldn't turn back. And Aunt Jin's son and grandson didn't go with the government's ship at all. They died. After Jean Lei knew that it was the domestic violence man on the 58th floor who killed his mother, he went up with a knife. Even Aunt Jin's grandson wanted to join in the fun. Jin's daughter-in-law wanted to stop him, but failed and was kicked by Jean Lei. Jean Lei went straight to the 58th floor to fight the domestic violence man. When the domestic violence man saw that it was Aunt Jin's family who came, he knelt down and begged for mercy at first. But he didn't expect Jean Lei to be unyielding. Even Jean Lei's son next to him, the little rascal, kept hitting his head with his hands. "You have to compensate us and work like a captive for our family for the rest of your life." This was actually something Jean Lei had discussed with his son. These days, Jean Lei knew that more than one person had died in this building. Therefore, he did not expect the law to punish this man so quickly, but at least he had to use this threat to make this man pay a price. Who would have thought it's just wishful thinking on their part that domestic violence men are not easy to deal with? The domestic violence man could no longer bear it and reached out to grab the knife from Jean Lei's hand. With a sharp knife in hand, each man stabbed more than 10 times. Jean Lei and his son are both dead. "You really think I'm easy to bully? I apologize to you because I was afraid that you would say something nonsense when the government came, but I didn't expect you to refuse my toast and drink a forfeit. Anyway, there's no one here, so I will kill 1 or 3.
Bah!
In this way, Jin Lei and his son were both thrown down from the building by the domestic violence man and died. Later, Jin's wife came down to look for her husband and son. Before she reached the door of the domestic violence man's house, she saw blood on the ground. But she was smart. She didn't go upstairs to find the domestic violence man. Instead, she covered her mouth, cried silently, and went back to the building. For a moment, the few remaining people in the building all had their own thoughts. The 66th floor, on the other side. Xia Cici asked Ding Lei if she wanted to leave with them. Ding Lei smiled sadly. I don't have any relatives or friends. The only ones left in this world are you and Brother Lin, who saved my life. There is no need to join in the fun. Besides, I have enough supplies now. Even if I run out, I still have a speedboat to continue collecting. Xia Cici didn't say much. As for Lin Yuan, she also asked. Lin Yuan didn't explain much, just shook his head to show that he was not interested. When it was evening, Xia Cici suddenly felt that the weather had become a little cold. She calculated the time and found that the acid rain had stopped for a few days. In the previous life, the arrival of extreme cold began a few days after the acid rain stopped. She frowned slightly and looked at Dahei next to her. Do you feel a little cold? After touching it, Xia Cici found that Dahei's fur was actually a lot thicker. Animals are extremely sensitive to changes in the weather. In addition, Xia Cici has been taking Dahei and Huiji to soak in spiritual spring water and acid rain for the past 2 days, and the mutation speed of the two is also increasing rapidly. Xia Cici has a hunch in her heart the extreme cold will come soon. At this moment, she suddenly heard a huge tremor outside. The floors under her feet were shaking violently. For a moment, the panic of the earthquake in her previous life made her heart stop for a moment. But she calmed down soon. No, this order is wrong. The earthquake should not come at this time. From the corner of her eyes, she saw dust flying outside the window. She stumbled to the French window, and a scene that shocked her greatly played out in front of her. Countless buildings collapsed in front of her. In fact, at the beginning, it was just a residential building with more than 10 floors, but after the collapse of this building, it knocked down the building next to it. After that, like dominoes, one building after another fell. Finally, a building with more than 10 floors fell and hit the building of more than 30 floors next to it. The building of more than 30 floors made a loud boom, but it did not fall apart. It held up. The collapse of the building seemed to have installed a time bomb in everyone's heart. Those who originally lived in the high-rise buildings began to worry, what if their own buildings collapsed? When someone saw the building opposite them collapse, some people wanted to jump off the building. But it was too late, and they were hit by the rocks that tilted down, and there was no sound. Xia Cici and a few others gathered together to discuss, and what was amazing was that Lin Yuan took out 3 sets of equipment similar to paragliders. Just in case. Xia Cici's eyes flashed, and she found that there were no labels on the 3 sets of equipment, but the materials were very solid, and the details were also well made. She could even think that this thing was obtained by Lin Yuan through some special means before the end of the world. On the other hand, she glanced at Lin Yuan. How many secrets did this person have? Xia Cici took the things and did not refuse. But she knew in her heart that there would be no problems with the building she was in. One is that the experience of the previous life told her that all the collapsed buildings were old buildings that had been in disrepair for a long time. Even if those buildings had escaped the erosion of acid rain, they could not escape the extreme cold and heat in the later period. But the building she was in, she had passed by before, and it had always stood tall in the city center, without any problems. Moreover, she had applied anti-corrosion materials to the exterior walls of the building before the end of the world, so the building should be stronger than in the previous life. What she was worried about now was another thing, the extreme cold that could come at any time. When the few people finished their discussion and were about to separate, Xia Cici specifically mentioned that the weather seemed to be getting colder today, and Dahei's fur seemed to be thicker than before. Lin Yuan was very interested in this, and reached out to touch Dahei's fur. His face became serious. Animals are generally more sensitive to environmental changes than us humans. Dahei's mutation may tell us that this winter will be colder than usual. Now there is no electricity or heating. I suggest that everyone wear more clothes when sleeping at night and put more quilts, mink fur, and other warm items by the window. Xia Sisi was very satisfied with Lin Yuan's response and took Dahei back to the house to eat noodles. She was going to eat snail noodles tonight. There are not many people in the whole building now, so there is no need to hide it to avoid the smell like before. When she slurped a bowl of noodles and went to the space to collect the materials produced by the waste treatment machine today, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. To be honest, today's supplies are related to the extreme cold, and they are given 2 pairs of heavy wool socks. Farm number 1 has 2 big bags again, and no one knows what strange things will grow in the future. Xia Sisi put the mink coat next to her at night and filled the stove with firewood, always ready for the arrival of extreme cold. She didn't expect that she would be licked awake by Dahei that night. When Xia Sisi opened her eyes, she saw Dahei's anxious eyes. She was cold all over, and her hands and feet were cold. She took the thermometer and found that the room was already minus 13 degrees. She hurriedly pulled the mink coat over and put it on, and quickly went to the stove to light a fire. After lighting the fire, Xia Sisi found that the ash machine was gone. "Where's Huiji?" Xia Sisi asked Dahei, who had been lying on the bed, anxiously. Dahei gently moved his body to reveal Huiji under his belly. Huiji cried out weakly. Xia Sisi walked over immediately and found that Huiji was a little weak from the cold and kept shivering. It should be the sudden drop in temperature. Huiji mutated late and could not fully adapt. "Dahei, thanks to you." Dahei was the first to notice the drop in temperature. He held Huiji, who had fainted from the cold, under his belly to keep him warm. Then he woke Xia Sisi up again. Xia Sisi originally wanted to send Huiji to space, but she found that fine hairs had begun to grow on Huiji's body. This was a change that did not exist before going to bed. It should be rapidly mutating to cope with the current weather. Xia Sisi quickly took out a bunch of delicious food and placed it in front of Huiji. Eat quickly and mutate quickly. When the mutation is complete, it will be a good bird again. She also told Dahei to lie still and take good care of Huiji until Huiji's mutation was complete. The stove was burning here, and Xia Sisi covered herself tightly and ran out. This was what happened in the previous life. The temperature dropped dramatically, and many people died in their sleep. Hypothermia can cause people to fall into coma. If they don't quickly keep warm and find a heat source, they may never wake up again. Lin Yuan answered the door quickly, wrapped in a mink coat. He was obviously relieved when he saw Xia Sisi. The temperature suddenly dropped. "I was just about to call you." Xia Sisi nodded without saying anything more and started knocking on Ding Lei's door again. But after calling for several minutes, no one answered the door. "Get up." Lin Yuan squeezed over from the side and pushed Xia Sisi away. He raised his foot and kicked Ding Lei's door open. The two rushed in and soon saw Ding Lei, who had fainted on the bed. Xia Sisi put the bag in her pocket and took out a small thermos cup. She picked up Ding Lei and fed her hot water one mouthful at a time. Ding Lei woke up quickly, but was still a little confused. Xia Sisi wrapped Ding Lei in the mink coat that she had placed next to her. Lin Yi was standing nearby and carried out the gas tank and gas stove from the kitchen and quickly lit the stove. After a while, Ding Lei regained consciousness and realized that she had just walked through the gates of Hades. She looked at Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan with gratitude. "Thank you. I didn't expect the temperature to drop so quickly." Xia Sisi didn't say much. Ding Lei's body has improved a lot in the past few days, but she is still too weak. In addition, she and Lin Yuan had a strong physical training during the day. When the few people said goodbye at night, Xia Sisi found that Ding Lei was a little exhausted. At that time, she reminded Ding Lei to eat more and replenish her physical strength. Anyway, the 3 of us have survived.
Xia Sisi smilagrareli.
The extreme cold is hard to endure, but the first night is the hardest. Such coldness is caught off guard and is most likely to kill people. That night, countless people who thought that everything would be over after waiting for government rescue died in their own homes. But this is not the worst. The next day, Xia Cece didn't expect Haoro to rush to the 66th floor and knock on the door at the staircase. Cece, uncle, save Lin Yi. He is dying, please. Xia Cece snorted coldly, thinking it's finally here. Xia Cece opened the door. Haoro looked panicked, and when she saw the mink coat on Xia Cece, a hint of jealousy and greed flashed in her eyes. But soon, she gritted her teeth and said, Lin Yi. Lin Yi is going to die. His hands and feet are frozen and can't move. They have turned blue and purple. Please, please save him. Xia Cece raised her eyebrows when she heard this. Ignoring Haoro's shouting, she turned around and went home. When Haoro thought that Xia Cece didn't want to care about Lin Yi, she cursed, Xia Cece, you have no conscience. You are still on good terms with Lin Yi, but you didn't expect to let him die at this time, you witch. The Lin family will not let you go. But she soon found that Xia Cece was back again, and her heart skipped a beat. Is Xia Cece going to save them again? She quickly covered her mouth tightly, fearing that Xia Cece would ignore them again after hearing those words. When Xia Cece approached, Haoro found that she was holding a bag in her hand. She was delighted, thinking it was food, but the bag was not big enough, and it didn't look like there was anything to keep warm. Especially the mink coat on Xia Cece. She wanted it so much. When she excitedly opened the bag, her face turned green. It turned out that the bag contained a huge machete and then some bandages and medicines. Xia Cece, what do you mean? Xia Cece looked at the woman in front of her, and her mind was full of the scene in her previous life, when she was tricked by Lin Yi to have her blood drained and food shared, and this woman sat next to her, carefully taking out a piece of candy from the space and putting it in her mouth. Haoro, you know how powerful the Lin family is. You are still following Lin Yi because you think the Lin family will recognize you as a daughter-in-law who wants to climb up the social ladder because of the hardships you and Lin Yi have shared. Now, it's time for you to save Lin Yi and climb up the social ladder. Aren't Lin Yi's hands and feet blue and purple from the freezing? That's severe frostbite. If we don't cut off his hands and feet, I'm afraid his entire arm and leg will be necrotic. By then, the eldest grandson of the Lin family will be doomed. I'll give you these tools. Go cut off his hands and feet to save him. It's up to you to decide whether to do it or not. Haoro thought that the night before the government came to rescue, she and Lin Yi were knocked unconscious by someone. She always suspected that it was Xia Cece. However, she didn't have any evidence. And she had known Xia Cece for so long, and she had never taken Xia Cece seriously. She thought Xia Cece might be cruel for a while, but deep down she was still the useless orphan of the Xia family. But at this moment, Haoro found out that she was wrong. And she was very wrong. Xia Cece, do you want to kill Lin Yi? Do you know how powerful the Lin family is? Even if the Lin family doesn't come to us for the time being, even if the whole country is suffering now, the Lin family is still well known in our city. When the government rescue comes, I will contact the Lin family and tell them what you did. Let's see how old Lady Lin will deal with you. Xia Cece wanted to laugh. She took a step forward, and Haoro stepped back in fear. Xia Cece looked at Haoro jokingly. Lin Yi is with you, and everyone in the Lin family knows it. If he dies, think about who the Lin family will trouble. You are threatening me here. Why don't you think about how to save your brother Yi? I have pointed out the way for you. Whether you do it or not is your own business. After Xia Cece finished speaking, she ignored Haoro and closed the door at the staircase. Haoro cursed outside for 10 minutes and found that no one paid attention to her at all. Finally, she went downstairs with mixed feelings. She and Lin Yi now live on the 45th floor. Wanwei also moved next door. This morning, she was awakened by Wanwei's knock on the door. Only then did she realize that the temperature in the room was already minus 20 degrees Celsius. She hurriedly put on all the warm clothes she could find. She was fine, but Lin Yi was unconscious. Finally, Lin Yi was awakened by Wanwei's slap, and only then did she realize that Lin Yi's outer hands and feet were frozen purple and unconscious. It was you who snatched the quilt from me. The quilt was snatched away by you, you vicious woman. You want to kill me. Seeing the state of his hands and feet, Lin Yi tried to move them many times, but failed, and began to scold Hao-ro. Hao-ro was furious, but she didn't dare to say much. The government has rescued a group of people, and they will be rescued soon. There must be a way to contact the Lin family by then. By then, she, Hao-ro, will have a good life. Absolutely nothing can happen at this time. Hao-ro was busy making a fire in the house and asked Lin Yi to warm himself by the fire. But his hands and feet were still unconscious, and it looked like his muscles were necrotic. Lin Yi kept wailing and cursing, and even said that he would wait to contact the Lin family and must give Hao-ro, who had harmed him like this, a good lesson. She then thought that Xia Cici loved Lin Yi so much before, and there might be some way to deal with this. And Lin Yuan might be able to help. Even if there is no way, at least she can get some benefits from this. But now, she took the things Xia Cici gave her and walked down the stairs step by step. When she reached the 45th floor, Wan Wei came out rubbing his hands. How is it? Hao-ro saw Wan Wei began to sniffle, crying that Xia Cici didn't care about them at all, saying that Xia Cici was a witch. After hearing this, Wan Wei was silent. No, we will kill that guy Lin Yi. After you left, he kept cursing and wailing in the house, which made me upset. No, absolutely not. Hao-ro suddenly thought of Xia Cici's words. She actually had a secret. It was she who instigated Lin Yi and her to come to this apartment to test Lin Yuan. And Mrs. Lin knew about this. At that time, she was thinking that Lin Yi was easy to control and the Lin family's property could not fall into the hands of others. She didn't expect to encounter acid rain and other things. If Lin Yi died like this, Hao-ro clenched her fists. She knew what old lady Lin was doing. But when she looked at the knife and bandage in her hand, she hesitated again. What is this? Wan Wei asked curiously when he saw what Hao-ro was holding. After Hao-ro told them the idea that Xia Cici had given them, Wan Wei was silent for a moment, and then he went into the house with the things in his hand. Brother Wan, what are you going to do? Wan Wei snorted coldly. Humph, didn't you say that this man can't die? It shouldn't be a big deal, if it's that tragic. After all, I know his current situation. If we don't care, the whole arm will be necrotic, and he will really die in the end. We are also saving him by doing this. Hao-ro knew that what Wan Wei said was right, so she could only grit her teeth and stomp her feet and run next door. It was a self-deception, wanting to wait until old lady Lin asked about it in the future, and then appear to have nothing to do with this matter. Later, Hao-ro heard Lin Yi's wailing one after another. After waiting for about 2 hours, Wan Wei came to Hao-ro with a bloody knife. Okay, I've bandaged him. With those anti-inflammatory drugs, he won't die. Hao-ro couldn't tell what she felt when she heard this. But seeing Wan Wei looking at her, she lowered her head shyly. Brother Wan, thank you. At the same time, you must testify for me. When the Lin family comes to find you in the future, you must testify that everything we did was for Lin Yi to survive. That's for sure. In this weather, it's our credit that he can survive. Otherwise, his pretty boy would have died long ago. Hao-ro nodded hurriedly. She had made up her mind to brainwash Lin Yi next and make him grateful to her. Anyway, Lin Yi was not smart. Tell me, what can you, a delicate little girl, rely on in the future? Brother Wan, can you protect you? Wan Wei suddenly approached Hao-ro. Hao-ro hurriedly pretended to be shy and lowered her head and nodded gently. Wan Wei felt itchy when he saw her like this, so he just hugged her. In fact, not long after Hao-ro went down, Xia Cici followed. She listened to Hao-ro and Wan Wei's plan, listened to Lin Yi's wailing, and watched Wan Wei carry Hao-ro into the bedroom. At this time, she gently walked into Lin Yi's house. Although there was a fire inside, the temperature was still quite low. Lin Yi was lying on the bed like a pile of rotten meat. His right hand and foot were gone, and they were simply bandaged. But the blood was still oozing out. The surroundings of the bed were spurting out blood, which looked extremely miserable. Xia Cici saw that Wan Wei forgot to give Lin Yi the anti-inflammatory medicine, so she walked forward with a smile, took out a bottle of water from the space, stuffed the anti-inflammatory medicine into Lin Yi's mouth, and then washed the anti-inflammatory medicine down with water. You can't die of inflammation so easily. Otherwise, it will be meaningless later. After Xia Sisi did all this, she patted Lin Yi's unconscious face and turned and went upstairs amid the unbearable voices of Hao Rou and Wan Wei. The medicine and bandages Xia Sisi gave Hao Rou were not for one hand and one foot. They were enough for 2 hands and 2 feet. Sure enough, a few days later, Lin Yi's other hand and 1 foot were also frostbitten due to improper care. Wan Wei, who had done it once before, was not afraid at all this time. He directly raised his knife and cut off Lin Yi's other hands and feet. Hao Rou also hugged Lin Yi and cried hypocritically, saying that this was Xia Sisi's idea and that they had no choice. She also said that no matter what Lin Yi became, Hao Rou would love him. Lin Yi was so haggard that he just looked at Hao Rou in front of him coldly. When Hao Rou returned to the house, she found the open window and Lin Yi who had disappeared, and her face turned pale. Because before Lin Yi died, he cut his bandaged wound in the house and wrote a line of blood words, "I will not let you go even if I become a ghost. The Lin family will not let you go." What Hao Rou did not expect was that the Lin family would be here soon. When Xia Sisi was watching the stove and drinking tea at the window and looking down, she saw Lin Yi who jumped off the building and died. At this time, the acid rain below had frozen into ice, and Lin Yi fell down and was smashed into a pile of rotten meat. Xia Sisi still recognized him from the clothes on his body. The corners of her mouth curled up, thinking that Hao Rou must be unable to sleep at night now. But the more interesting things are still to come, because she remembered that in her previous life, the Lin family was quite powerful for a period of time. It seemed that they relied on some big shots. At that time, she was almost frozen to death by the extreme cold, and the Lin family kindly came to save her. In fact, she wanted to see if there were any other space items in Xia Sisi's house, including the jewelry passed down from her ancestors. But she remembered very clearly that Lin Yi was alive and well in his previous life, and he should have reunited with the Lin family soon after going to the rescue station. In this life, Lin Yi did not go to the rescue station. So will the Lin family, who are powerful for a period of time, come to find them soon? When the time comes, I wonder what the Lin family will think when they see the body of their eldest grandson frozen downstairs in such a miserable state. And she has a big gift in her hand for the Lin family. A week after the extreme cold came, the people on the 66th floor did not go downstairs again, and even seldom went out. Mo Yun came up to find Xia Sisi once, because the next day, the government did not send anyone to pick them up. Now, everyone was panicked. Mo Yun frowned and said to Xia Sisi, "We decided to pry open all the doors in this building to see if there are any warm items and food." When he said this, Mo Yun was shivering with cold all over, and his lips were blue and purple. Xia Sisi looked at the woman and the 2 young men following her and said coldly, "Whatever. You can do whatever you want, but it has nothing to do with our 66th floor." Xia Sisi was about to close the door when Mo Yun shouted outside, "Did you freeze to death last night?" Xia Sisi raised her eyebrows. "Does it have anything to do with me?" Mo Yun looked at Xia Sisi, who was unmoved in front of him, gritted his teeth, and finally turned around and left with his men. Xia Sisi had no interest in this woman. They had enough supplies on the 66th floor now, and they didn't want to get involved in this muddy water. As long as no one came to provoke them, they wanted to stay in the extreme cold for a month or 2. Of course, they didn't just lie down and do nothing. They had agreed to learn fighting skills from Lin Yuan, to deal with the crisis later. Every morning, after Xia Sisi got up, she would make herself a cup of hot coffee, put on heavy clothes, and start morning exercise. This exercise was added by Xia Sisi herself in order to maintain good patience. Then they had breakfast and played with dogs and birds. Since the last mutation, Huiji has changed a lot. Huiji is now 1/2 meter long, and it is difficult for it to stand on Xia Sisi's shoulder. It can only stand on Dahei. It is quite interesting when a bird and a dog stand together. Its claws are extremely sharp, and its beak is long and curved. In addition to the previous gray feathers, there are some faint blue added, which looks very domineering. On the top of its head, there is also a blue-purple feather. Every time it speaks, the feather will shake, which is very interesting. And its feathers are much thicker than before. If you insert your fingers, you will find that there is a thick layer of fluff inside the outer layer of feathers. It was after this layer of fluff grew that Huiji was no longer afraid of the cold. But Huiji is still so noisy, nagging in Xia Cixi's ear all day long. He also often complains about Dahei. Brother Hei bullied me. Shoot shoveler, save me. Brother Hei said he wanted to eat roasted bird. Shoot shoveler, save me. Brother Hei wants to throw me into the furnace. Shoot shoveler, save me. Xia Cixi's head hurt. She wanted to take Huiji to meet Ding Lei and Lin Yi as soon as possible, but she felt that this guy had an unstable personality and talked too much. What if he was used by someone with ulterior motives? She has been thinking about this problem for the past few days. In the end, she only came up with one solution: Huiji must not speak in front of people. But can Huiji be obedient? Xia Cixi had a headache. So she had to think of a perfect way to stop Huiji from speaking so that she could take it out to meet Ding Lei and Lin Yuan. And Dahei has also evolved. Now it is as tall as Xia Cixi when it stands up, and its body length exceeds 2 meters. It has thick black fur, and its ears, head and nose are obviously larger than before. The nails on the broad soles of its feet can be retracted like a cat, so it can walk without making any sound despite its size. Dahei was very satisfied with his evolution. He deliberately walked in when Xia Cixi was using the toilet several times and looked at her with a droopy face. Xia Cixi was almost scared to death by him. But this seemed to have become Dahei's favorite game. Even Huiji would flap his wings and laugh loudly when he saw Xia Cixi's fright. Xia Cixi was so angry that she wanted to pull out the hair on their bodies. Xia Cixi also took out a piece of firewood produced in the space and burned it. What she didn't expect was that this firewood was very special. Not only is it extremely easy to burn, but a small piece of firewood can burn all day long. And it is smokeless. This small piece of firewood can basically warm up her entire house. It can be said to be a heating artifact and a must-have item for home and travel in extremely cold weather. In the past few days, Xia Cixi collected 2 boxes of firewood and a small box of bullets in her space, which was just right for the pistol she took out of the garbage disposal before. In this way, her thermal weapons can be considered upgraded. In addition, in the past 2 days, Xia Cixi has opened all the remaining express deliveries in her space. There are some food, clothes, pet food, toys, and daily necessities. The most interesting thing is, Xia Cixi actually unpacked several boxes of raincoats. There were also several boxes that were empty, but from the lists inside the boxes, it could be seen that they were originally filled with some jewelry and rough stones. This also included several safes that Xia Cixi had taken out from the president's office, which she also managed to cut and pry open. There was a safe filled with cash. There is also a safe containing a pile of gold. There was another safe which was empty. Xia Cixian thought about the connection here and suspected that all the jewelry and raw stones had been eaten by the space. After the space was upgraded, he said that his upgrade method had changed. In the past, the space was upgraded by these natural raw stones and gems. It was just that we needed to find those with spirituality. So now it seems that, as long as it is jade, raw stone, crystal, or other things, they can be used to upgrade the space. Thinking of this, Xia Cixi was very happy. This way, it's actually easier to handle. Another surprise was the constant temperature clothing that Xia Cixi had taken from the president's office on the 12th floor opposite. Xia Cixi forgot about this thing at first. I wore a heavy mink coat for 2 days. Later, I always felt that the coat was inconvenient, so I wanted to search through the space to see if there were any suitable warm clothes. At this time, she found this constant temperature suit. After wearing it, it fits the skin perfectly, is very convenient to move in, and is very elastic. More importantly, this thing is really warm. It is only as thick as ordinary thermal underwear, but it is more comfortable and warmer than a mink coat. Xia Cixi even took out the box that the clothes came in and took a look at it. She saw that it said that this constant temperature clothing had another function. Even in an extremely hot environment like a desert, it can maintain human body temperature and even reduce the evaporation of human body water, so as to achieve the effect of constant temperature clothing and self-circulation of water. This is a bit like the plot in the science fiction film Dune. It can be said to be very awesome. Every afternoon at 3 o'clock, she and Ding Lei would go to the corridor to receive Lin Yuan's teachings. Once Lin Yuan started teaching, he seemed like a different person. He was wearing military boots and a camouflage uniform on the outside, with warm clothes underneath to facilitate movement. Xia Cici and Ding Lei also reduced the amount of clothes they wore and wore light warm clothes. Lin Yuan had a cold face as he instructed the two on fighting techniques. Several times, Ding Lei fell down due to exhaustion or failure to perform the movements properly. Lin Yuan just stood in front of Ding Lei coldly and said 2 words, "Stand up." Xia Cici is much better, but she has not received any systematic training and has only relied on experience and wild methods, so she finds it difficult to come up with standard movements. Once, Lin Yuan saw Xia Cici using her experience and rushed towards Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan frowned and punched Xia Cici in the stomach. Xia Cici curled up on the ground in pain and looked up at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Cici coldly. "You are very powerful and ruthless. However, you have never fought against a real strong man. Every time you fight, it seems like you are fighting desperately but you have no skills. In front of an expert, it is easy to expose your weaknesses. Xia Cici, you have to change your fighting style to live longer." Xia Cici clenched her fists and nodded gently. She wanted to study seriously and agreed with what he said that she had never fought against a real strong man. But she didn't like Lin Yuan's gloomy face all day long, and he seemed like a different person when educating them. Thinking of this, Xia Cici rolled her eyes. Before Lin Yuan could react, she suddenly stood up and grabbed Lin Yuan's crotch. This was a dirty trick that was used many times in the previous life, and it was very effective on men. Lin Yuan didn't expect Xia Cici to do this, and was stunned for a moment. "This is called a crotch-touching hand. Mr. Lin, you must be careful in the future. We women are sometimes more dangerous than you think." Xia Cici quickly let go of Lin Yuan, without the slightest shyness on her face. Looking at Lin Yuan's frustrated expression, she made a face at him. Xia Cici looked over and was stunned. Lin Yuan, he actually blushed. The class of the day ended just like that with Xia Cici's disruption. After returning home, Xia Cici also deeply reflected on herself. Why couldn't she hold back? It's really a sin. Maybe she was too bored to stay at home these days, so she had a little rebelliousness and small thoughts. In order to make amends for Lin Yuan, Xia Cici said that they would have hot pot together in the evening and she would provide the ingredients. She told Ding Lei and Lin Yuan that her hydroponic vegetables had grown. In this regard, even Lin Yuan's eyes lit up. After all, it has been so many days since the end of the world, and everyone has eaten up the vegetables in the refrigerator. There are some vegetables that can be soaked, such as daylily, radish, and seaweed, but they can't be eaten every meal. Xia Cici collected these vegetables from the space, and she couldn't eat them all. Because they grew too big, Xia Cici could only cut these vegetables at home and bring them over. After this period of time, especially the few people exercising together every day in the past few days, Xia Cici felt that Ding Lei and Lin Yuan were not bad. The tacit understanding and trust between the few people have also increased a lot. Now this hot pot is the first time for the few people to get together for dinner. Lin Yuan has prepared the hot pot base for the shuangxiang pot. Xia Cici also brought meat rolls, bean curd, and duck blood. Although Xia Cici prepared the ingredients, Ding Lei still brought a box of luncheon meat. Ding Lei didn't have a refrigerator at home, so the supplies she got before were all canned and packaged. Xia Cici even brought a bottle of white wine. Don't drink too much, after all, it's not that safe now. Xia Cici still poured a small glass. In this way, several people started eating and drinking. Ding Lei drank some wine and talked more, talking about her past. Lin Yuan didn't seem to like drinking very much, but he slurped a large plate of noodles from the spicy hot pot. Xia Cici thought that this man could really eat. She prepared 8 pounds of meat and basically let Lin Yuan eat it all. Of course, Dahei next to him also ate a few pieces of hot pot and was smacking his lips at the moment. Several people chatted a lot, and when they were happy, they heard the sound of an engine outside the building. For several days, the government's cars and boats have not come. It was silent outside, without even the sound of birds. Suddenly, there was the sound of an engine, and everyone was stunned. Xia Cici and a few others walked to the window and saw two huge off-road vehicles driving outside. The two SUVs could not be seen clearly from their floor. In fact, this car has been modified. The tires are larger, the body is more sturdy, and anti-skid chains are reinforced on the wheels. Even on this slippery, icy road, both cars can drive as if on flat ground. Xia Cici raised her eyebrows slightly. She didn't know if it was what she thought. However, those residents who were still alive nearby were already in a state of excitement. They thought that someone from the government had come to save them. Someone rushed down from upstairs and headed straight for the SUV, shouting, "Quick, send me to the shelter. I want to go to the shelter."
Bang!
A gunshot rang out, resounding through the sky. For a moment, the residents who were ready to make a move were stunned. Most of them are ordinary people, and their previous understanding of firearms came from television and the internet. I have never seen a gun or heard a gunshot. At this time, it suddenly started snowing. White snowflakes fell from the sky, the size of goose feathers, drifting in the wind. "Don't move, stay still. If anyone moves, I'll shoot him." A sturdy man in a mink coat jumped out of the jeep. He had a long vertical scar on his face. Although the sturdy man was very fierce to the residents around him, he was very respectful when he walked to the back seat of the car. He carefully opened the back door, even smiled towards the inside, and said with a smile, "Mrs. Lin, please be careful." Yes, this is the Lin family's car. And the person sitting in the back of the car was none other than old Mrs. Lin. After the end of the world, Mrs. Lin became worried about her grandson Lin Yi. After all, this is the only bloodline of the Lin family's eldest branch. He is the future hope and heir of their Lin family. But before the acid rain, Mrs. Lin, or the entire Lin family, had a great opportunity that could make the Lin family prosper. The Lin family was so busy that they had no time to look for Lin Yi. Thinking that Lin Yi was right in the commercial center and should have no shortage of food, he was not too worried. Later, the government built a shelter, and she specifically asked someone to keep an eye on it and take Lin Yi over. But the news from the shelter was that Lin Yi was not seen at all. Therefore, Mrs. Lin came to this building specifically to find Lin Yi. But what she didn't expect was that as soon as she got out of the car and walked towards the building, she saw Lin Yi dead on the ground. He was lying face up, eyes wide open, with a pool of blood beside him. Now it has melted into the ice below, like an ice sculpture. My grandson." Old Mrs. Lin suddenly knelt on the ground and wailed loudly, her voice extremely sad. In the empty land, the voice kept echoing. Who made him like this?" Grandma Lin stood up from the ground tremblingly and looked at the big man next to her. I must find the murderer for me. Find him for me." The big man nodded slightly, with a serious expression. He waved his hand and 5 or 6 more men got out of the car. They were all fully armed, holding guns in their hands. Each of them was over 180 centimeters tall, and all of them were muscular and strong men. "Mrs. Lin, please go to the car and wait for a while. Let's get the young master out of here first so that we can send him home," the leading strong man said carefully while supporting Grandma Lin. Grandma Lin's mood had recovered a lot. She closed her eyes and took a few deep breaths. Tears kept flowing down her face. After a while, she calmed down and said, "You all be careful. Don't hurt him." After Grandma Lin finished speaking, she turned back to the car. The leading strong man waved his hand. "Let's get the tools and get the young master out first." "Yes, Captain Wu." The other strong men answered in unison. Xia Cici stood on the roof, and Lin Yuan and Ding Lei were watching the operation downstairs. Including the miserable roars of Grandma Lin just now, because the world is too quiet now, they also came up. "The Lin family is here. Xia Cece looked at Lin Yuan next to her. Lin Yuan's face was expressionless. What does it have to do with me? Xia Cece looked at Lin Yuan. Sorry, I'm afraid it really has something to do with it today. Lin Yuan was stunned for a moment and looked at Xia Cece next to him. Xia Cece grinned at him, showing a big smile. Help me, I owe you a favor. Lin Yuan looked at Xia Cece's smile and suddenly had a bad feeling. But without the slightest hesitation, he nodded. On the side of Mrs. Lin, several strong men took about half an hour to chisel Lin Yi, who had been frozen into an ice block, out of the ice. Lin Yi's body had long been stiff, but it did not rot due to the cold weather. However, few people who committed suicide by jumping off the building looked good, and he was now unrecognizable. Mrs. Lin held Lin Yi in her arms without any disgust, and cried for a long time, and then asked someone to find a huge bag to wrap up Lin Yi's body first, and deal with it when she returned. After doing all this, Mrs. Lin squinted her eyes slightly, looked at the towering building in front of her, and walked up aggressively. At this time, everyone in the building was watching. Emoyan asked her husband to close the door tightly and not to open it no matter what happened. But she didn't expect that her door would be kicked open by the group of people in a short while. Captain Wu threw a young man who was originally looking at the stairs to watch the excitement into Mo Yun's house. Mo Yun knew him. He was one of the few people left in this building. He didn't look very smart, he was very thin, and didn't have much brains. It seemed that this man saw someone going upstairs and wanted to find out what was going on, but was caught by Captain Wu. Captain Wu looked at the trembling Mo Yun and his wife, took out a gun and pointed it at Mo Yun's head. I heard that you are the person in charge of this building?
Moon-tak-yun was so angry.
She only managed a few things, and she was not a person in charge at all. But now she didn't dare to deny it, so she could only nod her head. Do you know Lin Yi? Captain Wu asked Mo Yun. I know he used to live on the 5th floor and later moved to the 48th floor. He has a girlfriend, and they have been living together.
Moon-tak-yun replied tremblingly.
Humph, did that witch kill Lin Yi? Grandma Lin asked coldly. I don't know. Lin Yi died 2 days ago. I don't know if he committed suicide by jumping off the building or was thrown down from the building. I really don't know anything. Mo Yun was about to cry under the threat of the black gun. But Grandma Lin didn't care about this at all. What else do you know? Tell me everything. And what else is in this building? Tell me one by one. After being kicked, Mo Yun hurried to her husband. When Mo Yun's husband saw his wife being beaten, he quickly hugged Mo Yun in his arms. No one knows where he got the courage from. Mo Yun's husband shouted at the murderous eyes of old lady Lin. Every wrong has its perpetrator. If you want to avenge Lin Yi, you should go to the 66th floor. As far as I know, Lin Yi has a grudge against the man named Xia Cece on the 66th floor. Not only that, I also heard Lin Yi call a man on the 66th floor uncle. Lin Yi's death must be related to them. When Grandma Lin heard the name Xia Cece, her mind seemed to explode. Xia Cece is also in this building? Of course, she still remembered the last time she saw Xia Cece. The little girl who was originally thought to be submissive is like a wolf that bites people. And Lin Yi's uncle? It's Lin Yuan. How could she forget this guy? For a moment, many clues flashed through Grandma Lin's mind. Each one was clamoring Lin Yi's death must be related to Xia Cece and Lin Yuan. Seeing Grandma Lin's expression, Mo Yun also knew that there must be something going on. She also plucked up the courage to say, I saw them quarreling. I also saw Lin Yi and his girlfriend go up to beg them, but they both drove them out. Hearing this, Grandma Lin clenched her fists angrily and punched them vigorously in the air a few times. She regretted it. She regretted why she didn't come to save her grandson earlier. The Lin family lost the most important heir. And Lin Yi's death was extremely tragic, which completely showed that he was abused before his death. Thinking of this, Grandma Lin's heart was broken. What floor do you think Xia Cece and Lin Yuan are on? I'm going to kill them and cut them into pieces. On the other side, Xia Cece pretended to go back to the house, and when she came out again, she took out the pistol in her hand. She returned to Lin Yuan's house again, turned her wrist, and took out the pistol. When Lin Yuan saw the gun in Xia Cece's hand,
He raised his eyebrows, as if asking where did it come from. Xia Cixi didn't answer, but just smiled. Lady Lin will definitely come to trouble us in a while. I want to ask you to be my bodyguard for the time being. Then Xia Cixi looked at Ding Lei on the side. You stay at home for the time being, and don't come out. The other party has a gun in his hand. Ding Lei didn't say much. She knew that the situation was urgent, so she just nodded. No need. Xia Cixi didn't expect that Lin Yuan would answer her like this. When Xia Cixi was wondering, Lin Yuan turned back to the bedroom. When he came out, he had a submachine gun in his hand. It was much more handsome than Xia Cixi's pistol. I have a gun, you can just take yours. Xia Cixi looked at the man in front of her. Her eyes flashed, what on earth is this Lin Yuan? He even has a gun. She turned her head and looked at the bedroom that Lin Yuan had just walked out of. Noticed that Lin Yuan locked the door when he went out. She had a hunch that there were more surprises in that bedroom. On the other side, Xia Cixi didn't know that Hao Rou was already panicking at this moment. He even grabbed Wan Wei's hand tightly. Brother Wan, why don't we run away? I think there is no one downstairs now, and no one should notice us. Since Mrs. Lin and her group entered the apartment, Xia Cixi has been on high alert. She knew that the other party had guns, so she went back to the room and took out the bulletproof vest produced in the space and put it on. Seeing that Xia Cixi even had a bulletproof vest, Lin Yuan raised his eyebrows. Miss Xia, you are more mysterious than I thought. Xia Cixi ignored him, because she wanted to return the same words to Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan smiled, went into the house to get 2 bulletproof vests, put one on himself, and gave another to Ding Lei. Xia Cixi finally understood why Lin Yuan put those fitness equipment outside when he moved in on the first day. There were too many good things in the other party's house, and the fitness equipment and other things could only be put in the back. Xia Cixi wanted to ask Lin Yuan and Ding Lei for help, which was to scare the people who came for a while with a gun. At the same time, she rolled her eyes, smiled, and took a bucket of water to the stairs. He poured it down in the direction of the stairs. In the current temperature of nearly minus 30 degrees, the water instantly froze into ice. Grandma Lin, I hope you like the gift I gave you. Xia Cixi sneered at the completely frozen stairs. But Grandma Lin came later than Xia Cixi thought. The few people were too cold to stay in the house, and continued to eat hot pot. After eating the hot pot, Xia Cixi pretended to go back to the house to get something, but in fact she took 2 bags of snacks from the space, saying that they were desserts after the meal. Before the storm came, the few people were not so nervous. Anyway, there was a warning from Dahei. After Dahei evolved, he could hear from a long distance. Xia Cixi thought that Grandma Lin was already in her 70s or 80s this year, and she still had to climb the stairs step by step. She didn't know how long she had to rest in the middle of climbing the 66 floors. It was refreshing to think about it. After waiting for about an hour, Dahei suddenly stood up and stared at the door nervously. At the same time, there was a burst of thunder and clang outside the door, and people cursed loudly. Someone must have stepped on the ice and fell down. Xia Cixi winked at Ding Lei and Lin Yuan. Here they come. When Xia Cixi and the others arrived at the door at the staircase was being knocked frantically.
Bang, bang, bang.
Then came the angry voice of old Lady Lin. Xia Cixi, you little witch. Open the door. Did you kill my grandson? Xia Cixi looked at Ding Lei and Lin Yuan beside her. At this moment, Lin Yuan had a pistol in his hand, and Ding Lei also had one in her hand. It's just that Ding Lei's pistol was not loaded with bullets for the time being. After all, hot weapons are easy to cause accidental injuries if used without training. But the posture of the 2 of them facing the main door, one on each side, was already quite intimidating. Old Lady Lin was about to suffer from rheumatism when she climbed the stairs, and she was still carried up by someone. In the middle, she was carried by Captain Wu, but who would have thought that when she was finally about to reach the top floor, Captain Wu slipped and fell directly down. Captain Wu was over 1.1 meters tall, with strong muscles all over his body. He threw his fist at her, almost knocking her to the ground. Until now, she still felt that her chest was in so much pain that she couldn't stand up. Wait, look at the big puddle of water on the stairs. Old Mrs. Lin almost fainted.
This was obviously aimed at them. Xia Cici, you stinky witch, do you want to knock my old lady to death? Our Lin family will not let you go. Xia Cici also held the pistol produced by the space in her hand. She looked out through the cat's eye on the door and locked the position of old Mrs. Lin. Then, she quickly opened the door and pointed the gun directly at old Mrs. Lin's forehead. Old Mrs. Lin, who was coughing violently, stopped talking instantly and stood there dumbfounded. Grandma Lin, long time no see, you are still in good health, and you have the strength to scold people. Xia Cici. At the same time, several guns were pointed at Xia Cici. Xia Cici looked fearlessly at the sturdy men, especially the leader, Captain Wu. Don't scare me with guns. If my hands tremble, your master will be dead. Captain Wu gnashed his teeth as he looked at Xia Cici in front of him. He didn't expect that this woman could be so arrogant under such circumstances. Xia Cici, I came here today to ask for an explanation. How did my grandson Lin Yi die? Old Lady Lin was no longer as arrogant as before, and her words changed from cursing to asking for an explanation. I do have the explanation you want. I also know how Lin Yi died. But why should I tell you? Xia Cici looked at old Lady Lin. Lin Yi betrayed me, and now that he is dead, I will definitely applaud. And what is my relationship with your Lin family? Why should I tell you the information you want to know so much? What's the benefit for me to let you avenge your grandson? Old Lady Lin then looked at Lin Yuan behind her. Xia Cici, I didn't expect that the daughter of your Xia family is so depraved that she is involved with the illegitimate child of our Lin family. Hearing the word illegitimate child, Lin Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly, but he didn't move. Xia Cici looked at Old Lady Lin with a bad look. Old Lady Lin, I thought you were a smart person. Is it good for you to provoke us at this time? Now in this building, I am the only one who knows how Lin Yi died, and I have evidence. Not only that, if it's a little later, it may be too late for you to avenge your grandson, because the other party is packing up and leaving. Old Lady Lin looked at Xia Cici hatefully. Give me one of your modified cars, including everything in the car, and I will tell you how Lin Yi died. The evidence will satisfy you. Xia Cici looked at Old Lady Lin evilly. Old Lady Lin hesitated for a moment and finally nodded. Okay. On the other side, Hao Rou already knew that Old Lady Lin was here and also noticed that they went to the 66th floor. And she herself was packing up with Wan Wei, preparing to escape from here. Brother Wan, let's take advantage of them up there. Let's hurry up and leave. They have guns. Hao Rou grabbed Wan Wei's arm. The two had just discussed that although Mrs. Lin had gone to find Xia Cici, they had not heard the sound of gunfire for a while, which meant that Mrs. Lin did not kill Xia Cici immediately. Then, Xia Cici might tell others what they had done. The two packed up a lot of things, put on 2 big bags, and hurried out to go in. But just after going down 2 floors, they heard footsteps from upstairs and Mrs. Lin's roar. Hao Rou, you witch. E likes you so much. Woo woo woo. I'm going to kill you and tear you into pieces. Hao Rou's face turned pale. Wan Wei, and she hurried downstairs. But Captain Wu and his group came to the floor where Hao Rou was, and after breaking open the door, they soon found that the people inside had packed up and left. In addition, Mrs. Lin saw the blood spurting out of the bedroom, and her already tired body almost couldn't hold on. Catch them back. Catch those 2 rascals back for me. Mrs. Lin pounded the ground hard and roared. Captain Wu hurriedly led people to chase down. In Mrs. Lin's hand, there was a recorder. It was given to her by Xia Cici. She grabbed the recorder tightly, tears streaming down her face. Inside was the evidence recorded by Xia Cici that Hao Rou killed Lin Yi. It was recorded deliberately by Xia Cici when she came to inquire about the situation a few days ago. Brother Wan, what are you going to do? Humph, didn't you say that this man can die? Then it shouldn't be a big deal to chop him off. After all, I know his current situation. If we don't care, the whole arm will be necrotic and he will really die in the end. We are also saving him by doing this. Brother Wan, thank you. At the same time, you must testify for me. When the Lin family comes to find you in the future, you must testify that everything we did was for Lin Yi to survive. Tell me, what can you a delicate little girl, rely on in the future? Brother Wan, can you protect you? After that, there were the sounds of Hao Ro and Wan Wei. Hao Ro and Wan Wei ran downstairs, but it was cold, and they were wearing a lot of clothes. These days, Wan Wei was a little transitional, and his steps were frivolous. Originally, he was still holding Hao Ro's hand tightly. But when he found that the people above were about to chase him down, and Hao Ro fell, he pushed Hao Ro away. Brother Wan. Hao Ro hurriedly got up from the ground and grabbed Wan Wei's arm. Wan Wei was panicking. At the beginning, he was with Hao Ro because he was greedy for Hao Ro's appearance and body. Now the little pity and love for Hao Ro were suppressed by the desire to survive. You are the one who caused them. It has nothing to do with me. It has nothing to do with me. Wan Wei gritted his teeth, stomped his feet, pushed Hao Ro away, and ran away. Hao Ro was pushed away by Wan Wei, and her face hit the handrail of the stairs directly. She had sweated a little on her face because of running, and now it stuck to the cold handrail, and the sweat instantly froze into ice. The ice stuck her face to the handrail. Just like many people licking the cold iron railings in winter will stick their tongues to the railings. At this time, warm water is needed to melt the little ice that is connected together. But the footsteps of Captain Wu and others above are getting closer and closer. Where did Hao Ro get the hot water? She gritted her teeth and tried to separate her face from the railing.
Ah!
She covered her face and looked back at the railing, only to find that a piece of skin on her face was torn off. A bloody mess stuck to the railing. She didn't have time to feel sad and grief-stricken, so she stood up and rushed down, but was still caught by Captain Wu behind her. Captain Wu looked at the man in front of him with half of his face destroyed and frowned slightly. The young master of the Lin family, his vision is not very good. After a while, Wan Wei was also caught up. The couple was thrown in front of Mrs. Lin. Wan Wei told everything to the black muzzle of the gun. And Hao Ro was not to be outdone. For a moment, the two of them started to fight each other. Grandma Lin stood up trembling. She tightly grasped the recorder, her face as gloomy as water. She walked to Captain Wu and took Captain Wu's pistol. Before Hao Ro and Wan Wei noticed, a bang shot directly shot Wan Wei in the head. White plasma and bright red blood instantly sprayed Hao Ro's face. Hao Ro swallowed back the curse she had originally intended to curse. She looked at the old lady in front of her who seemed like a killing god and hurriedly knelt on the ground and kowtowed. Grandma Lin, you must listen to me. I like Lin Yi so much. How could I harm him? It's all that Wan Wei and Xia Cici. They are the ones who killed Brother Yi. Grandma Lin snorted coldly, looking at the trembling Hao Ro. Captain Wu walked to Grandma Lin and nodded at her. My grandson must pay back 100-fold for what she has suffered. I'll give you 3 days here. Take a picture for me after you're done. Understood. Old Mrs. Lin ignored Hao Ro's wailing behind her and walked out with several other strong men. Captain Wu snapped his fingers, and the crackling sound made Hao Ro creepy. The other 2 strong men who followed Captain Wu also approached Hao Ro. Hao Ro stepped back in fear. Then he gritted his teeth and took off his shirt. Brother, please. I don't care what you do, but don't kill me, okay?
Please.
Hao Ro pretended to be delicate and deliberately arranged her legs to look slender and lovely. However, this earned him the ridicule of Captain Wu and the others. Hao Ro has been good-looking since she was a child and has always been proud of her appearance. She has never been called ugly. Only then did she realize that her face was ruined. She saw her hideous face through the glass in the room. After his skin and flesh were turned over, his face was sprayed with Wan Wei's brain and blood. Now she looks like a demon. Brothers will have fun with you, don't worry. Captain Wu took out a knife and flashed it in front of Hao Ro. Soon, the whole building was filled with Hao Ro's wailing. 3 days later, on the blood-soaked bed, a woman who could no longer see a piece of good meat had her hands and feet chopped off. It was like the human pig in ancient torture. In addition, there were several syringes next to her. The liquid in these syringes was the medicine that allowed the woman to survive for 3 days. Otherwise, under the torture on the first day, the woman would not have survived. It was all thanks to those medicines that she survived for 3 days. And this woman was Hao Ro. Captain Wu stayed in the building for 3 days as requested by Mrs. Lin, and tortured Hao Ro for 3 days. Finally, this hideous and bloody scene was photographed. The timeline went back to the day when Mrs. Lin left. After Mrs. Lin told Captain Wu to entertain Hao Ro well, she was carried downstairs. After venting her anger, she became more rational. All she could think of was the scene of Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi standing together, and the hot weapons in their hands. Humph, this rascal that Mr. Lin gave birth to outside is really powerful. Old Mrs. Lin gritted her teeth and said. At the same time, she also thought of the time when Hao Ro and Wan Wei were fighting each other, saying that Xia Sisi asked them to cut off Lin Yi's hands and feet. She clenched her fists tightly and cursed Xia Sisi in her heart. But she knew that a strong dragon cannot suppress a local snake. Xia Sisi and Lin Yuan are now the local snakes on the 66th floor and even the entire building. Although she, an old lady, has been dizzy with anger, it is not time to do stupid things. When they got downstairs, several people asked old Mrs. Lin if she really wanted to leave a car for Xia Sisi. Old Mrs. Lin looked at the top floor of the apartment. Humph, leave it. Why not leave it? Can it be that our Lin family can't even afford a car now? They left a modified off-road vehicle, and as agreed with Xia Sisi, they did not touch anything inside. Mrs. Lin took another look at the apartment. When she found that the apartment was not only very high, but also had walls that were not damaged much by acid rain, she was surprised and rolled her eyes. Humph, do you really think you can escape by staying in this building? She looked at a strong man next to her. Isn't the government looking for a new shelter? I think this building is good. Go to Commander Wang now and report that our Lin family has found an excellent shelter. The strong man who was ordered nodded, drove an off-road vehicle, and left. Xia Sisi, Yu Witch, and Lin Yuan, that witch, humph. Mrs. Lin and others got on their last off-road vehicle and left. On the top of the 66th floor, Xia Sisi sneered at the figure of Mrs. Lin leaving. Just when she was about to turn around and leave, she found Lin Yuan appeared downstairs. That day, after Mrs. Lin left, Xia Sisi returned to her room. After all this trouble, it was dark. She first put away several solar panels that were fully charged. Then she checked the operation of the generator at home. It snowed today, and the snow will get heavier and heavier in the future, and the time of sunshine will be less and less. At this time, the hundreds of charging panels that Xia Sisi stockpiled will be useful. She actually started charging all the charging panels many days ago, and now they are all fully charged. It can almost guarantee that the power of the tablets, mobile phones, and other small items under her hands can survive the extreme cold period. As for large items, such as refrigerators, they are all powered by generators. After feeding Dahei and Huiji, Xia Sisi decided to take a look in the space. Xia Sisi first ran to farm number 1. After harvesting a pile of firewood before, Xia Sisi got a little naughty. It was also an experiment on the farm. This time, she buried the body of a mutant creature in the farm. This is what she found on the rooftop. It is a mutant magpie. It looks like it has been frozen to death for many days. It is as big as a pheasant, and its feathers have also mutated and turned into a very dazzling color. She had buried plants, bread, and man-made objects in farm number 1 before, but she had never buried organic matter. The farm produced a variety of things, like the blueberry purple rabbit. Xia Sisi went to see the rabbit yesterday. The rabbit had grown bigger than before and now looked like a puppy. And the little rabbits it gave birth to were a combination of the mother rabbit and the father rabbit, which was very interesting. She was standing in front of farm number 1, looking at the place where she buried the mutant magpie's body yesterday. But she found that there was nothing where there should be a bulge. Xia Sisi squatted down and searched the area with a shovel, but found nothing. The farm did not produce anything. Is this? The farm ate the bodies of mutant animals? Xia Sisi said her conclusion in surprise. She decided to find some mutant animal bodies when she had time to see if this was the case. Since nothing was produced, Xia Sisi could only put a cabbage planted in farm number 2 directly in farm number 1. It was also an experiment. Let's see what kind of changes will occur to the vegetables produced by the space after another blessing. The animals in the ranch are very lively. Xia Sisi comes to the ranch every day these days to inspect and make the byproducts that can be produced. She found that these animals grow much faster in the farm than outside. Just like the alpaca, she just sheared the wool the day before yesterday, and she can shear it again today. She saved the wool for the time being. Now the space has not been upgraded to the function of directly turning wool into clothes or quilts, but she believes that one day it will be possible. Finally, Xia Sisi came to the garbage disposal machine. The garbage disposal machine has been very powerful these days, and the output is good. Xia Sisi happily opened the garbage disposal machine, wanting to see today's good stuff. Who would have thought that what was presented to Xia Sisi was actually a glove? On the other side, it was a sock. Yes, single gloves and socks. At this moment, Xia Sisi just wanted to throw things. How can you give something to a person and only give one to him? Isn't this intentional? Xia Sisi once again felt the malice coming from space. If the space could transform into a human form and stand in front of Xia Sisi at this moment, Xia Sisi would definitely give him a big fight without hesitation. What are you playing? After tidying up the space, Xia Sisi decided to do something big. After dismantling several safes in the president's office that day, there were actually 2 left. Since these 2 safes were of a higher level, they were not cut open at the time. Xia Sisi decided to put in some effort today and cut open the last 2 high-level safes. Thinking about this, Xia Sixian took the electric saw and other tools and carried the 2 half-person high safes out of the space. Outside the space, Huiji was standing on Dahei's head and taking a nap. The 2 had long been accustomed to Xia Sisi's sudden appearance and disappearance, and hardly even raised their eyelids. Xia Sisi walked into an empty room and closed the door to prevent the loud noise of the chainsaw from disturbing the 2 little ones with sensitive hearing. The space is very magical. Any electrical equipment cannot be used after entering, so she couldn't cut the safe in space. After tying her braids, Xia Sisi got to work. It took an hour to cut a small hole in the top of one of the safes. What's inside? It's actually stored in such a thick safe. Xia Sisi wiped her sweat and temporarily reduced the fire in the room. Through the small hole, Xia Sisi looked inside. She was speechless when she saw that there were actually stacks of documents inside. But she thought that since she had already cut it, it couldn't be wasted. She worked for a while and finally opened a space where she could reach in. But when she reached in and pulled out one of the documents, her heart almost stopped beating. It turned out to be a document for the contract of goods. In these documents, it was clearly written where and what kind of goods were stored. And many of the goods were stored in high places and basements. Xia Sisi thought about these places and was very sure that some of them should not be damaged by acid rain for the time being. And there are 2 underground warehouses inside, which are extremely close to here, within 1 kilometer. The things inside are very surprising. Xia Sisi excitedly took out all the contracts, then found a map and marked the locations. As for the 2 warehouses within 1 kilometer, Xia Sisi was thinking about it. In recent days, while the blizzard has not yet arrived, it is only a light snow. Should I go out for a while? Xia Sisi opened the door and saw Dahei playing outside, and she had an idea in her mind. Raise a dog for a day and use it for a while. In this kind of weather, is it best for a dog to pull a cart? Dahei looked at the way Xia Sisi looked at him, and he was stunned with a toy in his mouth. What does it mean to shovel shoot? Why look at me like that? At this time, Xia Sisi heard her door being knocked. Xia Sisi glanced at the car keys in front of her, which had been squeezed and deformed, and were covered with blood. Her brows couldn't help but frown. She didn't take it but looked up at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan was not hypocritical. Seeing that Xia Sisi did not accept it, he took back the car key and said, "I will compensate you with another car later." It's not just 1 car. The car is destroyed. What about the things in the car? Old Mrs. Lin promised that they are all mine. Xia Sisi narrowed her eyes and looked at Lin Yuan. Lin Yuan's movement to turn around froze. "I will compensate you with a gun." "Where are the bullets in the gun?" Xia Sisi stared at Lin Yuan closely. 12 bullets. Lin Yuan frowned slightly. Anything else?
Xia Cici continued to ask.
2 grenades. Lin Yuan already curled his lips a little. That's all? Xia Cici crossed her arms and looked at Lin Yuan. There are some destroyed supplies. I didn't take a closer look. Lin Yuan sighed. Xia Cici nodded when she heard this. Okay. When Lin Yuan turned around and left, it can be seen that even this landlord with a large family and wealth felt very painful at this moment. So, when he put a gun, 12 bullets, 2 grenades, and a box of supplies at Xia Cici's store, he didn't even say a word to Xia Cici, but just knocked on the door, put the things at the door, and left. Xia Cici opened the door and moved these things back into the house. Thinking about the business with Mrs. Lin at that time, it was really profitable. At that time, I felt that there were real things in Mrs. Lin's car. Now, she has no shortage of supplies, but she was very surprised to see those hot weapons. But looking back, she was a little silent when she looked at these things. What did Lin Yuan do? He actually used up so many bullets and grenades, and the whole car was scrapped. Thinking of the blood on the car keys, Xia Cici suddenly saw Mrs. Lin's face in her mind. She snorted coldly, put the matter in her heart first, and did not rush to the opposite door to ask Lin Yuan. After all, no matter what, this is also Lin Yuan's family business. That night, Xia Cici slept very peacefully. How Ro and Lin Yi were both dead, which was considered revenge for her last life. Thinking of this, she felt that she could wake up with a smile in her dreams. The next morning, Xia Cici found that the temperature had dropped again. Several people were exercising outdoors in the morning. Ding Lei rubbed her arms. Why is it so cold? Xia Cici took out the thermometer and put it outdoors for a while, and found that the outdoor temperature was more than minus 30 degrees Celsius. In the next few days, let's first look for furniture that can be burned in this building, including Building B next door, and store it at home first. Lin Yuan suggested. In fact, in the past few days, several people have moved all the furniture that can be burned up from the nearby floors. But the temperature has dropped again, and these firewood will be consumed more and more. Although Xia Cici is not short of these firewoods, she doesn't want Lin Yuan and Ding Lei to know the existence of her space. Ding Lei had gone to Lu Xiaofei's house downstairs a few days ago to get Lu Xiaofei's generator. Now there is at least 1 generator per person on the 66th floor. Several people also took all the small suns, electric blankets, and other things they could find on the nearby floors to their homes. But these electric appliances are not as useful as stoves that burn firewood. After discussing it, the few people went to the house to get their things and decided to start collecting today. Dahei was responsible for squatting at the stairs to watch the house. After the temperature dropped again in the past 2 days, Dahei's fur became thicker than before. Now Dahei is about the size of a horse, and his fur is so thick that you can't touch his skin with one hand. It's all soft and fur. Of course, his appetite has also increased a lot. Xia Cici calculated that Dahei's appetite is about 60 airplanes and 10 of herself. When Xia Cici thought of this, she felt uneasy. There are a lot of supplies in my space, and the farm can produce food, but I can't afford to eat so much. After instructing Dahei to look after the house, they went downstairs together. There was nothing on the adjacent floors anymore, as they had all been emptied out by Xia Cici and her team. They could only keep going down. But when they reached the 40th floor, they found that all the doors had been pried open, and everything that could be used inside was gone. It's the 48th floor, Ding Lei said from the side. When they passed the 48th floor just now, they found that the 48th floor also had a door installed at the entrance of the stairs, just like the 66th floor. Xia Cici and the others did not pay much attention to such behavior. After all, if they can take certain measures to survive the apocalypse, so can others. Let's take a closer look. What was unexpected was that all the burnable and usable items in the entire building had been moved away. At this time, Xia Cici thought of the anti-theft door installed at the staircase on the 48th floor. No wonder they have to install a security door at the stairwell. It must be because there are too many things placed in the corridor. Xia Cici sneered, thinking that the Mo Yun couple on the 48th floor were also very powerful. Although she also collected large quantities of survival supplies,
She even emptied the 12 floors of the building opposite. But as the saying goes, a rabbit doesn't eat grass near its burrow, so it's better not to rush to eat up all the things under your nose overnight. Otherwise, it will cause dissatisfaction among your neighbors. She just came down and found that there were other people alive in this building except for the 48th floor. Like the domestic violence man and his wife, Aunt Jin's daughter-in-law, etc. There were obviously some protective measures placed in front of their doors, indicating that there were people living in the house. There were also people who would open the door and look around carefully when Xia Sisi and her friends passed by their door. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Mo Yun's actions soon aroused public anger. It turned out that some people had discovered that the firewood upstairs had been moved away. Everyone thought it was done by the 66th floor and did not dare to resist. After all, they all knew that the people on the 66th floor were all very fierce, and there was also a huge mutant black dog. Even if all of them went up together, there wouldn't be enough to carry it off. But today, people from the 66th floor came down to look for firewood, but returned empty-handed. They were also discussing the anti-theft door installed by Mo Yun's family on the 48th floor. These were noticed by those who were interested. At the same time, they also thought of the security door that suddenly appeared at the staircase on Mo Yun's floor, who took away all the furniture and firewood, leaving no one alive. Mo Yun, I always thought you were a good person. The one who made this roar was the domestic violence man on the 58th floor. The other people who had been looking around also came out of the house one after another. In an instant, all the living residents in the building, except Mo Yun's family, appeared on each floor of the stairs. They gathered together, cursing at each other. Soon the group gathered together. But Xia Sisi and the others didn't care about any of this. They didn't want to join in the fun. They also believed that it was not yet time to go to the homes of the living to rob things. They decided to go to Block B to take a look. There are more office areas over there with few residents, and there should be more tables and chairs than here. Mo Yun has always been a person who is good at dancing with long sleeves. Before the end of the world, she was appreciated by her leaders at work, and she got along well with the nearby owners. She was an advanced model every year. In terms of family, she has a husband who loves her. This husband can be said to be extremely doting on her, listening to her in everything and protecting her in every way. It can be said that she lives a very successful life. This is due to her cleverness and eloquence. After the end of the world, she also relied on her eloquence to gain the trust of these owners who already had some good feelings for her. She was chosen as the building manager by the people upstairs. Although this building manager has no practical role because of the existence of the 66th floor. But she enjoys the feeling of being looked up to. She even made an agreement with these residents, waiting to get to the shelter they would hold together. She, Mo Yun, is still the leader among them. But unexpectedly, the government shelter ship did not come again, but the extreme cold came. After the extreme cold came, she had a new understanding. She was really scared, and she could see how clear the actions of the 66th floor were. At this time, the most important thing is to survive. After that, she discussed with her husband and learned from the 66th floor to completely seal off her floor. Then, she collected all the furniture and firewood that could be collected nearby and brought them to her home in the dead of night. She filled up the other rooms and corridors on the 48th floor. As for the lives of others, she didn't care. She was not a building manager or a leader, so why should she care? But unexpectedly, Mo Yun, who was sleeping warmly at home, was suddenly awakened by the noise at the stairs. Her husband, Li Mingqiao, is a real estate agent. He rushed out with a kitchen knife in one hand and an axe he found in another room in the other. He said, "What are you doing? Why are you making a fuss at my door?" The domestic violence man held a huge machete in his hand and chopped at the door with force. "Open the door, you son of a witch! Did you take away all the firewood in the whole building? Do you want to freeze us to death?" Li Mingqiao's eyes turned into a smile. "Hey, isn't this our Dong brother? Don't worry, what are you talking about? My husband and I have been friends with you before. How could we do such a thing as neighbors? It's all the rascals on the 66th floor. This statement was also discussed by Li Mingqiao and Mo Yun. The two agreed to put the blame on the 66th floor. The supplies in their house now are not only these firewood, but also many other things. If the other people upstairs knew about it, I'm afraid they would not be able to save their lives. Nonsense. I went downstairs from the 66th floor to look for firewood, but I didn't find anything. Dongge, the domestic violence man, cursed loudly and didn't listen to Li Mingqiao at all and continued to kick the door hard. But he didn't eat much these days and he didn't have much strength at the moment. He kicked the door a few times but didn't break it. Instead, he was exhausted. Several people next to him were also cursing at the door, especially a young boy inside, who looked skinny and not very tall. He looked at the door in front of him with red eyes, not knowing whether he was angry or cold. His whole body was shivering. It was you who took our life-saving firewood. Open the door quickly, otherwise we will break in. Li Mingqiao saw that the matter was exposed and knew that it would not end well today, so he smiled and said to the door, "Then break in. It's better to come in before you starve to death." After saying this, he ignored the people making noise at the door and went straight back into the house. At this moment, he was very proud of what he had discussed with his wife before, that is, to seal the staircase like the 66th floor. There are now 2 large iron doors guarding the entrance to the stairs. Those skinny and pale people cannot break the doors open even if they make a scene. Mo Yun hit it home. When he saw Li Mingqiao coming back, he patted his chest and asked, "Are you okay?" Li Mingqiao touched Mo Yun's face with a smile. "It's okay. Let them make a fuss." "Can they really make a fuss?" After hearing this, Mo Yun smiled and leaned his head in Li Mingqiao's arms. "Husband, you are so awesome." And those people outside the door, after making a fuss, found that it was useless and spat a few times at the door angrily. "If you have the guts, don't come out. I'll kill you if you come out." Dongge was so angry that he kicked the door again and turned away. He didn't notice that not far behind him, a pair of eyes were staring at him hatefully.
That was Aunt Jin's daughter-in-law.
On the other side, Xia Cici and others wanted to go to Building B through the corridor connecting Building A and Building B. But what they didn't expect was that the corridor was destroyed. This corridor was set up on the 40th floor. It was a semi-open corridor with a shed on it. Both sides were ventilated but not completely sealed. Due to the long-term acid rain and the extremely cold weather in the past few days, the middle of the corridor was broken. The distance in the middle was about 2 meters. Several people stood on this side of Building A and looked over there, and they were all silent for a while. No wonder no one in Building A went to Building B. "I can get there," Lin Yuan said after a while. Xia Cici turned her head to look at Lin Yuan, not surprised. "I have a rope here." She had imagined before that there might be problems with this corridor. After all, she had seen too many buildings destroyed by acid rain in the last days of her previous life. Unexpectedly, it was really used. Lin Yuan took the rope and stepped back. Xia Cici was about to ask him what he wanted to do, when she saw him step back more than 10 meters, and then sprinted like a nimble cheetah, jumping directly from one end of the corridor to the other. There was no dragging. "Wait a minute, I'll see if there is anything that can connect the 2 sides." Lin Yuan left, and after a while he moved a huge table over and threw it at the break, connecting the 2 sides directly. Several people came to Building B smoothly. As they thought, there were not many people living in Building B, and the supplies were very rich. Ding Lei and Lin Yuan actually had enough food now, and they were wearing mink coats. What they lacked the most was firewood. So on the first trip, they decided to find as much firewood as possible, especially those solid woods that were resistant to burning. But in the office building on this floor, they found charcoal. It seemed that the company was going to go camping outdoors for a team building, but they encountered the end of the world and did not go out. There were 5 or 6 boxes of charcoal, and several people found a camping car and loaded the charcoal directly on it. But when they wanted to leave, they saw a group of people coming from the end of the floor. Just when Xia Cici had put her hand in her pocket and was about to take out her pistol, she heard Lin Yuan sneer. Before Xia Cici could react, the man next to her rushed out. "You, don't come over, I'm shooting." The leading man on the opposite side shouted loudly, and some other minions also got ready. However,
Lin Yuan was like a beast rushing into the herbivores. He knocked these people down in just a few strokes. The leading man didn't fire a single shot. Lin Yuan walked over, kicked the gun in the leading man's hand away, and crushed it with one foot. Xia Sisi and Ding Lei, who followed him, only noticed at this time that the gun was fake. "Please spare my life. Please spare my life. Please spare me this time." The leading man was strong on the outside, but weak on the inside. He was kneeling on the ground and begging for mercy. The other men also knelt behind the man, trembling. Xia Sisi walked over, looked at the fake gun that was broken into countless pieces, and asked Lin Yuan, "How do you know this thing is fake?" "It's fake at first glance." Lin Yuan didn't explain too much. Xia Sisi squinted at him and didn't ask any more questions. These people are all the people in Building B. It can be said that they are a bunch of unlucky people. Most of Building B is used for commercial purposes, and there are offices. Before the acid rain came, most companies had holidays. But their 996 company not only didn't have holidays, but also made them work overtime. This overtime made them unable to leave Building B. At first, they didn't take it seriously. A few grown men were still happily enjoying the company's employee benefits when they saw the power outage, saying that it was a paid vacation. But 2 days later, the water stopped working and the acid rain had flooded the building below. Now they were really panicked, but they couldn't go back. Later, the rescue team came, and they learned the news late. When they ran over and shouted, their boats were full, so they said they would come the next day. But that night, 2 of our brothers froze to death. Everyone was hugging each other for warmth, so how could they die? The leading man choked up as he spoke. Looking at this man's loose skin, he should have been a fat man before the end of the world. I don't know how he survived these days in the end of the world, but it looks like he has lost a lot of weight. After Xia Sisi and the others figured out the situation, they didn't want to get too entangled with this group of people. "We need to move some firewood away," Xia Sisi said. "No, everything in this building belongs to us. These are all we have. If you take them away, we will all starve to death or freeze to death here." "Absolutely not," the leading man shouted loudly. Lin Yuan, who was standing by, gave him a look and became obedient. In the end, these local tyrants had to give way to Xia Sisi and the other powerful people. After Xia Sisi and the others moved the charcoal away, they also emptied the tables and chairs in the entire conference room. These were temporarily piled up in Building A and then lifted up to the 66th floor. With these things, they can at least live in peace for 2 or 3 months without having to collect firewood. There are really a lot of tables and chairs in Building B, but Xia Sisi and the others didn't find any food after running 2 floors. They should have been hidden by the group a long time ago. But it doesn't matter. They didn't come here to look for food. They put the charcoal in such a conspicuous place without moving it, which means they must have more powerful heating supplies. After moving the things, Ding Lei said to Xia Sisi. Lin Yuan and Xia Sisi both agreed with this. Xia Sisi noticed that the leading man kept shouting that he felt sorry for the firewood and charcoal, but in fact he didn't really look like he felt sorry for it. He must be using the firewood and charcoal to cover up. When Xia Sisi and the others had almost finished moving their things upstairs, they saw the group of people suddenly appear at the edge of the corridor connecting Building B and Building A. Xia Sisi and the others immediately became alert and stood in a row. But the group of people had no intention of coming over, and instead pushed a very heavy cabinet to the collapsed area. Then, 2 men with ropes tied around their waists stood on the cabinet and began jumping and dancing violently. Xia Sisi was a little curious about what they were going to do. After a while, the ground, which had already been eroded by acid rain, suddenly broke apart. The heavy cabinet fell down instantly. The man with a rope tied around his waist was dragged back to seat B by others. Then there was another heavy cabinet placed on the edge. This happened 3 times in a row. The bridge between Block A and Block B was completely broken. There are more than 10 meters between them. The leading man stood in the direction of Block B, looking at Xia Sisi and others in Block A from a distance. "Humph, if you have the guts, fly over here," the leading man yelled loudly. Xia Sisi looked at this group of people and found them very interesting. "What's your name?" Xia Sisi looked at the leading man and asked, "My name is Dyson, the Dyson who makes hair dryers." The man shouted. Xia Sisi and Lin Yi looked at each other, with a hint of smile in their eyes. I never thought that, even in this apocalypse, we could still see such a funny person. Just now, when the connection between blocks A and B was cut off, it was not that Xia Sisi and the others were unable to stop them. They also saw through their intention. But they didn't move. One is that they still have a lot of supplies on hand. Secondly, they also realized that this group of people were not that simple, and they had been hiding their strength by being smooth-talking and evasive. In addition to Dyson, the leader, Xia Sisi felt that there was another pair of eyes in the building watching them. This Dyson is most likely not the leader among them. Moreover, they came up with a method to cut off the bridge between buildings A and B, and actually succeeded in doing so. It can be seen that these people are no ordinary people. Just jumping vigorously on a 40-story building with only a rope for protection is already amazing. Hey, you are capable, let's not interfere with each other. Dyson shouted to Xia Sisi and others from the opposite side. Xia Sisi looked at the small team of about 5 or 6 people on the opposite side and waved at them, agreeing to Dyson's proposal. Beauty, of course, if you like any of us and want a date, we still welcome you. The few people ignored the people in Building B and carried the last things back to the building. On the way, Xia Sisi said to Ding Lei and Lin Yi next to her, 996 employees? I don't think so. Lin Yi nodded slightly. It is very likely that they came here after the acid rain. How do you know?
Xia Sisi asked.
During the fight just now, I tore off the clothes of several of them and saw that their skin was corroded over a large area. This can only happen after being soaked in acid rain for a long time. Look back. At this time, Ding Lei suddenly spoke. At this moment, several people were walking to the 62nd floor, and next to them was the window of the stairwell. Through the window, Xia Sisi saw a woman standing in Building B opposite, looking towards Building A. Because it was too far away, she couldn't see the person clearly. Xia Sisi was basically sure that the person was the boss of the group in Building B, not Dyson just now. Even Dyson might not be the real name of that person. But for the time being, they didn't interfere with each other, and there was no need to explore so quickly. Several people quickly returned to the 66th floor and divided the things piled in the corridor. Xia Sisi chose some charcoal, but didn't want wood. Lin Yi took some charcoal and a small amount of furniture. This was because Xia Sisi and Lin Yi had previously swept the entire floor and taken a lot of wood. The rest was given to Ding Lei. Ding Lei looked at the two of them with great gratitude and finally said one sentence after a long pause. "Why don't you come to my house for a meal?" The few of them were tired for a long time and didn't want to make any more trouble, so they said they would make an appointment another day and went back to their rooms. Back in the room, Dahei came over with a droopy face, and he didn't look very happy. Xia Sisi was puzzled. What's the matter? Is he unhappy after seeing the door for a while? But he wasn't so pretentious before. Xia Sisi asked Huiji, who flew over and stood on the table, rubbing his head against Xia Sisi's face and acting like a spoiled child. "Huiji, what's wrong with your brother Dahei? Why is his face so long?" Huiji tilted his head slightly, and his round eyes swept over Dahei twice. "Brother Dahei is in pain." Hearing the pain, Xia Sisi stood up all of a sudden, ran to Dahei's side, and hugged Dahei's neck. "Where does it hurt?" Xia Sisi thought. Could it be that someone just came to cause trouble for the 66th floor and hurt Dahei? "It hurts for several days, and Dahei said it's okay and won't let me tell you." Huiji said it easily, but Xia Sisi was completely shocked. It hurts for several days. Why didn't she know it? Xia Sisi knew that animals like cats and dogs have extremely strong tolerance, and ordinary cats and dogs can tolerate pain about dozens of times that of humans. When Xia Sisi was young, she had a big tabby cat, which was chubby and cute. The big tabby cat didn't like to move much, and you could touch it in any way you wanted. He was sent to the hospital, and the stones in his stomach were very big. But Xia Sisi then checked Dahei's whole body, and there were no wounds, and she couldn't see where he was sick. She worriedly coaxed Dahei to drink a large bowl of spiritual spring water. Who would have thought that at night, Xia Sisi was sleeping,
but was awakened by the gentle sound of Dahei next to her. Huiji had also flown in, circling around Dahei, and was so anxious that he couldn't even speak clearly. He could only hear it repeating words like Brother Dahei is in pain and Brother Dahei is going to die. Xia Sisi asked Huiji to communicate with Dahei and asked where Dahei was in pain. But although Dahei and Huiji had evolved, their minds were not mature enough to communicate like normal people. In the end, after asking around, the conclusion was that the whole body hurt, and it felt like there was a fire burning inside. It was already more than 30 degrees below zero outside. Xia Sisi was burning charcoal in the house, but the temperature inside had just reached zero. Even so, Xia Sisi was so anxious that she was sweating. She didn't dare to give Dahei medicine randomly, nor did she dare to give it spiritual spring water to drink. She could only wrap it tightly. After checking Dahei's body many times, she had a hunch that Dahei might mutate further. Soon Dahei's body began to heat up. Xia Sisi measured Dahei's body temperature and it had reached 60 degrees. Dahei fainted completely. The airplane stopped making any noise and just stood quietly by the side, staring at Dahei. Dahei was in a coma for 3 days. During the 3 days, Xia Sisi measured Dahei's temperature every once in a while and gave it some water. As for food, Dahei didn't eat any of it. On the 4th night, Xia Sisi was sleeping when she suddenly felt a wet feeling on her face. When she opened her eyes, she saw a huge dog's head and a pair of sparkling dog eyes. However, these eyes emit blue light in the dark, with some tiny dots of light in them.
Just like
those spots of light that Xia Sisi saw in the space spiritual spring and the black soil. Suddenly, Xia Sisi thought of something before the dark time. He had swallowed a blue light spot in the space. Could it be that the light spot prompted Dahei's evolution this time? Xia Sisi lost all sleepiness and woke up suddenly. She sat up and discovered another change in Dahei. Dahei had become smaller. Before, Dahei was already as big as a foal. It is very inconvenient to walk around the house. It feels like there is an extra movable wall in the house. But now, Dahei has actually returned to its size before the mutation, and except for its blue eyes, it is no different from before. Xia Sisi looked at it in surprise, gently stroked its head, and couldn't help muttering, "What kind of mutation have you undergone?" But just as she opened her mouth, Dahei had no way to answer. The airplane next to her began flapping its wings and yelling, "Hungry. Dahei is hungry, starving." At this moment, Xia Sisi finally understood why Dahei had woken her up in the middle of the night. It turned out that he was shouting, "Shoot, shoveler, it's time to feed him." Then, Xia Sisi saw what a bottomless pit was. 2 kilograms of dog food was finished in just a few bites. After showing off, he looked at her eagerly, sat down, and waited obediently. When those dreamy blue eyes looked at her, she felt as if she was being stared at by all the beauty. Huiji chimed in, more. Then, Xia Sisi took out a few cans of dog food from the space. He finished showing off in just a few bites. Thinking that ordinary canned food might not be enough, Xia Sisi took out the canned rabbit meat produced by the space. It's still the same. It's over in just a few bites. This time Xia Sisi got really angry. She took out a large washing basin from her space, put 20 kilograms of dog food in it, and added a large bag of freeze-dried food. This time it wasn't just a few bites. Dahei took 10 minutes to eat it all up. Then he continued to sit still, looking at her eagerly. Seeing this scene, Xia Sisi's scalp went numb. "No way. If you do this, I won't be able to support you." At this moment Xia Sisi was about to cry. But you have to feed your own dog even if it means crying. This time, Dahei ate obviously slower than before, and at the end he even seemed to be unable to eat any more. But adhering to the principle of not wasting food, Dahei finally ate the whole bowl of food. After eating, he lay down and fell asleep. Only Xia Sisi was left in the air in a mess. What should I do? The child eats too much, and I can't afford to raise him. In the next few days, Xia Sisi has been carefully observing Dahei, and her heart is full of anxiety. If Dahei eats like this every day, even if she stores a mountain, it will be eaten up by him. But fortunately, except for the first meal when he woke up, he ate dozens of kilograms of dog food.
dozens of cans and dozens of kilograms of meat, and then he returned to normal. And after a few days of observation, Xia Sisi discovered the direction of Dahei's mutation. That is, he can grow bigger and smaller at will. His IQ has also been improved to a certain extent, especially in teasing Xia Sisi. Before, at most, he would turn on the air conditioner and scare Xia Sisi when she went to the toilet. Now, Dahei can grow bigger and smaller. Occasionally, when you open the door, you will see a wall in front of you. Furry and black, it can't move even if you push hard. If you don't give him delicious snacks, he won't move even if you scream. It was like I opened this mountain and planted this tree. If you want to pass by here, you have to leave money to buy your way through. Xia Sisi was almost mad at this rebellious son. Moreover, Huiji had conspired with Dahei. Dahei didn't know when Xia Sisi would go out, so she completely relied on Huiji's early warning. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi couldn't bear it anymore and brought the two kids over and gave them a good lesson. From now on, whoever doesn't listen will have no good food. Dahei has no snacks and even toys will be confiscated. As for Huiji, all nuts will be cut off for you. You two can do whatever you want. In this way, the two boys were a little more honest. But Xia Sisi could see that it was also because Dahei had just obtained this ability and it was a bit fresh, so he wanted to use it for no reason. After wasting a few days, Xia Sisi and Lin Yi didn't communicate much. The wind and snow outside were a little stronger than before, but it was not yet strong enough to flood a floor in one night. Xia Sisi calculated the time, thinking that according to the situation in the previous life, after the snowstorm started, about 10 days later, a blizzard would begin. Before that, Xia Sisi decided to go out. She originally asked Mrs. Lin to keep the car because she wanted to use it, but she didn't expect Lin Yi to break it. The other cars in her space were not modified for snowy weather, so Xia Sisi glanced at Dahei, who was sleeping with his head drooping next to her. "It's you." That day, Xia Sisi had just put on her clothes and took out the parts of the sidecar motorcycle that she had disassembled from the express delivery in her space to transform it into a dog-drawn cart prop, and saw Dahei, who was originally sleeping well, suddenly stood up. Xia Sisi saw that the direction it was looking at was the door, so she knew that someone should be coming at the stairs. Sure enough, after a while, there was a knock on the door at the stairs. Xia Sisi put on her clothes and took Dahei out. At this time, Lin Yi and Ding Lei also came out. Moreover, each of the three of them had a knife in his hand. Since going to Building B, the few people have been more vigilant than before. It was not that there had been a commotion downstairs these days, but none of the remaining people dared to come up. They didn't want to care about how others lived. Who would have thought that someone was outside the door now? Several people looked at each other, and finally Lin Yi nodded to everyone and walked towards the door. After opening the inner door, he saw that the person standing outside the door was actually a woman covered in blood. The woman was disheveled and dressed in many clothes, and Xia Sisi didn't recognize who she was for a moment. After a while, she saw it, frowned, and asked, "Are you Aunt Jin's daughter-in-law?" Yes, the person who came was Aunt Jin's daughter-in-law. After Aunt Jin died, her husband and son also died. Aunt Jin's daughter-in-law is not a person worthy of sympathy. It fully illustrates what it means that there must be something hateful about every pitiful person. Her name is Wang Nana. Before getting married, she was born in an ordinary family, but her parents loved her very much. It can be said that she was spoiled, making her too simple and kind. Later, Aunt Jin's son Jean Lei met her, and they soon fell in love. Jean Lei is a mama's boy, and a mama's boy has a characteristic: he has no self. In front of his mother, he centers around her. So when his mother is not around, he becomes other-centered. So when they first started dating, Jean Lei was very nice to Wang Nana and basically did whatever she said. Wang Nana thought she had found true love, and she insisted on marrying Jean Lei despite her parents' opposition. But Wang Nana's parents are smart people and don't want to see their daughter suffer in such a family. Then, Wang Nana had a 2-year-long tug-of-war with her parents. During these 2 years, her parents, who originally loved her, had no choice but to almost cut off relations with her. Wang Nana's father said earnestly, "Nana, Dad just doesn't want you to suffer in the past. If you give up now, you will only give up more than 2 years of feelings. But if you marry, you will suffer for more than 20 years. You have to believe in Dad. Dad is doing this for your own good. But Wang Nana couldn't understand. She even thought that Aunt Jean, who always felt that she had picked up a daughter-in-law for nothing, was a good person. In the end, under the strong opposition of Wang Nana's parents, Jean Lei and Wang Nana almost divorced. Aunt Jean came up with an idea. At this time, let her get pregnant before marriage. Then Wang Nana agreed, and really got pregnant. Now it's good. Aunt Jean's family has captured Wang Nana. Not only did they not give her a betrothal gift, but they also made things difficult for her family after Wang Nana married. They said that Wang Nana was a shameless thing, a worthless woman, and not a woman of virtue. And because Wang Nana insisted on marrying Jean Lei and did not agree to her parents' proposal to have an abortion, her relationship with her parents became more and more distant. As a result, she was bullied by the Jean family and had no parents to rely on. In the end of the world, when people were short of clothes, she was made difficult by Aunt Jean, who almost caught her and sold her in exchange for food. When Aunt Jean died, she was very happy. She thought that the man who had been good to her could be devoted to her again after Aunt Jean died. But this dream didn't last for one night, and she lost her husband and son. The man who had been good to her and then bullied her with the evil mother-in-law was dead. But her son, the baby who came out of her belly, also died like that. She was cruel. And in the case of communication cut off, she even lost contact with her parents. It seemed that she was the only one left in this world. There was no goal in life. Now, she had only one idea: revenge. She knew that it was the man who looked sloppy and beat his wife who killed her child. So, she had been planning revenge these days. And now, she finally succeeded. She now had only one idea. She walked to the 66th floor and looked at the door opposite to open it. With dirty blood all over her body, she looked at those people and smiled. Xia Sisi looked at this woman who seemed to be mentally abnormal, and her eyes became serious. In the end of the world in her previous life, she had seen many people who did not want to live. Some had lost all their relatives, some were disabled, and some could not bear the coming of the end of the world. She had actually killed a man who begged her to do it with her own hands. That was after the insect plague. She and a team at that time went to a warehouse to find supplies. Unexpectedly, they met a man whose body was half eaten by insects. Only white bones were left on the whole leg, the internal organs were taken out, and there was not a piece of good meat on his face. The man begged them to kill him. Xia Sisi was the closest, so it was Xia Sisi who did it. The knife went straight to the heart, and in just 1 second, the man died. Xia Sisi still remembered that when the man died, he had a smile on his face, a smile of relief. But this woman now... Xia Sisi looked her up and down and finally said coldly, "If you want to die, you can commit suicide. Or just come and trouble me. If you don't even have this courage, how can you have the courage to bear the knife I pulled out?" Not wanting to say anything more to this woman. After all, in the end of the world, Xia Sisi directly closed the door. "Kill me, please. Anyone can kill me.
Please."
Wang Nana slammed the door hard outside and shouted loudly. At this moment, she didn't understand why it was so difficult to die. She thought about jumping from the upstairs and ending it all, but she didn't have the courage to jump. So, she decided to find the 66th floor, these people who were called fierce and evil. But unexpectedly, this group of people didn't care about herself at all. She did so much just to be able to leave this world without any wishes.
But now,
she seemed to be unable to die. After she returned home, she thought about cutting her wrists, but she couldn't do it at all. She wanted to take off her clothes and freeze herself to death, but she couldn't bear it for a moment. After all the trouble, she finally understood she still wanted to live. No matter how desperate she was, her desire to survive was at work.
She still wanted to live.
What a cheap life, Wang Nana murmured. So, after thinking about it for another day, she took all her things and went downstairs. Braving the wind and snow, she walked towards Building B. When Aunt Jean wanted her to sell it before, she wanted her to go to Building B. Maybe it was because she felt that it was a little far away, unlike Building A where everyone knew the neighbors, so it would be more face. At that time, the corridor between Building A and Building B had not been disconnected, and Aunt Jean pressed her down and took her to Building B. Then, she saw a very powerful woman there. That day, Aunt Jean was defeated, and she had to kneel down and beg for mercy to save her life. The woman looked at Wang Nana with contempt. A brainless person like you doesn't deserve to live. But if you have a brain someday, you can come to me. After all, people who have experienced great enlightenment are easier to train and can sharpen a sharper knife. Now, Wang Nana braved the wind and snow, staggered downstairs, and finally came to the front of Building B. She looked up and found that the woman was looking down from the upstairs windowsill, with a faint and cruel smile on her lips. Behind the woman, several men stood in a row, as if following the woman's lead. On the other side, after closing the door, Xia Sisi went back to make the final modification to the sidecar motorcycle that lacked an engine. She added anti-slip chains on the wheels, and then added a soft top removed from a convertible sports car on the top of the sidecar, which was a very high-quality texture. Xia Sisi pulled the soft top and couldn't help but sigh. It really is from a top-of-the-line sports car worth millions.
Great.
She welded the soft top to the sidecar. In this way, a place was formed to shelter Xia Sisi from wind and rain. At the front end of the soft top, Xia Sisi drilled a hole and sealed it with a transparent plastic panel so that she could see what was happening outside. And at the bottom, there are also 2 holes, allowing her to stretch out her arms and grab the rope that is tied around Dahei. Dahei turned around foolishly for a few times, as if he was very interested in this strange thing. I had no idea that when it gets dark, Xia Sisi would take it to ride in the snow. After doing all this, Xia Sisi slept for a while. At midnight, she put Dahei and Huiji into the space and quietly went downstairs. Xia Sisi paid attention and found that Lin Yuan and Ding Lei did not catch up, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Although they are teammates now, there are some secrets that Xia Sisi still doesn't want them to know. It has been snowing heavily for a week now, and the 8-story building has been covered. This saved Xia Sisi some time going downstairs. The amount of snow that had fallen over the past few days had turned the area around into a vast expanse of white. Xia Sisi took out the sunglasses she had prepared and put them on to prevent herself from getting snow blindness from staying in the snow for too long. Taking advantage of the dead of night, she put on her heavy snow boots, walked out for dozens of meters, found a secret place, and then released the sidecar and Dahei. Dahei hasn't come down for a long time, and it's the first time in his life that he steps on snow. It lifted its foot, then stepped down carefully again. He raised his foot again, and stepped on it again. Then I didn't dare to move. There was a hint of doubt on the big dog's face. His brows were furrowed, and his face was drooping. Xia Sisi wanted to laugh when she saw its dazed look. While it was still, Xia Sisi tied the rope she had prepared in advance around it. Dahei looked at the rope strangely, not knowing what the chute shoveler was going to do. She was very satisfied with this. Dahei, run,
Xia Sisi said to Dahei.
After hesitating for a moment, Dahei looked at the outdoor land, which had changed a lot, but he was itching to go there after being away for a long time. He spread his legs and started running hard. Xia Sisi felt a push on the back and rushed out instantly. Dahei, to the left. Xia Sisi pulled the rope on the left.
Dahei, right.
Xia Sisi pulled the rope on the right. In this way, Xia Sisi and Dahei gradually formed a tacit understanding after several collaborations. It was only less than a kilometer away, and we arrived there quickly. Xia Sisi got off the sidecar and untied the rope on Dahei. She looked around carefully and found that in front of her was a small building about 8 or 9 stories high, with more than 10 floors. But the trouble is, the building is basically buried. And where Xia Sisi was going was the storage room at the bottom of the building. After searching for a while, Xia Sisi finally found a window through which she could enter. She kicked the glass on the window open and got in. After jumping into the building, Xia Sisi put on her headlamp. Looking around, this floor was a factory, or rather a production line for canned food. However, the factory had been shut down for a long time, and the power supply had been cut off. The food here was rotten and emitting a pungent smell. Xia Cici took 2 steps forward and kicked something under her feet. Bang, bang, bang. There was a sound of metal rolling, and Xia Cici jumped back vigilantly. Dahei, who was standing next to her, also stepped back and looked ahead with his teeth bared. Nothing happened, and Xia Cici realized at this time that what she had just kicked was a can. Xia Cici squatted on the ground and carefully picked up the can, and found that it was a complete, unopened can of sardines. Shine the headlamp around, Xia Cici found that there were countless cans of sardines on this floor. All of them were unopened and scattered on the ground. Going further, there are canned yellow croaker, canned salmon, canned braised hairtail, canned black bean dace, canned tuna, etc. Xia Cici collected them as she walked. When she reached the stairs, she didn't dare to go down. Dahei showed some uneasiness. Its eyes were staring straight at the bottom of the stairs, as if there was something underneath. Xia Cici quickly turned off the headlight on her head and observed the stairs, but didn't find anything. She listened carefully and didn't hear any sound. But she believed in Dahei's hearing and sense of smell. There must be something here. Moreover, she now felt that this place was wrong. After the acid rain stopped, although the government came to rescue once, there were still many people coming to the nearby area to look for supplies. These cans are easy to store, and they are all meats that people like to eat, but there is no sign of being turned over. Xia Cici walked around the entire floor and found that the ingredients on the production line outside were all rotten naturally, and there was no sign of being robbed. There weren't many cans on the ground, and most of them were neatly arranged. The entire floor, except for a few that looked like they were hit by something, was too neat for the end of the world. She didn't believe that no one had been to this entire building, or that no one had been to this floor. After all, the acid rain flooded at least 4 floors at the time, and this one had at least 8 floors. Since it was buried under the snow, Xia Cici couldn't be completely sure how many floors it had. But, even so, the residents nearby must know that there is a food processing factory here. Xia Cici didn't believe that no one hadn't been here for so long.
So,
what stopped people? Suddenly, Xia Cici had an idea. She released the gray plane from the space. The gray plane circled in the air for a week, feeling a little uneasy. Although this guy has grown up so much now, and often fools around with Dahei at home, he is actually strong on the outside but weak on the inside. Bringing the gray plane out was the result of Xia Cici's careful consideration. Gray plane was too talkative at home. Although Xia Cici had emphasized many times that he must not talk after going out, and Gray Plane agreed very well, it was still a hidden danger. After circling for a week, Gray Plane finally landed on Dahei's head. His eyes were dripping as he looked around, as if he was a little nervous. But the good thing was that, even so, Gray Plane still held back a sound and always obeyed Xia Cici's instructions of "you must not talk when you go out." Gray Plane, you fly fast and flexibly. Go down and see what's down there. This was Xia Cici's idea. Gray Plane was in the air, so it was more convenient to go back and forth, and it was quiet when flying, and its vision was excellent at night, so it was very suitable for reconnaissance. It can be said that raising a bird for 1,000 days and using it for a moment, the plane hesitated for a moment, as if looking in the direction of the stairs with some fear. But in the end, it spread its wings and flew out. Xia Cici and Dahei were waiting quietly in the darkness towards the place where the plane left. 1 minute, 2 minutes. In the silence, Xia Cici seemed to hear some movement below. That extremely light sound of landing. Then, there was a soft cat's meow. Xia Cici was startled. There's a cat? Xia Cici saw that Dahei, who was standing next to her, had arched his back, his eyes looking straight ahead, as if he was preparing to attack. Soon, Xia Cici saw a black cat, almost hidden in the darkness, slowly walking up from under the stairs. At this time, a dark shadow rushed up directly from the stairs. Xia Cici was frightened at first, but then she realized it was a plane. She had never seen a plane fly so fast. The airplane circled over Xia Cici's head anxiously and opened its mouth several times, but no sound came out, still abiding by the rule that Xia Sisi said you can't talk when you go out. You are allowed to report the situation, Xia Sisi said quickly, but her eyes were always on the cat. The black cat tilted its head slightly at this moment, making a curious look. It cautiously did not continue to move forward, but raised one foot to look curious. Overall, it looks like a harmless little kitten, just like those little guys basking in the sun in the green belts who may turn over on their belly at any time.
Except
its size. This black-haired creature looks about the same size as a leopard, with a body length of over 1 meter. Its tail is tilted upward and slightly curled, and its big claws are the size of a palm. You can imagine how sharp and huge the claws that are tucked into the pads are. Big cats have always been one of the animals at the top of the food chain on this planet. Like the tiger, the overlord of the forest, and the lion, the overlord of the grassland. Even leopards, cheetahs, and snow leopards are powerful creatures. So, some people say that the reason why kittens can stay in the arms of bipeds so gently and cutely is because they are not very big.
now.
The one in front of Xia Sisi has nothing to do with gentle and cute at all, and gives Xia Sisi a creepy feeling. What Xia Sisi didn't expect was that something even more horrifying was yet to come. After hearing what Xia Sisi said, Huiji immediately said anxiously, "Cats. So many cats. So many cats." There was a tremor in its voice, and it was obviously frightened. After saying that, he flew to Dahei's body and looked ahead tremblingly. And Dahei suddenly rushed in front of Xia Sisi and protected Xia Sisi behind him. At this time, Xia Sisi also noticed that there was movement at the bottom of the stairs. Those footsteps were very light, almost soundless. But when there are too many of them, they form a very strange sound, puff, puff, puff. Then, Xia Sisi saw countless pairs of green eyes appearing right in front of her and behind the black cat. Meow meow meow, the cat's cry, in the dark night, merged into a symphony that made people's backs cold. Xia Sisi's brain was working quickly. In the previous life, after the insect plague came, many mutant creatures appeared. It's not that she hasn't encountered desperate situations, but at that time she was basically out in a team. The most important point to deal with these mutant creatures is to use their animal attributes. No matter how mutated the creature is in the final analysis, it is still the original animal. Just like Dahei, even if his IQ has increased and he has the ability to grow bigger and smaller and his physical fitness has been greatly improved, but in the final analysis he is still a dog. He still likes toys and snacks. So these cats, Xia Sisi thought, and took out the catnip ball that he had collected in the pet park before from the space. As soon as this thing came out, Xia Sisi found that the cats began to get restless. Before they rushed up, Xia Sisi threw the catnip ball down the gap of the stair handrail. That is, the gap at the corner of the stairs that leads directly to the first floor. The big cats that were originally paying attention to Xia Sisi immediately meowed and rushed down, and soon disappeared. Then, Xia Sisi hurriedly retreated to the top floor with Dahei and Huiji, and locked the door of the stairwell tightly. At this time, she found that her heart was pounding and her breathing was much faster. Just now, it was really a close call, a false alarm. The reason why Xia Sisi retreated to this floor was because she suddenly thought that most of the things on this floor were very clean and had not been ruined by those big cats. This meant that there must be something on this floor that scared those big cats, so they never came in. She needed to find that thing. Yes, she had not completely given up the idea of going downstairs to find supplies. One is that after collecting the canned food on this entire floor, Xia Sisi knew that there must be a lot of meat in this building. That's meat. Although Xia Sisi is not short of meat now, Dahei can eat it. Dahei's appetite is already quite large, and it's unknown how much he will eat in the future. Moreover, the things on this floor are all canned fish and meat, which are very easy to preserve. In the later stage, they will become hard goods and popular goods that can be exchanged. Secondly, she still has a lot of catnip. These were all collected from the previous pet park. Even if she didn't find the thing that could make these big cats afraid, she could use these things to lure them away. At the very least, she still has space to go in. Thinking of this, Xia Sisi began to walk around the room, What exactly made those big cats unwilling to enter this floor? After the door was closed and the big cats left, Xia Sisi found that Dahei was not as irritable as before, which meant that this floor was safe in Dahei's eyes. That at least means that the thing that made the big cats afraid was not some kind of creature that could bring danger. At this time, Xia Sisi found that Dahei was not leaving. Not only Dahei, but even the parrot plane that had been hovering over Xia Sisi's head before did not catch up at this moment. Xia Sisi turned around and found that Dahei, who was 1 meter away, had a look of disgust on his face, and the plane also had an indescribable look. Xia Sisi observed and listened carefully, but did not find anything. But soon, she smelled a strange smell. It was not like the smell of rotten fish and shrimp, but a more pungent smell mixed in between. Overall, the place is relatively tidy, but because it is too dark and the machines are so complicated, it is not easy for Xia Sisi to see every corner clearly. She first took out a mask from the space and put it on, and then took out an outdoor flashlight in addition to the headlamp. This flashlight has greater power and can illuminate a wider area. She finally saw a huge corpse under the machine in the light of the flashlight. That's a cat too. A relatively fat big white cat. It was about 2 meters long, with long hair, and lay stiffly under the machine with its forelegs stretched out, eyes tightly closed, and a hideous face, as if it had endured great pain before death. To be on the safe side, Xia Sisi found a bamboo stick from the space and poked the big, white cat hard from a distance. The big white cat didn't react at all, and its skin and flesh had been frozen into ice. At this moment, Xia Sisi roughly understood why the cats didn't dare to come up. Animals are generally afraid of the corpses of their own kind. And this big white cat is bigger than other cats in size. In other words, it is stronger than other cats. Perhaps it is also possible that this big white cat is the boss of all the cats and gave some orders before going to this floor. But unexpectedly, it died there after it came up. I glanced at Dahei and Huiji behind me. It seemed that the two of them didn't like the smell coming from the big white cat's body, and they stayed about 1 meter away. Xia Sisi could only squat down and drag out the white cat's body. After dragging it out, Xia Sisi saw that the big white cat seemed to have grown some thorn-like things all over its body, and some parts of its skin seemed to have been burned. Xia Sisi studied it for a long time and finally came to the conclusion that it failed to survive the evolutionary process and died. No wonder those cats were afraid of the big white cat's corpse, and no wonder the gray cats didn't like the corpse. It should be because their evolutionary level was higher, and they exuded some deterrent smell. Xia Sixian thought about it, took out a big machete from the space, and cut off the tail of the white cat's corpse. She tried to hold her tail and walked 2 steps towards Dahei and Huiji. She noticed that the plane flapped its wings and flew away, circling in the distance, her eyes rolling around, as if she wanted to say something, but she followed Xia Sisi's order don't speak and endured it. Dahei also wanted to retreat, but did not move for the time being. It seems that the tail of the white cat's corpse has the same effect. Xia Sisi put the remaining body of the white cat into the space, and wanted to see if she could bury it in farm number 1 when she returned. So, Xia Sisi held the white cat's tail, carefully opened the door at the stairs, and began to walk down. After going down a few stairs, Xia Sisi saw a big 9 written on the wall and realized that the building had 9 floors. When she arrived at the entrance to the 8th floor, she found 3 pairs of green eyes staring at her closely on the 3rd floor. They are 3 mutant cats. Xia Sisi also noticed that this floor was still a production workshop. Production of canned beef and chicken. She raised her eyebrows. Oh, they are all the food that Dahei likes to eat. As expected, Xia Sisi guessed it right. As soon as Xia Sisi walked in with the corpse of the mutant cat, the cats roared in fear and left this floor. Seeing this scene, Xia Sisi finally put her mind at ease. Without hesitation, she began to collect canned food frantically. However, unlike the intact 9th floor, many things on this floor had been ruined by the mutant cats. Xia Sisi could only distinguish the good canned food and put it into the space. After collecting the 8th floor, Xia Sisi went to the 7th, 6th, and 5th floors. Similarly, the mutant cats would wail and leave after Xia Cici entered. Although the cat seemed to be somewhat unconvinced, it still jumped away after breathing a few times to threaten Xia Cici. In these 3 floors, Xia Cici got some other canned meat. What surprised her most was that the 5th floor produced pet canned food. No wonder the cats nearby gathered here. However, most of these canned pet foods were bitten and eaten by the mutant cats, so Xia Cici only collected a few hundred. But before she left, she looked at the entire canned pet food production line on this floor, raised her eyebrows, and collected them into the space. Who knows when she can produce canned food for Dahei? Of course, after having this idea, she went upstairs and collected 2 ordinary canned food production lines into the space. After doing this, Xia Cici looked at the place leading to the 4th floor and was in a dilemma. From the documents Xia Cici read, she learned that this warehouse was on the lower floors. The upper part of this building is the production line, and the lower part is the warehouse. There are 4 floors, plus 2 basements below, all of which are all kinds of meat. The 6th floor is a large refrigerator, a frozen warehouse built by the factory, tightly wrapped with stainless steel and powered by a generator. Looking at the floor plan of the frozen warehouse in the contract, the lower floors are connected by only one gate, with stairs inside. Normally, the workers on the assembly line enter through the external stairs at the back, and only when they need to go to the frozen warehouse will they enter through the stairs on the 4th floor. After seeing the description in the contract, Xia Cici determined that such a cold storage should be well sealed and would not be invaded by acid rain, so she took the risk to come here. However, this place seemed to be slightly lower than the area where Xia Cici was, so the acid rain did not flood only the 4th floor like Xia Cici's building, but flooded the middle of the 4th and 5th floors. And here at the corner of the stairs, a window opened, and acid rain poured in. Now there is a layer of ice about half a meter thick here. With Xia Cici's current ability, it is impossible to break this ice layer. At this time, Xia Cici suddenly noticed that there was a hole with a radius of about half a meter next to the ice layer. Xia Cici instantly became a little nervous. This is a hole made by some mutant creature. But after the tension, Xia Cici was ecstatic. This animal made a hole after the extreme cold, and the hole stretched downwards, which means that there is space for mutant animals to survive below. So it also means that the bottom is well sealed and has not been eroded by acid rain. And up this hole, who knows Dahei, who can change size now, can enter. Dahei. Xia Cici called Dahei over and pointed to a cave not far away. Can you go in? Dahei glanced at the entrance of the cave, then looked at Xia Cici with a drooping face, with the whites of his eyes slightly rolled up, as if to say, "Do you look down on me?" Xia Cici no longer hesitated and immediately took out the purple space pendant that she had gotten from the jade market before. She dropped another drop of blood on it and then communicated with the space through her mind, indicating that she wanted to untie it. Soon, she felt that she had disconnected from the space and had successfully untied herself. After Xia Cici was untied, her dog space began to vibrate wildly on her chest, as if saying, "Eat. I want to eat. This thing is so delicious. Give it to me." Regardless of the restlessness in the dog space, Xia Cici took out a needle, pricked Dahei's paw, and dripped Dahei's blood into the space. Dahei looked at Xia Cici's operations and was a little confused. But when its blood completely merged into the space, its pupils contracted violently. Xia Cici knew that this was a sign that it was connected to space. Xia Cici took out a can from her space and demonstrated to Dahei several times how to put the can into the space. Dahei looked on quietly, his big head slightly tilted, as if he didn't understand something. After many demonstrations and various verbal explanations, Dahei finally touched the can in front of him gently with his paw, and then the can in front of him disappeared. Just in case, Xia Cici took out a few more things and asked Dahei to experiment. Dahei succeeded. Dahei, the important task of collecting the supplies on the lower floors is now left to you. Xia Cici patted Dahei's head gently. Dahei frowned tightly, revealing the whites of his eyes as he looked at Xia Cici, with a reluctant look on his face. Xia Cici knew that this task was indeed a bit too much for Dahei, a dog that had just evolved, but she had no other choice. When you see the door, find a way to open it. You can do it. Dahei had learned how to open the door at home a long time ago, and most doors are no problem for him. As for the door of the cold storage, let's try it out first. If there is danger, or if you can't do it, it doesn't matter. Just come back quickly. Xia Sisi repeated this sentence several times beside Dahei's ear. After making sure that Dahei understood what she meant, she let it out. Just like that, Dahei shrank his body and went into the cave with the space pendant. Xia Sisi held Huiji and waited there. Huiji's eyes were looking up, alert and nervous. Xia Sisi knew that although the mutant cat did not come forward because of fear, it was still staring at Xia Sisi and her group not far away. Xia Sisi waited for 2 hours. There was no movement below, as if Dahei had disappeared. During these 2 hours, Xia Sisi was also worried about Dahei, but thinking of Dahei's usual agility and wisdom, plus his incredible ability to grow and shrink and his strong body, he should be fine. When it was 4 o'clock, Xia Sisi saw the morning star outside through the window begin to light up, and she finally heard something. She hurried to look at the cave entrance. But what she didn't expect was that what came out of the cave entrance was a black claw. It was obviously not Dahei's. The moment the black claw appeared, the mutant cats who had been eyeing her covetously became restless behind her. Xia Sisi took out her Tibetan knife from the space and stared at the cave entrance cautiously. In order not to anger the mutant cats, she just turned the light above her head to dark yellow. Now, in order to face this unknown animal, she gently pressed the button on the headlight, and the light changed from dark yellow to pale white. In an instant, she saw the claw at the entrance of the cave clearly. The root was not a black claw, but the claw was clearly stained with black and red blood. In an instant, Xia Sisi's heart was in her throat. Did something happen to Dahei? At this time, the little thing finally came out of the cave. It had a triangular head, small scarlet eyes, and dark yellow fur. It was a weasel with a body half a meter wide and fierce eyes. After the weasel appeared, the mutant cats behind him began to roar, as if threatening or fearful. They paced anxiously behind Xia Sisi and were no longer afraid of the body of the mutant big, white cat on Xia Sisi. They looked like they were going to rush up and fight the weasel. The weasel was also not afraid. At the entrance of the cave, it looked at the group of mutant cats and Xia Sisi, baring its teeth and making the initial threat. Weasels are basically carnivores. They eat chickens, lizards, frogs, and fish, but occasionally they also eat tree roots and sweet potato pieces. Ordinary weasels will eat kittens that have just opened their eyes and have no fighting ability. This weasel is about half a meter wide, and it must be more than 2 meters long. It is several times larger than its normal size. Compared with the cats behind Xia Sisi, this weasel is obviously more evolved. Moreover, in the eyes of this weasel, those cats are food. Not only that, when the weasel saw Xia Sisi, there was no fear in his eyes, and even a bit of provocation. Especially when he saw Huiji, the eyes of the mutant weasel lit up. Everyone knows that the weasel's favorite food is these poultry. After all, those families who raised chickens and ducks before were all eaten by weasels. Huiji didn't dare to make a sound, and was afraid to hover in the air. Meow meow. The cats behind him became even more irritable and restless. Xia Sisi found that the black cat seemed to be the leader of this group of cats. The black cat hated the weasel the most and wanted to rush up to fight many times, but because of the smell of the mutant white cat corpse on Xia Sisi, it did not act yet. Xia Sisi held the knife tightly, worried about Dahei, and observed the situation on both sides. She could enter the space immediately, but Dahei had not come out yet. She was afraid that Dahei would not be able to find her after she left. When she found that the weasel finally turned its eyes to her, she knew that the weasel wanted to eat the gray plane more in the end. She thought about putting the gray plane into the space first. Her mind moved, and her hand reached out to the gray plane hovering in the air. But at this moment, the weasel also moved. It jumped out of the hole instantly, so fast that Xia Sisi could hardly see its figure. And its target was the gray plane in the air. At this critical moment, Xia Sisi saw another figure appear at the entrance of the hole. following closely behind the weasel. The ice layer at the corner of the 4th floor suddenly broke at this moment, as if it was pushed open from below. A bloody mouth bit the weasel that rushed out, and was already more than 1 meter long. The rumble of the ice breaking, the roar of the cat, and the scream of the weasel, and the heavy panting. When everything calmed down, Xia Cici found that all the mutant cats were scared away, and in front of her was a huge dog's head. The owner of the dog head, Dahei, was breathing heavily and had grown to be about 3 meters tall, filling the entire stairwell. It held the mutant weasel tightly in its mouth. Its huge eyes were fixed on Xia Cici, with a heat in them that had not yet subsided after the intense exercise. The weasel was not dead yet. It made an unpleasant squeaking sound and curled up its body to try hard to tear at the dog's mouth. A hint of impatience flashed in Dahei's eyes, and he bit his mouth hard with his upper and lower mouths. Xia Cici heard the sound of bones breaking. The weasel stopped moving instantly. Blood flowed down the weasel's body and onto Dahei's fur. In the cold environment, the warm blood quickly froze into lumps of ice. Huiji pounced on him happily, stepped on Dahei's head, and jumped around excitedly. Xia Cici didn't allow it to speak, so it pecked at Dahei's head with its beak. This made Dahei so annoyed that he shook his head vigorously. The picture is quite funny. At this moment, Xia Cici felt like she had survived a disaster. Dahei, I'm so glad you're okay, Xia Cici said with a sigh of relief. Looking at the broken ice surface, Xia Cici didn't know what Dahei had experienced down there. But through the broken ice surface, Xia Cici discovered that there was a large hollow area underneath, which should have been dug by the mutant weasel. The mutant weasel has already made a nest down there. You can also see the bones of several animals below. Judging from the shape, it looks like a cat. There is also a mutant cat corpse that was half eaten by a weasel. Looking at its pure black fur and smaller size, it looks exactly like the mutant black cat. The weasel's claws were stained black and red, probably from the blood it had from eating the mutant cat. No wonder those cats hate weasels so much. Xia Cici touched Dahei's fur, thinking that everything she had just experienced was just a false alarm. But it also proves Dahei's strength. After comforting Dahei and Huiji, they started to move up. Now the sky outside has turned a little pale, and it is time for sunrise. Xia Cici needs to go back quickly, otherwise it will be easy for others to discover their whereabouts if it is any later. Thinking of this, Xia Cici quickly returned to the top floor with Dahei and Huiji. What Xia Cici didn't expect was that when she went up further, the mutant cats seemed to be very afraid of them. They didn't come near them at all, but instead observed from the dark. Countless dark green eyes were watching quietly from different locations on every floor. Xia Cici observed that there was still a lot of rotten meat left here. Humans would not touch this rotten meat, but it was important food for these mutant cats. If Xia Cici guessed correctly, these mutant cats would probably stay here for a while until all the rotten meat was eaten up. And she probably won't come here again. Even if Dahei didn't complete the task. When Xia Cici came to this point, he had already reached the top floor. He asked Dahei beside him curiously, "Dahei, did you collect anything when you went downstairs just now?" Dahei tilted his head and looked at Xia Cici, as if he didn't understand what Xia Cici meant. Xia Cici asked several times, but Dahei didn't respond. "I just taught you how to collect and take things out. Show me." But now is not the time to delve into this. Xia Cici hurriedly climbed out of the window. After this night, the window was almost covered by the wind and snow. If she left a little later, I'm afraid Xia Cici would have dug a hole to get out. After taking out the sidecar and putting the plane into the space, Xia Cici put a rope on Dahei and started to rush to their apartment. After returning to the apartment, she still found a secret place. Xia Cici put Dahei back into the space first, and then changed her clothes in the space to prevent being seen and stared at by others. Then she slid along the wall and carefully went up to the apartment. After entering the apartment, she also walked very carefully, trying not to make any noise, and finally returned to the 66th floor and entered the house. The moment she returned home, Xia Cici took a deep breath and exhaled. It felt that this trip was really a close call. There are still many things to do after returning, but the first one is to give Dahei a bath. Xia Cece hurried into the space. Who would have thought that as soon as she entered, Huiji surrounded her and started chattering non-stop. Shoot shoveler, I thought I was going to die just now. Shoot shoveler, did I behave well today? Can you give me some snacks? Shoot shoveler, Dahei is so smelly, my feathers are all contaminated by his dirty blood. Xia Cece felt that she was overwhelmed. Huiji seemed to want to say all the words she hadn't said just now. After saying these general things, he started to talk about the details. Moreover, they all called themselves slaves. Xia Cece thought that this was a fairy tale drama that Huiji had recently replaced. The vicious green tea little female supporting role in it called herself slaves and slaves all day long. It was simply amazing. Xia Cece was so angry that she found a big bucket directly from the space, and then added spiritual spring water and acid rain. Without saying anything, she threw Dahei and Huiji into it. After Huiji entered the water, he finally stopped talking. Xia Cece was only concerned with splashing water in it, and her ears were much quieter. Xia Cece took out the brush for Dahei's bath and began to bathe Dahei with a grunt. Dahei squinted his eyes slightly and hummed with enjoyment every time Xia Cece rubbed his chin. He looked in a very good mood. Xia Cece didn't know whether it was because he had galloped outside and had a rare time to have fun or what. But seeing that the two little ones were very happy, she felt a lot more comfortable. Dahei was very dirty. After washing a bucket of water, she changed it for another bucket. Huiji kept splashing and paddling in the water like a duck. Xia Cece threw a little yellow duck directly in and let it play. Later, she added another layer of foam to Dahei, which made it smell nice and clean. Then Xia Cece changed a bucket of water for herself and soaked in it. She fell asleep slowly. I don't know how long it took, but Xia Cece was awakened by the sound of Dahei splashing water. When she woke up and looked at the time, it was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and she was very hungry. She hurried up and wiped the water on Huiji and Dahei. She felt much more energetic. She asked Dahei again if he had got the supplies. Dahei hung his tongue and tilted his head to look at Xia Cece, as if he didn't understand. Xia Cece was a little worried that this guy didn't look injured, but actually had some internal injuries. Otherwise, why would he become so stupid? After checking again, Xia Cece found that there were indeed no wounds, so she breathed a sigh of relief. Thinking that Dahei was just a dog after all, he might have been scared by this trip, so she would ask him later. Now, what she had to do next was to bury the bodies of the big white cat, the weasel, and the last body of the little black cat that had been half eaten by the weasel in the black soil. But what she didn't expect was, no matter how she tried to mobilize her thoughts, the 3 corpses did not appear. She hurriedly searched in the space again, wanting to see where the 3 bodies were placed. But after searching for a long time, I still couldn't find it. The 3 bodies just disappeared out of thin air. Xia Cece thought back to the last time he brought in the corpse of a mutant bird. He brought in both himself and the corpse, and then buried it directly in farm number 1. This time, she threw the 3 bodies directly into the space. So, these 3 bodies were actually eaten by the space? Space. It ate without telling me, and it took me so long to find them. Xia Cece angrily raised her thumb towards the air. Of course, the space did not reply to her. She originally had an idea, which was to skin the weasel. After all, it was the fur of a mutant creature. It was very cold resistant. The temperature will drop further later. Although she has a constant temperature suit and a mink coat, they are not as fragrant as the mutant creature's fur. Now it's okay. There's nothing left. What can Xia Cece say? When you encounter a space system like this, you can only endure it. However, Xia Cece still had something in her hand, which was the tail of the mutant white cat. She kept this thing hanging on her body, so it was not taken away by the space. She walked to the garbage disposal, rolled her eyes, and put the mutant white cat's tail in. Soon, the garbage disposal ate the white cat's tail. Xia Cece touched her chin, looking forward to what would be produced here tomorrow. After finishing all this, Xia Cici took a look at what the garbage disposal produced today. Speaking of which, today's garbage disposals are still quite conscientious. What came out was a pair of snow boots. Xia Cici was so moved that she almost cried. Before this garbage disposal, it produced a glove and a sock. The second one of the same model has not been produced yet. Of course, the garbage disposal has also produced a sock these days. The only difference is that the previous sock was red, and the one produced later was green. These two socks put together seemed like a mockery and ridicule of Xia Cici. At farm number 1 and farm number 2, Xia Cici also started planting on a large scale. It's just that farm no. Xia Cici planted a field of seeds, and things appeared randomly. When you are happy, you will grow a whole piece of bullets. On the day of collecting the bullets, Xia Cici was so happy that she couldn't stop smiling. There was a whole box in total. But when she was unhappy, Xia Cici was so tired that her waist ached from planting such a large area of various seeds, vegetable leaves, and other messy things. The result was a cup of hot vegetable juice for Xia Cici. Xia Cici felt like crying. There is also farm number 2. Xia Cici transplanted the tree that had grown on farm number 1, but what happened? The tree became an ordinary tree. But if it is left alone at farm number 1, the fruit will wither after about 3 times of growth. After going to the farm again, Xia Cici found that the rabbit team had grown again. The blueberry stuffed rabbit produced in the space before seemed to be extremely fertile. Xia Cici looked at it and found that it had found a black rabbit as its partner this time. It had kicked away the white male rabbit from last time. The two seemed to be in a very close relationship. The white male rabbit was chewing grass not far away. The blueberry stuffed rabbit gave birth to a litter of 4 little rabbits this time. These 4 little rabbits were yellow and black and looked like road signs. There were also blue rabbits with black dots, which looked like ladybugs. The most amazing one was the one with yellow all over, except for the eyes, limbs, ears, and tail, which were black. It looked like an unharmonious panda. Xia Cici didn't quite understand the love of these rabbits, nor did she understand the genetic combination of these rabbits. Finally, she stroked the ponies a few times and left the space. After leaving the space, Xia Cici decided to ask Dahei about it. After all, that was 4 layers of meat. It was Dahei's main food in the future. If it really got it, Xia Cici thought about giving it more food every day. She even thought that if Dahei didn't understand what she meant, she should teach Dahei to unlock the small space with the purple pendant and then drip blood to enter the space. However, Dahei, who used to learn things very quickly, now seemed to have become an idiot. He didn't say anything at all and just stared at Xia Cici with his big eyes. In the end, Xia Cici was so tired that she knocked on Dahei's head. Just think about canceling the contract with this space. Just think about it and recite these words in your heart. That's it. Dahei, do you understand? Dahei finally lay on the ground without opening his eyes. He didn't even look at Xia Cici again. Xia Cici was so angry that she couldn't bear it anymore and looked at the gray plane next to her. Gray plane, did your brother Dahei say anything just now? Gray plane jumped on the ground, his little eyes rolling around, and didn't say anything. Xia Cici felt something was wrong. What's going on? Why is Huiji not talking? Xia Cici took out Huiji's favorite pine cones from the space and finally glared at Dahei, led Huiji aside, and tempted Huiji with pine cones. Tell me, did Dahei say anything just now? This handful of pine cones are all yours. Huiji hesitated for a long time and finally looked at Xia Cici with a bit of teasing in his eyes. Brother Dahei said that the shoot shoveler is really stupid. Xia Cici was furious. She finally understood that Dahei was not someone who couldn't understand or learn, nor was he slow to react because of internal injuries. It did it on purpose. It deliberately wanted to swallow up Xia Cici's purple pendant space and wanted to swallow up the meat it got from the 4 floors below. Xia Cici went to Dahei and muttered to him again. He was very angry, and he crossed his arms and decided to ignore Dahei. Unexpectedly, Dahei turned around and started to coax Xia Cici. He put his big head on Xia Cici's legs and wagged his tail vigorously, as if to say, "Shoot, Scooper, don't bother with me." Then, Dahei, looking quite distressed, took out about several hundred kilograms of meat from the space and pushed it forward with his claws, as if to say, "Here you go. Don't be angry." The moment Xia Sisi saw the meat, she felt both comforted and angry. The consolation is that Dahei's adventure was not in vain, and his loss of the purple space pendant was not in vain. At least 4 layers of flesh were recovered. What's infuriating is that this guy actually hid the goods. In the next 2 days, Dahei would always produce a large piece of meat and bring it to Xia Sisi, asking Xia Sisi to cook it for him as a snack. It's like saying, "This is my own meat, I can eat as much as I want, just cook it for me." Xia Sisi was so confused that she didn't know whether to laugh or cry. What's even more annoying is that Huiji also started to mutter non-stop, saying, "I also want my own private snacks, and I also want a snack." Xia Sisi had no choice but to pull Dahei's ears and ask him to restrain himself and not eat so much. But what Xia Sisi didn't expect was that Dahei not only had no self-control, but also looked like he was not full every day. Xia Sisi calculated that this guy's appetite has changed from eating by basin to eating by pot. When Huiji saw that Dahei ate a lot, he also kept eating as if they were competing. After a few days, Huiji grew a lot bigger. It's not that it mutated again, but it's
fat.
Xia Sisi was about to cry. Even the landlord's house was not built like this. This time, it took 5 days of eating it before Dahei's appetite returned to normal. Xia Sisi finally concluded that it was probably because Dahei had consumed too much energy during his trip, so it would take a few days to replenish the energy needed by the body. It seems that Dahei is very powerful, but we cannot let it use too many of its abilities at will. Otherwise, I really can't afford it. A few days passed in such peace. That night, Xia Sisi was woken up by the cold again. She quickly got up and filled each stove with firewood produced in the space. At this time, I looked out from the floor to ceiling window and found that it was all white outside. It was already dawn and the sun had just risen, reflecting bright white light on the snowflakes in the sky. The snowflakes fell rapidly and formed a white curtain with the wind. "Blizzard is coming." She put on her clothes, took Dahei with her, and hurried out. Ding Lei and Lin Yi also appeared, both wrapped up very tightly. Xia Sisi looked at Mo Yun in front of her, who was dressed very thickly, and even the cups at home were tied to her body with ropes and wrapped up. This is the ordinary people in the end of the world. Without things like mink coats to keep out the cold, they can only use these things to keep themselves warm. What does it have to do with us? Xia Sisi ignored Mo Yun in front of her and closed the door directly. Outside the door, Mo Yun cried and slammed the door hard. But the door did not open again. No one paid attention to her, and no one helped her. Lin Yi went back to the house without saying a word, looking sleepy, as if he had taken a nap before. Ding Lei walked to Xia Sisi's side and said to her, "Mo Yun used to be the property manager here. At that time, everyone liked her very much. After all, she would smile when she saw everyone, and she was very efficient. But I didn't expect that after the end of the world." Ding Lei didn't continue to say the rest. Xia Sisi knew that Ding Lei had lived here for a long time and knew more things, so she sighed even more at this moment. But to her, Mo Yun was just like everyone else, a stranger, and an object that needed to be cautious in the pattern. When Xia Sisi and the others returned to their houses, Mo Yun was still wailing outside. It was just that he begged at the beginning, but ended up cursing. He cursed Xia Sisi and her gang for having no conscience, for being too indifferent and not saving people in danger, and even said that if her husband died, it was Xia Sisi and her gang who killed him. The plane at home had good hearing, and it got a little angry after hearing it, and kept cursing Mo Yun outside in a low voice in the house. The wings kept flapping in the house, and the beak pecked at the wooden stake that Xia Sisi had placed there for it to stand. The bang-bang-bang sound of the pecks kept coming, showing its anger. "If you call me a shoot shoveler, I'll peck you to death. Don't leave for a while. I'll throw you to the ground. I can't stand it anymore. I'm going to explode." Xia Sisi finally had to hold Huiji's head down. "Stop jumping around here, calling me I all the time. You didn't learn anything else from the second-year drama I showed you this afternoon, but you only learned to call me I." Huiji jumped around, and
even wanted to peck at Dahei's fur in anger. But he was scared away by Dahei's eyes. Who would have thought that Mo Yun would get more excited the more he cursed? She didn't know the other people on the 66th floor, but she knew the names of Xia Sisi and Ding Lei. So, she started to greet Xia Sisi and Ding Lei's ancestors and kept saying dirty words. Xia Sisi frowned, snorted coldly, and went out with a knife. Without saying a word, she opened the door, picked up the knife, and chopped Mo Yun down.
Ah!
Murder! Murder! Mo Yun's face turned pale with fear. Xia Sisi slashed down with the knife, cutting off half of Mo Yun's clothes, but unexpectedly, she didn't cut Mo Yun's flesh. What she wore was too thick. Ding Lei also rushed out at this time. She had a pale face, wore a mink coat, and held the golf club in her hand. From her trembling lips, you can see that she is very angry now. Xia Sisi knew something about Ding Lei. She knew that her parents were very loving and kind to her since she was a child. Before the disaster happened, she called her parents, but there was no contact afterwards. It can be said that she has always been worried about her parents. Now hearing Mo Yun cursing her parents, she naturally couldn't stand it. I'll go. When Xia Sisi was about to chase Mo Yun, Ding Lei stopped her and said to Xia Sisi with a determined look on her face,
Xia Sisi no dead.
Thinking that Mo Yun had been standing behind and being protected for such a long time, it was time for her to take this step. Mo Yun ran downstairs in panic, and Ding Lei chased after him. And Xia Sisi turned around and went back to the house. Mo Yun regretted it extremely at this moment. She and her husband loved each other very much, and they supported each other after the end of the world. Although life became difficult, they still felt very hopeful. In particular, they were one step ahead in sealing up their own floor and stored enough supplies for heating. In addition, a lot of supplies had been collected before, so at least there was enough food, drink, and heating. But who could have thought? That day, those people actually united together, destroyed the anti-theft door they installed, and then broke in so brazenly. At the end, the fair-skinned young man was in the lead. She remembered that the young man was called Gao Yu. He was always well-behaved and thin, looking like a teenager. He used to call her sister Mo Yun. He now looked at himself as if he were an enemy. She even beat up her husband, Li Mingqiao. You vicious woman. Both of you should die. Gao Yu threw Li Mingqiao to the ground viciously, and together with the others, ignoring her obstruction, moved away all the firewood and furniture, leaving nothing for them. That night, the last of the firewood they had hidden in the house for heating ran out. Then she discovered that her husband had a fever. She used the precious gas in her home to boil a pot of hot water for her husband, took care of him, and gave him antipyretics. But Li Mingqiao's fever never subsided. Moreover, he kept shouting, cold, cold. Mo Yun was so anxious and angry. She went to beg Gao Yu and everyone else upstairs. But no one paid attention to her, and some even spit at her and drove her out. There was really no other way, so she went to find the people on the 66th floor with all her might. She knew that there was firewood, food, and medicine on the 66th floor. She thought that as long as the 66th floor was willing to save her husband, she would do whatever she wanted in the future. She could be a cow or a horse. However, as soon as the door of the 66th floor opened, she saw the cold faces of those people and knew that they would not help her. After her repeated begging was still rejected, the frustration of the whole day finally made her explode. She began to curse this group of people. At the same time, she was jealous of them. Why can this group of people live so well in the current situation? She smelled meat upstairs several times. Moreover, she felt warm just by walking to the stairs here. There must be a lot of heating in their house. She even saw the light coming from the house. They actually had electricity. So, she cursed them with the most vicious words. But now, she regretted it. Ding Lei was right behind her. The girl who used to be aloof but polite, and even had a sense of justice, was now like a killer, chasing her with a weapon. Ding Lei was actually very nervous, so when Mo Yun fell and rolled down the stairs, she hesitated for a second. But soon, she clenched the golf club in her hand.
shouted to cheer herself up, and chased after him. She knew that if Mo Yun didn't die today, he would definitely take crazy revenge later. She had just seen hatred in Mo Yun's eyes. This kind of hatred will eventually turn into murderous intent in the end times. She rushed up and hit Mo Yun hard with the golf club. Mo Yun kept wailing, and even wanted to stand up and fight with Ding Lei. However, Mo Yun had not had enough to eat or drink these days. She had been taking care of her husband since late last night.
She was now very weak.
In addition, she fell to the ground and was at a disadvantage, so she did not get up for a while. She was hit several times by Ding Lei and felt a buzzing in her head. It was not too late. After seeing Mo Yun was knocked unconscious, Ding Lei took out a fruit knife from her arms and stabbed Mo Yun. The fear of these days and the sadness of disfigurement all burst out at this moment. She hit the woman who kept cursing her parents and provoked her many times. She stabbed Mo Yun several times,
until she was exhausted.
In the end, she panted and saw Mo Yun lying on the ground. She stretched out her hand and trembled on Mo Yun's nose for a while. She found that Mo Yun had stopped breathing, and then she breathed a sigh of relief. Looking at the motionless Mo Yun in front of her, Ding Lei looked at her hands and couldn't believe that she had killed someone. Think about it, a few months ago, she was still an ordinary yoga teacher. She would do breathing exercises every day and was calmer. Who would have thought that in just a few months it would turn out like this? Trembling, she put away her bloody knife, then took the golf club and went upstairs. She clenched her fists tightly, secretly encouraged herself, and told herself to become stronger so that she would not hold back Xia Cici and Lin Yi. After she left for about 5 or 6 minutes, Mo Yun, who was already dead, moved slightly. She covered her injured stomach and stood up from the ground, looking at the place where Ding Lei left with hatred, gritting her teeth, her eyes full of hatred. Before she came, she was afraid that she would be beaten after coming up, or that Xia Cici would kill her if they disagreed. So, she put something on her chest and stomach. Only the side of her waist was not covered because she ran too fast when she went downstairs just now. Ding Lei's knife only really injured a small area on her side of her waist, and other places did not hurt her at all. Ding Lei was nervous. After stabbing Mo Yun, she didn't know if she had really stabbed him. In addition, Mo Yun was wearing a lot of clothes, so she didn't know the difference between the feeling of the knife inserted into the flesh and inserted into the clothes. Seeing the blood on the knife, she thought she had stabbed Mo Yun. Mo Yun also pretended not to move, held his breath, and finally deceived Ding Lei.
Ding Lei, Xia Cici, Rascal 66.
Just wait. I will take revenge sooner or later and cut you into pieces. Mo Yun covered his injured waist and staggered away. What she didn't expect was that when she returned home, she wanted her husband to comfort her with tears in her eyes. But she found that her husband had frozen to death in this short time. Li Mingqiao opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, as if he was constantly looking for Mo Yun's figure before he died, and was still calling Mo Yun's name. But Mo Yun was not by his side. So in his eyes, there was some unwillingness and nostalgia until death. Mingqiao, Mingqiao. My Mingqiao, my love. Mo Yun knelt on the ground, holding Li Mingqiao's head. I put his head in my arms, wanting to give him the final warmth. It seemed like she felt that perhaps by warming up his body, Li Mingqiao could be brought back to life. But everything is impossible. Mo Yun cried for a while, until her body became hoarse, and she felt the wound on her side begin to hurt. Only then did she stand up and treat her wound. After treating her wounds, she felt even colder due to excessive blood loss. But at home, apart from the bed and some things for heating, there was nothing left to burn. I want to survive, I must survive. Mo Yun trembled as he walked around the room again and again. I even went outside the house and the entire floor to look for it. However, she found nothing. All the things here had long been moved away by Gao Yu and other people living in this building. When they left, they almost took away the wooden door panels of Mo Yun's house. This was a revenge for Mo Yun taking away all the wooden products on the upper floor. Gao Yu, Xia Sisi, Ding Lei, everyone. Mo Yin kept muttering to herself. She felt that her body had become very fragile due to blood loss and cold. Even his consciousness became somewhat blurred. No, I have to survive. I have to survive. Mo Yin gritted his teeth, moved Li Mingchao's body to the ground, and then began to burn his bed. After the wood started burning, Mo Yin finally felt some warmth. She held Li Mingchao's body, leaned against him, and talked to him, as if this could make her stronger. It was as if maybe if she talked too much, Li Mingchao would respond to her. In this way, Mo Yin spent 3 days leaning on that bed. During this period, Li Mingchao became completely stiff. His eyes were closed, and he became a complete iceman. After eating something and taking anti-inflammatory treatment for the wound, Mo Yin felt much better.
Except.
She burned the bed, and there was nothing else to burn. She looked around numbly and found that there was really nothing left in the house. She tried putting an iron block into the dwindling fire, but it didn't warm her up at all. The fire grew smaller.
She was almost crying.
Finally, she looked at Li Mingchao next to her. Husband, don't blame me. Mingchao, don't blame me. I want to live, and only by living can I avenge you. Mo Yin took off Li Mingchao's clothes with trembling hands and put them into the fire one by one. But how long can the clothes last? In just 2 hours, all the clothes on Li Mingchao were burned. Mo Yin collapsed beside the fire, hugging her legs. She didn't want to die. She really didn't want to die. When she thought of those people who made her hate, she just couldn't bear to die. Finally, she trembled and reached out to the last thing in the room that could serve as fuel Li Mingchao's body. The body can burn, and it can even burn for a long time. In order to make the body burn, she even poured the last peanut oil in the house on Li Mingchao.
Xia Sisi, Ding Lei, Gao Yu.
Everyone in this building, I must make you bury my Mingchao with me.